unfortunately knocked out of the first round of the gentlemen's doubles, but he's playing alongside Leylah Fernandez. So on paper, this looks like potentially a pretty decent combination, because Leylah Fernandez, most memorably, of course, lost the US Open final to Emma Raducanu, but she's been plying her trade very successfully as a doubles player as well. Now we're in the early stages of this match. It's going with serve. 2-3 Cash and Schurz currently trail, although it is Cash who is serving at the moment, and a lovely quick rat-a-tat-tat exchange of volleys there as Cash and Schurz go 30 love up on their serve. So good to see. And also this court, just to draw attention, will also have big British interest later on, as Arthur Ferry will be out on court to take on Zizou Bergs, and as the third match up here. So from a British perspective, Arthur Ferry will be flying the flag as he tries to make it into the fourth round. But as I say, early stages here. 30 love, Cash on his serve, 2-3 he trails. That's it from me. I'm going to wave now along and say hello, Lindsay. Miss Morton in Marsh, good morning, welcome back. I don't know where you've been for the last few days, but great to have you back. And so, good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, Rupert. That is our dedicated Wimbledon radio team, keeping an eye on all the action on the outside courts. Rupert, who you heard from there, who we might share a part of the world that we live in, because he does reference it quite a few times. Mikey, Rob and Phil. Also a big thank you as well to Marcus and the rest of the team for the warm-up show. I'm Lindsay Hooper with you, taking over for the next few hours on the broadcast centre roof, looking over the stunning grounds and all the media frenzy as everyone starts to get geared up for all of the action today. Of course, number one court opening from 1 o'clock, centre court from 1:30. I'm not on my own, though. I'm joined by Barry Cowan and Lucy Arl as well. Good to see you both. What are you looking forward to on day 6, Lucy?
I'm looking forward to quite a lot today, actually. I've got the Rybakina and Mertens match on court number 1. There's a lot of juniors in action as well, so I'll be sort of roving around watching some of the juniors. And, of course, Arthur Ferry, he's in action later as well, last man standing.
Yes, which we heard Rupert mention there in his last report. That will be on court 18 later on this afternoon. And speaking of that, Barry, I'm surprised Taylor Fritz isn't on court number 1 or centre court. He's over on court number 2 today. Another one to keep an eye on the outside.
Yeah. Good morning, both of you.
Good morning.
I think there's so many great matches that could have actually been on centre or 1. Hachinov Kaboli. Kaboli, for me, lit up centre court last year in his match with, I think it was Djokovic, wasn't it, in the quarterfinals. And his brand of tennis made the final of Roland Garros. Dimitrov Berrettini is the one I'm commentating on later, so really looking forward to that one. And actually, you know, it's a bit of a surprise given that both where they are, you know, originally I think Dimitrov was definitely a wild card. Berrettini, I don't think he was a wild card because they thought he was going to get in, which he got in at the end. But it just shows their standing in the sport, that they're unseeded. They both snuck in right at the end, but they have got a match on centre court, so that's the one I'm really looking forward to, one I'm doing later. And then the Anisimova Madison Keys match. I think they might need ball change every 3 games with that one, Lucy.
Big hitting affair, that one, won't it? And well, I guess Ayala Chiontek, there could be an upset there. Ayala's had a really good grass court season, and she plays well.
And I'm really worried about Jill and Raj. I think we might need to check on them later on today.
Well, we should start this whole show and say happy birthday to Jill Crawash.
Happy birthday to Jill, but both Jill and Raj have predicted Safin to beat Djokovic. So
both of them.
So either well, we need to check in on them tomorrow, or I'll be eating humble pie.
Well, all of our colleagues actually this morning had the comfort and luxury of the IMG suite. Do you think that was a birthday bonus for Jill today?
Definitely, and why not? And Raj's strict instructions that he has to agree with everything that Jill says and does today.
Just for one day only?
Just for one day only.
Okay.
But I've been impressed with him. He's been bringing food for Jill. He went and got her bag, or someone brought up her bag that she'd forgotten. So.
But Tom agrees with everything that you say.
Of course he does.
Yeah.
There's a theme here. Do you agree with everything Marcus says when you're together at home,
no,
getting ready in the morning?
I mean, he says things without thinking, so I'll just have to pick him up on it. But I had a break last night.
Yeah.
I went home last night.
Oh, okay.
So you're feeling fresh.
Refreshed.
No arguments.
No arguments in the car.
We're not going to moan either about our position here because the broadcast roof is sensational. You can look over all of the courts. So if ever you get to have a chance to look up near court 18 at the very top, that's right next to where all of the broadcast centre is. And you get some fantastic views of the whole championships. And on a day like this where it's a little bit cooler, you were mentioning this, Lucy, at the moment, we've got clouds in the sky. It's just taken that closeness out of it, the humidity that we were suffering the last few days.
It has. There's a bit of a cool breeze, isn't there? So it's actually quite pleasant, isn't it? Although I was like, I've worn shorts and a t-shirt. Maybe I'm going to feel a bit cold later. But as you said, I think when the heat starts...
later on, when that starts coming, we'll all be...
Is that when it is? This
Well,
afternoon?
This afternoon, and a very hot weekend forecast
Yeah.
for anyone coming down.
Great.
Yeah, but
Hot and
SW19
humid.
has never known it this hot, I don't think. We've had it consistent, and it looks like it's going to be the whole fortnight, doesn't it?
And, Lindsay, are you setting your alarm clock for Monday morning or not?
I am.
You
So
are?
I'm going to go to sleep, get up, watch England in the World Cup, then go back to bed. That's how I'm going to do it.
So it's definitely not changing. 'cause
It
there
hasn't.
was-
It's still.
It's
yeah,
going to
it's
stay.
Still one.
Yeah, of course. I'll be up watching. You?
I don't think so.
No?
No. I
It's going to be tough though in the
I
altitude.
think because it's going to be tough in the altitude, and
I don't think Mexico have lost there for such a
Haven't
long
they?
time.
That's
How did
such
you
an
find the
advantage,
altitude,
isn't
Luce?
it? Well, I played in the over 50s World Championships 2 years ago in Mexico City. I mean, it's like playing with a golf ball. I mean, fitness-wise, I was okay, but you just couldn't control the ball. I had to resort to serving underarm for the first time in my life. It was horrendous. So, not going to be easy for the boys playing in altitude, particularly against a team that are comfortable with it.
I remember the first time that I arrived in La Paz. So I was playing
It's very high.
the South American junior trip there. It was 10 weeks. Thankfully, I didn't play in La Paz, but I flew into La Paz and I got off the plane. I mean, it's the highest city in the world, capital city in the world, I
Yeah.
believe. I couldn't barely breathe.
Oh.
So it is so tough if you've just come from sea level.
A funny exchange that I spotted on X, because we know how public Liam Gallagher is with his quotes. And he said, I don't know what all the big deal is about this attitude with the Mexicans, because every time I've gone there, they've been lovely. And someone said, it's the altitude. Liam, the altitude. We should speak about birthdays as well on our social media topic today. Because of Jill Craybash, she has inspired us. Who do we all share birthdays with? I'm going to get you started. I'm on the 23rd of April, which is the day that Shakespeare was born and died. A couple of other people I can think of on the 23rd of April. Gigi Hadid, Steph Houghton, the former England captain for the Lionesses. How about you, Lisa? Do you know?
Slash, Guns N' Roses. That's quite a good
Ooh,
one. And
yeah.
Daniel Radcliffe,
So what date is that?
23rd of July.
Barry,
Most important person in my life.
your
My
wife?
wife.
Ah, so you both have the same birthday?
Same birthday.
Fantastic.
I know.
And
And
I know people.
Is that
I never
good
get taken
or
out for
not?
dinner.
I know people who've had children on their birthday. I mean, what a way to spend your birthday.
I know, I don't know, is that a good thing or not? You have to treat her, or is it a joint
She's going to
thing?
say I
or-
don't treat her.
She is. And you're going to say she doesn't treat you. We've had quite a few messages on this. Ayla has got in touch. I share my birthday the 5th of May with Alcaraz, Sabalenka, Chris Eubanks and Jamie Munar. There you go. That's
So Alcaraz and Sabalenka on the same day.
I didn't know that.
That's brilliant.
And Luna.
Is it
a lot of
Serena
tennis
and Federer?
players.
Is it Serena and Federer on the same day? Have I made that up?
There are two
Might
big
have.
ones. Serena's shares with someone. I don't know whether it's Federer. We've got Sean, who's also got in touch with us to say, I share my birthday with two great sports stars, John McEnroe and Valentino Rossi.
Oh.
And then in brackets, as well as Christopher Eccleston, just to let us know. Listening from Wales, and we'll be cheering on Berrettini later. Berrettini's got a lot of fans. I'm not commenting any more on that. I'm sure it's just for the tennis.
I
You-
have made it up, by the way.
You have
don't,
made it
They
up.
don't.
She shares a birthday
Yeah.
with someone very famous. but I
There is, yeah.
Send your emails to radio@aeltc.com. Who do you share your birthday with? Maybe from the tennis world, the sporting world. That would be great to hear from you. At Wimbledon Radio on X and Instagram, it's at Wimbledon Radio Channel. You can, of course, as well find us on TikTok. You can see what we're up to behind the scenes and some of the famous faces that we've been speaking to. There is a sporting theme this weekend. We've got US sports stars today, and then we always know about Sporting Saturday. There will be more sporting names in the Royal Box, I'm told, tomorrow as well if you're heading down to Wimbledon. A reminder, you can join us every day during the championships from 10 a.m. until the close of play. We'll be on air across our 3 dedicated channels, bringing you discussion, build-up and live commentary. Listen to us on the website. You can listen via wimbledon.com, on the official app of the championships, in the local area, 87.7 FM. And if you are listening from the United States, SiriusXM and SiriusXM app is where you can find us. We should reflect a little on yesterday, because some huge names going on, marching on, like Djokovic and Sinner through, Sabalenka winning, Coco Gauff just about through in 3 sets, and a convincing win for Osaka as well, and Felix Auger-Aliassime. But Medvedev crashed out. I mean, first of all, your reaction to that, Barry, Medvedev going out. What did you think?
A, I was surprised, and B, I was shocked that he was a break-up in the first, I think he was a break-up in the second, and I think he served for the third twice against someone in Struff, who I think only broke Nakashima for the very first time at 5-4 in the fifth. So I think it was something like 27 consecutive service holds for Nakashima against Struff. So, yeah, I mean, Struff has had some big wins in the past. Not just on the grass, but I was surprised that Medvedev lost that, and in the way he lost it.
Lucy, I was on number 1 court yesterday. Coco Gauff, it's the second time she's made a big deal of that second set. You know, it went to 3 in the end. She could have wrapped that match up yesterday, probably over an hour earlier. Do you think there's something going on there with the mindset, the emotions that we talk about with her that spill over sometimes?
Not the emotions. I mean, it was the forehand. I mean, she had an absolute shocker off that wing. I mean, it had no clue where it was going at all. One went directly behind her into the front row. She had a couple off the frame that with the return, and I mean, she resorted to using the slice. I mean, full credit to her, because there's nothing worse when you lose confidence in a shot, and she's trying to swing. And do you want to go to another
I do.
court?
I want to go to a set point for a moment, if I can just hold you there, because Rob Nothman is watching Alex de Minaur on court number 3.
3 set points for the Australians, serving at 40 love, 5-2 up against the American Zachary Svider. And de Minaur has been very much in control in this match. Some good baseline rallies. He's now at the baseline, hitting a backhand down the centre of the court and goes down the line. Beautiful shot from de Minaur. Hits the line to complete that first set in half an hour. He's come through that nice and securely. De Minaur leads by 1 set to love. He's taken it by 6 games to 2.
Thank you, Rob. We have got an Australian journalist coming on the show later. I'm sure Alex de Minaur will be part of that chat indeed. And we've got Ellie Collins, who's our roaming reporter, out and about today. I understand that she's been speaking to some fans.
Well, walking towards the Royal Box, I'm assuming, with Gareth Southgate. Gareth, how excited are you for today?
Yeah, very. We love Wimbledon. Amazing British tradition, so yeah, delighted to be here.
I'm assuming you've been in the Royal Box multiple times before. What's the highlight of being in there?
Well, watching the tennis, absolutely. You
That's definitely got to be one.
You get the best view, you get a real feel of the speed of the game and the power. So, yeah, very much looking forward to that again.
Well, I can't have you with me and not ask you about the World Cup. Obviously, we've got a big game coming up tomorrow or Monday morning here. What are you thinking? What are our chances up there?
No, they're doing, you know, the tournaments are very complicated, and it's about peaking now, really, so I'm sure they're going to do well.
With the altitude, do you think that's something that's going to be an issue for us?
Well, it's a complication, but you know, they'll be well prepared for it, so.
Fingers crossed. Thank you so much for speaking to us, and enjoy the Royal Box.
Thank you.
Great to hear, Ellie. Not just any ordinary fan there, with Gareth Southgate speaking to Ellie Collins, who's out and about around the grounds. Keep an eye out for her. Coming back to what we were talking about, Lucy, about Coco Gauff, just rounding off on that as well. the drop shot, you talk about the forehand, but the drop shot was working really well with her. Did you think that her movement was as good as it has been?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what saves her, the fact that she moves incredibly well along with her mindset and her mentality. As I say, you know, most players, when you have such a flaw like that and you lose confidence in it, you know, they then lose their mind and the frustration comes out. They'll be looking up to their team, and we don't see any of that with Goff. And what she does is she accepts that's what's happening, and then she finds other solutions, ways to be able to deal with it. She was chucking in the serve and volley, she was slicing and moving forward, mixing in the drop shot, and just manages to find a way through, which I think is so impressive, because it's underestimated how difficult that is to do. I mean, Claire Liu played very well. She was nervous at the start, but once she got up and running, she was hitting the ball great, looking to get forward. And you know, I mean, she's had a brilliant run. She too has had her struggles, stepped away from the game for a bit, but is on her way back up. Former player that's been, well, won Junior Wimbledon here, and did she win it or did she lose to Anne Lee? Final or won it, and was almost top 50. So she almost found a way through, and there was a chance for her there given the way that Goff was playing, but she got through again.
Well, reflecting on yesterday, I think the blockbuster, the one that we all have to look forward to now on the women's side, Sabalenka, she won in straight sets. Naomi Osaka as well, so convincing, and now they face each other next, Barry.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting, that one, because you got two of the hardest hitters out there, so it's going to be first strike tennis. Who can get that? Who can serve better? Who can, you know, return stronger? I really like where Sabalenka's at the moment. I think Osaka's someone who never really convinced in herself that she could perform on grass, but that's changing.
I'm going to go over to court 2 because there is a set point for Phil Studd watching Emma Navarro.
Kostyuk has looked razor sharp, goes for the big off forehand return, which is smack on the sideline. That is a magnificent set of tennis from the Ukrainian, the world number 13, who won the Madrid title on the clay this season, beating the French Open champion Mira Andreeva to do so. She's looking to make new ground at Wimbledon in reaching the round of 16 for the first time, and she's well on her way. She's taken the first set here on court 2 against America's Emma Navarro, comprehensively 6-2.
Thank you, Phil. And Rupert Bell's on court 18. We have two Brits in doubles action, but against each other.
Julian Cash playing with Demi Schurz, and Joe Salisbury playing alongside the former US Open finalist Leylah Fernandez. Well, there's just been a set point for Salisbury and Fernandez, but they failed to capitalise. It's on the Julian Cash serve. Obviously expected great things in the men's doubles this week with Lloyd Glasspool, but a very closely fought first set here, and it is now game point to Cash and Schurz to take it to 5-all. Good crowd, as you would expect here, to see the two Brits in action, and as Lucy alluded to, last man standing, Arthur Ferry, from a British singles perspective, is going to be on action here later on this afternoon, and it's a wonderful arena to watch tennis, and I'm sure it'll be pretty raucous. And so it is leveled up at 5-all. The service return from Fernandez goes wide. So we're at 5-all here after just over half an hour. Entertaining mixed doubles, and the crowd enjoying it. Not a seat to be had out here, Lindsay.
We will continue to hop around the outside courts as soon as we have a set point or anything of note. So make sure you stick with us here on Wimbledon Radio Channel. And from 1 o'clock and 1:30, we will have dedicated channels for all of the action on number 1 court and centre court. Novak Djokovic next then. Let's continue our review of yesterday. And did you see all of the footage, Barry and Lucy, of him helping unravel the cover on the court? I mean, he's doing so many things, isn't he, this year, where he's just got that personality and is really engaging with the fans, and he just seems at total ease.
He does. I mean, he does seem relaxed. I mean, there was a moment in his match against Rinderknecht yesterday where he didn't seem in the best of moods, which is something that hasn't been the case in his other rounds. But I think in the end, he did seem to enjoy it. Rinderknecht actually played very well, and as he can, but not quite for long enough there. So I mean, his match against Tsitsipas, that was very impressive. It was a little more difficult yesterday.
It was a long one yesterday.
But still he's managed to get his way through, and yeah, I mean, he is engaging in different areas. What that tells us, I'm not sure.
I commentated on that match yesterday, and Rinniknesh played exceptional for 4 sets. Novak was exceptional for 3 sets. Third set was strange. And I would like to sort of focus on how well Novak played, especially from the start. Came out and was clocking the ball, even the big serves from Rinniknesh. He was wobbling slightly at the beginning of the 4th, Djokovic, having played a poor third set, missed all 5 of his first serves of the opening game. Held. The tiebreak was classic Djokovic in the 4th set. Absolutely made all the first serves, didn't miss a ball, and there was a moment, 5-4 in the tiebreak, when when Djokovic is dialed in, when the point goes long, and you just watching going, he's not going to miss. He's not going to miss. And what he does, he has this ability, as the longer the point goes on, the more he forces his opponent to go closer to the lines. And it's so hard to hit the line at 5-4 in a tiebreak than it is second point of the match. So I think for Djokovic, tennis is looking great. However, what I will say, just a slight concern. He was up 2 sets to love against Royer in Paris, lost the third, was wobbling a bit, won it in 4. Then we know what happened against Fonseca, only the second time in 303 matches that he's lost a match from 2 sets to love up. Although Fonseca did play well, and yesterday he was up 2 sets to love, lost his focus in the third. Now, what I'm saying, it didn't count against him yesterday, but he cannot afford, if he's got, let's say, Jannik Sinner by the throat, he can't afford to let up against Sinner. Now, some people will say, well, he's not going to, because the latter stages of the tournament is going to get more of his attention. I get it, but just a word of caution. But I think in terms of his tennis and fitness, he looks as strong as he's been for 3 years here.
For Sinner, after the first round match, he spoke about, this is my first time really on grass, just getting used to it. Does he look like he's at complete ease now? He's
got better and better. The first 3 sets, I thought, against Kecmanovic, I served great. I mean, I think it's only 2 players who served more aces, and that's Struff and Rinniknesh maybe the only 2 that served more aces than Sinner. Then he recovered 4th and 5th, played well. In his second round match, I thought his level got better, served really well again. However, I think from the back of the court, he hasn't been as good. And I was just looking at his numbers. I think after the second round, he'd only won 49% of his baseline points, which put him around about 30th. I need to update from his match yesterday. Last year, when he won the title, baseline points was 55%. And do you know where he was? First. Ooh. So at the moment, again, we're talking about he's serving great and he's got through his matches. But if we're looking beyond, going deeper into the tournament, I think he's got to improve that. But I think he probably will.
Anyone coming up in that side of the draw, what should they be targeting with him? I mean, it feels like it's going to take something incredible to stop him now.
I'm not sure. I mean, he's not looking like we've seen in the past, where he's invincible at all. He's not having everything his own way. I mean, when Sinner's at his best, I mean, he doesn't miss. He hits the ball ridiculously hard. So, you haven't got many options. It's tough to mix up the rhythm and get forward when he's hitting the ball cleanly with so much pace. The forehand's probably been the wing that has troubled him. That's where the errors have come. He's alluded to that fact as well, that he knows that it isn't where it should be. He's also referenced a few times that he perhaps should have played a warm-up event, so he's not as dialed in as he was last year or has been in the past. So I think there's a few question marks there. The longer he spends time on court, the better he's going to get. It's as simple as that. And I
think that was the risk he took.
Yes.
Of not playing the warm-up tournament, and it makes sense because do you want to play? I mean, the Zverev situation is interesting. So Zverev after Roland Garros, I mean, his week after Roland Garros was hectic. Barely had a time to breathe, barely had a time to eat dinner, let alone. So, because he's got all the demands of his sponsors. Then he goes to Halle, so you still got no rest, because I don't care if you're at a tournament, you're still practicing, you're mentally. So then he loses what on the Thursday, something like that in Halle. That's a couple of days, and he's here and he's here at Wimbledon. So what's better for you? It's a difficult decision, isn't it?
Well,
to,
it is
to take, and I guess we'll find out at the end of the tournament with Yannick whether that was the best decision, that he didn't play, or whether maybe that's something that in future he might feel actually he does need to play two or three matches in Halle. I personally think it was the right thing to do because he had such a busy March, April and May, where he went from Indian Wells to Miami to Monte Carlo to Madrid to Rome. He won all those events. Obviously, we know what happened in Roland Garros, but I think it was more than just the heat of Roland Garros. I think it was just everything that hit him there.
Well, I think his body was shot, wasn't it? So that takes time to recover. When you go through that type of ordeal, you don't just get up the next day and feel fine. It takes a long period of time, plus the concern, which would have been more on the mental side, for them to try and get to the bottom of why he had the issues there. And, the question mark is with the heat as well. I know that he was sort of adamant that it wasn't the heat, but that takes it out of you because he was still out on court finishing that match at Roland Garros. So I think you've got to prioritise, and the priority was his body.
We heard from Rupert Bell earlier. He's on court 18 watching doubles, which includes two Brits, but going against each other. My voice has just completely gone. Julian Cash and Joe Salisbury are the two Brits in action, and I'm sure Jamie Murray, who's on site, might be going to get a glimpse of that match. Ellie Collins has caught up with him.
Well, I'm just walking inside the grounds to Wimbledon with Jamie Murray. Jamie, how excited are you to be here today?
I just got doorstepped by you, so I'm a bit flustered. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tennis. I think Dimitrov Berrettini is going to be a good match. I'm doing that later, actually. But yeah, every day's a good day at Wimbledon, isn't it? Weather's been great.
It's just signing some autographs as he's coming in. Obviously, absolute legend here at Wimbledon. Giving us his takes. Aside from the tennis, Jamie, what is your most underrated part about Wimbledon?
I like the dressing up. I like that, yeah. People go full power here, which is cool. I think just generally like the excitement that everyone has of being here. It's obviously not easy for people to get tickets because you can't buy tickets. It's all done through balloting unless you're obviously going big or going home on the debentures. But it's a great experience. It's such a nice atmosphere around the ground, and a lot of good tennis for people to watch. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm going to be asking all the celebrities that come in today if they could play with any tennis player in the world, who would they choose to play with? If you could play with any celebrity in the world, who would you choose to play with?
Usain Bolt.
Yeah?
Yeah, I want to see him. Well, he's got energy, doesn't he? Charisma, and I want to see how he can move if he can move laterally as well as obviously straight line sprint. Yeah, he'd be good at serve volley.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too bad at that. And then would you join in with his celebration?
100, yeah. We're a doubles team, so there you go.
There you go, Jamie. Have the best day. Thank you so much, and lovely to see you.
That was brilliant. And Barry telling me that he remembers playing tennis with Linford Christie. So do they make good tennis players?
I'm going to ask you a question with Lucy. So many years ago, I played at Bisham Abbey, which at the time was the National Tennis Centre. Linford Christie, of course, a former gold medalist, 100 metres, fastest man on earth at that time. Do you think he was a good mover in tennis or not? Yes or no?
No, because I think it's more straight lines rather than side to side when you're a sprinter.
Lucy?
Definitely not.
Yeah, terrible. He was not good. I mean, it's...
Well, that's it, because they are conditioned to be able to go forward as quick as possible, but not the side movements that you need in tennis.
And I was having a discussion, I don't know if you were in on it that day with Di, about what's the hardest sport.
Yes, I was.
Yeah. I mean, she was putting a case for golf. To me, it's just no comparison. I think tennis is the hardest sport, period. Because
I think the consistency as well in
just
tennis.
The movement, different types of movement, the mindset. Obviously, the golf, I think sometimes it messes with your brain because you've got so much downtime. But with tennis, it's all those decisions you've got to make, thousands and thousands and thousands of decisions. As hard as it is for Usain Bolt, it's the gun goes and you run as fast as you can.
I think there's an element where you either can run fast or you can't. It's a difficult one to teach. That's not to say that through training specifically that he wouldn't be able to adjust. And I mean, I think the other thing with tennis, I mean, obviously golf, they're travelling around the world as well from week to week, different time zones. But they know when their tea time is. In tennis, you've got no clue. If you're following a men's match, you end up warming up about 10 times because you don't know when you're going to be going on. So that adds different elements to it as well.
We have had quite a few reactions to the birthday topic today. Who do you share a birthday with? Let's see how many of these I can get through. So Zane has got in touch via email. You can do the same if you like, radio@aeltc.com. This is all inspired because Jill Crabass, our very own, it's her birthday today. But Zane shares a birthday with Justin Bieber and Kesha, as well as celebrity chef Paul Hollywood. That's the 1st of March. We've got Peggy in the USA. I share a birthday with Pope Benedict, Jimmy Osmond and Taylor Townsend. We don't know what date that is, but thank you very much for letting us know. Barbara from Wisconsin. Happy birthday to Jill, she says. My birthday is January the 5th. The only person that I know I share a birthday with is Alex Bolt, Australian tennis player. We've got an Australian tennis journalist coming on later. There are probably others. I'm sure there are, but I don't follow movies or current music. It's quarter to 5 over there. 68 degrees for Barbara. Let's go to Rupert Bell for a set point on court 18.
An absolute fascinating first round clash in mixed doubles between Julian Clash playing alongside Demi Schuurs against Joe Salisbury and Leylah Fernandez. And it's 5-6 with Fernandez to serve to Cash and Schuurs. It will be Schuurs to receive this Fernandez serve. Really entertaining, hard fought, little margins for error so tight. And actually, well, he's managed to get a good serve out wide to Schuurs, which goes wide. So they change ends here. As they change ends, I'm just going to add to the birthday debate because my birthday is on January the 16th, which is known as National Nothing Day. And it's basically a day where it's an anti-holiday, and basically to deliberately encourage inactivity, idleness, and a total break from structured activities. But sharing birthdays with me include Kate Moss, James May, and the singer Sade, who actually was born on exactly the same day that I was born on January the 16th. But anyway, back to the tennis. Leylah Fernandez at 6-all, serving, and it is Cash to receive. Fernandez goes cross-court. Cash goes again to the backhand of Fernandez, who puts it long and crouches in frustration. And on the tennis front, great to see Joe Salisbury back, because as we know, sometimes tennis can be really grueling, not only physically, but mentally as well. And Salisbury's had certainly a very illustrious doubles career, but just deciding at age 34, just needed to regroup mentally. And it's great to see him back in action here. So lots of good wishes as well, but he's playing alongside the 23-year-old Fernandez. 7-6, Schuurs now serving to Fernandez to wrap this first set up. Out what just goes long to the forehand side of the left-handed Fernandez, who of course was in that epic run to the US Open final that saw Emma Raducanu write her name into tennis history books. And Fernandez backhand to Schuurs with a volley. Actually, Schuurs sends her backhand volley straight into her playing partner. But no damage done. So we're at 7-all, but let's head up to, I think it's court 12 where Mikey Pereira is.
Yeah, got a set point here, Rupert, as Ludmila Samsonova is taking on Marie Buzkova. Samsonova with the set point chance. She's serving at 40-30, 5-4 up in this very tight opening set. Samsonova with a decent serve, but Buzkova's got it back into play, and Samsonova does net, so there goes the set point chance. As we are on to juice. We've been playing for, well, just about 46 minutes here. Samsonova, who has some very good pedigree on the grass courts. 2 of her 5 career titles have come on the grass. Hertogenbosch in 2024 and Berlin a few years ago in 2021. She's making her 5th main draw appearance at Wimbledon. And of course, she reached the quarterfinals last year, losing out to the eventual champion Iga Swiatek at the quarterfinal stage. But she's serving at juice here as she tries to get this first set over the line. A few bounces of the ball here. She's missed the first serve here at juice. A lot of bouncing of the ball. That was more than she has done throughout this set. Maybe just feeling the nerves here. Does get the second serve in. Bushkova gets a reply away, but then a loose forehand from the Czech, and it's a second chance here for Samsonova with a second set point here on court number 12. Intriguing first match of the day. A really good crowd enjoying it here, as it is a second set point chance. Samsonova 5-4 up, trying to secure this set. It's a let, so it will be a chance to serve a first serve again here. Just gets a couple of tennis balls thrown her way, does Samsonova, and she's selected which one she wants to go with now. Leading here, second set point for Samsonova. The forehand cross-court from her. Then she goes down the line. It's Bushkova who's defending at the moment at the back of the court. Bushkova on the stretch. The forehand just about keeps it alive. And Samsonova, with the firepower that she possesses, a forehand of real quality, finds another winner. And she is on her way in this third round encounter. She has taken this first set by 6 games to 4.
Thank you, Mikey. We heard from Rupert Bell on his birthday of nothingness. We were all in hysterics at that because Rupert couldn't have been born on a better day, could he?
Every day.
I imagine that Rupert likes to put his feet up occasionally. We've got more of those. Good morning to the most stylish team from Mariana. Sharing my birthday on December the 14th with King George VI, Nostradamus, Jane Birkin and Michael Owen. What an eclectic mix that is. John McPhee says he shares a birthday. We've had one of these already, so it's a similar birthday because Sean shares birthdays with John McEnroe and Valentino Rossi, 2 great superstars. We have already had someone say about that. I share my April birthday with Mandy Moore, says Mad Hutchak. Tennis-wise, it's the day Agassi reached #1 for the first time. My daughter shares her September birthday with Agatha Christie. In my ear there, which court we're going to? In my ear there, court 18, I'm hearing Rupert Bell has finally got this set wrapped up.
And it's going to be Salisbury to serve and Schurz to receive. And a chance after a really hard-fought 48-minute first set. Out stretch, and that's an excellent serve. And Joe Salisbury with a spring in his step, cheered on by a support staff, gives his friends and family watching on a big fist pump. So, first blood in this very entertaining first round mixed doubles clash to Joe Salisbury and Leylah Fernandez, taking the tiebreak to 7.
Rupert, thank you very much for that update. You are listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. The time right now is 3 minutes past 12.
Check out the Amex experience in the Southern Village, where you can capture cool memories, customise your own tennis ball and send a postcard anywhere in the world. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative, APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
Yes, you are listening to the Wimbledon radio channel, where we have dedicated commentary from #1 court from 1 o'clock and centre court from 1:30. And this channel where we bring you updates from all of the outside courts. We're going to do that right now and start with Phil Studd on court number 2.
Hello again, Lindsay. I'm watching Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine, French Open semi-finalist, Madrid champion of this season, up against a player she's never beaten before, Emma Navarro of the United States. But Kostyuk determined to reverse that trend today. Certainly in the first set, she was outstanding. She hits the ball in a very heavy fashion. She strikes early. She really goes for her shots, and she had too much for Navarro to handle. Broken twice, Navarro. The set point claim with a brilliant off backhand return winner. This second set is rather more competitive, though, and Navarro is well known for being a very resilient, very durable player. She's had her health problems this season. She's missed 3 months on the tour, but when she returned, she won a title in Strasbourg, and she did have love 30 just now on the Kostyuk serve, but wasn't able to make that advantage pay. Kostyuk won 4 points on the bounce, and so she's edged back in front in set 2 in her bid to move through without need of a decider. The winner of this will play either Ashlyn Kruger of the United States or the player who knocked out Elina Svitolina, former semi-finalist here, Daria Snigor, in the 4th round. And at the moment, it's Kostyuk, having dominated that first set, taking it 6-2, is leading on serve 4-3 in the second. 2 minutes short of an hour's play here on court number 2, Lindsay.
What a great championship so far Kostyuk is having, and we heard from Sandra, her coach, earlier on in these championships on Wimbledon Radio Channel. Rob Noffman is on court number 3.
And I'm watching Alex de Minaur involved in a really interesting second set here against the American Zachary Svider. De Minaur breezed through the first set 6-2, much the better player, looked completely in control, and then had a break of serve in the first game of the second set, and things very much seemed to be following the script. But at that moment, Svider really did step up his game, and he broke back, and now he has another break point at 2-3. De Minaur serving, and Svider puts a forehand into the net. That was a real chance there, but it's Svider who leads by 3-2 in the second set. De Minaur 1 set up.
Rob, no, it's Barry here. Question on De Minaur. I was just looking at his numbers, and he leads the tournament so far in return games won, as he does on return second serve, and also baseline points won. He's leading. So how are all those parts of his game working today?
Well, they seem to be working extremely well in that first set. I don't think he's had the toughest draw so far. I watched him play Burachaga in the first round, and he just looks very much at home with his game. As we know, he's razor sharp and so brilliant around the court. But everything does seem to be working well. He's just come through that little mini crisis there, holding his serve. We're at 3 games all. I think he would be good value for ending that run of his, certainly, of never getting beyond a Grand Slam quarter-final. And that, I imagine, Barry has been hanging around his neck for quite some time.
And birthday, Rob? Who do you share yours with?
Well, I share it with a fellow midfield maestro, Andrea Pirlo. There are so many similarities in my game to Pirlo's game when he was at his best. And also because I am probably, or I was, one of her biggest fans, Victoria Wood, the comedian. She was just wonderful and departed the world far, far too early, but also born on May the 19th. And one last person, Lizzie, or Lindsay, I should say. I'm getting my Lindsay's.
It's because you were about to mention Izzy, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
And our social media queen, Izzy, also is a May the 19th. And I'm afraid by mentioning that, I got my tongue tied and I called you Lizzie. Apologies, Lindsay.
You are forgiven, always, Rob Noffman. Thank you very much. Continue to give us yours. Who do you share a birthday with? That's our social media topic today. Get in touch with us at Wimbledon Radio or on Instagram, Wimbledon Radio Channel. Our first guest is joining us to talk about the Brits, or should we say Brit, that's left here at the championships this year. Rob Maul, Associate Features Editor for The Sun. Thank you for joining us again this year. I mean, a busy one in some respects, but not as busy as you thought, I imagine.
I mean, I've been at Wimbledon for 2007, and I can't recall a day like day 1 when 10 Brits all lost. And it was quite disastrous from a British perspective, wasn't it? They were all falling very quickly. So the very fact we have someone in by Saturday is quite lucky, really, when you consider they could have all gone out the first couple of days. So, yeah, Arthur Ferry, court 18, flying the flag for Britain. Let's hope it's not being lowered come this evening, come tea time.
What do you think it is, having watched for the last few years, that hasn't worked as well this year for the Brits?
Bad draws, to be fair to them. I think there were some really tough draws. I think you always expect, but I think Norrie I was disappointed about losing to Michael Shen. I mean, he's a 26 seed, losing to a qualifier. Katie Bolter as well played on the Tuesday. She lost to a qualifier, so I expected them to progress. I felt Dan Evans should have got a wild card. It would have been good for him to get one, I think. Obviously, Raducanu and Draper both being out injured, such a disappointment, especially if Draper's fit. He really could have had what a match that would have been against Taylor Fritz. And Emma could have potentially played Sabalenka. in round 3 had she got through. So I think it started really disappointingly with those 2 injury withdrawals, and I think it's been quite a difficult week for the Brits, Barry. I mean, what do you think in terms of the... Do we expect them to have done better, or were they really, really tough draws?
I think they were really tough draws. I think, in all fairness, that a lot of them I thought would be difficult. Even Ashley Bolter, I thought Katie's draw against Grant, who is a qualifier, she's good. And keep an eye on the young Italian. Probably the one I was surprised about was Norrie. I thought Norrie would win that. However, I think he's lost his last 6 matches. I mean, we sort of briefly got into the discussion the other day with Wilkes. I think there is a wider issue, personally, in terms of, are we getting enough numbers through? We've got a lot in the men, between 100 and 200, but that's the pathway of American University. I think that, for me, is absolutely the way we should be going. Maybe not as many in the women yet. And I think beneath Mimi Zhu, Hannah Klugman, and Stolazovic, I always struggle pronouncing her name.
Yeah. She's playing the juniors, actually,
yeah.
Mika.
Lucy can help me, which I think is a great decision, that she's playing the juniors. I think is a bit of a concern below that. But that's nothing new. We've said that quite a few times. But the American University, the pathway, that for me is really encouraging for the men.
Lucy, pathway, is that a big issue?
It's a huge issue. I think, nothing's directed at the players that played here, but we're struggling. The guys that are doing well, I don't think that's through our system at all. They've taken the college route, which is the right route now for both the men and the women with how the college setup is now. You've got the ability, you can get money to go to college. You only have to actually do 1 term and then you can go pro. But I think that's the route the players have to take. It gives them more time to develop physically and mentally, which is important. Then when they finish and come out of college, whether that's after 1 or 2 years or the full 4 years, they've got money to be able to fund and support their first few years playing as a pro. Physically, they're more developed. Mentally, they're more developed. They're ready to then go. They can play a lot of matches through the college system with the team matches, but also a lot of the colleges now allow the players to actually go and play some of the pro events. So the player that I'm helping has already played. She started in January. She's been able to play 5 events out in the States, supported by one of the college coaches. Then obviously comes back through the summer, will play about 5 or 6 events, and then similarly when she goes back she can mix in some events. So they're actually able to play probably about 15 events along with the college matches. They've got the time to develop mentally and physically. So that is definitely the route. I do think the LTA should be supporting them more. I know Mark Hilton covers the boys and Jeremy Bates covers the women, but I think there needs to be more support with them. It's tough to play in this country. If you're not one of the top few, you're not funded. They don't even have bases, a lot of the players.
I was just going to say, is it the volume of matches that they seem to play, these college students, do you think? They're just playing week in, week out.
So important to play matches. I
the hard school of knocks,
I actually think junior tennis, they play too many matches.
All right. As the body's developing.
At a young age, some of the matches, looking at 9-10-year-olds, they've already played 1,000 matches. It's just.
I don't think it's just
shocking,
that with the college. It's the fact that a lot of the players, when they come out of the juniors, they're not ready to go, because as a junior you can jump quickly. In your last year as juniors you go up anyway because you lose an age group, so your ranking moves up, and then when they go pro, and if they go pro out of juniors, it's unbelievably expensive to do that. There's Alcaraz, Goff, that shouldn't be a blueprint. Yeah. You've got to churn it out through the futures out in Charm or out in Monastir in Tunisia. You're not earning any money. You're not winning as many matches as you would do as a junior. You just can't jump. So actually having the chance, as I say, to develop your game, to mentally be able to grow up and mature and have a little bit of a normal life before they're ready to go. They come out of college and much more mature, and we've seen that is the pathway. I'd like to see us do it in this country, but that's not something that the LTA believe or agree with, because I think we could maybe be a bit more specific. Yes, you wouldn't have the amount of colleges, but they can then in this country, whereas it's a little bit more
those
difficult.
Universities with the great facilities. There's Bath University,
well, you've got
there's
that,
Loughborough University.
but the difference between the GB and the US, in the US they've got exams and tests, so it's difficult to take weeks off, whereas they have their exams in this country at the end of the term, so they can go off and play the events that we've got here.
So when you've mentioned that, Lucy, what's been the feedback from it?
Firstly, I don't think they agree with it or see that as a pathway. I think the financial side, they've talked about that. There's a pro scholarship program where the top players are funded in this country and their philosophy is to have a team around them, one-on-one coach. I think that money should get put into the university setups. I think there's twofold. A, we can keep the players here and then develop them, and they're in a setup with the university. They can still play enough matches, as I say, because they are able to play the British matches as well as, if we started with maybe 4 universities, there would be some competition there. So you can keep the players here, so you can keep more of an eye on them. It also helps develop a pathway for coaches, because then you can put a number of coaches in those universities. It's tough being a coach in this country, and a lot of the players that go out to American university, if they don't come back and go pro, they actually stay in the States and coach over there. So we don't get those guys coming back into our system, which is a problem as well. We're struggling for coaches in this country.
Just before we focus on Arthur Ferry, last Brit standing, I do want to ask you from a publication point of view, because you've obviously been writing about the Brits for many years here at Wimbledon, and I imagine from a readership perspective that gets you a bigger audience most of the time. Who have you been relying on in the absence of the Brits this year to be getting your numbers through?
Well, I mean, the World Cup, Lindsay, can't be ignored, can it? You've got a big tournament going on, and potentially England still in the tournament, at least until Monday morning. So I think no Alcaraz, bit of a disappointment. You walk outside of Wimbledon Station, there's a huge image of Carlos Alcaraz advertising a water drink. So I think Sinner Djokovic, that collision course will be good. Osaka Sabalenka, it's going to be a cracking match. There's not been a lot of news stories that have come out of Wimbledon this year. Not a lot of racket smashed or fines. Serena is a big story if she plays, of course, today. That has helped. I think the comeback of Serena, and fascination about how she's going to play as well. All roads lead to New York, don't they? I think this is all part of her comeback to singles at Flushing Meadows. So I think Serena's certainly helped. Carlos is a big loss, I think. But we'd like to see the Igas and the Sabalenkas really get to the latter stages. I'd like to see Anna Samova have a good run as well, given what happened in the final 12 months ago. It'd be really good if he could have a really deep run, I think. And how she's bounced back from that disappointment.
Finishing on Arthur Ferry as well. We'll come back for that in just a moment, because the set point, court 2, Phil Studd.
This match is turning around. It was all Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine in the first set, Lindsay, which she took in just over half an hour, 6-2, but she's been broken. And Emma Navarro of the United States, the tournament winner this season, has the chance to take this match all the way. 5-4 advantage, hits a cross-court backhand into the net, goes Marta Kostyuk. And Navarro, who has won all 4 of her previous meetings against the Ukrainian, 2 of which came on the grass last year, has been rewarded for her tenacity, her resilience, qualities for which she is well known, and she has gradually turned the tide in this match. And so we are going to a third and deciding set, Navarro taking the second by 6-4.
Phil, thank you. And just to finish off with Rob Maul, who's our guest, speaking about the Brits, Arthur Ferry, as you mentioned, in action later on court 18 today. I know as a features editor you'll have done a lot into the background of Arthur. Can you tell us a little bit more about his story?
Yeah, I mean, he was born in Paris suburb, represented France to about 11 or 12. Then moved to Wimbledon, went to King's College School, so he's a local lad. He can walk home every night. His mum played at the Paris French Open, doubles, Olivia. His dad's a very successful businessman, was owning a football club in France as well. And he's 5'9", so he's obviously having to learn and craft his way against the giants of these games. And probably you've seen, Barry, the way he plays, that he has to adapt and maybe come to the net a bit more as well. He's been getting nosebleeds which is the last couple of weeks. We wrote about this morning. We spoke to one of his coaches. It's something that after Wimbledon they're going to investigate medically to see why is he getting these nosebleeds. What is it? Anxiety? Is it pressure? What can be done to stop this, basically? And he is someone who was at Stanford University as well, very bright bloke as well. So he's come through the US college system, and he played last year, didn't he? Played Medvedev, I think, 12 months ago. So he's sort of come through, hasn't he, Arthur Ferry, this year? And be interesting to see how he deals with the pressure and the expectation if he was to win today. And do they put him on centre court? Because we've not had a Brit on centre court this week. Probably the first time this century that it's happened. So be interested if he does win, where do they put him?
Just before we get your answer, Rob Nothman on court 3, set point.
Well, a set point, and we're at deuce in the game with de Minaur serving at 4-5. He just had to come through a set point against him there for the American Zachary Svider. I'm hesitating because Svider's passing shot went to Hawkeye there, and the decision just went in favour of de Minaur. So we're back at deuce, but Svider, the American, has been playing some excellent tennis in this game. One forehand winner on the run, probably the best winner I've seen at Wimbledon so far this week, and he's really making de Minaur raise his game. So de Minaur now serving from this end, 4-5. He has the advantage. Let's just see whether he can level up this second set at 5-all. He took the first set 6-2, and at that stage was very much in control against Zachary Svider, the 23-year-old from the United States. But the American has definitely come back into the match in this second set, has played some outstanding tennis, most of it from behind the baseline. But de Minaur now serving to try and level up this second set. We've been playing for an hour and a quarter. Forehand down the line by de Minaur. Now he's playing a backhand from the centre of the court. He's out wide with a backhand cross court, but the American is there. Slice now by de Minaur. Another of these wonderful baseline rallies. There's that whipped forehand from Svider, trying to open up the court, but he nets another forehand, and so the Australian has come through a tough little spell in that service game. He survived a set point, and we're now at 5 games all in this second set, with de Minaur leading by 1-0.
And we'll be making our way around those outside courts again for another update in just a few moments. Just finishing off our chat about Arthur Ferry then. Lucy, Barry, after what Rob said, giving you a bit of more background there, just going to give you a final word today on his chances.
I think he's got a chance. I mean, I think actually he was asked about what court he wanted to play on, whether that was once court 1 and centre court was taken out of the equation. I think he chose to go on court number 18 because he's been out there, which I think it's more intimate out there. You're more comfortable with it. I mean, you know, he's playing really well. I think he had an arm injury which kept him out of the game for a while, and I think that allowed him to actually reflect on his career. And then since then, just speaking to Olivia, I know his mum well, she talked about he almost then just picked things up and started to really become more professional, more attention to detail, and really wanted to make the most of his career. And we've certainly seen that. Started the year well, qualified at the Aussie Open and won a round there, and very talented player, and really understands how to get the best out of his game.
Hey, it reminds me so much of Dan Evans. Rob was saying, you know, Dan's small in stature, so you've got to find other ways to be able to make life difficult for taller and stronger opponents. But yeah, I really like his style, and I felt he looked really comfortable at Queen's, just with everything, just the environment, and I think he's got a great chance today. However, Zizou Bergs is one of those players. He's streaky and he's hot at the moment. He's just won that title in Eastbourne, and he's got a really good game for grass. So I think Ferry has definitely got a chance, but I would probably just edge it with Bergs. It could be one of those. It's a 5-setter.
I said Medvedev last year, but it was actually 3 years ago he played Medvedev on his debut. That's why I was getting a bit confused. Okay. But just two more things. Bergs was named after Zinedine Zidane, Zizou. That's where it came from. His mum and dad thought he was a girl. when he was a boy. His dad won the case and managed to call him Zizou after Zinedine Zidane, because even though they're Belgium, they were big football fans. And I just wonder if you could help me with some puns. We've got like fairy tale, maybe King Arthur. I'm just trying to think. Last pom standing.
Oh,
I might need a bit of inspiration.
Well, I think you guys have got the expertise in that area
wondered,
of the
maybe
sun,
just have a
right?
think during the course of the day.
Don't look at me. That's for sure.
There might be something we
Lucy?
can think of, maybe.
On the spot there. No, I quite like that. King Arthur. Let's go with that. If he wins, obviously.
If he wins. Yeah. Rob Maul, Associate Editor for Features at The Sun. Thank you very much for joining us. And I can also say goodbye to you both as well. Thank you for your company for the last hour or so. Lucy Arl and Barry Cowan. We're going to go for an update around the courts. We've got commentators on court number 2, court number 3, 12 and 18. Where would you like me to begin? Court 12, why not? Let's go over to Mikey Pereira.
Yeah, it's intriguing at the moment, Lindsay, here on court 12. Of course, that the first set did go the way of Samsonova up against Marie Bushkova. Samsonova winning the first set 6-4. There's been some really close and long games to kick off this second set, and we're still on serve. Bushkova leading 2-1. Samsonova is 40-30 up here, trying to level things up. Both these players have been to the quarterfinals here in the past. Samsonova as recently as 12 months ago when she lost out to Iga Swiatek in that quarterfinal. Bushkova, well, you have to go back to 2022 when she had her run to the last 8 here at Wimbledon. She lost out to Ons Jabeur that year, but this is a matchup that has been very tight. We thought it might be. And the Czech at the moment just having a little word with her coaching team, trying to find some answers of what to do to try and ruffle the feathers of Samsonova, who has so much power to her game. She's hit a fair amount of winners so far. Bushkova has kept things tight at her end, though. Just the 4 unforced errors from the Czech throughout. So it's an intriguing clash of styles here. And I'll send it over to court 18 and Rupert Bell.
Yeah, it's entertaining first-round mixed doubles match. The story, tale of the tape so far. First set going to Salisbury and Fernandez, winning it on a tie-break. But then we had an interesting start to the second set with 2 breaks of serve. And now we're back on track with Schur serving, playing alongside Julian Cash. Up 15-all, 3-all. Salisbury and Fernandez were 2-love down, but then they won the next 3 games, breaking back in the process to level it up in this second set. Intriguing, very entertaining, lots of good classic sort of mixed doubles rallies, which is entertaining what is a full court 18. So midway through the second set here, Salisbury and Fernandez having taken the first set, 3-all in this second set, Lindsay.
Thank you, Rupert. I am now joined by Olga Savchuk and Peter Mercato. Welcome both along to Wimbledon Radio Channel for the next hour or so. And it is great to see you both, first of all.
It is lovely to be up here on the roof. I haven't done this show for a long, long time. It is great to be back, great to be working with you, great to be working with you, Olga. We've got an Aussie takeover coming up.
There is an
fantastic.
Aussie takeover. Should we warn everyone? We've got Dee Manor playing at the moment. We've got Paul Walsh, who's an Australian journalist, joining us as well. Hello, Paul.
Good morning, everybody. Listen, it's great to be up here, as Peter said.
Afternoon, mate. Come on.
I'm sorry about that.
You know the time?
It was the Aussie barbecue last night. So
it was. So just to explain, so we've a few social gatherings that we sort of swan off to, but Tennis Australia have a house that they rent out each year, so all the top, you know, TA people, but they host a barbecue, which has been a tradition that goes back to the John Newcombe days in sort of the 70s, where he just said, right, let's get all the Aussies together. So this thing has become massive. So all the good and great of Australian tennis or associates and hangers-on go to this thing just up the road. It was a lovely evening.
And did they put a shrimp on the barbie?
Yeah, and how come you got invited?
Oh, I love this. Has started early, firing shots early.
That's spending too much time with Marcus.
Yeah, after we got over the disappointment of the other sport, it was lovely. It was wonderful, Swara, wasn't it?
So I take it from that we are just glancing over World Cup chat. And
What
we're
was
just
the
keeping
other
focused on
sport?
tennis.
No, we are looking actually at the Grand Prix tomorrow, where Oscar Piastri is going to do very, very well, knock over your 4 Brits.
And the Women's World Cup on Sunday at Lord's will knock you over there too, so we'll console ourselves with more winning.
You've got those hits in early. Thankfully, I can go to Rob Nothman for a quick break on court 3.
And a set point against the Australian Alex de Minaur, serving here at 5-6. He's already saved 1 break point in extraordinary circumstances because he'd slipped managed to get back up and still win the point. And now a second chance for Zach Svider of the United States to level up this match at 1-set-all. It's been an enthralling second set. Here's Svider with a big forehand into the corner, and de Minaur goes long. And well played, the American here. He was swept away in the first set, which de Minaur took by 6-2, but he's come back really strongly in this second set. And what a match we have here on the number 3 court. De Minaur and Svider are level at 1-set-all.
Thank you, Rob. That's not the update that Paul and Peter were wanting, but bit of reaction.
Absolutely. That's the first set he's lost for the tournament so far. He won the first 3 in straight sets. Yeah, that's a surprise at the moment. Let's see if he can regain a little bit of composure and get back into it.
Well, Svider had a really good Roland Garros. That was kind of the, I'm announcing that I'm here. Actually beat an Aussie along the way there too. So he went through a couple of good rounds too, had some really strong performances, keeping it going here. Now ensconced in the world's top 100. We keep saying that about American players. What is there, about 50 inside the top 100, men's and women's? But yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me as much, knowing what Svider's bringing to the table here. We know that, you know, this is a chance for de Minaur, isn't it? Like with the way that the draw is set out, but yeah, he always has this tricky match that he has to navigate his way through, and there's been a lot of times where he hasn't been able to do that.
Svider doesn't mind taking an Aussie scalp either. He took Popperin and Walton at the French Open. Right. And obviously has a bit of a taste for the Aussies. So it could be very interesting out there on court number 3.
We were hearing from Barry Cowan earlier on about some of the stats related to de Minaur and just how well he's performing in some of the certain shots in particular. So have you noticed that there has been, up until this point in this latest update that we just had, that there had been an upturn in some of his shot percentages? Yeah,
listen, he's the most consistent player almost on the tour, because he's ranked 5. He's never got past a quarter-final at a Grand Slam, but he's always presenting. He still hasn't got the weapon. No one walks out onto court and says, oh, I've got to watch out for de Minaur, and here's fill in the blank. He still hasn't got that weapon. His weapon is moving around the court and being able to run down shots and do whatever. And he hasn't lost any of that. I just don't think, though, that there is still that one thing that he can hang his hat on and say, well, listen, if I get that backhand right, if I get this right or whatever, I can get this guy. So let's see what he can do. But I just think it's his all-round court persona that gets him through many of the times.
Olga, in order to go higher and to potentially get to that final, does he need that one thing, the fill in the gap?
Yeah. You will have to, unless the draws massively opens up, and you still, I'm a big believer, you still need a bit of luck during Grand Slam, because it's a 2-week tournament. A lot of things can go wrong or right. So yeah, it's you need a bit of luck if you don't have massive weapon.
I remember he was slated, was it last year before, to play Djokovic? That was quarter-final, and that was his big chance because he was playing so well, and then he got injured in the round before, and it was that race against time. Yeah, and that was a moment. That was the big chance, because he's been that player that's been, hey, good, cement himself inside the world's top 10, but like we saw with Zverev and a few of the other players, he just kind of gets stuck at this quarter-final level. He hasn't been able to take that next step, and it's a generations going past you now. So it is the Sinner and the Alcaraz and those players who are now going past him as well, sitting at the top of the game.
Do we have to look at it and say, though, he's reaching his potential, in fact, probably going a bit above his potential if he ever made a semi-final, and so the guy's doing as best he can. Have we got too high an expectation on his ability, given the sort of game that he plays, that, listen, he's doing the best he very can.
Yeah, I think he's, like, you wouldn't say overachieving, but yeah, he's doing the best he can. Yeah.
Tim Henman to a certain degree. Tim could always, get up there and be in the quarters and the semis, but, always found the next step difficult, but he was getting the best out of himself. I think de Minaur is getting the best out of himself. It's just that these other guys are a bit better.
Is this you then, as a nation, pinning all of your hopes on him now when you look at the state of Australian tennis, when you're doing your reporting on Australian independent radio news? Is it de Minaur that everyone's wanting to hear about now? Is it him that's getting all of the column inches as well back at home?
We've got one player in the top 20. We've got one player in the top 50. We've got 4 men in the top 100. He's the only one we've got to hang our hat on at the moment. Go back 12 months ago, before this tournament started, Alexei Popyrin was in great form. I think he was seeded last year at the tournament. He's just fallen right back now. He's just fallen out of the top 100. The others coming through, the age profile of some of the ones coming through aren't conducive to looking forward in the future of some that we can say is the heir apparent to De Minaur or can support De Minaur in the top 20 or whatever. So there's a bit of work to be done on the men's side. The women's side, don't even go there because, again...
Kasatkina yesterday, number one.
Yeah, she was the only one left. And the state of Australian tennis at the moment, I think we need to really look at development. Why have the Americans got so many in the top 100? The Italians, go through them all. Now, you could say the college system in America, fine.
We were just having this chat about the Brits, actually, just a few moments ago,
And, the Italians, I don't think a lot of them go to the college system, but they're right up amongst it. We've got to look at our development. We're miles behind.
No, but I have to add, for Australians, I have to say massive difference between any other nations. They live so far, the homes are so far away. Yes, they do have some bases in States, I know in Europe, but it's not home. So it's so rare that you have a chance to go back home, and it plays such a big role if you don't see your family. I mean, over so much on the road. Yeah.
But we've been here before, though. I mean, the Leighton Hewitt years, where he was the figurehead, and it was always we get to this stage, first week of the tournament, and all of a sudden it's like, who's left? Oh, Leighton. Leighton will keep going, and Sam Stosur to a degree, for some of the majors as well. So there's usually been that one or two player that we've had, and the others, we'll try and build that volume. The thing about French, the Italians, and the Americans is the depth. So, the French don't necessarily have the figurehead right at the very top of the game, but they've just got so many players who are just thereabouts there. But they have more tournaments. They're able to develop quickly because they can play all around Europe. And as you say, Olga, the Aussies have to travel. We only have 6 months a year where we will play challenges and things in Australia, and then you have to spend your time here. It's a massive expense. It's a massive gamble that you take.
But I think that's why actually Italian tennis is blooming right now, because I know that a few years ago the federation, they decided to invest money in those low-ranked tournaments where players can play all throughout the year and don't spend money to go outside. And I think that's why they get that depth now, and I think that's what Australia also missing. It's not so many tournaments.
And Alex is trying to invest back into the sport too. I know he's working with a whole bunch of aspiring juniors and saying, come over and spend time with me here in Europe. We'll go to training camps. I'll keep tabs on how you're going. So, they are thinking about the next generations coming through too.
So when does the Barty effect come into play? Or is there going to be a Barty effect at all? Because should we be seeing it by now? Or are we going to wait another 4 or 5 years until we see the euphoria that she set up through her time coming through onto the courts?
When you look at your juniors, because clearly there's some concern there about the filter down, but who are you pinning your hopes on? Emerson
Jones is the one, I think, in the women's. Her 2 introductions to Grand Slam tennis, wildcards in both the Australian Open and the French Open. The wild card for the Australian Open, her first round was the eventual winner in Elena Rybakina, and at Roland Garros, her first round opponent was the Queen of Clay, Iga Swiatek. So she had very tough introductions to the tennis. Unfortunately, she couldn't get through the qualifiers here. But she turns 18 next week, so an 18-year-old should now be making some progress within the open ranks and doing. If she's going to do something, she's the one I think that we need to be concentrating on at the moment and just seeing what she can do.
There's a Hewitt playing, Cruz Hewitt's playing in the boys singles, Leighton's son. So not sure how he's going to fare, but he's been sort of straddling that line as players tend to do between playing junior tournaments and then playing on the main tour, so playing challenges and ITFs and things like that. So, maybe that Barty effect comes in with someone like Emerson Jones, and we have that one figurehead, and then we start to develop the talent underneath that too, because there is talent there. It's just how high up the rankings are.
Maya Joint looked
Maya Joint,
good.
obviously. Yeah. The other one, I mean, what she was able to do against Serena the other day was fantastic. I mean, she hasn't had the greatest of years, obviously. We've been talking about that, but it's done so well to get her ranking up and really to make that push. And the other thing is time. The players, if you're talking about 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 22-year-olds, they've just got so much time now to develop.
Talia Gibson, of course, had a really good run there for a couple of weeks, knocking off some top 10 players, moved her ranking right up. I tell you what knocked the stuffing to a certain degree out of our women was the Billie Jean King Cup, whereby we were out-and-out favourites with the team that we put together compared to what the Brits were bringing over, a reasonably inexperienced team. The girls got wiped off the floor, and I think that took a bit of confidence away from them as well, because they were the favourites on that one and just couldn't see it through.
Yeah, so we're being nice to you, Lindsay. Why'd you bring that up for?
Well, touché, I think we say. Don't we, Olga?
Yes.
Yes. We've been dominated by the Australian chat. Paul, thank you so much for coming in and talking to us. Just on the looking forward element, when the draw opens up, we will obviously see how this finishes with de Minaur. Rob Nothman giving us updates from his match. But say he gets through this one. Oh, 1 second, match point. Court 18, Rupert Bell watching doubles.
Joe Salisbury, Leila Fernandez, 40 love on their set, 5-4 up. Have managed to, well, break back in this set and then get another break. And now Salisbury serves and clinches it with an ace. And great to see Joe Salisbury through to the second round here. Being given a big cheer as he puts out Julian Cash and Danny Schurz. Playing, as I say, alongside Leila Fernandez. Very entertaining match of just shy of 90 minutes. Salisbury and Fernandez through to the second round, 7-6, 6-4.
Paul, just to say, if de Minaur does get past Schweder, how is the draw opening up on that side, and where do you think the biggest test will come?
Well, he's got either Kachanov or Kaboli, I think, in the next round. Both quarterfinalists last year here at Wimbledon. So that's not going to be an easy match at all. Obviously, Ben Shelton going out has opened it up to him to a certain degree. Again, like we said in the French, this is probably the biggest opportunity he's going to have to be able to make an impression. He maintains grass as his best surface. He's pretty comfortable at the moment. He's pretty relaxed after each match and seems to be in a pretty good frame of mind. Again, I think his aim is semi-finals. Forget about the quarterfinals. Let's make, quarters is his bread and butter. It's got to be a semi-final and then see how it goes after that.
He's also got Grigor Dimitrov, Matteo Berrettini in this section of the draw. So, that will be a tricky one for him too. And then obviously looking at some of the other favoured players like Taylor Fritz. Fritz and Zverev and Lehechka, these players in this particular section who are all doing the same thing. They're all eyeing it up and going, there's no Carlos Alcaraz in this section of the draw. This is our chance. Let's cash in while we can. So, but he's got to get through this one first.
Absolutely.
And then Khachanov or Kaboli, that'll be the big one. That for me is the one. If he is able to get through today, you circle that one and go, if you can get through that, then you might be okay.
He's got good records against both of them, of course. I think he's 2-2 against Khachanov and 2-0 against Kaboli. So he'll go in with confidence with it, whichever player he comes up against.
Okay, so he's in the quarterfinals. We decided at least.
Well, as soon as there is anything of note happening over on court number 3, because he is in action right now, we will get an update from Rob Nothman. And, of course, that was getting tighter the last time we heard from Rob. So it certainly hasn't been plain sailing from a de Minaur perspective there today. Paul Walsh, thank you very much for joining us, radio journalist with Australian Independent Radio News. We really appreciate your input there on the Aussie state of tennis.
Go Blues.
We'll try and get Peter to talk about something else now, but it's going to be difficult, Paul.
Peter, of course, is a Wimbledon champion in himself. I don't suppose he's ever mentioned that to you, has he?
No, never. We don't hear him talk about it.
Defending my title tomorrow
Every
morning.
hour.
It actually is how it's how he introduces himself these days. Peter Mercado, Wimbledon champion.
Still waiting for the membership too, by the way. That hasn't arrived in my mailbox.
Oh,
Lindsay,
really?
I haven't seen that.
Have you had the sporting weekend invite yet? Sporting Saturday, Sporting Sunday?
No.
No? I'll tell you who has. So Steve Redgrave. He's out with Ellie Collins.
I am joined by no other than Sir Steve Redgrave. Steve, how are you feeling today? Excited?
Very excited. It's always a great honour to be invited here to Wimbledon. I must admit I've been invited a few times, so it's great to be back. But now at Wimbledon do their celebrations and invitations really well, especially in the Royal Box. So,
invitations, if you do say so yourself.
Looking forward to being there.
Well, as you have been to Wimbledon multiple times, have you got a memory that stands out as your favourite?
Martina's last match at Wimbledon, Andy Murray on a number of occasions, Roger Federer. So no, there's been a lot over the years.
You've seen them all. Well, as someone with an elite athlete mentality, how do you think they'll be feeling ahead of today?
a different ball game to what I used to do. Depending on your expectations, is that there's always a lot of nerves. You need the nerves to be able to get the adrenaline pumping, to be able to get a great performance out. But where my sport, it was very much a time that you competed at, and we knew that 7 years out from the Olympics. Of if you're not first up, then you don't quite know when your time is, and I don't know how to handle that, because that wasn't the situation that I was ever in. But I suppose it's sort of one eye on the match before to see how that's going, giving you a rough idea of what time that you've got to get your preparations right. But there's always butterflies in the stomach, getting that preparation right. But yeah, no, from my point of view, it's great watching them.
And lastly, if you could have played with any older or current tennis player in the world, who would you choose?
I know Martina very well, so a mixed doubles with Martina would have been fantastic.
Nice little bit of chemistry, yeah. We don't mind that. Thank you so much. Thank you for speaking to us, and have a great day.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. So Steve Redgrave and Martina Navratilova, that would be some doubles partnership, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Golden.
Golden.
Golden, you'd have to say, wouldn't it?
It would, but we now have to ask you, Peter, which celebrity would you most want to play with?
Oh, I thought we were doing the birthday thing, because I
We
already
can do
had
the
that
birthday. You can
worked
do the
out.
birthday thing
that
as well.
question.
I know. Yeah, Olga showed me some things on my phone that I didn't know existed, so thank you for that. Oh, can I do the birthday thing
Yeah,
first?
go and do that first.
All right, so Petra Kvitova. Same birthday as me,
Wimbledon champion.
Wimbledon champion.
Like you?
Yes,
Let's-
thank you,
let's
Olga.
mention that again.
Correct. Freddie Prinze Jr. I've got a few actors, and there are a few other people that I was looking up going, I don't know who you are, but apparently you're famous, so, you know, there's a few.
And what birthday is that?
8th of March.
Olga, you?
Oh, it's a International Women's
Day,
no?
exactly, and share with International. And the other one, sorry, Olga, the other one was I've got the same birthday as the person who invented the dishwasher.
I'm very grateful to that person.
Yes.
So am I.
That's the winner, I think.
Yeah, Olga?
My birthday is 20th September, and the same day as Sophie Loren. Is 20.
Hey, nice. Nice.
Both pretty.
Yeah.
Both smart.
Yep.
I mean, can I?
Stylish. Should we keep going?
Yes, both stylish.
Yeah.
Of course, you have to mention my style.
Yeah. We can keep going. Rupert's going past. Do you want to pay
Speaking
Olga
of stylish,
any compliments here? Any more compliments you like in the style, Rupert? Yeah, he's giving a big thumbs up.
He likes what he sees.
Don't interrupt him. He's off to lunch.
He said,
he's got 3-hour lunch
Loren's
coming up.
got nothing on you. That's what he just said. He mouthed it to me. Thank you very much. If you have got a birthday that you share with a famous tennis player, potentially, or a mega star, let us know. This is all because Jill Crabass, it's her birthday today. American Independence Day as well. I mean, what a birthday for her to have.
Oh, it is each and every year. And we
Each
get
and every year we get to
join in the
celebrate.
celebration too.
Happy
'cause there's
birthday, Julie.
cake and all sorts of things
Happy
too, so it's
birthday.
wonderful.
Ah, brilliant. We are going to build up now to all of the action on number 1 court. We will be joined by our commentators Richard Connolly and Lucy Arl on court 1, who will be describing the action from the opening match between Elise Mertens and Elena Rybakina. But first, we'll hear from Alexander Zverev, who's on court 1 later on today, and says that his mindset at Wimbledon is different this time around.
Yeah, and I think generally speaking, you can't compare the 2 years. Last year I was struggling a lot, tennis-wise also, you know, I was not playing really well. This year I'm coming in as, you know, Roland Garros champion. I think it's just the mindset is very different, playing-wise very different. So, of course, I hope to continue my good form.
We're going to go straight over to Phil Studd before we talk about Zverev, because there's a match point in your match, Phil.
And it is, Lindsay, for Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine, on the brink of breaking new ground at the championships. 40-love, 5-1 in the final set against Emma Navarro, who fought back to win the second 6-4 after Kostyuk had overpowered her to win the first 6-2. But a couple of breaks for Kostyuk, with the sun well and truly breaking through that early cloud here on court 2. Kostyuk on the floor there as she hit that backhand, and then as a result not quite able to regain her balance with the follow-up forehand, which is well wide of the court, but she's still got 2 opportunities here. The French Open semi-finalist and Madrid Open champion this season to book her place in the round of 16 of the championships for the first time. Her 3rd appearance in the round of 32. In the bright sunshine, down the tee, just long from Kostyuk, the world number 13. who's had a terrific season and has a terrific game. Lots of firepower, big early strikes, which have by and large been too much for Emma Navarro. She's pushed it long though, so in sight of victory. Hands on hips, that's 2 match points that have come and gone. She's never beaten Navarro before, so that in itself will be new ground for the Ukrainian. She's lost all 4 of their previous meetings, 2 of them on this grass court surface. So is she finally going to break her duck and move through to the second week at Wimbledon? Match point number 3, out wide, just long with the first serve. I think it caught the line, but just further up from the service box. Second serve, kicking to the backhand of Navarro. Can she somehow stay in the match here, the American? She goes cross-court with the forehand. Bit of air from Kostyuk, flatter backhand cross-court from Navarro. Now an off forehand from Kostyuk, who puts a bit more air on it again and then slaps the backhand long. So from 40 love to deuce. Marta Kostyuk struggling a little to get over the line. She's got a lot of room to manoeuvre with that 5-1 lead, but that's the beauty of this sport, isn't it? You are not the winner until the final point is secured. You can't play out time. Can she bring up a 4th match point here? Not happy with the ball toss from the far end of the court. She resets and goes down the tee. That's too strong for Navarro on the stretch. She cannot make the return. A packed number 2 court who've enjoyed the action. They've enjoyed the shot making, which has mainly come from Marta Kostyuk. Match point number 4 then. Out wide, it's a brilliant serve. She should finish it here with the drive volley, and she does! Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine through to the round of 16 of the Wimbledon Championships for the first time, with a first ever victory over America's Emma Navarro, who congratulates her at the net. Kostyuk all smiles, no wonder she's got so much game. Very suited to this surface, and now doing the full triple pirouette on the court, and the crowd standing to applaud a superb performance here. It took 3 sets, but it's Marta Kostyuk taking her place in round 4, where she will play either Aisling Kruger of the United States or Daria Snigor, conqueror of Elina Svitolina of Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Phil. Congratulations, Marta Kostyuk. It's making our booking the other day, Olga, seem finely picked, isn't it? Because we were talking to Sandra, I know that you know the team well, Marta's coach, and she was just talking about how she's treating this like every other match. She loves this surface, those extra bits she was getting out of her. Did you actually put her on your prediction list?
I didn't, just because I feel she's still a bit, maybe just a little bit, 1% not there yet to win.
1%?
Yes,
okay.
I mean, I hope I'm totally wrong. I hope. I'm really rooting for her. And I think I think she has a game for it. So explosive, so talented. As an athlete and as a player, it's ridiculous. And we could see that backflip that she did in Madrid after winning the title. And
was that the triple pirouette?
No, now triple pirouette is just because of her special dress, which I will show you on my phone, which is incredible.
Oh,
I think
fantastic.
one of
if
the best
anyone
outfits.
Can get, if anyone can get a look at Marta Kostyuk's outfit. It does look like a ballerina.
Yeah, I think she did design herself together with the Wilson designer, so well done. It's a beautiful outfit. And obviously she said because of that she wants to stay here as long as possible to promote this outfit. But I mean, what a win for her, because she was 4 times she lost to Navarro before, twice on grass last year. So it's a big win for her, and I have to say, looking at her draw, the touch wood, the draw slightly opening up for her in that section.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's, I love watching Marta Kostyuk play. I just love the way that she goes about it, and the way that she sets up her game plan and executes, and there's very little compromise on that too. It's like when you walk out and you play Kostyuk, you know, okay, I'm going to be the one being dictated to, because she never actually takes a backward step. But, you know, players from Ukraine, we obviously would have said Elina Svitolina. We're going to talk about Marta Kostyuk.
Yeah, I mean, Elina Svitolina obviously set up the tone in Ukrainian tennis, but now it's like a snowball machine.
Exactly. Exactly. We are going to continue to build up to the action today on court number 1. I'm going to get both of your thoughts on Zverev in just a moment. It's Elise Mertens, though, and Elena Rybakina that kick things off on number 1 court. Describing the action for us for our dedicated Court 1 commentary feed will be our commentators Richard Connolly and Lucy Arl. Good afternoon.
Lindsay, good afternoon. Yes, we've got a couple of Wimbledon champions about to come out onto court. As we know, Elena Rybakina, the singles champion of 4 years ago now when she beat Ons Jabeur, and back as a Grand Slam winner earlier this year in Australia against Elise Mertens, who is the 25th seed in the singles this year but is the reigning champion in the ladies' doubles with Veronika Kudermetova, although they're not playing together in that competition this year. Rybakina, Lucial alongside me. Tough match on this court against Lois Poisson in the first round, taken to 3 sets. Rather gaining momentum with a much quicker victory over Katie McNally. What have you seen of her so far? What can we expect from her today, do you think?
Well, I think she's getting better and better. I mean, having started the year so well, the last few months have not been seeing the type of results that we would perhaps sort of expected from her. That match against Katie McNally, I think a lot of people thought that maybe McNally might come through that one, but Rybakina had other ideas. She came through that very comfortably, looked good, served well, hitting the ball much better from the back of the court, and just seemed to be more dialed in. So I'm thinking that she's going to come through today. Mertens, great player, tough opponent, but I think Rybakina's just got a bit more firepower. We're going to see some big serving from both. Mertens has got a good first serve, strikes the ball well from the back of the court, but you know, similar in terms of how they play, but I think Rybakina has just got that extra bit of firepower.
Does a lot of things perhaps a little bit better than Elise Mertens. The head-to-head, Lindsay, is 7-1 in Rybakina's favour. She's won each of the last 6, 12 of the last 13 sets. What's Mertens going to be able to do today to change those numbers around? The player's due to walk out here on the number 1 court in just over 3 minutes' time.
That is quite a daunting head-to-head, isn't it, in Rybakina's favour there. So Rybakina Mertens up first. A reminder of the rest of the matches on court number 1 today. Giron against Zverev and Tiafoe against Bublik later on as well. And you're giving me a thumbs up, Peter, because you
are going to be doing that match.
Are going to be on that match, yes. I wanted to ask you both about Zverev, because we heard from him a bit earlier, and he said that he's got a different mindset at Wimbledon this time round. Do you think that has held him back before?
Well, now he's got the confidence that he's actually won a major. So it's not that thing of, oh, I'm coming into another major and I need to win this one. The other thing, too, is he's not facing the top 2 in the world. He's got the second spot now. He can face Sinner in the final. Confidence he takes from that. I watched him in Halle. And the thing is, he's a very good grass court player. He just hasn't got the results here at SW19. Like, he's dominated the German tournaments because I've been covering them for a number of years now. So he brings that confidence in. I think the fact that he's had enough tennis, like, you know, all the way through in Halle, one of the bigger tournaments on the grass court swing for the ATP, has put him in good stead. He's building his way through. Yes, okay, he was pushed really hard in his first round match. Second match becomes slightly easier. He's got a good head-to-head record against Marcos Giron. They have played here 2 years ago, and he won in straight sets. I'm seeing more of that sort of scoreline, and that he'll really elevate himself into week number 2 with the potential to play Yuri Lehechka, and that's not going to be fun for him. But if he gets through that, the confidence he's got now, that the sort of fog has lifted, he's a big chance of winning this title.
Yeah, I still have to probably agree with Barry Cohen that he said it's very difficult to win back these 2 majors, French Open and Wimbledon, just because of how short turnaround it is. But I hope he will. I do believe that he can. And, you know, yes, confidence is there now. And it's more like not even a confidence, because I think he always was kind of a confident player. But it's more like a relief that he has this slam and no one will ask him this question again. And I know, in fact, that he's been asked that a lot, probably from every single person who knows who Sasha Zverev is. And that's a massive pressure on his shoulders finally, and he won it with the original team. So yeah, that was great. And his first few rounds here showed that he's in a good form. He feels good physically, game-wise. Game is big. he finally accelerating that forehand, swinging easy, and yeah, so his game is big.
And there's nothing really that Garone has in the toolkit that would overpower Zverev or trouble Zverev, but only if Zverev gets a little bit wobbly, which he can at times sort of drift out of matches.
Yeah, and fall asleep a bit during the match. But we do have to say that actually Garone, he is the flattest, one of the flattest game on tour. So on grass,
it works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he hasn't necessarily got the results here either. So, I mean, out there, #1 court, big occasion. You know, we say about these players, you want to get through week 1, minimum of fuss. Roland Garros, Wimbledon, okay, how do we prepare? How do we handle this? 1 week on the grass, plenty of matches there, happy with everything and the way it's going, and continue to build into week 2.
If we assume that Jannik Sinner is on the ascendancy and that every match now we're going to see the improvements and the return to the Jannik Sinner that we've seen before, who is best equipped to cause an upset? I mean, is Zverev that man, or
to upset Jannik?
Yeah.
Would you call it an upset, though?
Yeah.
I mean, I just said
yeah.
the question.
No. I think he will have better chances, because he would, again, that pressure of having a slam, he's going to play with less pressure and be more aggressive, that's for sure. But his record against Jannik Sinner is not great.
No,
so, yeah.
He's not on his own there.
Yes.
So who would you be pinning it all on?
Djokovic is looking good.
Yeah, Djokovic beat Sinner at the AO. I mean, you know, the way that Felix Auger-Aliassime played last night was high-level stuff from him, and he's saying, I want more, I want better. Well, guess what? You're going to have to face him eventually and take him on, and that's going to be a good challenge for him along the way too. I mean, I think we've all taken the approach, or a lot of people have taken the approach of saying, right, Sinner, I've got to park him right here in this final spot over here, and it doesn't matter what's going to happen in between. But the majors, and we have seen how solid Sinner is, and we think, oh, well, let's just hand him the trophy now. But if he has a little wobble, or, you know, next week when we talk about the heat and everything like that, the temperatures are going to rise again. And you have a player like Hubie Hurkacz, for example, or Felix Auger-Aliassime, or Novak Djokovic, as you mentioned, Olga, that is just playing at such a high level, and you're not quite on it. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. We saw it in the opening set, in the opening round, Mimir Kecmanovic. Right, we're thinking,
Fritz,
he lost the first set. Yeah. Fritz is playing well. Fritz is playing well on grass. We know that. You know, does he take his opportunity? There's plenty of dangerous matches out here. Notionally, you say Sinner, yes, okay, he's going to get through all of these, but wow, there's going to be some fascinating matches to see the pack who is just behind the big two, what they can do if they grab their opportunity here.
Okay, you are listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. The time right now is 2 minutes past 1.
Check out the Amex experience in the Southern Village, where you can capture cool memories, customize your own tennis ball, and send a postcard anywhere in the world. Visit.
Oh, I thought this is Christmas. This actually is Christmas Day. Mertens against Rybakina. This is going to be an interesting battle. We mentioned it there on the main programme. You may have been listening a few minutes ago. The head-to-head is quite dramatically in Rybakina's favour. 7 victories against Elise Mertens. That's as many as she's had against any player on the tour. 7-1. She's won each of the last 6 and 12 of the last 13 sets. And none of those have been on the grass, where you'd feel like maybe Rybakina's advantage might be even greater. I don't know. That's something difficult for Mertens to get over. How can she make this difficult today? It's not easy. If Rybakina plays her A game against anybody, good luck.
Absolutely, and we saw a bit more of that in her second round match against Katie McNally. I mean, Rybakina and an element of Sabalenka, both of them have been a little bit more under the radar, because they haven't done quite as well over the last few months as they both started the year. I mean, it was just all about them and the rivalry that they were looking to build up. And I think even more so, Rybakina, some of the losses that she's had have been quite surprising. But as you say, when she's on, she's devastating, and she can just hit players off the court with the way that she hits the ball. So for Mertens, it's a difficult balance, because you don't want to come out here and just play reckless tennis and try and take huge risks, but there's an element where she's going to need to do a little bit of that. She's going to have to serve well. That's really important, and she has got a good effective first serve, so she's going to have to use that, not really allow Rybakina to see too many second serves, and then she's going to have to try and get that first strike in, try and get Rybakina on the run. Probably the forehand side is the weaker wing of Rybakina, particularly if she's a little bit tight off that side. You can see more errors, and I think for Mertens, look to get forward as well, and you know, she's very competent at the net, but she's got to pick the right balls to come forward on, because if Rybakina is able to set up behind the ball, then she'll be able to hit passing shots for fun.
Yeah, Mertens an outstanding doubles player, of course, so serve and return and net game are key constituents in that. And the reigning doubles champion, as we also mentioned a short time ago.
Elisa Mertens to the left of the chair, one toss and chose to receive.
This. Rybakina's year then, it started with a win in Australia, and that win against Sabalenka, as you say. Indian Wells final, they competed in that as well. Sabalenka won. Miami semi-finals, the two of them were at it again. Sabalenka won on that occasion. Rybakina won Stuttgart on the clay. Quarterfinals in Rome, but Roland Garros out in the second round. Queens out in the second match, the quarterfinal to Katie Bolter, and a first round loss in Berlin to Alexandra Ayala. So a little bit of the momentum has started to dissipate, as you mentioned, and she's still got this because of the run that she had at the start of the year. In large part, she's got this prospect of becoming the world #1 for the first time, for which she has to reach the quarterfinals at least to have any chance of achieving that during the course of the fortnight. I would imagine that's a very big deal for her, wouldn't you?
I mean, yes, obviously it is, but she's pretty unassuming, isn't she, Rybakina? I think
it's hard to know what's a really big deal.
It is difficult. I mean, there was a slight clench of the fist when she won here a few years ago, wasn't it? That's about as much as you get from her. And I think if you asked her, okay, how do you feel about being world #1 if she is able to do that, I don't think you get probably too much more. So we're not sure what's inside of her, but she's certainly not an animated player. Likes to be a little more low-key, and certainly, you know, the way she plays doesn't get animated. Doesn't suit her, and she more than makes up for it with how she hits the ball. But you know, I guess there's a lot on the line. It was only a third round, wasn't it, from Wimbledon last year?
Elena Rybakina to serve.
Yeah, every time she's played the championship, she has made at least round 3, although Clara Towson beat her at this stage a year ago, and it was quite an upset at the time. Rybakina wins the opening point, 115 miles per hour on serve there, and the return out from Mertens, who's at the near side of the #1 court with a slightly darker hair. Elisa Mertens, the two have similar physiques. They're both wearing white visors, but Rybakina a couple of inches the taller at 6 foot to Mertens 5'10". Rybakina gets a short return here and attacks into the backhand side. Mertens goes long and points accusingly down there at the grass.
She did, didn't she?
Yeah.
Just pointed down, walked off, shaking her head.
I mean, you wouldn't want to do her wrong. That blade of grass is just feeling totally ashamed. 30 love. Rybakina plants the first serve into the net. We're at the northern end of the #1 court. The hill is kind of over our right shoulder, and the big screen, which was showing a couple of matches earlier on today. There's Mertens with a backhand winner to the Rybakina second serve. First good clean strike she's got on return. And as if to underline the sunny nature of that fact for Elisa Mertens, the sun breaks through the clouds. It has been an overcast day so far at the championships, but just for a moment we're bathed in sunlight, and a return into the net there from Mertens. So even though Rybakina is serving with some force, Mertens was taking that on the baseline, so she's trying to get forward and take time away on return.
Yeah, making that choice where she wants to be able to absorb the pace and use it, send it back quickly to Rybakina.
Rybakina with a backhand from the middle of the court there and just sweeps it away. Very naturally and unfussily. So
First
Mertens
game.
won the toss and put Rybakina in to serve. Rybakina was certainly up to the challenge there and holds in the opening game. I was just wandering around the hill a little bit earlier on today and just contemplating the little changes year on year that happen and thinking to myself, was that there? And I was, there's a couple of stands that kind of overlook the hill now. One is a kind of corporate area at the back, but there's a little grandstand in the far corner. I think that may have been there last year.
Yes, it was.
I thought the living wall on the side of the #1 court's in lovely condition.
That's looking good.
It really is looking good.
Elise
It's just
Mertens to
it's a
serve.
beautiful. That was definitely there, but it's looking terrific. What's definitely changed is the area of decking around the side of court 18. As you walk around the top of the court on the higher level, where you can look over the balcony and down onto the court, which kind of cut into the hill. There's an area of decking and some shades, some giant umbrellas, losing the right word, parasols, that's what I'm thinking of. And that's a really lovely area to get out of the sun and just have a quiet moment or two. Mertens at 15 all here in the second game of the match. It's now it's where the resale used to be up there. But now there's a bar, the perfect serve bar, and there's the picnic collection area. So you can imagine if you sit down in between those two, it is a good spot.
Great spot there. I mean, it was heaving when I walked across from the broadcast roof over to here. Yeah. Everyone sat there having lunch and drinks and just enjoying the vibe.
Mertens serves into the body of Rybakina, who moves, and it's a forehand return, and Mertens a little loose with her own stroke.
15-30.
Goes down 15-30. Yes, I mean, you've got the picnic baskets on one side and the pints of Stella Artois on the other. I mean, what more does a man require? I mean, look down and there's tennis on court 18. I'll set myself up for the day, thank you very much. 15-30, Mertens at the far end. This is the first serve long.
We did have that look again from Mertens. This time it was at the strings after she missed on that last point. So we'll keep an eye on how many looks different people or things get.
Don't want to put a word out of place. I think there'll be a look up towards the commentary box. Well, I'm afraid it's not a great start from Elise Mertens here. Rybakina with a return back at her, and she's mistimed a forehand, so she's break points down here in the opening service game. Time for her to really dial in. Rybakina threatening to start quickly as Mertens looks for the ace down the tee and misses. So a second serve coming. The tall figure of Rybakina just doing a little dance on her toes before she settles into the return position. How aggressive will she be? It's a forehand return at the service feet, and now a backhand deep in the court, but Mertens deals with that well, has a chance to sweep a backhand cross court for a winner, and she does. That was really good work from Mertens because Rybakina hit a couple of testing balls in her direction.
Absorbed the pace well, and that's exactly the type of points that Mertens will be looking to play out here, where she can move the ball from side to side, push her way up the court if she needs to.
30-40, second break point coming. She's missed the first serve there. Takes a few bounces of the ball. The far end of the #1 court, giant scoreboard to her left as we look down. And she serves at the body. The forehand off return from Rybakina was a good one, and the backhand down the middle allows Mertens to go into the backhand corner. Heavy strike from Rybakina, floated ball from Mertens, rather stopped on the grass, and Rybakina off balance sent her forehand wide.
It checked up, didn't it? She was expecting that to come through like it normally would, but that can happen. The grass there is where the players look to serve, so it's more worn right around that centre of the court, so you've got to be aware of that. It could take a bit of a dodgy bounce.
An ace from Mertens, who clubs one down the middle of the court. This is a good response from 15-40 from Elise Mertens, who will have been all too aware that she didn't want her powerful opponent to get off to a good start here. Can be so dangerous, Rybakina, like all the good players when they get in front. Needs no introduction, needs no encouragement. There, a good first serve Slightly late on the return, Rybakina, and Mertens holds from 15-40. That was a good job.
Well, one thing with Mertens, she'll have the belief out here that she can win, even though that head-to-head says otherwise. She's still got that one result over Rybakina a few years ago. Was on the clay. Does have good belief in herself. She's one of those players where she's so consistent. She's consistently been around in that seeded position. It's been as high as 12 in the world. That's back in 2018, but she's not dropped down the rankings drastically at all throughout her career.
And that might be her hope today, that she can maintain a consistent level. And Rybakina, if she has an off day, can spray the ball a little bit, try and put as much pressure on as you can. Fluctuating light conditions at the moment. It's someone's altering the brightness on the screen as the court in front of us goes darker one moment and lighter the next. Rybakina misses with a backhand into the net, and it's 15-all.
A couple of errors off that backhand side from Rybakina. As I say, normally, although she can produce a lot of winners off the forehand, that's the wing that can break down.
So at 15-all, she serves to the Mertens backhand, and the return goes halfway up the net.
30-15.
We've got these wonderful IBM statistics monitors in our commentary positions that provide us with all kinds of data about the matches, and I've got it on a rather funky screen at the moment, which I will explain to you, Lucy, in a second, as Rybakina looking for the ace out wide, just misses the target. I think she thought she might have landed it.
I did as well.
116 miles per hour. Second serve in at the body, then a heavy backhand long from Rybakina, so she's at 30 all here.
Again, just shadowing that backhand as if to try and get the feel for it, realising that most of them there going long, needs to just get over the top of the ball more.
30 all. The stats here on this terminal say she's good at 30 all or deuce in Wimbledon so far, which I'll explain in a second. Second serve coming though for the number 2 seed here. And it's to the backhand of Mertens. It was a really high kicking serve from Rybakina, and she has won the point, as Mertens never really got back into it, the centre backhand long.
So confirming the stat.
Well,
Talks
yes.
about the sort of key moments, doesn't it? So maybe first point that can often set the tone with the game, the points that give you a game point or a break point.
Big serve down the middle from Rybakina. Mertens does well to keep the rally alive, but then flashes a forehand into the net, and it's a hold to 30 for Rybakina. Yes, so I found a button. Well, there's a serve button, a return button, an in-play button, and a mental button. So obviously, me being me, went straight for the mental.
Were you worried as to what was going to happen
Well, I thought, well,
in front of your eyes?
this sounds crazy. Let's hit mental and see what occurs. So anyway, it's given us this wide sweep of statistics. The first of which is serve points won when the score is 30 all or deuce. Right, now I think that is an interesting area. I hadn't seen a column like that before, so I thought, okay, let's see where our players today are.
Pressure points.
And lo and behold, in tied 7th for the whole field, you find Elena Rybakina with 14 points out of 18 won, 78%.
Time.
When the score's 30 all or deuce.
It's
and
interesting.
of the players who are left, only Coco Gauff has got a better score than that. And I thought that was interesting too, because we think of Coco Gauff as being really strong up top, don't we? So I thought it actually reflected, you know, a kind of a conclusion that we often draw without the data perhaps to back it up.
Well, the only thing is the top two, one of which is Victoria Jimenez, Kazinceva and Bianca Andreescu, they're 1 and 2. they both lost.
They both lost in the first round. I mean, it's not the full picture, I grant you.
But we'll let them know that they are 1 and 2 in that they fly back to the next tournament.
The mental number 1 and the mental number 2, which you may have to phrase a little better. We're going to have a discussion with them. Rebecca comes forward for the first time as we move into game 4 and finishes off quite adroitly at the net to put Mertens to love 15 again. Shall I return to the orthodox stats so we can see what's actually going on in the match?
The key
Lucy?
stats.
That might be a good idea. Let me see if I can navigate the terminal and work my way back from the depths of the mental tab. Here's Rebecca attacking with a forehand and now reaching down low to try and dig out a slice, and she couldn't get down quite far enough for that.
15 on.
Ended up being a good defensive slice from Mertens that brought Rebecca forward, and she can struggle sometimes on those shorter, lower balls. She's so tall, difficult to be able to get down and get underneath those balls.
So Mertens at 15 all, serving from the near end. Just twiddling her Yonex racket down there. Second serve to the Rebecca in a forehand. It was a hard hit ball, but it was
30, 15.
quite a long way long. That's another innovation this year, actually, that I think is probably the best, is that the word out flashes on the scoreboard when somebody misses. And no, I mean, it's, in all seriousness, since the days of electronic line calling, it's very difficult sometimes to hear the call when a point is particularly exciting. As Mertens' serve there gets back into the net from Rebecca, so it is 40-15. So you can immediately tell, everybody within the arena can immediately tell which way the point has gone. I think that is a seriously important innovation.
I think, as you say, sometimes because the crowd erupt, maybe a player's shouted "come on" or shouted out of frustration, so a lot can go on, and often it can be, because we used to look at the lines judges, didn't we, and we'd be looking to see if what their arms were doing.
40-30.
Double fault by Mertens. Yeah, more recently at events I found myself looking at the umpire, because the umpire does get a flash of red on the iPad if it's out. I guess a green if it's not. And the umpire will be signalling to the players, are often looking up at the chair, is it good or not? And the umpire's doing the flat palm or the finger for out. But there's no need to do that here because we've got it writ large on the giant scoreboard. And Mertens pushing forehand wide, out. It reads.
You can see that she's trying, when she has the opportunity to get that first strike in, just over-pressing there, trying to go back in behind Rebecca.
So deuce at 1-2, and once again Mertens under a little bit of pressure. A return hard hit by Rebecca. It was short. Mertens didn't really move the feet and missed her forehand into the net.
And again, shaking her head down at the court, not enjoying some of the bounces out here.
Well, she's played her first 2 matches, Elisa Mertens, on court 14 and court 8. So this is her biggest stage of the championship so far. There was an excellent serve. Hard in at the body of Rebecca, jammed her up. The backhand flew out of court.
Good pace there. And that can work well, particularly Rebecca, who's got long levers. If you can get it out of the strike zone, either wider or straight at her, then it can be difficult for her to deal with those types of balls.
Rebecca, of course, played her first round match on this court and then moved to centre for her second round against Katie McNally, so she's had nothing but the big stadiums so far. Second serve at deuce again. She goes at the body, Mertens. Now goes backhand into the forehand side and gets the error halfway up the net from Rebecca.
Advantage, Mertens.
As I say, both similar in how they're looking to try and go about things. They're trying to take the return early, keep themselves close to the baseline, if not on top of it. Both trying to hit their spots with the serve and realising that they've got to serve with variety as well. They've got to keep mixing it up. It's always important to an effective serve.
Second serve coming here. She's trying to get it in at the body again, but Rebecca had time to sway out of the way comfortably, gets herself into the rally, strikes hard cross-court with the forehand, and then Mertens uses the pace brilliantly to redirect up the line for a winner, and there's a big clench of the fist from the Belgian.
2 games on.
I was not expecting that at all, and she actually hit good pace cross-court with her forehand, and Well, Mertens moving across brilliantly, just plants that outside leg to get her balance and stays down low through that forehand, just allowing her to be able to control it and redirect it up the line.
So 1 break point saved in that game by Mertens, 2 in her first service game. And she stopped Rybakina getting the early break. Second serve here from the player representing Kazakhstan. And returned that into the corner and got a forced error. I don't know what I've done to our stats terminal, by the way, Lucy, but it's now clearly not working as it should have done, presumably because I've pressed so many crazy buttons before I came back to the match score.
It's having a mental breakdown.
It's at the bottom of the mental stats at the moment. Love 15, Rybakina misses another first serve at the far end. When it was working, I noted that she'd only won 2 of 10 break points, Rybakina, against Boisson in round 1 on this court.
Love 30.
She's 0 for 3 already so far today, and she served a double fault there to put herself in a love 30-sized hole.
We're just feeling the pressure of Mertens' aggressive return position.
Well, she's out here quite clearly, Mertens, expecting high standards from herself. There's a big serve from Rybakina down the middle, and there was not much Mertens could do with that. Again, particularly given her return position, if Rybakina does hit the spots, Mertens is going to have very little time to get out there and react.
Oh, that was so accurate, that flat down the tee.
114 miles per hour. There's another one.
30.
116 miles per hour. Nothing you can do.
No, and that with just a fraction of slice, just cutting around the outside of the ball. So then when it bounces, it just shoots off away from Mertens, who's just throwing herself towards the ball.
30 all. Back in it. Big serve to the forehand. Chip return from Mertens. Guesses. Half volleys the backhand. It goes over the shoulder of Rybakina, who improvises with the backhand, and then Mertens misses when the point was hers for the taking.
It was. I mean, Rybakina just looked a little awkward there, didn't she? She retreated back and just sends in a pretty meek kind of short ball. That was a perfect chance for Mertens to really step in and give herself her first break point.
Yeah, 30 all, that counted in the mental column for the server, but she was rather lucky that it did. Second serve at 40-30. Mertens just behind the baseline, makes a forehand return. Rybakina forehand to the forehand of Mertens, then a bit more pace from Rybakina, and Mertens can't quite redirect it with the same authority that she found in the previous game. And it's a hold for the number 2 seed. 3-2 at the start of the match. Are there any innovations, any new things around the grounds that have caught your eye this year? What have you observed?
There's a fair amount that is coming, so the hill is going to look totally different next year.
How so?
Well, they feel that it's quite steep, which...
So it's kind of in tiers at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's some steep parts,
Yeah.
and you know, when you're sat on it, we've got a close-up there, you know, you are sat on a hill, which isn't always comfortable, and they're just wondering as well, you know, maybe some people have a little bit too much pims, or
you can tumble down.
You could tumble down.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to be having different tiers. As far as I'm aware, there are, you know, almost like big steps where you can sit in each section, rather than it kind of being like a mass, almost like at some sort of festival. So it should be safer, some more steps going on, rather than sort of trying to clamber up and down the hill. They do have steps around it, but if you are walking straight across the hill, it can be a bit of a challenge.
Make it a little more accessible for everybody.
Yes, exactly.
That
so they're
sounds
going to be
like a
doing
good
that.
idea.
The gym has improved from last year. The gym space is a lot bigger, probably about 4 times as big for the players to warm up. They've got the one over at Arangi, but this is over in the Millennium Building now. So there's more space for the players to warm up, cool down, do some training, and because a lot of the time now the players aren't just going in on their own; they've got their whole team around them. So that's a big improvement.
2-3. Mertens serving on the #1 court to Elena Rybakina, who makes a backhand return. Now she sweeps a deep backhand into the backhand side and goes again into that space. Rybakina, she's got a short ball to attack on the forehand here, and she puts it away. That was an awfully good point.
Great play. And as soon as she gets that first strike in and is up inside the baseline in the centre of the court, just controlling the play, it's very difficult to keep yourself in the point. Big ball striking there from Rybakina.
Love 15, incredibly impressive. First serve lands from Mertens down the middle, then she hits back with a well-struck backhand of her own. The +1 there, getting through the ball, hitting it with a real kind of intent.
Much better. It was a similar type of shot, wasn't it? We saw in the previous game, which would have given her break point, but that time just stepped onto it, took it slightly early, and that made the difference.
Yeah, more certainty. Well, she's trying to join Rybakina in battle here, Mertens. She's come out with a real determination. 15 all here on the #1 court at the start of the day. 1:30 in the afternoon. Players will be walking out on centre court very shortly. Good deep serve from Mertens, but an excellent deep return cross-court from Rybakina, who is putting the pressure on here with backhand strikes. Mertens on the defensive, can only net. That felt like a matter of time. Again, once she gets into that rhythm, you don't see her missing, do you?
She's almost hitting down through the court, and Mertens is then just trying to survive. She's pushed a good metre or so behind the baseline and is just having to play reactive tennis, which never lasts long.
15-30. Can Mertens play a couple of points on her own terms here? Well, she's going to have to deal with a second serve in the bright sunlight. The wide expanse of the #1 court down below us. Goes in at the body, and the backhand return pulled cross-court and wide by Rybakina. There's that body serve again, which has been a good weapon.
Yeah, just isn't quite quick enough to get her feet out of the way. I mean, it only sort of takes one step, but you've got to put it in the right place so you then have the room to hit through the shot. Because it's into the body, she ends up then just pulling the racket across the body and missing.
Good serve by Mertens. Miss-hit return from Rybakina. Attempted reaction volley from Rybakina, but Mertens deals with it very well at the net. Double skills coming to the fore there. High backhand volley, cross-court winner.
Great pickup. I mean, it was an awkward return to deal with off the frame there. I think it's sort of in the end, it was maybe the wrong decision. Rybakina just charged forward. If she'd have backed up a bit, she could have then hit through that ball.
An ace from Mertens to seal the game. Well, she's got herself into this opening set. Saved a handful of break points in her first and second service games. Didn't need to save one there, and she gets to 3 all in this opening set. If you'd have handed her that, if you'd have offered her that 25 minutes ago, she'd have taken it, wouldn't she?
Definitely. I mean, I think it's going to be interesting as this set moves on, as the match develops. It's evident that both players need to continue to serve like they are, landing enough first serves and then really controlling the point. Any dips in that area, then I think we're going to find out who the winner of this match is, because both now, if they land the first serve, they're not losing many points at all.
For some reason on our official match stat, it's trying to tell us that every single serve that's been played so far has come back unreturned. So something's not quite working in the old terminal. We may need to do the old on and off button and see if it gives us different numbers. But Rybakina certainly served a double fault in the previous point and is at love 15 and has missed the first serve there, looking up at the sun rather in an annoyed way. Goes backhand cross-court. Mertens changes the angle. What a beauty that was. Backhand up the line for a laser-like winner.
That's what she's got to be prepared to do. If there is a slight chance, she's got to take it, and they're the the reply from Rybakina was a bit too short, allowed Mertens to really step in and get onto the front foot.
Love 30. Forehand chipped back here by Mertens. She's in the rally. Sweeping forehand cross-court from Rybakina, who puts her backhand into the net. Well,
Love 40.
after all the good work that Mertens has done to stay close to Rybakina in those opening 3 service games, maybe that's about to bear fruit. 3 break points for the Belgian. Remember, she's only won one of the last 13 sets they've played, these 2 players. And that's why Rybakina bangs an ace down out wide at 118 miles per hour.
That's one of her biggest serves, just hitting on the back of the ball there, and just sees it go flat through the court.
High ball toss, and a motion that doesn't scream violence at you by any means, but my, does she generate power. She's missed that one a second serve. Still break point in at the body. That was a terrific second serve, 103 miles per hour. It just kept following Mertens, didn't it?
It did, and Mertens, who was trying to move around and use the forehand, just kept seeing that that ball was coming into her, and she's just shadowing now the backhand, just realising that she should have hit a backhand.
30-40, first serve missed again by Rybakina. Tall figure, rocks into the service motion, goes at the body again. This time it is a backhand return, and it's deep in the court, and it forces the error from Rybakina, who is broken in the 7th game. And Elisa Mertens, who fended off break points at the start of the match, has now broken through herself. And she leads by 4 games to 3.
And credit to Mertens, who she was one that was under pressure. Her first service game, that was a big one for her to be able to get through, and she got the balance right. I mean, she's able to get that first strike, particularly if she's seen a second serve. It does help when your opponent serves a double fault at the start of the game. You just almost just growing confidence somewhat. It gives you that license to then play with a bit more freedom, which we've seen, and as we talked about, doesn't give much away at all, but some negative body language there. She's been shaking her head. She almost threatened to bang her racket on the court there, but refrained from actually doing it. So she knows that she isn't playing her best tennis and shouldn't be in this position. And of course, it's a good job she didn't hit the grass. I mean, here they're very strict. I mean, if you hit the grass at all, you're probably looking at
fine,
at least £10,000 fine, because of course you damage the court, you can't repair it if there's a hole in it or a dent.
Yeah, I haven't checked. Quite often we do get the chance, the information is out there for the media to look in and see if the list of fines. Have you checked it out so far?
Well, I haven't yet, but it's amazing. It goes around the locker room because I don't see any players throw their racket. It's very, very rare because they know, how strict it is, and I think understand that, well, actually, having a hole on centre court probably isn't a good thing.
It's part of the pre-match chat, isn't it, from every single umpire before every single match? Just, beware of the grass. We don't want to damage the grass. Rybakina's double faulted here at the start of this 8th game.
Mertens.
Yeah, Mertens is double faulted at the start of this game.
Matching
You're quite
Rybakina.
right. Yeah, you're quite right, Lucy. I have failed to identify the correct player.
They do look similar from our position.
Well, yeah, there's a back-to-back doubles, definitely, by Mertens. I notice you've got the old glasses on next door.
I know, it's come to that point where to give in.
I mean, from the listener's perspective, I should reassure you that actually my sight over a distance remains very good. I just can't read my own notes. That's the problem.
It's not evident in this game.
Love 30, a short ball for Mertens to put away, and she does smash it down to the extent that it bounces over the back fence and not far off the first row of the seats behind the #1 court.
I got herself into the point that time. I mean, that's not the start you want, having broken the #2 seed, a couple of double faults there, and does have to back this game up, because that will send a real message to Rybakina.
15-30, so onto the forehand. Good deep return from Rybakina at the far end. An excellent backhand has Mertens on the stretch. She's coming through forward to make the volley. Rybakina, high ball from Mertens was a good one. Got a pushed back, and now Rybakina's on the defensive. Mertens digs out a backhand cross. Terrific slice from Rybakina. Slice off the backhand from Mertens. Forehand cross from Rybakina, and Mertens misses. What a fine point from both, but really well played, Rybakina.
Good tennis, and Rybakina there, and she made a good move forward. The volley wasn't good enough, then suddenly has to backpedal, finds herself the back of the court, but some of the gets that she was able to put back into play there. Good defensive skills there from Rybakina.
15-40 on the Mertens serve. Those two double faults might come back to haunt her here. Return long from Rybakina, who
30-14.
just replays the motion of the return.
Definitely some frustration from her out here, and trying to cut the angle off, but almost had the contact point too far in front, so it ends up just reaching for the ball and losing control of it.
30-40, the bright sunlight. And Mertens serves at the body. Good off forehand return from Rybakina. Too good for Mertens, who tried to recover to the backhand side but didn't quite get there in time. It's the instant break back from Rybakina.
Oh, that's tough, isn't it? I mean, it's difficult to win the game when you start with two double faults. You're putting yourself under so much pressure, and also you're giving a boost back to your opponent. We saw Rybakina, the disappointment she had from being broken, so then you want to keep that pressure on.
Can't help but feel we'll be looking back at that game at the end, but who knows? Long way still to go. We're back into another baseline rally. Rybakina hitting hard and forcing Mertens back, but then missing long.
Love 15.
Keeping the ball close to the line. There was a forehand in that point where Mertens is looking down at the line accusingly. It was called in, must have just nicked the back edge, but then followed up by one that was definitely out from Rybakina.
Live from the #1 court at 22 in the afternoon local time, 34 minutes of match time. Rybakina with big serve out wide, her biggest yet, 120 miles per hour, and that sets up an easy put away at the net. But she wasn't going to hold back, even if it was straightforward. She walloped it into the court.
Didn't she just? I mean, it didn't need to be struck that hard. Maybe a bit of frustration going into that shot, but she made sure of it, sending it angled off the court, almost into the first row of the crowd.
Yeah, you're pretty close in that corner, aren't you, really? I mean, there's a lot of space around the court, so you can see the ball coming, but if a right-handed player from the deuce court there gets a little bit of shape on the serve, that's arcing in towards the first few rows. Got to be on your mettle down there. 15-all, a second serve from Rybakina. Now a low backhand, bending the knee to get down. Mertens goes drop shot. Rybakina's getting up to this. Mertens try to anticipate and move forward herself, but Rybakina in charge and puts away an easy volley.
30-15. A few times just bringing Rybakina forward. She knows that she isn't always at her best, her most comfortable at the net, but it was a good pickup. It's good placement with the shot from Rybakina.
Mertens down on her toes below us. 30-15 in Rybakina's favour at 4-all in the first. This is the first serve going down the tee with a little bit of shape again away from the right-handed player.
Tee there, Ayala didn't quite catch the line. So a second serve here on a break point against her, the first of this match. Serves, the sun on her back, return comes to her forehand. She goes into the forehand wing, and that is the shot, one of the shots you'd certainly look for, the way that she hits down the line winners, be it off the backhand or the forehand. When they first met in Miami early last year, I mean, it was the first time they'd faced each other, and Ayala did so much of that in that encounter on the hard courts in Miami and came through in straight sets. Swiatek had to come from a set down to win their rematch in Rome on the clay, her favoured surface. But now this grass court encounter, who might lead the head-to-head head-to-head after today. Terrific depth again from Ayala. She's working that backhand side. It comes back strongly, though. She goes back cross-court. It's dug out by the pole. Then up the line to switch Ayala, to switch Świątek's position, and Świątek can't quite control her forehand that flies over the baseline.
It's really interesting that Iga Świątek is trying to really attack that forehand side from Ayala early on the match and putting pressure there, but Ayala doing so well with redirecting the ball and nice shape on that forehand. Very short backswing she has, so easy to pick up deeper balls off the grass.
A 9-point opening game already, and it's now advantage with Alexandra Ayala, who serves into the forehand, and she gets the game because the return's gone into the net. That was quite a good body serve, good depth on it, and not quite the forehand that Świątek wanted to hit there. So, you know, a big game already at the start of her first appearance on centre and a first, you know, in a Grand Slam third round. Great start.
Yeah, and then as we spoke and as we expected that Ayala can rise into the occasions, and she loves to play big courts, big players, I think, and again, so much confidence already on the grass. So far she has, as you said, she won Birmingham 125 and then semis in Berlin.
Yeah.
I mean, the players she's beat on the way in Berlin is Bekic, Rybakina, Svitolina, and eventually lost to Noskova, but all the big hitters. Yeah. So, yeah, she comes with a lot of confidence. And again, also trains in Mallorca in Nadal Academy with Juan Bosch. So she knows all about the intensity.
She does.
We have two intense players here.
Yeah. Well, Iga Świątek, who will be coming out to serve now from the far end after the change of ends. Of course, she's now working with Francisco Roig, who spent so many years with Rafa.
Well, was he more like a technical coach for Rafa, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But, of course, he did spend some time, but only briefly, really, with Emma Raducanu. Now working with the Polish star. A 6-time major winner, 4 at Roland Garros, 1 at the US Open a few years back, and, of course, here last year. Playing the junior US Open champion from a few years ago in Alexandra Ayala. Świątek also a junior champion here a few summers ago. Fault on the first serve of the day from Iga Świątek as the clouds scud across, but lots of sunshine on the court. Serve to the backhand, then into the forehand wing. That's a confident 1-2 strike to begin the game by the Polish star.
Nice and heavy spin there from Iga Świątek on her forehand, but caught my attention where Alexandra Ayala was standing on that second serve, really 1 meter inside the baseline, so really trying to put that pressure on Świątek's serve, as we saw against Taylor Townsend, where she stood on that return.
Yeah, and she's coming up again now because the first serve this time was into the net. She's just inside the baseline, in front of the royal box. Ayala, both hands on her racket handle, waits for one, but doesn't come over. And Świątek a bit edgy with that serve, a double fault early on. It's something that sometimes can be difficult for her. She loves to make a fast start, and generally when she does make a fast start, she's so difficult to...
Dominating, right?
To overhaul. But today, a different day. What kind of day will it ultimately prove to be for her? That's a good serve out wide, a single-handed backhand from Ayala, and then a miscue from mid-court, hitting way too long there when she had all the court to play into, Świątek. But she's under some pressure here.
You could feel the stress on that forehand, easy approach forehand from Iga Świątek.
We do see her at times in matches getting stressed, something that she finds difficult to manage. 15-30, she served to the forehand, but served long, and again, the Filipino is into the court, just inside the baseline, settling, hunched forward, waiting to see what she can do against this next serve as the Świątek delivery comes now to her forehand. She goes deep to the baseline. It's over the net from Świątek, but she's under some pressure on the backhand wing, and Ayala really opening the shoulders, coming in, making a lovely forehand volley after her attack. Then she's put another volley, but Świątek should be able to pass her, and does. Just not able to do quite enough at the net that time, Ayala, but you kind of like the idea, the way she was being positive.
Yeah, it was a great point construction actually from Ayala, but I think it's that approach shot that she didn't do enough with it, and Iga Świątek was on top of that rally in the end.
Świątek, who has a terrific record in her career against left-handers. On main draw, she's won 32. She's lost only 3 times.
How many has she won?
32 times she's
Oh,
won.
that's a pretty good
The
record.
last loss she had was against the woman she's facing now, that match in Miami last year. She's won 5 matches since against left-handers, including the one against Taylor Townsend at the start of this week. She's got the next point, so she's got game point here. Love won 40-30. Świątek's serve to the backhand, comes to her forehand. She goes cross-court, down the line from Iala's backhand. Then she switches to a forehand attack, but that flat ball just stopped by the higher part of the net, and we're 1 game all.
Again, I think that's the power and the spin that Świątek created on that down the line forehand to Iala's forehand as well. That's where it's going to be a kind of a weak spot from Iala. Can be a bit late on that forehand.
The 2 other left-handers to have beaten Świątek in her main tour career. Arantxa Rus did it in Rome some 6 years ago.
She was a tricky player, right?
Yeah.
A lot of slices.
The Brazilian, Beatriz Haddad-Maia, who beat her in Toronto in 2022. But they are few and far between, the victories by left-handers against her. I just wonder what Southpaw Manny Pacquiao is thinking right now. He'll be watching from somewhere, I'm sure, if he can. The great Filipino boxer who's such a support now of the new sporting star from their country, in Iala. She's pushed back by the return, but makes a good strike with the forehand. Again, she's attacked, but she's tried to put too much force into that. Not enough top on the ball, and that's gone about a metre beyond the baseline at Świątek's end of the court.
Overplayed the last forehand. Iala moved with her body forward and kind of forgot to bring the racket forward and the contact point. That's too much, almost too much excitement on that shot.
One of the stars in the Royal Box today is the great legend that is Martina Navratilova, and I wonder what she's making of another left-hander's bid here on the court that Martina graced so many years, for so many years, winning 9 Wimbledon singles titles amongst all the many.
Stat.
1990 when she won that against Zina Garrison-Jackson. Into the next rally, backhand drive deep cross-court from Iala, who's then gone up the line with her next ball, and it's another forehand error. Świątek needs that forehand to be firing well. It is a strong shot for her. When she really gets it, she can be so aggressive, can use the angles so well, but that didn't work.
But also it's, you would put it as also is the weakest shot of her game, when she's not accelerating and she's being pushed back from the baseline as well, and when she's nervous because of that extreme grip that she has.
And it's certainly engrossing. 14 minutes into this first match of the day. 1 all, 15 all. Return deep, backhand drive from Świątek deep to the forehand, and it gets a cross-court error from Iala, who perhaps just pulled off that shot a little bit, veered it wide.
You could clearly sense what Świątek was trying to do in this point and add that spin and heavier and higher ball into Iala's forehand and pushing her back and then play back behind.
Been a tricky season for Świątek. She hasn't made a final yet this year, which for somebody with all the titles she does have is a bit of a surprise. Her return just long, that was nearly so good, just going beyond the Iala baseline.
Yeah, for somebody you would think that she's still having a great season, Iga Świątek, but not for her, not for her standards.
It hasn't been quite where she would like it to be. At 30 all, Iala's serve out wide to the forehand, then goes up the line with the backhand, a bit of a reach for her, has to step back to hit her next forehand. Świątek again leaves one in the net, so another unforced error from the defending champion.
It's interesting to see the parallel in their games actually now on the grass. They both try to play with a lot of spin and quite high above the net, which normally their game, nothing like that. So the tactic against each other is pretty similar.
Yeah. Let first serve. Manuel Absolute is the umpire calling the score, in charge of this encounter. Loads of zoom lenses of the professional photographers in their alleyways, the sunken alleyways to the sides of the court. And the bulk of them at the moment focused on Iala, who didn't clear the net with that serve, but has game point here, 1 all, 40-30. Her serve into the body, forehand cross court. She's got to react quickly. She brings it back, but that's well done down the line from Świątek, who gets the ball now to attack and this time she lands it in. Ayala was at her mercy there and could do nothing to defend that.
Constantly trying to attack that forehand side from Ayala. Iga Świątek putting a heavier spin there and keeping the depth. I'm really impressed with seeing how deep Świątek plays so far.
Testing games these are already. At deuce now, the serve down the middle, but it was a very soft serve and it actually missed. It was only at 80 miles an hour, which for a first serve is a little lacking, you'd think. Into the body, the returns quickly onto the baseline. Ayala defends it, defends again from the forehand wing. Once again, the shape is strong from Świątek, but a flatter hit that puts pressure on her. Ayala then, she didn't quite get to that ball and she reached for it out in front and it's flown long. And once more, it is the defending champion with a break point.
And it wasn't a really difficult ball from Ayala, but she did find an error, and I think it's from that heavier, slower ball from Świątek to her forehand side, and then kind of she didn't move forward to that backhand. It does creep into her head.
A serve to the backhand, it's chopped back by Świątek. She's under pressure again, but the volleying Ayala is up at the net, and it's running forehand winner down the line. Superb work from the pole. And a few fans in front of our commentary position jumping up to cheer for that. So a break early on here, but a battle well and truly joined between these two. And it is the Polish defending champion, Iga Świątek, who leads Alexandra Ayala of the Philippines 2-1 first set. Well, some start. Certainly has been. And Świątek will be glad that she's been able to get ahead early. That's what she's always looking to do, see how she can build on that. But I think from a neutral point of view, just the way that Ayala goes about her game, the similarity in style, using all the court, if she can do a bit better with some of the work at the net, you know.
A bit cleaner, right? Maybe on approach shots as well, because Świątek is so good at guessing and feel where the ball is going to go. But overall, they play kind of similar tactic against each other, as you said, Barry. And it's interesting to see so far Iga Świątek is the one who does it slightly better. But she's not used to this kind of difficult starts, I have to say, Iga Świątek. Usually it goes one way for her, because no matter how well you know her game, she usually just surprise you with that fast, speedy start, take a few games right away on the board, and yeah, it's rarely you see her not struggling, but playing tight games in the beginning.
Well, we've mentioned Manny Pacquiao, the Filipino boxing legend, but Świątek, in her way, the way she comes out for the spin of the coin, like a boxer, like Rafa, it's so intense, it's so sort of, you know, potentially intimidating.
It is, yeah, it definitely, you feel it.
So she's landed the first significant punch here with a breakthrough in the third game, but can she now build on that? She's up 2-1, she's at the royal box end. Sun on her back now as she serves right-handed to the backhand of her opponent. She's just missed the service box with that attempt. Slow, deliberate build-up to the serve. The return goes cross-court to her forehand, and that's not the best time forehand you'll see from the pole, as that goes rather flat into the net.
I felt like I misjudged the distance there from Świątek. A bit too close to the body.
Waiting and then setting herself. And again, brings the feet together, serves, return comes to her forehand, and she just swipes that away for a clean winner. Right in the hitting zone there, and she's not going to give up on the chance to do exactly what she did, strike a big forehand. That's her fourth forehand winner so far. 6 winners in total, but 6 unforced errors as well. But twice as many winners as her opponent. This serve is into the doubles alley. Ballgirl smartly gets hold of the ball and stands to attention once again behind Ayala, who's moved inside that baseline at the far end. Paused by the pole, she resets. Holds the ball next to the racket now, tosses it high and serves a double fault. Well, her rhythm perhaps affected there because of the pause, and not a good serve. That's another double fault. We'll have to keep an eye on that. That's her second one.
But I think she does get affected from the return position from Iala, and I think that's what happened against Taylor Townsend. I mean, how many double faults she did in that match, just because where Taylor Townsend was returning that serve. So she does get affected by that.
2-1, 15-30. First serve in the net.
Not a good start in this game after the break.
And her first serve percentage is only just above 40% so far. Iala's is much higher at 61%. Backhand return to the second serve is a clean winner. That is the intimidation. That is the position she took, the aggressive place that she started from inside the baseline. And she smacked a backhand winner down the line as clean as that.
A nice short split step and short backswing and just move forward with the ball.
Breakback points for Iala. 15-40, Świątek serve. Backhand reply, pushing Świątek off the baseline. But that is a backhand that was lacking, and Iala looks skywards after missing that one. Left it in the net. Going through the motions now as she walks back at the far end before coming back up towards the baseline for this next point. It's still break point for the Filipino. And it's the pole serve that is down the middle but too long. Still searching for a good number of first serves. And here comes Iala again inside the baseline. Might she do the same again with the return if she gets a chance? Where will this one go? Will it go this time out wide? It does. Forehand cross court return is long. Well, she mixed up the direction that time, and it paid off for Świątek.
It could be a costly mistake on that last return from Iala, forehand return. Could see pumping words from her coach, from Iala's coach, Juan Bosch.
So at deuce now, Świątek serve. Backhand high return, drive forehand to the backhand wing, but then the cross-court pass, it went straight back to Iala off the incoming Świątek. And Iala said, thank you very much, I'll just put this past you.
Beautiful hands there from Iala, great touch. I mean, what a way to hit that passing shot. She saw the open spot.
She's eyeing up the possibility again. Another break point in this game. The serve was powerful, but wide. Just waiting for a ball girl to get that one off the court cover that's pulled over to this side. Iala's inside the baseline, steps back a little bit, then steps in again. And Świątek's taking a long time. Serve to the forehand, the return is to the forehand again, down the forehand side, cross court from Iala to the backhand of the pole, and she's hit wide, and it is back on serve here. 2 games all.
What a start from both of them, good quality. You just feel it's going to be a very physical match.
Yeah. But will that catch up perhaps with Iala because of all the matches, all the weeks you were saying in a row that she's played?
And a heavy stripe, right?
Yeah.
It's very heavy stripe. So far there is no signs, but there is always a question. Hopefully just for protection.
So at 2 games all, Iala starting the next game with a serve to the forehand. Świątek thought, oh, eyes bulging, went for the cross-court winner, but she's hit that into the doubles alley.
A lot of shape she's giving on her return, Iga Świątek, playing with a lot of spin. I think it's something new in her game, not playing a lot of spin, but playing high over the net.
This one she does again, but it's well handled by Iala, who's striking cleanly up the line this time with the forehand, then another one, and that brings a good reaction from Świątek, but she's pushed back. It's tremendous striking, one to the other, and eventually it's Iala's quality that's the better. Well, to have broken back straight away, that's always a big step.
Yes.
Can she now step ahead again? And that would certainly throw down the challenge to the champion. 2-all, 30 love. Serve into the net. Ball boy takes that one back out of the way. Świątek Waits, settles, meter behind the baseline. She's not moving inside the baseline. This serve comes to her two-hander. She goes to the forehand side. It comes to her backhand. Forehand again from Ayala, deep to the backhand corner. Great angle from Świątek, but well managed by her opponent. And then Świątek, seeing Ayala move across to cover the other side, goes back behind her down the line.
And again, very nice shape on the last forehand from Iga Świątek, back behind. Saw the opening spot.
It's a warm afternoon. It wasn't so warm earlier on. We did have quite a breeze and temperatures. You're thinking, well, it's supposed to be getting up, but now it certainly has. And of course, travels that bit quicker through the warmer air. So having to adjust to that, having to have the string tensions correct. The winner of this match to face either Jasmine Paolini or Maria Sakkari. Serve to the backhand, great return, but off the baseline, well done by Ayala. Makes good footwork to the next ball on her backhand, then goes up the line with it, and it's Świątek who's under pressure, and the volley put up, another lob's gone up, attempted by Świątek, but what beautiful play from Alex Ayala, because she was initially under so much pressure, but when she then went up the line, got some pace generated on that, she turned it around in her way and got to the net and finished off there.
Yeah, incredible. She spotted that opportunity to move forward in this point very early with that forehand, like you said. She was mainly defending in the point, but then saw that opportunity and moved forward with a beautiful hands.
Wait for the next serve to the forehand. Down on her knees almost was Ayala dealing with the return. Now she's got a short ball to put to play, and she went for the drop shot because Świątek was way behind the baseline. However, Ayala's put that ball in the net.
I think she changed her mind in the last moment. Yeah, it looked like she wanted to go for a normal shot, but then went for a drop shot because she saw Świątek moving away. You know, you never should do that. You go with the first shot.
Still game point, though, for the 21-year-old from the Philippines. Proudly flying a flag for her country here on the centre court of Wimbledon. That first serve. Paolini and Sakkari, by the way, have just got underway in their match on the number 3 court. Next serve, return comes to the forehand, sharpish, out of position. Ayala, will she cover that? She's tried to everything she could, but that was tremendous play from Świątek. Really took it to the server, put her under a lot of pressure with the position and the power, and then went down the other wing, and it was just too much to catch up to.
Yeah, I love how low she stayed on that backhand. Iga Świątek stayed resistance and was stable, didn't really push back from the baseline and redirect the ball.
At Jews, 2-all. First serve doesn't get over the net. I mean, it is attackable, isn't it, that serve? When it does come over, it's not the biggest pace.
But it has a lot of slice.
But it has, yeah, that's how she tries to defend it. That one down the centre, she does defend well. She's got Świątek under pressure. Świątek's showing a first sign of frustration there, raising her arms up, shouting round to her corner. Yeah. How did I miss that?
Yeah, that forehand side, we know, can be fragile, especially when she's under pressure. If you keep attacking that side, that's what Ayala is doing so well.
When you've beaten the likes of Rybakina and Svitolina on this surface of late, you must have confidence and ability to be able to deal even with an Iga Świątek, and she's done well there. That pace, the paceless serve really, but out wide, and Świątek has put a tame return in the net, so it's Ayala leading 3-2.
Yeah, I wanted to touch down about this kind of serve from Ayala, right? Because when you think about it, why players struggle more with slightly slower serves, for example, like now Ayala throw a few slower serves, but it's lefty, it has a lot of slice. But my idea about that normally female players, they practice with guys as a hitting partners, and we are so used to these big flat serves or kick wide, and actually it's so rare that you practice a slower serve return, so you get lost in a way.
Yeah, you don't have any pace coming through to you. Yes. It doesn't come as you're normally expecting.
You have to generate.
So you generate, and you make mistakes as a result.
Very simple explanation.
Well, simple's often the best
Yes.
way. Olga, that's yeah, great comment. But it is certainly perceptible that lack of pace, and yet how that has mixed up Iga Świątek at times. So this is shaping up to be quite the contest to begin the day. And I mean, what a day's lineup we have, because Amanda Anisimova, who a year ago, of course, suffered at the hands of Iga Świątek in a big way in the final, unable to win a game against the Polish star, having done so well to get to the final, Anisimova, but obviously bounced back, beat her at the US Open en route to another Grand Slam final. And
How
she
great
played so
of
much.
recovery there
That
was.
was a terrific follow-up, wasn't it, considering what she suffered here. But she'll be up against fellow American Madison Keys. It is, of course, the 4th of July, so great day for all Americans to celebrate that and to see those two. And then
Bring
we'll
your
have Igor
helmets.
Dimitrov against Matteo Berrettini.
Bring your helmets to that match.
Yes, I think it might be a bit different pace to this one.
No, 15.
Well, that serve was sub 100 mile an hour from Świątek, and it just got a simple angled return from Ayala, who must be growing in confidence now. I mean, for any player coming out here, there's bound to be nerves attached to the occasion, to the venue, the opponent, etc. But now that she's in this match, she's settling, seems rather well, and there is certainly being pressure applied to the Polish star's game. 2-3, love 15, another first serve that didn't get over the net. And her next serve comes over, kicks up, but there's a great return deep. Under pressure is Świątek, and Ayala really dominating this exchange. And that point, that ball ends on Świątek's side. Under pressure again.
And that's the way to start this game. Two great returns from Ayala. First one easy, put away, out wide on the forehand side, and then from Ed's side, such a big forehand to produce.
2-3, love 30. Things have gone in south for Świątek in the last few minutes. She was the first to break, but now she's certainly not in a strong position here, having been broken back, facing a player who's stepping in and intimidating her with her returns, particularly against the second serve. There have been a lot of second serves required from Świątek. This one gets hammered back to her back. Oh, just missed the baseline from Ayala. She went heavy, hard and flat at that baseline, just went beyond it.
But it's a good mistake from her, and it's definitely going to add more pressure on Świątek's serve. But just to say how even they play, they're both spending 25% in the attacking zone and 15 neutral. I mean, it's quite a stat.
Yeah, that is.
Very even level so far.
Backhand reply down the middle. Backhand on the run, cross-court from Ayala. Now she's got a ball to attack with the forehand. She comes forward again, but it's a lovely counter-punching pass from the pole. And again, just that shot on the approach from Ayala, not quite enough to catch out her opponent.
It felt like it was just middle court, not enough acceleration. Should have gone either wider or a bit deeper. Of course, easy to say, but that's what made the difference.
Her movement was aggressive, but the shot itself not quite so. Backhand reply comes to the backhand of Świątek. Quickly there with a forehand. Angle is Ayala, but she won't cover that. That's a precise hit into the backhand wing, down the line from Świątek, and she's turning this game around impressively.
Very solid in the last 3 points from Iga Świątek. Came back strongly in this game.
Look back on this game as a very important one in her progress if she is to advance. And she does hold. That's a good serve down the middle. It's stretched Ayala on return. And they're 3 games all.
3 games all.
Yeah, it's a good comeback in this game. Being under pressure, big pressure, Iga Świątek. It's her first serve percentage that is struggling so far, only 44% on the first serve.
When you were looking at just now the percentages in attack, is that, how does that compare with their, the tournament for them, or their year so far?
Oh,
do you have those
no,
figures?
we need to research that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought. Don't worry. Anyway, they're both doing it at 25%.
Nick Monroe is good at researching.
He can
I've
get
heard
you
this
that.
morning.
Okay. Call him up. Start of the next game. Ayala serving from the royal box end. That is returned to her forehand. She keeps it inside the court, and then it's another cross court that you really wouldn't expect Świątek to miss from there, but she has. She's hit it wide.
It seems like every time she has a chance, an easier ball, they both a bit surprised.
Yes.
Get caught up by surprise. So used to this rhythm, powerful exchange.
Left-handed, 21-year-old. Serving into the body, just ducks out of the way as Świątek did hit the reply. There was a fault on that serve. Świątek still behind her baseline by a metre or so. Little steps forward, on her toes now. Backhand reply, miscue.
Another easier mistake, easier serve and easier mistake for Świątek. Clearly not ready for that.
So Iala is serving at the moment 61% first serves in, 59% points won behind the first serve and 55% behind the second.
Just playing both better at returns.
That hit a line, but it was the line beyond the box. She wondered for a moment if she got it. Świątek only at 50% first serves in, 70% though points won behind the first serve and only 40% behind her second. This is a second serve. The return comes to the Ayala forehand. She goes cross-court deep into the corner, waits for the next ball, hits the net. Oh my goodness, Świątek's gone down. Is she okay? She is. A little thumbs up, but that was a nasty fall, trying to cover across as Ayala went on the attack again. But that would be unsettling for any player. Just getting a look again, it was the split step, and as she came down, her right foot slid out to further right. Luckily, she was able to put the leg out in the correct way and didn't hurt herself, but yeah, worrying moment there. And then an ace from Ayala. So a hold to love, 7 games in. This is really coming to the boil nicely. First set, which Ayala leads 4-3 against the defending champion.
Ayala leads 4 games to 3, first set.
What a good 7 games so far we've seen. Very good quality, and again the stats shows how even they play. Świątek have 9 winners so far, and for Ayala it's 7. It's slightly more unforced errors for Iga Świątek, 12. But overall, they covered even the same amount of distance.
Have they?
So, yeah. 591 meters for Ayala and 581 meters for Iga Świątek. That's crazy.
That is, yeah.
Are you good in meters?
Better in yards.
Yeah. I'm
No, I
not
can
good
do
at that.
Well, half a kilometre they've run already, both of them. And they've certainly covered some ground on this court. And it's great to see the movement forward as well.
Time.
You can see the center court is fully crowded. Almost no empty seats.
Ayala, I think, has been, what is it, 8 times at the net, winning 4, and Świątek 6 times, winning 3.
Yeah.
So again, so evenly matched,
so
really.
evenly matched, yeah.
New balls for Iga Świątek, who is the 3rd seed this year. She is the world number 3 currently, of course, a world number 1 for, was it 125 weeks in total so far in her career. Next game underway though, and she gets pushed back by the quality from Ayala.
Another error from body forehand from Iga Świątek. A bit too close to her body, not enough footwork.
She's now made, what, 8 unforced errors from her forehand out of the 13 in total. This next serve is an ace, and that is her first of this 3rd round encounter.
The difference is so little between their games so far and between the quality that every point is matter, and the amount of focus it requires, it's crazy.
Ayala's back at the moment, and that's a strong serve. That was well directed out wide.
30-50.
Ayala was quite deep that time, and it was a real stretch for her on her 2-hander.
Also went a bit slower on her serve pace, right? Iga Świątek did work against her, so she's now trying that.
finding solutions on the hoof, trying to find the ways that work and avoid the ones that don't. But here comes Ayala again. She's stepping inside. She's armed and looking dangerous. And that's what happens again. Świątek trying to keep her back, aware of that threat, has double faulted for the third time now. 3-4, 30 all. This is coming to an intriguing moment, I think, in the potential of what Ayala might do here. She gets a look at a second serve again. Świątek will know that. Can she put in a good first serve? It is decent, but the return is made to her forehand. She goes strong to the backhand side. Nice length, though, from her opponent, and then wide off the forehand again from Iga Świątek. And now there is trouble lurking right in front of Iga Świątek as the defending champion faces a break point in this 8th game of the opening set. What a moment this could be for Ayala to try and put real daylight between them and give herself the chance to then try and serve out this set if she can break here for the second time in the match. Remember, she broke back, having initially been the one to lose her serve. That's a first serve off the net. Ayala just flexing her legs before settling again, waiting for this next first serve after the let previously. Backhand reply right onto the baseline. Świątek rears up, can't believe that, but what a perfect reply from the Filipino. That really has been brilliant onto the back edge of the line, and it's given her great reward now. We have a 5-3 scoreline in favour of the 21-year-old.
I think Iga Świątek was really confused and frustrated on the last Ayala's return, because it looked like long and it went deep down through the middle, but it looked like long and she was not sure. But again, you can't do anything about electronic calls lines.
Well, she's just had to tie up a shoelace. Might think she needs to pull her socks up at this stage. She's certainly finding this a very tricky encounter once again against a left-hander on the centre court. The difficulty she had in the opening round against Taylor Townsend, and now this against a player who has beaten her once before on the hard courts in Miami last year. Ayala going now for this next game, and she gets the first point of it. It's another unforced backhand error this time from Iga Świątek, who is somewhat out of sorts here.
Yeah, also good play from Ayala in the last 3 points. She really attack Świątek body and make it uncomfortable. We know if you play against Iga Świątek, it's better to play through the middle because she's so good off the corners.
Didn't get the serve right, and then kind of goes through a very pronounced replay of the serve that she needs to do. Yeah, an imitation of it. But she's up 5-3, 15 love. Second serve, return is wide. Going for the immediate strike, Świątek, but again a kind of pleading look up to coach Francisco Roig, as if to say, well, what have I done wrong there?
And it's so mental, right? Because in the previous games she wouldn't miss those kind of returns, and now just by a bit, but she's missing because she is affected by that break.
Ayala serves down the centre, return to her backhand. She reaches for that, goes to the forehand side. It comes back strongly to her backhand. She defends it. Now she's got to cover the forehand line. She's put a lob up. Świątek's under the smash and goes with the angle and puts that away very nicely.
A much better point construction from Iga Świątek. Went for a big, accelerated move forward with the ball. It's something she's doing the best. Now more and more frustration from Iga Świątek, looking into her box, talking to her coach. You could feel the nerves and desperation from players who start to speak to their coaching box after almost every point.
Serve to the backhand and then to the down the forehand line, but Ayala's missed that. So it was certainly an inviting place to aim at and somewhere that she would expect to make. But this is, you know, against the defending champion. Again, she is flexing.
Did you get that Spanish? English?
I was trying to work out what he said.
I think he said she's not hurting you, something like that.
Yeah, you're losing or something. Well, I don't know, it sounded very strange. But that's a great depth from Ayala into the backhand corner. It forces an error off Iga Świątek, and here's a set point for the 21-year-old who's shown such poise here on this great court. I mean, she's a player made for the big stage. She's already got such an audience, a following, so she's used to the star status. But can she upstage the defending champion here today? Looking like she might at the moment. Softball serve, better on her next ball with the forehand, using some pace, keeping it deep, skimming over the net though. Świątek, who's on the charge, makes an angle with the backhand. Then she's got space to hit into the forehand, and Ayala's given up the chase on that one.
Yeah, nice pause for Iga Świątek on the last shot. And kind of tried to play, gave herself a bit more time, played slower, took a few steps back. I like that new style in some points from her, not one way of just moving forward to the ball and rush every point, but just like take the time and step back.
So at deuce, 5-3, Ayala trying to close out this huge game. Biggest match of her Grand Slam career so far, in a third round for the first time. Second serve, hammered return, blocked back by Ayala, tries to cover, but goes towards her backhand wing. Świątek saw that, and majestic strike up that line with the forehand that time. Has got a break back point, and I do think that Ayala is beginning to feel this physically in her legs. There's a lot of flexing going on. She's got that white tape strapping around the upper right leg, which she had from the start. She had it in her previous round against Joint. Joint was so good in the first set of that match, but then from the second set onwards, Ayala turned it right around, ended up winning the third set to love. Backhand reply, sharp to the backhand. Defended, but not for much longer, and Świątek has thwarted her bid there. Too short, too much width from Świątek, adding up. And it's 5-4 in the first set, back on track.
Yeah, much more force in this last few points from Iga Świątek, and they made a difference. Like her style to move forward to the ball and rush forward, take the ball early on the rise. I think it's the more familiar game to her style.
Ayala is just getting some more nutrition on board.
Using ice bag for her face.
And the ice bag as well, yeah.
How hot it is out there, especially on the big courts, right? Like center court, court number 1. There is no breeze really out there. Just heat just soaks into the grass. I always felt
actually
actually
from the Philippines, she should be.
Yes, but it's different, you know. Everybody speak about this. I'm myself living in Bahamas now, and I'm used to heat, but European heat is different. It's harder. Oh, we're just weak people.
So we await the next game. What critical game it could be. Ayala now coming out to the royal box end. Świątek to the far end to serve. Iga Świątek serving to stay in this first set. She's checking the position of the sun because she'll be looking up to it from the far end as she serves towards the royal box end. 2 breaks each already in this matchup. And it's a point against the server because her second ball, Świątek, was a forehand error yet again. This one into the net. That's now 11 unforced errors from that side. And that's certainly undermining her efforts. I think that was the first champagne cork popping off on centre court this afternoon.
It's about
it won't be the last. A little breeze around the players at the moment, and Świątek pushed back by a good return. Forehand flat into the corner, very good, but back to a length from Świątek. She's then got a ball to attack because that sat up mid-court, and she got the forehand right that time.
It was great point set up from Iga Świątek, and it was tough to read the last forehand from inside out.
Świątek, who had a great record on the grass last year, of course, but nobody was backing her for this title 12 months ago. The pressure of being the defending champion. Can she hang on in this game? She's under pressure on the backhand wing. And that's going to go long from Ayala's next forehand. So Świątek getting to 30-15 on this critical 10th game.
Playing much more aggressive in the last game, and now this one as well, last few points, spending more time being in charge.
She was frustrated a few minutes ago as things were going against her, having been the first player to break in this matchup. But got broken straight back and then falling behind. But Ayala again looking to intimidate her with her return position. She's inside the baseline in front of the royal box. Hovering, waiting, looking eager, eager. Hits a good return, works another ball deep into... Oh, that was so near, I think, but so near is not going to do it.
Impressively, Iga Świątek was so fast off her serve. She knew that there is a replay.
So we'll get a look just to check where this did land. She wants to know how close she was to... Actually, she was further back than it appeared. That was a good couple of inches beyond the baseline, but it was hit at fierce pace. So it must have felt good when she struck it. Game points, though, for Świątek. 4-5, 40-15 to the backhand. Sliced return this time, dug out by Świątek. Waiting for a low ball on the forehand side is Ayala. Really getting down behind each one, going centrally, and then it's another miscue. That forehand again, letting the pole down.
It's probably only first few slices that Ayala did use in this match, and it worked right away. Something that they both didn't really use so far.
Maybe that's a new facet that she'll adopt more, but again, just see Filipino lifting her legs one after the other, stretching them. She's played a lot of grass court tennis in the last few weeks. Is it starting to have its effect? Well, it's another miss first serve by Świątek. So it means Ayala again steps forward. And there's a lengthy build-up to this second serve. And again, Świątek's not happy with that. So she checks before now trying to serve this. Gets this right, but the return is a great one. It's across court, right inside the line. And Ayala has got to juice.
It was an absolute bullet from Ayala's return, forehand return, cross court, short, wide. But you're right, Barry, she's constantly bouncing her legs.
Yeah,
and it's almost like a cramping feeling that she's starting to build, which is not much you can do.
It would be such a shame if physically she wasn't able to stay with this. She can't deal with that serve. That was good out wide to her backhand. She's put the return in the net. And Świątek with the advantage to try and get this to 5-all. Having saved a set point in the previous game. A significant test for the defending champion. In bright sunshine, she'll look up towards it and serve this one down the centre. That's a great serve. And she just shakes her racket in the air, clenched fist, pleased with that. She's done well to bridge the gap that had emerged between them when she trailed 5-3. But the last two games, both going her way. So an even contest, a very even contest, a fascinating contest. 54 minutes in, they're 5 games all first set.
And again, incredible stats. Both of them have 61% on the first serve percentage, so very even, and both of them only won 60% from that first serve. Shows how
Świątek
tight.
has improved that, though. I remember when it was down at about 40% her first serve, so many more finding their way in. Second serve now, return to the forehand side, 4-1-4, now a little drop shot from Ayala with an angle, but it's floated away. And she's disappointed to have missed the court completely with that.
15.
Mind you, I'm not sure it was the best shot selection, and that perhaps is an indication that, you know, physically she's trying to finish a point more quickly.
Yeah, you again keep constantly seeing her moving those legs, and it was more like a shot of desperation, as we call it, drop shot, when you're not prepared well.
5-all, love 15. Ayala's serve is into the net.
And it's that loading leg, right, when she has to jump into the serve that she has a heavy stripe on.
It was a good return to a serve down the middle. There's a great angle from Świątek, but she's now got to wait for a high bouncing ball. She hits it back high. It's landed long.
A massive row from Alexandra Ayala after this point. And I'm quite surprised because Iga Świątek did came back from 5-3 down, playing really aggressive tennis. Why would you change now and play again slower and higher pace? Probably she does have a tactic.
Return off the backhand into the forehand of Świątek, who goes cross court with that. Now she's gone up the line. Iala comes back with her lefty forehand, again hitting the ball beautifully. Both of them are. And Świątek, oh, she's nailed that. Terrific winner down right on the line, on the outer edge of the line, and we get a replay, hence the gasp from the crowd as they see that, the image of that. But that was a perfect shape, fierce shot, and the pressure's now on Iala to hold this game, having failed to serve out the set when she had the chance. Świątek sensing the moment that she might be able to really draw on her greater experience now and take this set back her way. She's on the run though, and now she's got to cover it up the line, and she can't because her opponent manoeuvred the ball beautifully. Świątek forced wide to her forehand side, and as quick as she is, she could not come back for the last ball down the line from Iala.
She almost had to take it half volley on the last one. Iala, great redirection with that backhand down the line.
She really is a good match player, isn't she?
Yes.
Sees the space, or creates that, senses the opportunity. 5-all, 30-all. Long serve. Świątek stepping a little closer to the baseline, but still behind it by a metre or so. Iala launches this serve. Not at great pace. That comes quickly to her forehand. She defends it. Now she's got to go on the stretch, on the backhand, and on the drive. Świątek makes the drive initially, but then makes a real hash of the backhand volley when she had the court to play into. She's put that in the net.
That was a costly mistake for Iga Świątek. She had that on her racket. Iala was away from the court. Almost all court is open. She set up the point beautifully.
She really did. But it's Iala who won it, and she's got game point. 5-all, 40-30. The left-handed serve into the backhand. Then goes up the line with a forehand, but she's missed that one again. She needs to find more of those if she can. A few have leaked away, but that's the pressure of the situation of the day.
Yeah, she knows she has to go big. She can't slow down on the pace and on the speed. And you could see her showing herself to come down. It's almost like she's too excited, right, to play. That's what I feel about her, and that's what is making her great.
Well, family and friends in the players' box. Her older brother, Mikko, he played tennis for Penn State University. So there's a lot of sporting genes in the family as well. Mum was a swimmer nationally. As they get into a big drive down the centre of the court, these two hammering the ball. Great shot. Then a slice ultimately from Świątek that lands in the net. But Iala stood her ground well, competed with all she's got, and it was enough.
Yeah, a bit too far away from the baseline. Iga Świątek was on that last defending slice.
I mean, all I can say is I think she must just have sore legs now. It's showing the way she's lifting them between points. Try and release the discomfort there.
And of course, on the grass, it's completely different muscles that you're working out, so it's big difference from what you're used to on hard courts and clay courts.
Miss first serve, but advantage. Second serve to the forehand. Return to her forehand. She gets across, makes the angle. Comes again. Now she goes up the line. Świątek's there to meet it. Backhand down to the forehand side. Now on the stretch. Iala can't deal with that. It was Świątek's turn to go heavy up the line on the forehand wing. Forehand to forehand, and she won that battle.
Yes. For me, it felt like Iala didn't move the ball enough in the open spaces and just played where Świątek was standing. Made it a bit too comfortable for Iga Świątek to move the ball around.
Now we've already had, what is it? 80 points now in this first set, and we're still all square. Forehand to forehand, terrific length with a bit of shape on that into the baseline, and that has forced an error off Ayala.
Advantage Świątek.
So it is Iga Świątek with a break point again in this matchup. She has converted 2 of 3 so far.
Just feel a little bit that for Iga Świątek would be very important to win this first set, judging on how many matches Ayala played so far on grass courts. Make it more physical.
Good serve though. That is a very good serve. That was one of her biggest serves, 104 mile an hour down the middle, right into the tee. So the mixing up of the pace, and perhaps that caught out Świątek's effort to return. It really is a captivating clash between these two. Their third meeting, 1-1 in the head-to-head. Hard court winner for Ayala in Miami, a Rome clay court win last year, soon after for Świątek. But now this match to see whether who is going to be the better on a grass court for the first time on this surface against each other. Gosh, that nearly looked out. Well, the return was out, the serve just stayed in.
Advantage Ayala.
So from both of them, who got that message from Rafael Nadal before the match?
Have fun.
Who is here supporting?
She's got herself back just in front, but can she get a game ahead? Again, she's serving with the advantage to the forehand, and she's done it! And she swishes the air with her racket, celebrating that. Świątek denied, deprived the chance again to try and break. And it's a 6-5 lead for the Filipino star in this tight first set.
Yeah, wasn't going for it in the last return, Iga Świątek, and was a bit frustrated and crossed with her box, but not much they can say. She wasn't accelerating, wasn't doing much on that return anyway. That's the worst feel when you miss those kind of balls where you're not 100% committed.
Ayala sat in a chair. She's used the ice bag on her legs. Now she's got it on the back of her neck. Energy gels, more from the banana, more fluid. And of course Świątek going through her routine as well, taking on a lot of water right now. And what a battle. This is a great entertainment for us all to see this. And to play today in front of all the sports stars who are gathered here. I mean, it's a fabulous lineup, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing can be better.
Yeah. I mean, that in itself could be intimidating. Świątek be used to it, but for Ayala, but she has so deserved her place here today and has played accordingly. So Iga Świątek won 90% of her service games at the championships last year, the most in the ladies singles that year, but she's already been broken twice today by her younger opponent, who will look to do that now. I think Ayala will really swing at this game if she can get into it first, because she knows that she's at least got herself a tie-break to follow if necessary. And she's returned strongly. That's a good deep return. She's hit a flat ball there, comes to her backhand. She's hit with shape then, and she's got an error out of Świątek on the first point as the Pole's backhand goes in the net.
Ayala is keeping the good depth, really keeping Iga Świątek away from the baseline, trying to stay in charge of the point.
Unforced error count right now. Ayala 13, Świątek 22.
But more winners from Świątek.
Yeah, there have been, but 16 to 11, not quite as big a gap.
Yeah.
That's a good serve though, gets a long return.
15-0.
Adjusting her cap, Iga Świątek.
Jasmine Paolini, meanwhile, has taken the first set comfortably against Maria Sakkari, 6-1 on the number 3 court. But Jelena Rybakina is in real trouble. In fact, she's match points down. She has lost the match. Rybakina is out of Wimbledon. And Świątek has just hit out because she has completely shanked a drive forehand from close to the net, over the baseline, and she's in trouble again. 5-6, 15-30.
It was a real slip of her racket on that forehand drive volley. She had the ball on her racket, just completely slipped away. Again, putting down on the pressure, scoreboard pressure right now on her and on her serve.
quiet once more before Swiatek's next serve, and it's gone in the net. And this is what we've seen too often from her. It gives Iala this chance to step forward, to be the aggressor again, to threaten with the return off a second serve. And we've sometimes seen Swiatek double fault 3 times already. Doesn't with this one, and the return that time is in the net. Just pointed out to me just now, Rybakina has gone out, the second seed. The world number 2 has lost to Elise Mertens of Belgium, the 25th seed, 7-6, 6-1.
That's unexpected because Rybakina was leading their matchup 7-1.
Although she struggled in her opening round, she looked really strong in her second match, didn't she?
Yeah, against
Katie
McNally, yeah.
But she's gone, so that is a big hole opened up in the very bottom of the draw. Might there be another in this half before the end of this encounter, or by the end of this encounter? Iala's going strong with the forehand. She's got a floating ball to watch. It lands on her baseline. She hits down the forehand side. Cross court then from Swiatek. Swiatek now working a drive forehand, and that's too strong. Hanging on here, Swiatek, in this 12th game, trying to get to the tie-break, and she's got a 40-30 lead now.
Yeah, she really went for it. She stepped in. I love the down the line forehand from Iga Swiatek. No hesitation there.
In shade at the moment, centre court, but still this warm afternoon. Things really have heated up in this encounter, and there's more heat to come in this first set because they've gone to a tie-break. It's taken 68 minutes to get there.
6 games all, first set, tie-break.
You could see from Francisco Roy saying to Iga Swiatek, go with your forehand down the line, only down the line, use your legs and move forward and hit that ball down the line, not cross court, which it's so rare you hear from a Spanish coach, to be honest.
Yeah.
To go down the line, not cross.
But you know, Iga listening to that and then turned and sort of flicked her hand back as if to say, no, stop it, I don't want to hear. We'll see what she does. She's gone down the line with her backhand, but she's pushed back there. She's gone forehand up the line. That is good, but she's had to run around to then hit an angle. It comes back strongly to her forehand. She's gone to the backhand wing. Iala comes back deep. That's down the line brilliantly from the pole, and then she's gone huge with the forehand on the other side. And Francisco Roy's probably saying, well, that's exactly what I want you to do.
Exactly, so easy. But wow, what a point to start this tie-break. This game just went to another level from both of these players. Just have a sense that whoever wins this first set is going to win the match. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but it just requires so much emotions and focus, and it's so tight.
Iga Swiatek then a point to the good at the start of the tie-break. She serves now. Backhand replies in the net. Iala.
2-0 Swiatek.
Can the Polish defending champion now really assert herself in this tie-break? (2-0). She serves to the roll box end, but it's a fault. So ball boy catching that ball very well, getting a big cheer. The second serve on this third point of the tie-break. Swiatek leading it, but that is the mini break back. It's what we've seen so often from Alex Iala, because she's just looked so aggressive in her return position inside the baseline, looking at that Swiatek second serve, and she smoked one up the line for a clean winner.
Yeah, again, split step and short backswing and went down the line full power. That's the way to treat that second serve from Iala.
Iala, who had a set point a few games ago, couldn't serve out the set. But now 1-2 in the tiebreak to the backhand, and that return's gone wide.
And again,
frustrations sometimes from Swiatek.
She went really pace down on that serve, first serve from Iala, 80 miles only, and she went for real slicey out wide and pushed that error from Swiatek backhand.
She's caught her out on numerous occasions, hasn't she, with a variety of the pace on her serve, the placement of it. But a first serve there that was pretty soft has gone into the net. Can Świątek hit big against this? She goes big, but goes long. It's another mistake, and the unforced error count is significantly high. I mean, that's her 24th error now. Unforced 18 winners she struck, 12 winners from Iala so far, but only 13 unforced errors, and that's why we have this very, very close, keenly contested matchup.
Again, 2 unforced error, back-to-back from backhand side, from slightly easier balls.
On serve in the tiebreak, but Świątek now 2-3 from the Royal Box end. The sun is on her back brightly. She serves. Forehand reply comes down the middle of the court. She goes to the backhand wing. It comes back again to her forehand. She goes deep, and she's just missed that one. Well, she's hit some great winners off it, but she's also hit a host of poor shots from it too. That's her 14th off that wing alone that's gone out of play. And it's now 2 points to Iala. The advantage in this tiebreak. It's a normal tiebreak, of course, so first to 7, clear by 2, will claim it. And after what's happened very recently on the #1 court, the loss of the 2nd seed and former champion, Jelena Rybakina, well, who knows what might happen here on the centre court between these two. Iala, you do feel, though, Olga has got to win this first set now. Now she's, you know, all that she's put into it. She's got strapping on her leg. She's had that for last round as well as this one. She's played so much tennis recently, and we've been remarking on her legs, the way she's been feeling, you know, discomfort there. I can only imagine they're quite sore. All the work she's had to do, she's been flexing them. She's doing exactly that right now. So if she can get through this first set, well, maybe she's got enough left to get through the second as well. But if she loses this set, then that's going to be a very tough ask to come back and beat Świątek, who's serving now. Change of ends, 2-4. Serve long, so is there going to be another attackable serve perhaps for Iala to strike big here? She leans forward, raises the racket, looks keenly at Świątek's serve, which comes to her forehand. She goes strong onto the baseline, and it's gone into the net. That's exactly, again, what Iala was after, and she's made a perfect strike. And now it's Świątek in real strife here, trailing 5-2 in the tiebreak.
And she does it again on that second serve from Iga Świątek. Iala just taking split step, short backswing, and rips the ball down the line with her forehand.
Well, it may not be full of Filipino fans today, centre court, but there'll be thousands, I'm sure, gathered around the grounds and, of course, further afield. And the excitement, the expectation, the hope now for their heroine to try and close this first set. She's missed a first serve, takes aim, and left-handed serves the second. It floats in, comes strongly back, though. That really was in the strike zone for Świątek, almost a free point, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just hit me, that's it.
Yeah, she kind of relaxed, looks like, okay, I don't care about this tiebreak anymore, and just lose her hand and just clean striking from Iga Świątek, but perfect also serve for her striking zone.
Huge point here. Can Iala get to set points again? This on her serve. She serves down the middle. Return comes to her two-hander. She goes into the forehand wing. It's a miscued ball. It just lands in, though, from Świątek, who's then going up the line. Iala tries to cover, but she's a bit late to reach that and hits long. So both points going against her serve. It's back on serve, although Świątek is still a point behind.
Iala.
It was that sleep away mishit from Iga Świątek, which made it inside the court in the end. I think a bit unlucky for Iala in this point. And then she didn't cut the corner when she had to run to the forehand side.
Iala, who was 5-3 up in games in the set, was 5-2 up in the tie-break, but still hasn't won it. Świątek to serve from the far end at 4-5 now. Serve as the sun comes back. Down the line, slow skimmer from Świątek. She's now having to use a slice. Goes to the forehand that's just over the net from Iala, who's getting right down behind that ball again. Stretching those legs, using all her strength, but now a backhand from her that normally she'd make up the line has gone wide. And it's 5 points apiece in the tie-break. So who next will have a set point?
Contact was a bit too late on that last backhand down the line from Iala. I like that change of pace from both of them, a bit of slice, kind of break the rhythm.
Bouncing of the ball a couple of times. She sets herself, but then she checks again, as she's done a few times. Now she prepares to hit this one. to the backhand, return to her forehand. She goes up the line deep. It comes back to her two-handed drive, and she's driven that beautifully into the corner, has Świątek. And it's the Pole now who gets to set point. 6-5 ahead in the tiebreak.
6-5, Świątek.
It's an incredible turnaround in this tiebreak. Credit to Iga Świątek. Stay calm and composed in the last few points. Didn't panic.
The tension for both corners, you can see that close-up views on the faces. 5-6, set point against her. Iala serves to the backhand, returns in the net. Oh, it nearly bobbled over that one. But it goes back on Świątek's side. It's 6 points all, and they'll have to change ends again in this tiebreak.
Another unforced error from the return on the backhand side from Iga Świątek. That's side she's been struggling in this tiebreak, particularly got a lot of free points to Iala. Would you call it enforced error if the serve is kind of slower pace, but it has a lot of slice, and yeah,
it looks hittable, doesn't it?
Yes,
but it's a change-up again,
yes,
and it's
yes.
caused her problems throughout this match. Once again, the sun comes beaming through onto centre court. This beautiful stage. Of course, the worn areas, particularly around the baseline and just behind. But these two have certainly got into the net a fair bit through the course of this 77-minute set that's still undecided. Something distracting Iala. She's just waiting a minute. There's some movement, perhaps, behind Świątek at the row box end. Here we go with this next point. Serve to the forehand. Comes to the two-hander. It's on the angle and then wide from Świątek. I think a lot of people perhaps thought, including Świątek, that ball was going wide from Iala, but it must have caught the line, and she then, Świątek, hits wide across the other way.
But very, very gutsy from Iala to hit that backhand down the line early on the rise, almost half volley. She didn't hesitate it, she just went for it.
And she'd missed one a couple of points ago, hadn't she, when she was at the other end. So now it's set point again for Alexandra Iala. The 29th seed, playing her first third-round matchup in a major, the first from her country ever to do that. Can she grab the first set here? The return is made down to the forehand. It's into the forehand side. She makes a stretch. It lands inside the baseline at Świątek's end. She comes back strongly, but she's under a lot of pressure here. A very physical, fierce rally between the two. Forehand to the backhand of Świątek. Forehand again, but in the net from Iala. Just didn't have enough left on that last ball, and it dropped into the net in front of her. 7 points all.
Just had a feel throughout the point that Świątek is attacking that forehand from Iala, and the error is coming. And on the last one, not enough wrist movement from Iala.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure in Manila, they think this is a thriller. It's 7 points all in the tiebreak. Quiet again as Świątek loads up. Forehand reply to the backhand wing of Świątek. Forehand down the centre. Oh, it's just long from Iala. She thought that was good, but it's just gone beyond the baseline by a whisker, probably. Well, what is that? Less than a centimetre, maybe that at most. But that's all. The fine lines. My goodness. So it is a set point once again for the defending champion, her second set point. Having saved a couple herself. Iala serves from the far end, forehand reply. Iala's forehand goes cross, then down the forehand, up the line from Iala, working the forehand. Now she's gone to the other side. Somehow Świątek's there to defend it. She's under a lot of pressure on the backhand, though. She makes that one right into the corner of the court, and then another angle, but each time it keeps coming back from Iala. Iala winds up a big forehand. She's way behind her baseline, but striking the ball, this exceptional rally. Now she's on the backhand side. It's a shorter ball, and it goes in the net from Świątek, and Iala stands and raises her right hand in celebration. What a rally!
Absolutely exceptional rally from Alexandra Iala. She's been under pressure in this point so many times, and then she really waited for that error from Świątek forehand. Not enough conviction on the last forehand from Iga Świątek.
But I'll tell you what, a week today, if the final has this kind of quality and excitement attached, we will be richly served. But it's third round here. It's 8 points apiece in the tie-break now. It's Ayala serving again, left-handed, down the middle. Return comes to her forehand on the angle. She then has to cover with another forehand. She's gone big down the forehand side, then covers across on the back, and she's striking the ball so fiercely now, going with everything. And Świątek's trying to live with it and can't.
She just finds the momentum right now, Ayala. She's feeling the crowd and crowd behind her. I mean, what a rally, what a few rallies she's been producing. There is zero hesitation, zero fear. She's going for it.
We've referenced the great sporting hero of the Philippines, Manny Pacquiao, the boxer. I mean, the punches he landed and took, but the punches these two are landing at the moment and hitting out at each other. The ferocity of those shots, it's gone up another level. And it's another set point for Ayala at the far end. Can Świątek save this one? The third one she's faced. The defending champion, 8-9 in the tie-break, and she doesn't like the ball toss, lets that bounce. Ayala, oh, what would she give here to get a big return and grab this tie-break? The serve into the forehand, makes a good deep return. It's down the side of the court, it's just over from Ayala. She's having to cover so much ground, she's hoisted a high ball. Backtracking is the ball, then Świątek hits from a deep forehand, backhand to her backhand again. She's gone cross-court with a sensational angle as Świątek. What play by the pole this time. And again, they'll have to change ends. It's 9 points apiece.
Absolutely speechless tennis from both. They both play to win, not to lose. Unbelievable.
What a wonderful treat. This first match of the day is on centre court. And there's so much more to come. Of course, we have the All-American clash. Amanda Anisimova against Madison Keys will follow this. And then Grigor Dimitrov against Matteo Berrettini. What a ticket today to have on centre court. But these two, I mean, it's going to take some beating, those next two matches, to match this or surpass the level. We've had some absolute thrills and spills between the two of them, and we still don't know who's going to win this first set.
I have absolutely zero feel.
83 minutes and counting. So Świątek at the far end now to serve again. She's had 2 set points, she's saved 3. She's checking the Sun's position once more. 9 points all. Ayala just behind the baseline, waiting for this next serve from the pole, which comes to her backhand. She goes to the backhand side. It's gone cross-court. Forehand then deep from Ayala. Waits for another one. Takes that forehand right to the side of the court on the backhand wing, and then has got the space into the forehand corner. And Świątek has missed, going back up the line, trying to pass her. But that was a really good approach this time from Ayala, who is feeling those legs. She must be so sore the way she is moving, and yet how brilliantly she's still driving herself to do so.
Yeah, I was just thinking how bold of a decision from Ayala to go forward at this score. And again, she was way better this time. She was covering that line from Iga Świątek.
The 21-year-old with her 4th set point, 10-9 in the tie-break. She serves now from the roll box end. Backhand reply comes to her forehand. She goes cross-court. Backhand from Świątek again, cross-court, deep from Ayala to the baseline. It's well defended by the pole, and then forcing Ayala out wide on her forehand. Goes back the other way and goes long!
Again, and for set.
Alexandra Ayala has hung on and won the tie-break, 11-9. Sensational performance on the centre court, and the pole left so disappointed with that. She's dropped her racket down by her bag, and she'll have to regroup. It's Ayala who is a set ahead of the defending champion after taking the tie-break in 85 minutes on a tie-break, 11-9.
Wow, what a set. I have a goosebumps, probably too, Barry, watching just this tiebreak, super thriller tiebreak, and you could see so much frustration on Iga Świątek's face, and leaving now, both players leaving the court, going for a toilet break. I mean, what a physical first set so far, and mentally as well. Both of them just went few gears up during this tiebreak. Yeah. And I mean, incredible tennis. It was so tough to guess who's going to take this first set, but overall, I mean, Ayala was playing so bold, so gutsy, so fearless. It's going to be a tough one to come back mentally for Iga Świątek.
It sure is, but catch your breath after all that. Wherever you're listening to us on the Wimbledon radio channel, hopefully you're getting the full flavour of what was one of these sets, certainly one of the tie breaks of the first week here this year. And it's down to Świątek to try and find a response now. She was left really disappointed in the end. I mean, she had her own set points, but she wasn't able to take them. And eventually Ayala just showing such heart and guts and just courage to go for her shots. And that level that they both produced in the tiebreak was top-notch.
Yeah, just felt that Ayala at some point in this tiebreak just refused to lose this tiebreak. She was just going for it, and she just decided, I'm not going to miss. She has to win it from me. And I mean, what a reaction also after winning this first set. The most important for Alexandra Ayala will be right now to start well in the second set, you know, not to have the deep of side of relief. I've got this first set, as you know, unintentionally. I think as a player you do that.
What can Ayala do physically to help herself now that she's off court? She's not allowed obviously any attention from any medical sort of support or whatever, but for herself, what would she be doing? Those legs are obviously, you know, feeling it.
I think, yeah, keep moving, because as soon as you stop and have that break a little bit, that's when you feel the fatigue, that's when the cramps can come. So I think to keep moving, even though she went to the bathroom break and just moving there. And now again on the replay we can see the reaction, a lot of frustration there from Iga Świątek. I mean, and understandable.
Yeah.
It was a good set of tennis, actually perfect set of tennis, and stats are quite even for them, apart from those unforced errors from Iga Świątek.
We have to remember,
and I've just realised also where Sarah Irani is and why she's not out here supporting.
She was in tears, you know, after that first round, you know, all the effort required to beat Taylor Townsend, and now in that match, I mean, she lost the second set rather than the opener, but this time she's, you know, a set down and has got to find a way to win the next two in a row. So yeah, it's fascinating, really. I mean, this is great sport, great theatre, and yeah, long may it continue.
But it's interesting, no, Barry, in tennis, like, people from outside would think, like, having such a great career already, 6 slams, why would you feel so much pressure, right?
Yeah.
But more higher you are in the ranking, more you win, more pressure you feel than, you know, other players.
And you've got the target on your back, haven't you?
Yeah.
And you've got the baggage, because it hasn't always gone right for
expectations.
her. The expectations, excuse me.
Yeah, now we can see also the graphics from Ayala return hit points, and as expected, first serve she returned probably half a meter, 1 meter behind the baseline, but second serve, that's where she puts that pressure, 1 meter inside the court, doing the right things.
Yeah, that was such a key part of her success in that set, to be able to threaten the Świątek serve as much as she did, and then, you know, you've talked about the speeds and the lack of speed in a way that Ayala's giving her own serve, but the mix-up and the way that Świątek is finding that at times difficult to deal with. So yeah, the percentage points won behind the second serve, Ayala, I mean, winning 57%, that's high,
big.
That's big, isn't it? Considering, you know, what serve she has, and yet she's doing so well behind that, and yet Świątek only at 38%. She's only won 6 of 16 points behind her second serve.
But I have to tell you, as a right-handed player, I am myself playing on grass against lefty with that slice. That's the worst thing ever. When you're returning, it just has that slice that takes you off the court, even if it's not as speedy, you know. It's just so uncomfortable to return.
Well, Świątek is back on the court, and yeah, she's still feeling so hot. She's actually changing her top on the court. When we were awaiting Ayala, I saw that when Ayala initially walked off the court, she took a wrong turn and had to be shown, because she's never been here before, and had to be shown which way to go off the court, because now, of course, when they come onto it, they come through that lovely opening out of the centre of the back wall below the royal box onto the stage. It's much more sort of dramatic, theatrical, isn't it?
Yes.
But then when they go off at the side, through past that bit of netting that's pulled back and then round the side.
I didn't know
wall.
that.
Yeah.
thought it's the same way
No,
out.
I mean, it is ultimately the same
Yeah,
way
but
out, but they just have to go slightly to their right as they're walking off the court, down by the fans there, and then walk around that little pathway that we can see from our commentary position that exists between where the camera operators are, just down below the roll box.
Let's see how tight this match is. Not many people are leaving their seats. That's how interested and pumped and excited they are, and how of a thriller this set was.
Well, who would want to leave this?
Yes.
I mean, it has been just great sporting theatre for us. And to take as long as it did that first set, I mean, goodness, are we going to have 2 more sets that long like that? Well, yes, please, bring it on if we are.
It can go anyway, and you could see also Iga Świątek using the glue, racket glue, for her hands, because some players like to use that. It's actually called a glue for your grip. So when you feel a lot of sweat and humidity,
so not sawdust, as they
not
used to,
for racket to slip away,
or chalk or whatever.
Especially with her extreme grip, it can easily go that way. And again, Iala is coming back to the court.
I mean, she's only 21, and yet she seems so mature in the way that she deals with all opponents, with the matches she plays, but also the whole spotlight that's
the interviews, right?
Yeah.
Yes, she is mature, and every time you listen to her, you are surprised how young she is, but how already wise she is.
A phenomenal first match-up of the day on centre court, and it's about to continue now.
Second set, Świątek to serve.
Iga Świątek, the defending champion, is a set down in the 3rd round here against Alexandra Ayala, who has got a win against her already in Miami last year. Had to come back from a set down to win the 2nd meeting in Rome that followed, did Świątek, to level the head-to-head, but the first point of this 2nd set ends with Świątek losing that point at the net. She's put a tight volley after moving forward. She's put a tight volley into the net. Well, how stressed might she be? We saw a lot of emotion. She was clearly really upset at the end of the first set, yelling towards her box, really frustrated that things she was trying to do weren't working properly. Francisco Roig is the man in the hot seat, of course, her coach now. But the fact that she is a set down, what has she got today against Ayala, who goes heavy again? And as we've seen so often already, it's a return against that 2nd serve that gets hammered back for a clean winner.
Yeah, and more she produces winners like this from the 2nd serve, Ayala, and more Świątek will struggle with the serve. The question is how long. It's already an hour and a half they played this first set. How long and how Ayala can be inspired for.
I think she will be inspired till the very end, you know. But she's put up a high ball, and Świątek has waited for that hit, a bounce smash. Now she's got a ball on one side of the court to hit down the line. Empty space, and she's missed that. And if she was trying to regroup straight away here, she's making a poor attempt at it. She's love 40 already. This is massive.
And you know that Świątek is irritated right now, because this mistake she would never miss, but this first set is really into her head.
It's almost like the intensity gets too much. She gets too amped up in trying to, you know, finish it all, that she makes the errors. Love 40, what chance is here for Ayala, who blocks the return down the middle. Forehand is long from Świątek. She's been broken to love right at the start of the 2nd set. A 3rd break in the match for Ayala, and what a time to do that. The momentum now really shifting in her favour.
It's been 4 unforced errors in this game from Iga Świątek.
Yep.
Great way to start for Alexandra Ayala to get the break right away, and just need to push for another few games to get that advantage even higher. You could see concerned face, slightly relaxed. Francisco Roig, he saw a lot of matches, a lot of tight matches, a lot of big occasions.
Yep.
He's definitely not under big stress yet. You would think so.
On the face of it.
On the face of it.
Well, Ayala is skipping out towards the royal box end now, just trying to show that energy, show that she's still got what it takes here. But, of course, this is now a big game for her to try and build on the break she's already been given, really, by the errors from Świątek in that previous one. up a set and 1-love in the second. Serve down the middle, reply to her forehand. She gets down behind that, hits a good length, does Ayala, then works the backhand, flat skimming ball just over the net from Świątek. Ayala's on the charge and gets past down the line.
Nicely done from Iga Świątek. Good passing shot down the line, backhand, and love the reaction from her. Good fist pumped. Good footwork there. Had to go really low.
She held the pose after that backhand. It was a great counter. 1-love, love 15. Ayala's serve, left-handed, forehand reply. Comes to the forehand. She hits deep to the backhand wing. It's punched back under pressure from Świątek, who then has to hit a squash shot forehand from the other wing. It comes across and it just drops wide.
Yeah, very aggressive on that forehand. Ayala really went for it. That's what I feel. She increased the speed on that forehand from the tiebreak onwards.
Yeah, I mean, the level she found in that, I mean, they were both hitting the cover off the ball and running so well, being so aggressive, and now she's hit a very clever sort of three-quarter pace serve flat out wide, and that has deceived Świątek again, an ace.
Yeah, dangerous moment for Iga Świątek.
The spotlight very much on Ayala as she serves now. Tried to catch her out with a slider out wide off the lefty serve, but that didn't find the target. This one deep in the box, comes back. Oh, it looked too long, but yeah, long. Ayala thought that was. There was no call on it. If we might see a graphic replay of where that ball landed, it was obviously just right from Świątek. Otherwise, there would have been a call. 1-love, 30 all. Świątek looking positive at the moment in her body language, steps close to that, but that's another ace. I mean, to come up with another one in this game.
95 miles an hour, but slice to tee.
Perfect tee serve.
And again, you see her jumping on those legs, clearly feeling the fatigue and soreness, probably, hopefully no cramps feelings for Alexandra Ayala.
She's had this going on for a long time in the match, hasn't she? And she's got a game, so she's 2 clear already early in this second set. That was so important, I felt, and she's done it well again. She's really using her skills, thinking clearly what's going to work for me best, and how well she has applied the serve there.
But if you're Iga Świątek, to be honest, there is not much so far you can improve, really. I mean, probably cut down on enforced errors, which still put them more to the forced errors, right, through the point. Yeah.
30 officially unforced errors from Świątek, only 15 from Ayala. Return high, waits for it to bounce, hits a forehand big, but there to cover it is a fantastic forehand cross-court pass out of that left wing from Ayala. Filipino flags flying high in the sunshine and a bit of breeze here, but that was a stunning shot.
I think Ayala read it so early, probably like 10 minutes before Świątek hit that forehand, and she just sprinted there to that side and ripped the forehand cross-court.
Tremendous anticipation and application. Love 15 at love 2, forehand reply to the forehand of Świątek. That's a good winner back that way, though. Nice strike from Świątek.
15-all. That's something that you will have to be careful if you're Alexandra Ayala. You know, usually if you win the first set so tight and then you're up in the second, your opponent will unintentionally get more relaxed and start to play kind of I don't care tennis, I'm losing anyway. Yes. And that's when the winners can just come at you. And you just have to be so careful not to overplay it, but keep your level and keep your tactic continuously.
2-love, 15-all, second serve, return is another winner. Again, she's just, because she's so inside the baseline, she's cutting off the angle, and she got the forehand perfectly to that, and it just shot off for a down-the-line winner. Once again from Ayala, 15-30. I mean, goodness, if she goes a double break up here, what hopes for the title holder? Of course, you can never rule out a great champion like Świątek until the very last point. It's been a very tricky afternoon for her. She's under pressure Pulse back again, forehand good to the backhand of Świątek, who goes in the net. And this is really desperate now for Iga Świątek. She's down a break, she's down love 2, she's down 15-40. And down a set, of course, as well, after an absolute thriller of a first set that took 85 minutes to decide. This might go more quickly.
I think Iala really found her depth.
Just 17 minutes played in this second set. Świątek looking up to the sun, serves. Backhand return. Not hit away though, and then a simple backhand passing winner. Iala's got it all going on, and Świątek is in disarray. She's 3-love down, trailing by a double break. I don't think she knows what's hit her.
New balls, please.
I mean, what a point again from Iala, what a save in this point. And I think she again read the game so well, and she was just not moving away from that corner, that backhand corner from her. Again, easy and put away passing shot. If I would be Iala, I probably wouldn't sit right now on the chair just to keep those legs moving.
Well, she is sat, she's very calm there. She's got a red Wimbledon towel over her legs. Now she's using the ice pack again. But her opponent, I mean, she, oh, goodness me, giving herself a right old talking to, pleading with herself almost to improve. But she's just making too many mistakes and not really playing now the way she perhaps needs to. Iala's just seeing the ball, seeing the position, seeing the target and hitting it.
It's like we say, she's seeing the ball big. And she's just refusing to miss, I have to say, Iala. She's just going at Iga Świątek, and not much Iga Świątek can do. I feel even those unforced errors that she's producing, it's more like forced errors, because Iala is playing so clean and forcing her to go for more.
Yeah, I mean, she's actually made Świątek hit 20 forced errors, as well as the 31 unforced that have come from the pole. So more than 50 errors. Well, she holds a 4-4 record against top 5 opponents here already. She's only 21.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Players are ready.
Świątek in Miami, beating Rybakina in Berlin this year. And of course, the big news already today is Rybakina's defeat by Elisa Mertens on court 1. Are we going to get yet another major shock from this one? They're underway in the next game. Świątek has made another mistake. It's just not working for her now. Barely won a point in this second set.
Yeah, quite few mistakes from that backhand, especially when she tried to go down the line. Constantly feels like she's hitting it late, the contact point.
Iala from the far end serves towards Świątek. That's a great serve. That's a really good lefty serve into the corner. And you can just see the tension in her body language, the way she's slapping her thighs here, Świątek. Sort of flexing her neck, moving that around. She's just clearly uncomfortable out there, being made to feel so uncomfortable by the brilliance of her Filipino opponent.
But I really like to see that Świątek is, you know, very present right now out there and didn't checked out mentally yet regarding the score. You know, the ace from Iala.
Well, it just gets better and better, doesn't it, from her? Do you know, Świątek has only won 3 points in this second set.
That's regarding how even they play, how tight is the match. Just shows the quality from Iala in this second set.
This for a 4-love lead in set number 2 after just 20 minutes since the start of it. Missed the first serve. Świątek staying behind the baseline. Iala looks up from under her visor. She serves hanger. Oh, that's a great forehand reply. A bit of payback there from Świątek because she stepped around, decided, committed to a forehand from her backhand corner and absolutely caught that right out of the sweet spot. That whistled off the court. But it's still game points for Iala. Again, flexing those legs. 3-love, 40-15. Her serve into the body, return comes to her forehand, she hooks that down the centre, it comes deep to her backhand, she goes too far then, Iala with the backhand. So Świątek getting some purchase now in this game.
Again, great body language from Iga Świątek, trying to stay positive, trying to stay in the match regarding the score. let's see. Coach from Alexandra Ayala, Juan Bosch, showing her to add more slice on that serve.
And from
even
the
more
outside,
slice.
even more. She's gone with it. She's done it. Oh, and no way. She's slipped. She's on the floor. She's made another shot, but eventually Świątek is able to come up and hit a winner. But what a moment. It was a great slice serve, and then she lost her footing, went flat on her face, did Ayala, and still had the presence of mind to hit another ball back.
I mean, what an unfortunate fall from Alexandra Ayala. She hit a perfect serve, but then to recover and still hit the next shot from being laying down on the floor with that left hand.
We saw Wu Yibing do that against Djokovic the other night on this court, but my goodness, another moment of real theatre here. Now it's Juice, though. She's got to try and find a good serve here. She doesn't. That's gone long. And this might be where Świątek finds the start of a way back. 3-love, Juice, second serve. Forehand return is a big winner, and Ayala didn't move to it, and I wonder if she's done herself a bit more harm. Those legs sore already, but that fall that she had just now, and having led, what, 40-love in the game, now facing the advantage to Świątek. This to get one of the breaks back for the pole. Now, will she slice this out wide here and manage to maintain her footing? No, she's gone heavy down the middle, and that's a very clever change-up. That's such a good, strong serve, a difference this time. One of her biggest, 105 miles an hour down the tee.
Yeah, and that shows the maturity on the court from Ayala, just to bring that serve, change it up completely, going constantly slice to the backhand side of Iga Świątek, and to change at this moment. And she desperately needed this point.
She stays in the present so well, doesn't she? Real presence and awareness. Back at Juice. Another heavy serve, but that's been thwarted by the net court. Where does she serve this? Does she go into the body? She tried to, it went to the backhand, it comes back strong. Oh my goodness! Ayala's just lit it up again on centre court, down the line. What a forehand winner that was.
How did she do that? I mean, it was a perfect return from Iga Świątek, backhand down the line. You felt like, okay, she took Ayala off the court. But what a forehand on the run, down the line.
A stunner, and it's got her advantage. Can she get the game from here? 3-love with the advantage from that far end. She's serving, but another first serve. She's just not, I mean, those legs are clearly hurting. And the launch pad, not quite as good as it was. Second serve, though, can she play smart with this one? It's a deep serve. Return is strong, though, to her backhand, and she can only get her frame on the ball, and it veers away into the front row on the far side.
Don't you feel, Barry, that it's mega important game for Ayala, more important than for Iga Świątek, just to not to have that mental deep
I think
if she loses this
huge.
game?
This moment, this could be the match almost, if she can hang on to this one. Having had a big lead in it, then had the break point against her. First serve again is just drying up. That's in the net. Świątek sensing a real chance here. What can she do with the return? Forehand, oh my goodness. She can't believe what she's done there. She's hit that meters long over the baseline.
Out of nowhere. Playing so well. Last few points, and again talking frustration to her team in Polish. And you could see a lot of coaching signs from Ayala's box.
Świątek swishing the air in annoyance. I mean, she just is so frustrated. This serve, well, this time it got over the net, but it went too far.
But they were showing her to keep attacking that body forehand of Świątek with a slice.
Second serve with the advantage, it's in. And the return is in the net, and Ayala is held. That is massive. 4-love now. Her lead in the second set. She's 2 games potentially from the last 16 of a Grand Slam for the first time. To be the first from the Philippines ever to achieve that. And is she about to knock out the defending champion in the process?
She did so well, Ayala, to follow the coaching tips from her box. Right there on the spot, no questions, just follows, and it did work.
Iga Świątek Oh, having a nightmare in the heat of the day here, just cannot find a way into this second set, despite the chance just now to get one of the breaks back. But she's 4-love down in this second set after that grueling but quite brilliant first set that was 85 minutes in duration. The return from Ayala just long, the first point of this fifth game. This set has only been 27 minutes in duration, and yet she's 4 games behind and in dire straits here. A great left-hander, Martina Navratilova, in the front row of the royal box, watching the lefty from the Philippines, having the match of her life here on the centre court. The return that time is just wide from Ayala, but she does have 2 breaks in her pocket here, and you wonder if that's going to be sufficient. You'd think if she's got enough strength just to keep going that she'll find a way, but she's yet to be able to threaten this service game. It's 30-love for Świątek. That, though, is a big return. It does threaten, and it forces an error off the pole.
I mean, again and again she does it. That's forehand down the line return whenever she has a chance, and that ball on the racket, this works 100% today.
Pause again, and then the pole from the royal box end serves this into the body. The return comes sharply to her forehand. She miscues, but it's in play. Then a deep shot from one to the other. The pole with the forehand winner into the side of the court. That's very handy at this stage. It just caught the outside edge of the line by a couple of millimeters, perhaps.
And again, it shows how mental this sport is. Nothing wrong with Iga Świątek forehand, right? When she kind of relaxes and don't care. She finds her lines.
But there have been too many times when she hasn't been able to do that correctly. She's felt the tension, she's felt the pressure.
And that's where technique goes in the picture.
Ayala again inside that baseline. She's spent so much time. Now there's a clever drop shot, attempted return. Well, she didn't pull it off, but she was trying something different again. Świątek finally stops the rot from her point of view. She's got on the board in this second set, but she's 4-1 adrift at the moment. Ayala very much in charge here, sensing a major upset. She's up 4-1.
And you could see Iga Świątek on the changeover, just covering her face and her head with the towel. Beautiful towel, by the way, this year, red colored. I love that they changed the color. I think it's a very good ad. I'm gonna hand that down for that towel. But yeah, covering her face doesn't want to be seen. So many players do that, right, on changeover. Not so many, but quite a few. And
but she is one who does do that at times.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, all the great matches she's played and won, the titles. But what a test of a champion today.
Yeah, yeah. And, we didn't mention also that a slight tape on Ayala's left-hand elbow as well. So there is also quite of a stripe. Hopefully, again, nothing serious, but she started the match with it. Just didn't.
So Ayala again first out of the chair, coming down to the royal box end. Can she find 2 more games from here to win this sensational third round meeting? The crowd settling again. Ayala to serve. So from the roll box end, the 21-year-old Filipino serves down the middle. The reply onto her two-hander. She goes down the centre, forehand deep from Świątek, and it's too long from Ayala, the first point of this game. We often say, you know, you get one break, that may be not enough. A second break is insurance, but
it's not.
It's not still, you know.
Yeah, it's not.
Świątek is more than capable
to turn matches
to turn it right around, but Ayala has gone for her shot so well. She's anticipated so well. She's performed at such a high level for so long. The body's still trying to go with her and keep her going, but she's missed another first serve. The second one is over. The forehand reply strong to her forehand. She blocks that back. Świątek then with a deep forehand behind her for another winner. And this is looking a bit worrying here that you know, she is going to be threatened on this game, and it may be a case that, you know, somehow Ayala's still got to find another break of the Świątek serve, ultimately, if she's going to get through, maybe two.
But I think that comes back to what we were saying before, that so often when the player lost the first tight set in a tiebreak maybe, and then kind of far down in a second, you kind of relax and start to play, not I don't care tennis, but out there. And yeah, great forehand from Iga Świątek, and I think that's what she's producing now. She's kind of relaxed. She gave away the idea that maybe she's going to win this match, and now just playing with her instincts. And unintentionally, I mean, of course, Ayala, to keep that great level that she's been producing, it's very tough all throughout the match, so she will have a deep, and I think she's having it right now. Yeah. So it's a dangerous moment for her.
Hitting everything there big. And there wasn't much coming back from Ayala, but that time the return has gone in the net. So it is a first point in the game for Ayala, but she's already facing break points. That was one save, two more to deal with here. 4-1 up at 15-40. Fans watch intently the return. That looked wrong. But no call again, and it's a game that's quickly taken by the pole.
Ayala is requesting the replay of the call on the right.
Sure,
we're going to see this, but it caught the line.
Calls. It looked long for us too, but
Ayala leads 4 games to 2 seconds.
Does it make any difference to take you know, a review? Because I don't think, even if if the call shows that, let's say, it's out, but the electronic call was saying it's in, I think umpire cannot change that, even if you see it on a picture.
I think it will, that the call will go with what we see as the image. It's just, you know, they can't change it. I think it's just to see how close it was to being in or out, depending on the call.
Which is useless.
Well,
in the
yes,
way.
but for the player, I suppose it gives them an indication of, you know, that shot. Well, okay, I hit it. It was called out. I need to just rein it in, or, you know, where did it land? By how much was it out? That is out off the net cord. That is a serve, another double fault from Świątek, having just broken back to do that.
Such a unfortunate start of her service game, because she kind of just got a momentum, slight momentum, and started to coming back in the second set. And to start the game on her serve with a double fault, not a great start.
Her 4th double of the match. 2-4 down, serve to the forehand, comes to her two-hander. She goes to the forehand of Ayala, who's hitting very strongly again, and lovely depth on that shot. Drops in just at the last, and again, and Świątek's having to defend from deep. They're both finding great length. Then a shorter ball, though, from Ayala finally. And very quick to pounce on that is the Pole, who steps up and puts away the winner.
15-0.
It's Iga Świątek who is playing fearless right now and finding the depth and all the lines. You can see Francisco Roy is quite relaxed in his box.
Well, I wonder if he is, you know. I can imagine there's going to be quite a conversation after this match between player and coach, whatever the outcome. 2-4, 15-all. Focus on Świątek's next serve, but it hits the tape, so reload required. She pauses with that light frame racket in hand. Serves into the net. Ball ricochets near her. Ball boy removes the ball, gets out of the way, now to the side of the umpire's chair. Ayala back inside the line at her end, waiting for this second serve. And it's another double fault again, and again it's the position of Ayala that's just really got in the face of Świątek in this match.
Man, she's not in the position to give presence right now for Alexandra Ayala. It's Ayala who has to use it now, step in.
And for Świątek, I mean, serving from that far end, she's having to look up into the sun each time for these serves. Another one that's gone just beyond the box. And Ayala again is looking to intimidate, coming in front of the baseline at her end. Another serve then. Kicker, but not much on it. Miscue from Świątek, but still in the play until that last forehand, and she's dumped it in the net, and she turns away angrily and marches towards her towel, taps the box with the towel in it, in her annoyance. And here are more break points for Alexandra Ayala. going for a 5th break of the defending champion's serve. And as I was saying, you know, she might need one more break to get this done, maybe 2, who knows? But she's got a chance for it right here. 2 hours now, just over, that these two have been competing in this, well, absolutely brilliant watch for us. And listen, hopefully for everybody tuning into our coverage. Backhand reply, forehand drive to the forehand wing. Ayala on the stretch, backhand volley is out from Świątek, and she could be going out of Wimbledon very shortly. It was all too casual. It seemed it was a sitter for her to make, and she's missed the sitter. It's 5-2 Ayala in the second set.
And I
think it's incredible understanding from Ayala how important is to run for every single ball and at least touch, just to put that pressure that Świątek has to do an extra shot. I think that's what forced her for an error. It's incredible understanding of the match vibe right now from Alexandra Ayala. There is no panic from her. See her again using that ice bag around her face, around her neck, around her head. And the gel, the water. Not so much she used that ice bag on her legs, which is a good sign. And you see also Iga Świątek tapping her legs, and again using that glue for the racket. She's still fully present in this match.
She
talking
is,
to
but
herself, right?
she's in such a, you know, mentally, she's in a horrible place, isn't she?
Yes.
Must be. Because, you know, as great a player as she undoubtedly is, and this moment as defending champion now, right up against it here. Alexandra Ayala is up to the baseline to serve for victory against the title holder. Can she now apply the knockout blow? 5-2 in the second set. She serves. The return comes strongly to her forehand. Świątek on the drive forehand and a defensive backhand from Ayala on the run, but that won't get anywhere near the other side of the net. And it's a big strike already from Świątek, trying to defy the odds here, but in such a perilous position on the scoreboard, trailing 2-5 as she is. I feel it's almost easier for Ayala in the return games than it is on her service games right now. But that serve was strong, the return was a good one, and then Ayala's made a mistake. And it's looking a bit uncomfortable, certainly. Well, not that she hasn't been for a while, but those legs kind of almost came to a halt, didn't they?
A bit rushed forehand, and the last forehand error from Ayala, a bit far away from the ball. Also feeling a lot of pressure on her serve.
5-2, love 30, serve to the forehand. Block reply is going to land long. Difference from Świątek. Why did she do that?
Right? Wrong moment, you feel. First time ever in this match. Why to do that?
And this young Filipino who's such a heroine to her nation. A huge sports star now, following in the footsteps of the great southpaw, Manny Pacquiao. And he'll be sensing the chance for the knockout, surely. He applied a few himself, and there's a lovely volley winner. How well she's come forward there, worked her way in, and again has got a point to her name, and she needs only 2 more for the biggest win of her career.
Again, great court coverage from Ayala. She did all the right things, adapted well with a net ball, and then cut the angle on the last volley.
I know she's beaten Rybakina, of course, earlier this year on the grass. She's beaten Svitolina on the grass, but to do it against the defending champion here at Wimbledon surely would be right up there with the result of her life so far. She serves from the far end. Forehand reply into the baseline, dug out by the Filipino. Again, she's dug out with the backhand. Ayala then forced wide on the forehand side. Świątek on the drive, and this time she's landed one. She's managed to hit that out of the air and dip it inside the baseline for the winner. She's got a break back point.
40.
Just see Ayala stubbornly refusing to lose point. He's trying to reach every single one.
Jasmine Paolini, a winner earlier on comfortably against Maria Sakkari. Paolini, the Italian favourite, awaiting the winner of this clash. for a couple of days' time. But who will it be? Can it be Alexandra Ayala? She's trying to hang on to this game. Currently 3 games clear, but maybe another break back coming here for the Pole against this second serve now. That's a deep serve. The return was pretty good, but slice from Świątek's going to float long. Trying to change it up with slice, and again she's got it wrong. It's Juice.
It's not many slices she used so far, Iga Świątek, in this match. Not sure it's the right one to use in this game.
Crowd so enthralled by this encounter that they fall silent again. And it's Ayala to serve. Again, just 2 points away from a famous win. It's a let first serve. She'll reload. Again, flexing those legs before coming back up to that worn area just behind the baseline at the far end of court. Świątek in her white cap, hunched forward on her toes. The Ayala serve down the middle. Stretch return right to the side of the court. It's defended by Ayala. It's then hit horribly long by Świątek over the baseline. And the defending champion is on the ropes. About to be knocked out, it would seem, by Alexandra Ayala. This brilliant young Filipino who has taken to tennis so well, taken the tennis world by storm. This for a sensational knockout. She goes for the victory now with this serve. Forehand reply to her forehand. She goes cross-court to the backhand of Świątek, who's still in the rally, has to slice again. Ayala with a forehand flick to the backhand corner. Down the line winner from Świątek, saves the match point.
Way too short on that forehand exchange for Ayala. Just set up the point perfectly for Iga Świątek.
Juice again. 5-2, second set at Juice. Doesn't like the ball toss, lets the ball bounce correctly and will set herself again. Sun on her back, the left-hander from the far end as she serves into the net. Waits for that ball to be taken out of the way. And again prepares. This second serve at 5-2 Juice. Oh, it's just in. It's a reach, a lunge from Świątek, who then makes an attack. But cross-court attempt from Ayala under pressure goes in the net, and it's another break point for the defending champion.
It's the shape on that forehand passing shot from Ayala. She did it so well all throughout the match. She was a bit pushed back far away from the baseline. Still not over this match.
No. Can the Pole break for a 4th time in the contest? She's lost her own serve 5 times, no less, in this matchup. It's a missed first serve again. But Ayala trying to hang on with this second serve. It floats in. The return's gone long. And again, it's that lack of pace. That was only 65 miles an hour on the serve.
This probably was so unexpected for Iga Świątek. 65, very slow, a lot of slice on it. Made it very awkward for Świątek to return. And again, that backhand error from return.
At Juice, yet again. Serve long down the middle. Just wipes her brow with a wristband, then bouncing the ball 3 times. Cocks the racket and serves this down the centre. Return is wide from Iga Świątek. She went line, but she went into the tram lines. And for the second time, Ayala moves up to match point. Cheers around, but they'll settle. The tennis world holds its breath. Ayala serves to the backhand, the return to the forehand, deep to the baseline, forehand to backhand of Ayala into the forehand wing. Then she's got one to go up the line. No, she's gone long with her backhand. In fact, she went more centrally, and the ball dropped just beyond the baseline at Świątek's end. the defending champion still clinging on.
Didn't swing enough at the contact point on the backhand from Iala. Last shot. Feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure, feeling the crowd.
5-2 juice once more, the score, and the serve has gone in the net. She's having to do so much behind her second serve. The more this match is going on. That's a good serve, though. It's a great return, but that was a stunner from Świątek. The return was hit fiercely and to a perfect length. And she's got yet another break point in this game, the third of the game, having saved 2 match points as well. 2 hours and 11 minutes. What sporting theatre we've had on this great stage as Iala serves into the net. How slow might this serve be? It's in to the backhand. Backhand drive behind. That's a smart play. So smart from Iala.
I just feel she's on the edge of cramps.
I felt that for about an hour and a half.
Yes, but
in this
now
match.
we could see her stretching a bit more, tap it on the legs more.
You just hope, from her point of view, from a neutral point of view, that the body is going to hold up for both of them. But she has certainly been feeling those legs through much of this match. Again, we're at juice. Forehand drive, return to the backhand, flatter from Iala. Good shot from Świątek, but then miscue, lands in, and Iala's going to hit wide off that last strike. Can't find a way through yet. And again, it's advantage to Świątek.
It's an understandable frustration from Iga Świątek when she missed those backhand returns, because she can play so well and dictate the point from that side as well.
Świątek has converted just 3 of the 10 break points she's now had. But this is another one, and it's another serve that's gone in the net. The bounce of the ball. Contact of the strings on it now. Return is... return was half decent, but what a forehand. Stooping low to her right. The contact, the accuracy again up the line. Winner from Iala. And again, she's saved the break point.
And faster Świątek returns, faster Iala redirects that ball, and you could see her knees even touching the grass on that forehand down the line.
At juice, 5-2, serves. This is in. The return comes to her forehand quickly, but she's dealing with it. Another forehand, she's hit very hard up the line. And that's so good that Świątek on the run can't bring it back up the same line. It's gone wide, and for the third time, will it be? Third time lucky for Alexandra Iala against the defending champion. Listen to the crowd. What will they be thinking back home? The serve floats in, the return is sharp. The forehand drive right to the baseline. Forehand from Iala is a winner, and she's on the floor in disbelief and tears.
7-6, 6-2.
A scorching final shot. The defending champion is knocked out in the third round. A phenomenal performance from the Filipino. What a win. She cannot believe it. She takes the applause from all sides of the court now. Tears of joy. A sensational performance by the 21-year-old to take out the defending champion, the third seed, Iga Świątek, beaten in the third round this year. 7-6, 6-2 in 2 hours and 14 minutes, but now on her knees in celebration as she continues to take the applause, and a big smile on her face as well. That was absolutely stunning.
I mean, what a great reaction and what a finish, what a tough battle in the last game. She just felt how important that last game was, because anytime the things could change for Iala. And I mean, what a win and what a great performance. And the way she won this match, I mean, her level, just unbelievable, and how much it means for her. And Iga Świątek leaving this court in disappointment. But what a match it was.
Outstanding. For Świątek, that will be so hard. I mean,
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're
the fact that she had set points herself in that first set, which was one of these sets of the first week, the tie-break in particular was incredible, but Ayala was able to get it, and then to take a, you know, build a 4-love lead as quickly as she did, but then Świątek kept sort of coming back, had the chances in that last game, 4 of them, to break back again, but ultimately it is Ayala who has stood firm, stood tall, and is an absolute hero of the sport and a hero of her country. And she's now still in disbelief, ready to talk to Rishi Prasad and talk to the world about what she's just done.
Alex, congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be standing here, having just defeated the defending champion on centre court?
No, sorry. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, I'm into the second week of a slam, and it's amazing for me. Iga is a phenomenal player and a really nice person, so I'm really grateful to be able to share center court with her at Wimbledon nonetheless. Yeah, I'm really emotional. And maybe for someone like Iga, who has won so many slams, or maybe someone like Serena or Venus, this achievement may seem small, but for someone who grew up in the Philippines and you know, I went to train with my brother and my grandfather every day after school with my ruffled socks and my light-up shoes and chubby cheeks. So to her, this is everything. But obviously, because I'm emotional does not mean I'm satisfied. So yeah, okay, next round, let's go.
To us, when you're playing, you look so cool, calm, collected. Can I ask about the nerves, both at the start, coming out onto centre court, biggest match of your life, and also at the end, trying to get the win?
Yeah, of course, this is one of the biggest matches of my life for sure. And this is my dream court, so I'm really happy with the atmosphere that you guys gave. Thank you so much for cheering me on. And you know, how many times have I dreamed of opportunities like this, you know, when I to win a first set 11-9, you know, so when I have my opportunities, I have to take it because, you know, they're blessings. Being here is a blessing. I worked super, super hard to get here, and I'm taking it. If I have it, I have the chance, I'm taking it. Yeah.
It's obvious the centre court crowd have fallen in love with you, but within the crowd you can see the flag of the Philippines as well. What inspiration does that give you through the match?
It's incredible to have my countrymen cheering me on and knowing that, you know, we're all in this together. So this goes out to them, this goes out to my family, this goes out to all the little girls with ruffled socks and chubby cheeks. Yeah, so it means the world. Yeah.
We all want ruffled socks and chubby cheeks. Congratulations,
Thank
Alex
you.
Ayala!
She already has millions of supporters, but how many more will she have after that? That was stunning.
She got me, definitely. I mean, that was one of the best on-court interview I ever heard, I think, and made us cry, I mean, almost. She made everybody cry on center court, I think.
Well, they're wonderful to perform like that with such emotion within, but then to show it all is just stunning. So she has done it, and she has won 7-6, 6-2. She is through to the second week of Wimbledon.
Player.
The tee with plenty of kick, and Giron actually did well with the return there, and he got it deep enough to force the error from Zverev.
Well, that was an unbelievable return from Giron, deep behind the baseline, airborne, falling backwards, and still having to hit that ball above his shoulders. Hit it with such great depth, it actually pushed Zverev back and created the error.
It's all happening. Swiatek's out, and I can tell you Serena Williams has withdrawn from her prospective doubles match with her sister Venus because of the knee problem that was a result of her, I should say, comeback against Maya Joint in the singles, a match she lost in 3 sets and complained later of pain in the knee, and sadly that has kept the Williams sisters out of their prospective comeback in the doubles here at the championships this year. 30 all. Zverev out wide, the blocked return is into the net from Giron.
Zverev just using that serve, moving it around the box, using the wide serve, using the body serve. Dropped a couple down the tee, so trying to keep Giron off balance.
Game point, Zverev. Getting to 30 for Giron is a relative triumph on a Zverev service game, but will it make any difference? Forehand return is a good one. That was a really good return again from the American, and once again Zverev rushed into an error.
Yeah, and that's a great return, and that's where Zverev mixing up the serve. That was a 133-mile-an-hour serve, but Giron was right on top of it. And if you don't keep your returner guessing with the serve, that can happen.
So, relative riches here for Giron at deuce as Zverev misses with the first serve. Is there an opportunity here for the American to get a break and get himself in front in this second set? Zverev again taking plenty of time between first and second serves, multiple bounces of the ball. Now he's ready. It's another good one. Giron gets it back though on the forehand, well out wide, but then mistimes the chipped backhand. That doesn't even reach the net. You can see his frustration at that.
That's a frustrating shot. When you've hit such a good return, Zverev takes the ball through the middle, and Giron not really trying to create with that ball. That's why he's so frustrated. It's just a slice backhand to try and get himself back into the point.
He doesn't give a huge amount away. We talked about his very even temperament, Giron, but you could see the displeasure there because he was in the rally. He had a chance to potentially bring up a break point, and isn't that just the way when you've missed an opportunity, you then get punished with another beaming, booming ace from the racket of Zverev to level at 1 game all.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a glimmer of daylight there for Giron, but not able to capitalize.
So 1-1 early in this second set. We've been on court for 46 minutes. Serve out wide from Giron, straight back underway, and nice pickup to take advantage of the open court that he created by dragging his opponent off it. up the line he goes with the forehand winner.
And that's a great combination. The serve +1 there.
There's another cracking match in the offing to follow this, by the way, in the men's draw. More on that in a moment as Garone finds the net at 15 love. Zverev standing a couple of meters behind the baseline to receive. Then he steps forward, hits the backhand right onto the sideline on the angle. Then he steps back and unloads with a massive forehand inside in. Goodness me.
I mean, the speed of that forehand, he backpedaled back into the backhand corner and pulled that inside in. And he just destroyed that forehand.
How about this for a popcorn match, as I believe they say in your part of the world, Raj? Tiafoe and Bublik.
Yeah, that's going to be great. I mean, those two guys have big characters. They love engaging with the crowd.
Drop shot on the angle here from Garone, and he played it well enough. Zverev racing in from the baseline, couldn't scoop that one up.
15.
And there'll definitely be some flashy shot making in that match, I would predict.
I think the crowd are going to absolutely lap that up, as they will with the final match on centre today. What a programme it is on Super Saturday, by the way. That is not any sort of hyperbole. It is super, as Garone fires one up the tee and lands to go to 40-15. It's Grigor Dimitrov against Matteo Berrettini. Both players who've had all kinds of injury travails, and it's great to see them playing so well again here at Wimbledon, and they'll go head-to-head in our final match of the day on centre. Before that, it's Amanda Anisimova, who of course lost, as Raj mentioned, by double bagel to Swiatek in the final last year, against Madison Keys, who I tipped to go all the way this year. That's a nice forehand up the line from Garone, and then he skips around the ball nicely to hit the off forehand. Another forehand up the centre of the court. Zverev opening his shoulders again, then playing the chip on the angle, but that's wide, and that's a good hold from Marcus Garone. He's certainly hanging tough with Zverev in the early stages of this set, and he moves 2-1 in front in the second, and I'm sure having tipped Madison Keys probably put the hex on her, but she is playing some good stuff, Raj, and of course she's a Grand Slam champion in her own right, having won in Australia last year.
Yeah, I mean, she can play some incredible tennis. I think I'm going to disagree with you a little on this one.
Ouch.
Anisimova, I think, I think the way they match up, that I think she's going to be a little bit stronger, but both of them are high caliber players, and that's going to be a great match to watch. I mean, we're looking at this today. We have Rybakina being dispatched by Mertens, who played a very, very good match and was, you know, kind of the reason Rybakina would probably say, well, I don't think I played my best, and certainly she probably didn't, but Mertens had so much to do with that, didn't she, with her play?
Yeah.
And so, and Ayala now taking out the defending champion. So things are really shifting, and the draws are opening up, and opportunities are definitely being created. And on a day like this, you know, I don't know, you've had so much experience at Wimbledon, you start to see an upset here, and then the dominoes start to fall. That happens often, doesn't it?
Can be catching. No, that's very true. And I mean, a lot of seeds have fallen already. I think last evening the count was at 20, and some of those really were eyebrow raising, the likes of Fonseca going out in straight sets, Medvedev being beaten in straight, and I believe he was a break-up in all three
that's right.
of his sets.
That's
so
right.
There have been some surprises, none bigger, I guess, than the demise today of Swiatek, but yeah, it can catch like wildfire when the upsets start coming. Alexander Zverev serving at 1-2. Very positive start to this set from Marcus Garone, who was largely outgunned in the first, losing it 6-2, but he's not getting that serve back up the tee. 1-3-5 this time from Zverev. Crumpling the racket of the American at the far end, who just adjusts his white shirt. Standing about 6-8 feet behind the baseline is the man from California, as Zverev goes to the backhand but misses with the first serve into the net. 9 minutes shy of an hour on court now. Zverev looking for his 5th win in as many attempts against his opponent today. He's beaten him already at Wimbledon, but that's another double fault. Zverev just maybe seeing his level dip a little, and Garone playing nicely, which means the balance of power is not quite as heavily weighted in Zverev's direction as it was in the first set at the moment.
Well, that first set went by quite easily for Zverev, didn't it?
Being given a bit more to think about in this one in the early stages. 1-2, 15 all. It is another stunningly beautiful day here in London. Barely a cloud in the sky. Now, there was some cloud overhead to start the day, but that's long since burnt off as Garone gets a play on that. It was in the strike zone, but it's just overdone the forehand return.
Yeah, just looked at his team, frustrated. He knows when he's got the ball on his racket like that, he really needs to make Zverev feel that. Those errors, those feel extra costly.
30-15 Zverev into the body. He'll have another go. It caught the let cord. Such is the star-studded nature of the lineup on the show courts today that Taylor Fritz, many people's tip to go all the way, is on court 2, last up against Lorenzo Sonego. Get Ranj's views on how that might pan out in a moment as Zverev nets. And there's definitely a slightly different vibe around things on court 1 right now.
Yeah, Zverev's level just seems to have dropped off a little bit. Garone forcing him into some positions, making him play, and a little bit of a drop in concentration from Zverev, possibly.
30 all. Garone, who had an opportunity to bring up a break point earlier in this set and was visibly disappointed to make a mess of a backhand chip. But he is going to get the chance now. Here is 30-40 on the Zverev serve.
Displaying the frustration, little chatter with his box, shoulders rolled forward, and everything was looking so easy for him, and suddenly facing a break point.
A little more complicated for the French Open champion. How does he respond to that? 30-40, chance for Garone to make the breakthrough. Oh, well, in theory anyway, but not if Zverev is firing a serve out wide at 135 mph.
And again, we say it all the time, but the best players in the world find the opportune moments to land that first serve, especially on this surface.
Back to deuce then. And that's another one of the many challenges of this sport. When you're facing a big server like Zverev, you need to have the patience of Job, because you know you're going to be aced on a regular basis, and when you create chances, more often than not, they might be snuffed out by an unreturnable as Garone sees his backhand on the move at the baseline just dive into the net, and a heavenward glance from Garone as Zverev moves to game point.
Well, Zverev had the point on his racket. Garone does very well to catch 3 or 4 of those rally balls that just had him stretched out. But again, Zverev sneaking in, adding that pressure.
Game point for 2 games apiece in this second set. Zverev this time changing the angle of attack down the tee, but missing. White bandana. Garone sporting the hat, which is now the right way on. I think it was the wrong way round earlier.
It was.
So maybe that's been the reason for his change of fortune in this set.
The theoretical rally cap.
He's literally turned things around. Game point Zverev to level at 2 all. But Garone looking animated at the baseline, swivel of the racket. He's standing very upright, stepping in to hit the backhand return on the angle. Backhand from Zverev right back at him as they trade on that diagonal. Now the off forehand from Zverev, and that's long from Garone, and that's a disappointing way to lose that rally. Any time, Raj, that the American gets into an exchange like that, he just cannot afford an error of the unforced variety.
Absolutely. It's a great observation, because we do know that on a bad day, Zverev on his serve is going to land those bomb first serves, and especially in key moments. So when you have that opportunity, I think that adds pressure to Garone, because he knows that. He knows that the opportunities are going to be far and few between.
So 2 all. Garone serving once again from the far end of court number 1. We're high up under the roof here in our commentary position. Oh, that's a big forehand. He's giving the German a taste of his own medicine there as he rifles one past the right ear of Zverev, who's very animated in the direction of his support staff.
Well, that was just such an athletic forehand from Garone there, gliding to his left to take it as a forehand, and no mistake there. Just a bullet forehand.
15 love. 2 games all. First set Zverev by 6 games to 2. That's another good serve from Giron.
Well done. That's just body language, and just has a sense that he's really in this match, which didn't feel like he had that sense in the first set very much, but he's crawled his way into this second set, hasn't he?
He had to show a lot of tenacity in his early professional career because he had a whole series of very significant injuries as he fires an ace out wide. So some Zverevian tennis coming from Giron at the moment.
Is that a word now? Zverevian?
It wasn't easy to say, I'll tell you that. I'm not going to say it again. 3 game points for the Californian to edge back in front. Going for the serve out wide, just missing this time. But landing that first serve with increasing regularity, and of course that makes such a difference. A few more cheap points, eases the pressure into the body. That was well played. Squash shot from Zverev. The off forehand into the net from Giron. He had right hip surgery way back in 2015. And then left hip surgery the following year, which cost him 8 months off the tour. And it was a difficult time away from the tour for personal reasons. His parents were divorcing during that period, so he really did go through the mill. But I guess what doesn't break you, and I'm not talking about tennis breaks, makes you stronger. And what a great career he's had. He's a tour titleist, he's a former top 40 player, Marcus Giron. And he's here on #1 court, one of the biggest courts in the world, taking on the French Open champion. This is what you put all the hours of practice in for, Raj, as he dinks the ball over the net for a nice hold.
Well, that was a convincing hold from Giron there, and I think what you're speaking to is just how much dedication these players put into the sport, and how much it takes. You don't see it, you know, the months and months of rehab, but we're seeing glimpses here in some of the athletes that have gone through those trials and tribulations. Dimitrov breaking down in tears after his first and second rounds. Sefulin breaking down in tears after his win yesterday. So, you know, these athletes are really good at their craft, and so much dedication goes into it. When you get an injury, I mean, in Giron's case, multiple injuries, and you have to work your way back through that, there's just so much self-doubt that you have to overcome. And the fact, like you said, that he's standing here in this position is a wild success in itself.
Now, talking of Sefulin, Raj, he plays Djokovic next, right? Now, I don't want to poke the hornet's nest, but I did hear our colleague Barry Cowan rather putting the boot in earlier on the Wimbledon radio channel, suggesting that the fact that both you and your good lady Jill had predicted an upset in that one was tantamount to a display of insanity.
Well, that would be the first time we were accused of that, Phil.
So if he now wins, then you're going to have to give Baz hell.
That's also true. Yeah. Well, I just think that you know, Djokovic has looked very good. Had to play such high-level tennis to get where he is just in this tournament. He's feeling loose. He's feeling relaxed. Sefulin, another path. Really grinding, really hard to get where he is. But there's just something about how much this means to him. He's been in some situations. Sefulin is not a newcomer. He's been around the block. He's got experience. So I think, given the opportunity to be on that stage, he's not going to back down. And he is a very solid player. So he's gonna demand Djokovic to play well.
Well, that's going to be very, very interesting. And let's not forget that Jill predicted that Caroline Wozniacki would win the Australian Open when she did win the Australian Open, when people looked at her as though she had lost her mind, and was proved correct.
She was very close to being committed at that point in time.
We're back underway here. Zverev serving at 2-3, 15 love, and that serve's got too much velocity on it for Giron to handle. Quick word then about Fritz and Sonigo. Can Sonigo cause the American problems in that one?
Well, the way the day is going today, you can't rule that out, can you? I mean, he's a very good player, but Fritz on grass, he just likes the surface, and the intangible about Fritz is just his competitive nature. He really understands the sport, and he competes at the big moments quite well.
Yeah, he's looking like Zverev is right now, very, very confident. Of course, he's a 4 times Eastbourne champion, Taylor Fritz, so that'll be an interesting one. Zverev at 30 love, 2-3, looking to level up in this second set. The first 6-2 was in complete control. This has been rather more of a challenge for him, and Garone is playing some really nice stuff right now, and he's winning another rally with Zverev overdoing it. So there's definitely a shift in this match towards Garone. I'm not going to say that he's now taking control, that would be over the top, but he's definitely causing more of a nuisance now to Zverev than he was in the first set. 30-15, 2-3. It's a terrific serve, and Garone did well just to block it back into play, but it was inevitably a short ball. Now the overhead from Zverev. He doesn't quite put it away, so the rally continues. Backhand up the line from Zverev, then a forehand to Garone, who drives his own backhand right down the centre, then a chipped backhand from Garone, who's rallying superbly with Zverev. What a brilliant exchange this is, and then a driven backhand up the line to set the point up for Garone, who finishes it with a drop shot. That was magnificent. That was the point of the match so far, and listen to the crowd who are really getting behind the underdog.
That was such a fantastic point. Just pummeling the ball, because we had 15, 16 shots at the highest of pace. Garone ending it with the forehand drop shot. Zverev stranded behind the baseline.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Zverev wearing a rather perplexed expression at the end of that exchange. I think it was something along the lines of, well, that was a bit too good from my opponent. And Garone has a terrific engine. He can run and run and run. He's not easy to get past, even though he doesn't possess the weapons of his opponent. Wow, that was a huge forehand on the run from Zverev, but he's just missed it, only by a whisker. It was a close call, as the big screen out to our left confirms. He only missed it by an inch or two. But the miss is as good as a mile, and it's a break point again for Marcus Garone.
Yeah, and the crowd responding to Garone, asking for a little extra love. Zverev backs away from the baseline. Now he's ready to go.
This match has become a good deal more intriguing. The first set was a procession, really, for Zverev. The second, anything but. Break point down, 2-3 down. That was another great serve, but Garone gets it back into play, and then a big forehand cross-court from Zverev. Garone trying to make the awkward pass on the run, but couldn't quite execute it.
Yes.
Well done from here. The adjustment from Garone on the return. He's gone to the block return off the backhand. And he's gotten the ball back into play frequently in this game.
Look, the Stingray, Rob. Christian Rasmussen.
Only lasted just over half an hour. This one is already of that length, and we're only at the midway point of it. 2-3 Zverev, ace, out wide. Nothing Garone can do about that.
Again, that serve, the weapon, just such an arsenal piece for Zverev.
To move to game point, to level at 3 games all. Zverev taking a little bit longer now in preparing for his serves than he was earlier. But there's another ace. So Garone did absolutely...
Well, just quickly interrupting here. Hello, everybody. Breaking news here at Wimbledon. The Williams sisters have pulled out of the doubles after Serena Williams has been injured. Serena Williams has failed to recover enough from a knee issue in time to play doubles alongside her sister Venus at Wimbledon coming into it, so they have now pulled out. So Serena only played the one match against Maya Joint early on in the tournament on Tuesday and failed to get through. We'll hand back now to court 1 before we go to centre court. In fact, we're going to go now over to centre court radio to pick up on the main match.
Another double fault.
It's a little bit up and down with the serve right now. I mean, like I said, it's been one of her weapons throughout her career, but she's still making changes, and just those little subtle nuances that she's trying to add a little bit more pace, better accuracy overall. So she is trying to take more risk on the second serve.
Is she getting a biomechanic?
I don't know. It's always possible. Who knows? Yeah.
But anyway, forehand return from Keys is into the net, so it's game point for the 24-year-old American. And looks up at Keys. And just if that I think from 2013 she's been here, winner of 4 grass court titles, and then that backhand turn is into the net. So slightly strange opening service game.
Well, I do think there's a potential that we might see a few double faults. Like I said, her coach had said she's trying to, one of the things is take more risk on the second serve. That's something more players are trying to do to get free points. So she's trying to get that courage to go after her second serve a little bit more. And I love the fact that she's not scared to do it in matches, but because she can so easily follow it up with a great first serve.
Keys 31, first played here in 2013. Obviously, Aussie Open champ back in 2025, which has, for all been around for so long, so well deserved that she'd finally got that big title. Serves now.
15 love.
Good serve out wide from Keys, a bit like Zverev winning his first. They sort of needed, when are you going to win one? Questions can now was eradicated the moment she got over the line. So serves at 15 up, forehand from Anisimova. Anisimova, then the shot from Keys just goes long.
Well, I think Madison, it was interesting. She was told from such a young age that she had the talent and the capability to win a Grand Slam. And I have to give her huge credit for the success that she's had before she finally won the Australian Open, because she dealt with it well. It was a lot of pressure on her shoulders.
Backhand from Keys to the backhand Anisimova. Forehand from Keys from behind the baseline. Has to go wide, cross court, and then big forehand into the net from Anisimova. Just shakes her racket.
15.
In a little frustration that she didn't get her timing right on that, 30-15.
Well, that's where most of the errors are going to come from Anisimova, is in that forehand side. And already in that point, Keys targeting that corner.
It's so bright there. It's quite, from our position, quite difficult to see.
Yeah, it's really bright.
Forehand at full stretch, got back by Anisimova. Backhand to Keys going cross court, and Anisimova moving on to a mid-court ball on a backhand wing. Sends it wide.
That was a surprise miss from Anisimova. That's one of her favorite shots, is the backhand down the line. Just pulled off it slightly at the end.
But the main thing is she's got her first game. She's now doesn't have to work for that first game after the disappointment and the heartache of last year's final. But Keys now, 40-15, delivered it up at 1-0. Big forehand from Anisimova, then winding up the forehand to the backhand, dug back by Keys, and then the backhand, oh, wild cross court from Anisimova. Just not quite got the radar, needs to just settle down a bit, but there was 2 wild backhands, one down the line, one cross court.
Yeah, a couple good pickups off the baseline from Keys to stay in that point. I don't think we're going to see a lot of long rallies in this match, Rupert.
You're not.
Everything's going to be quick.
Right, but hit with great intensity.
Yeah.
And Anisimova then serves, but misses. First service game was slightly, included 2 double faults. Edgy, but as Jill may be alluding, or tweaking, a work in progress. Good serve down the centre. Keys read it.
15 love.
110 mile an hour down the centre. 15 love.
I think she can, Amanda, have just a little sigh of relief with having a better start here on center court.
And also a different feel, actually, because obviously when you're walking out on... Oh, that's a great service return from Keys.
15 on.
Down the forehand side, skidding off the surface, and Anisimova couldn't get anywhere near it. 15 all.
She leaned into that well, Keys, and cut into the court nicely to take that ball slightly earlier on the return.
Anisimova then serving.
Let's.
Is a let. I'm looking for my Kelly Rusk, I think, is the umpire. That's the voice. Serves now, forehand return from Keys right to the centre, got back well by Anisimova, winds up a forehand to the slice backhand that's floating to the forehand of Anisimova down the centre of the baseline.
15-30.
Trying to generate pace, only succeeds in putting it in the net, 15-30.
That's an interesting tactic from Keys that I like, using the slice just to take that pace off, give Anisimova a different rhythm, especially going to the forehand side.
Forehand return from Keys, draws Anisimova to the net, up, and was able to smash that, hit that hard to the forehand court. Keys was going in the right direction, but it was hit too hard to control, 30-all.
Yeah, she did guess right, but it was just good target right in front of the baseline. And good commitment there from Anisimova, because you can see out of the corner of your eye your opponent making that move, but didn't let it distract her. Just stayed committed to that approach shot.
Well, Madison Keys also got a committed fan, because on Monday when I was watching her, Tuesday, I saw a sign that a post, Maddie with the keys to victory.
Oh, nice. That's clever.
And I've seen it here today, so I don't know whether it's the same woman, but she'll just seen a shot of her. Another forehand into the net from Anisimova, and it's break point. Just a little sloppy start at the moment. The errors on the last service game of Keys on the backhand there, a forehand that goes into the net. So not at the moment, Anisimova at her best. 8 unforced errors already. Backhand return from Keys is long. That's a better serve.
Much better serve, just put a little bit more kick on that serve, so it bounced a little higher over the shoulders of Keys.
I did see a match with quite a lot of unforced errors yesterday. Claire Liu, poor girl.
Against Coco Gauff,
nearly 60. If she hadn't had that, she could have actually won that match. Backhand from Anisimova. Straw stretch. Keys gets it back, but only puts it out into the triangle on the backhand wing. So game point, that's better. That'll settle her down. She's just having a little chat to herself as she walks back, ready to serve. Serves now. Forehand return, that's going to fall out. And so in the end, a comfortable enough hole. Just food for thought as she walks back to her chair. And after 10 minutes, and people, lots more people filing back, including in the royal box, and all the spectators have recharged their batteries.
Yeah, I wanted to go back a little bit to what we were talking about with Keys, and as a youngster, so much hype and attention on her from a very young age to win a slam. And as the years kept going by longer and longer, I felt like that tension almost just kept building in her, and like, why hasn't it happened yet? I'm supposed to be doing this and supposed to get my first slam. And it wasn't until she actually like spoke about it out loud and released and got honest about it and released that information, I think. But she really had to let it go, and the fact that, you know, it became so important to her that it actually worked against her. But as soon as she let it go, that's when everything sort of fell into place. And I can't tell you how many people were happy for her that she got that slam. She's one of the nicest people.
There does seem to be a good vibe amongst the leading American.
There are, yeah.
And you know, podcasts, they all seem to help each other out, and you know,
they do.
Which is good to see.
Yeah.
But right now, that friendship is put firmly aside as Keys is trying to unlock her way into another fourth round appearance here. But Anisimova anticipates as they come to the net. We weren't expecting too much going on at the front near the net, but a little angled shot from Keys, though, well anticipated by Anisimova, wins the point. Love 15.
Both showing nice soft hands. They're actually good control in the pass from Anisimova.
Keys serves love 50 down the middle. It is a very bright sun here at SW19. Forehand from Anisimova to Keys' backhand, then winds up a forehand into the net, goes Anisimova from the baseline, swinging it almost felt rather casually there. Probably wasn't.
Yeah, well, I just saw a close-up of her just giving a look to her box, frustrated with that. That was something that she struggled with in the previous match. She was frustrated with how many forehand unforced errors she had.
Now Keys comes forward behind that serve, and it was a little sloppy there because the ball was got back. She was running onto it and only succeeded in hitting it into the net. So 15-30. So an error there from Keys. Just now it might be An opening for Anisimova here. Serves now. Forehand return is going to go out. Solid serve, 111 miles an hour. Just a feeling their way at the moment.
I think both. I mean, normally your first thought goes to potentially they're both a little bit nervous coming out here because some errors that we're seeing that we're not used to seeing from both players.
Keys now serving. Serves to the forehand of Anisimova. That's better. Forehand from Keys. Then dug back by Anisimova. Floats that to the backhand side. And Keys running onto that backhand. Then just puts it into the net. So, a chance here. First break point chance for Anisimova here to move into a 3-1 lead in this third round matchup. Moment, Keys now serves into the net. Needs to. Anisimova hasn't found everything she wants, but could she get a good backhand cross court? No, goes long. So sensible serve.
Anisimova was way ahead of herself on that return. So far out in front on the swing.
No control there. So deuce, break point saved. They've had one apiece in the early stages of this, what promises to be an absorbing counter. Just now, Keys with the forehand, goes cross-court, and Anisimova is just trying to play her forehand sort of to the middle, but then no range at the moment, so just struggling for rhythm. Probably both.
Both of them, yep, exactly.
It's who's going to find their range first, and then sort of drag the match up by its bootstraps as Keys now serves. Forehand return from Anisimova, then the Keys with the forehand. Now she's sent out wide, and Anisimova comes into the net. Cross court goes Keys trying to pass cross court, but she was always on the defensive. And Anisimova was presenting a big, impenetrable target there and was able to dink the volley over for a winner deuce.
Well, that return looked a little bit more free from Anisimova. And speaking about rhythm, it's hard to get a rhythm when so many of these points have been short and neither one are really connecting cleanly right now with some of these shots.
Deuce it is. Forehand return is into the net.
Keys. It's great serve. Good use of the slice out wide from Keys.
Commentary position. It is quite difficult to track the green ball in the blue.
Because it's so bright. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Help me out, Jill.
You're doing well. You're doing very well.
Just testing my eyes here. Forehand return from Anisimova to the backhand of Keys. Then a forehand deep to the forehand. Cross court from Keys. This is already better, but not that shot though from Anisimova, because that forehand is into the net and it's 2-all. And she is frustrated with herself. Hands on head going, what? Come on, come on.
Well, I think sometimes you feel like you figured it out because she was frustrated as well. Like I said, missing so many shots on the forehand and in her previous shot. And you go out there and you practice and you do reps, and the amount of times you go out there just to tweak some things and already maybe not quite feeling that rhythm yet, trying to find that range on the forehand.
So, Anisimova is now serving. At 2-all, Royal Box End, serves now. Forehand from Keys is into the net, moving on. And she too is just hinting a little bit of frustration, and I think she can't believe what's going on. She's almost smiling and sort of, what am I doing?
She was motioning herself to go forward to that ball. It didn't quite come to her off the serve.
Serves now. Forehand return from Keys. Keys then goes to the cross court, and the server goes too long with her forehand.
15-all.
I have to say, they've not hit the ground running, have they?
No, I mean, definitely quite a few unforced errors from the beginning. Anisimova already at, what, 13?
13.
In the 4 games.
I seem to be suffering from unforced error-itis in terms of the matches I'm covering. Sure, it'll change. They both are looking a little bewildered. Misses with the serve. 15-all, 2-all. Taking her time. And here comes the serve. Oh, double fault.
15,
well, I think also when you know someone so well, And even though they've only played one other time, but I'm sure they've practiced together so many times, and they know each other's patterns. Sometimes that you can have some scrappy starts like this.
Well, maybe as we get nearer the end of this first set, the quality could improve. Got Keys.
Great serve.
30 all.
Good, that was a good serve out wide on the backhand side. 30 all. Needed that. 108 mile an hour.
Our third ace already for Anisimova.
Serves now.
Sorry, first ace.
Your first ace.
First ace. Thank you, Rupert. I read
I
read three double faults. Is what it was. I read it the opposite way.
Yeah.
Here we go.
You'll forgive us your birthday. So, Anisimova is serving at 30 all. Serves now. Forehand from Keys to the forehand of Anisimova. Then a big forehand out wide. Down the line goes and Anisimova with a lovely forehand. That will make her feel a good deal better because she picked it and stroked it effortlessly down the line, and Keys couldn't do anything about that.
Yeah, that was great control, and I love the fact that she was following it forward, ended up not having to hit a volley, but that body momentum going forward helps put a little extra pace on the ball.
That timing was right then. You could see that may be a precursor. She might not get the perhaps down the centre of that serve, but long. 40-30 for a 3-2 lead. And Keys' backhand is into the net, and it is now 3-2 lead. Anisimova just rehearsing and just sort of trying to keep loose. Got to get
3 games to 2.
getting her moving, and because there are, as I say, plenty of errors at the moment. The odd moment, but it definitely feels as if both are trying to work, not say outfox, but actually work out what's going on and maybe probing to see if there's any weaknesses. But at the moment, cagey start, I think, Jill.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I think they will both lift. I mean, Amanda has said that these are the type of matches she really looks forward to, is playing someone that has such power and pace like Keys, and I think Keys likes these matchups as well. Like I said, it's not easy playing with someone you know so well, your fellow American, but Amanda was saying, like, compared to her last round, she said she would like this rhythm a little bit better as far as the power that Keys bring, because it does force you to have to go for a little bit more. And with how these two play so aggressively, when you do get forced to go for more, you do start to play better and better.
Well, now changed ends. Umbrellas being put away, acting as parasols to protect them from the searing sun of Southwest 19. Just checking how Alex Ferry's doing out on court 18. Always, it's 2-1 down, lost the third set 6-2, having won the second set. Anisimova return, forehand from Keys, then the big forehand from Anisimova, chopped back on the backhand by Keys, drawing Anisimova forward. She's at the net, Anisimova. Oh my goodness me, that was better from Keys. Anisimova was at the net, but a thundering, sizzling, scorching cross-court winner is too much for Anisimova.
That was a well-constructed point, though, from Anisimova. Keys just guessed right and just connected on that pass.
Well, Anisimova got racket frame to it, but a great shot there. 15 love. That will do her good. To that winner. Forehand return from Anisimova, and then the forehand into the net, pegging her back on the baseline was Keys there. 30 love.
That was a massive return from Anisimova, and Keys that time had to get almost her knee down on the grass to defend against that pace. She did well to redirect the backhand.
And that came back with lots of interest. It's going to be a first serve for Keys. Settling down again, and so just standing maybe 3 or 4 feet behind the baseline, moves. Oh, and first serve rather tamely into the net. Now the second serve, And this serve is forehand, and this over to the forehand right on the baseline. Great depth from Keys on that forehand from that service return, and it's 40 love.
Yeah, she did well. Maybe a little bit too short on the return from Anisimova. It was just past the service line. I still like her intent to be aggressive on that Keys second serve.
Serves now. Misses, going to the backhand side. Keys quickly ready to with the second serve. Backhand from Anisimova, then the forehand cross court from Keys. Keys then again getting the error off the racket of Anisimova. It wasn't necessarily anything particularly special, but just the unforced error from Anisimova. So it is 3 games all.
Just a little wild there from Anisimova, and I think they play so similarly. I think the pressure there of having to take the first strike on the ball as well. I think they both know that they have to take that risk first is causing some mistakes. What are you pointing at?
Well, I'm looking in the players area.
Oh, yeah.
The guy in the black t-shirt, he was getting very vociferous then. Is that who's coach?
That's Bjorn Fortangela. That's Keys' coach and husband.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, he was getting very animated then.
15 love.
So,
I think he likes trying to help Keys through these matches. He's been so influential. He's done such a good job being able to help her so much and developing her game even more.
So it's 15 love on the Anisimova serve. Backhand from Anisimova. Backhand from Keys to the forehand of Anisimova. Right on the baseline. Another big forehand. Oh, got back well by Keys at full stretch, but Anisimova is pulling Keys around from side to side. And on the forehand, having had to quickly regather herself after that backhand, she was always struggling, so 30 love.
That's excellent depth overall from Anisimova off the ground, and good response as well. You heard her just yell out, let's go. You know she's trying to work her way, trying to back herself.
30 love serves now. Backhand return into the net from Keys.
14 love.
Who lets out a bit of a howl of anguish. She walks around, goes walkabout. Anisimova, though, quickly ready to serve. Keys settles into position to receive this serve. Now the second serve. Forehand return up the middle from Keys is a good one.
40-15.
Crouching down to play that forehand, Anisimova, she couldn't make it. 40-15, though.
Such a good play when you're trying to find your rhythm, just hard down the center of the court. Great job from Keys.
Serves now, and backhand return from Keys. Forehand from Anisimova, right on the baseline. Big crunching forehand to the Keys' backhand, who gets it back well. Has to check back onto a backhand side. Keys draws Anisimova forward, but that was clever play from Anisimova. She was in control of that point. And she's now kept herself in front on scoreboard. No breaks of serve, but she leads by 4 games to 3.
Yeah, that was better from Anisimova. You can tell when some players are starting to feel a little bit better. When you look at their feet, it was a much better throughout that point from Amanda. Just the way she was moving, she was just much quicker, faster, taking those few extra steps to every single ball in that rally. Yeah, well, sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's been 27 minutes. It's almost now they've sort of dusted off the cobwebs.
I think so. I think so. And you can tell, right? Yeah. I mean,
you could say immediately that service game, she seemed to be hitting the ball with more conviction, confidence, and she was pulling Keys around there. And the shot that set up eventually the winning one, when Keys suddenly had to check again. Yeah. That was a mark that maybe Anisimova is starting to feel
in control. But the movement, to me, it was the movement in particular. She was just much quicker up to the ball, didn't hesitate. Even the way she was walking in between the points, you could tell she was starting to feel a little bit better.
Well, Karen Khachanov has gone into a deciding set. Zverev is in a second set tiebreak, having won the first set on 6-2. Alex Ferry's a breakdown already in the 4th set there. Jill's doing some exercises to
No, I'm
keep
just actually just massaging my back. It feels really good as I'm sitting here.
Okay. Well, right, just to keep loose as a goose, right?
Well, I had an itch, and then all of a sudden I started massaging. It felt really good.
Okay. A lot of information shared with you, dear listeners. 15-love it is, because that was an unreturned serve from Anisimova. Keys now serves to the forehand of Anisimova, and then Keys. Oh, that's a bit sloppy.
15-all. Yeah, it was just actually a quick change of the racket from Anisimova. Just forgot that it was new ball, so after that first return miss, just went up and got a racket that's a little bit more tightly strung to get that control.
Yep, 7 games always not after 7 games initially into the net with that serve. So Keys 15-all. And serves now to the double fault. Now that's not ideal.
Let's just jump back on that second serve. That's what happens when you're playing someone that plays so aggressively and attacks the second serve. It starts to make you think. You start serving and jumping backward, expecting that aggression.
Serves now. This is down the centre. Good serve. Got back well by Anisimova. Anisimova with a big forehand out wide to the backhand of Keys, drawing Anisimova to the net. And despite hitting the net, it was all too good from Anisimova, because she's now got 2 break points at 15-40. I don't think she would have got it. It may have ricocheted but off the net, but it looked pretty good from the moment it came off her
it looks
racket.
very good. I actually think the let court helped a little bit, because it just made the ball hold up. Yeah.
Needs a good. Now she's under pressure on her serve. At 3-4, 15-40, 2 break points to serve. Backhand from Anisimova, right deep in the corner. Now Anisimova's going to wait for this to bounce. She should be in control of this point, and she is, and she has broken. Just gone through the gears a little bit. How's last year's beaten finalist, and has got a grip on this first set.
5 games to 3. That was a perfect return into the corner. I was surprised Keys actually put that second serve right into the strike zone of Anisimova's backhand. Connect it with that perfectly.
So now we'll be serving 30 minutes. Hasn't really sprung into life. The first match on centre court today was plenty of emotion, plenty of quality. This is, at the moment, just struggling to get sustained quality. And Anisimova, though, does seem to have just found her rhythm, found her mojo today, after a sluggish start, but obviously had a lot going through her head when you think back 51 weeks ago when she was in the ladies' final and had that really heartbreaking defeat when she never turned up. But now starting to turn up the heat on Keys, although that's a double fault. I might give you a racing analogy or two for various.
I would love that.
For various reasons.
Okay. I can't wait.
Well, I can see she's back in the box watching on, and I refer to Rachel Blackmore. More of that in a moment, but a good serve out wide, because the tennis from Anisimova is starting to turn the screw on Keys in this first set, because she's 30-15, 5-3. And serves now. Chopped back by Keys, and the server goes deep to the forehand of Keys. That loops just inside the baseline. Now Keys has to shuffle over to play a back forehand, and actually great recovery.
30.
Hung on in there, played the forehand and got the error off the backhand of Anisimova, so it's 30-all.
That's great defense from Keys. You really are getting the sense that Amanda's trying to up the aggression right now, but Keys was able to get such great depth.
She hung on in there. Good serve down the middle, and so it does set up set point here. Rock solid serve down the middle at 113 miles an hour. And after 32 minutes, it is Anisimova is getting a grip on this match. If she can win this point, doesn't like the ball toss. And Keys just hasn't really found consistency yet. got back, but only into the net. The ball bounced, and Keys looks a little bit dispirited, but despite not being at her best, Amanda Anisimova has taken the first set 6-3. Plenty of unforced errors from last year's beaten finalist, but she was definitely finding her rhythm towards the end of that set, and hence the reason why she's taken it, Jill.
Yeah, I think she just started playing a little bit better, and that one moment where she said, let's go, come on, and really backed herself, I really felt like that was the moment that you just felt it change. She may be connecting on one shot that all of a sudden felt better, and then she just started going after it a bit more. She just became a little bit looser than Keys in the last few games.
Well, to give you a racing analogy,
yes.
Started slowly, picking a moment to get into the race, and then in her case, she will hope to kick on. Now, I refer to Rachel Blackmore.
Okay.
Now, you are, and from a British and Irish sporting perspective, she did something that many people thought would never happen, and one of the reasons why she's here. She became the first lady to ride the winner of the Grand National, which is our most famous horse race. It's a bit like the Melbourne Cup. It's obviously over fences. You know, obviously you've got the Kentucky Derby.
Correct, yeah.
But that's actually it's a derivative of the Epsom Derby.
Wow,
but this is a one-off. But
awesome.
she did something that was never thought would happen. And I did it with a lady called Lizzie Kelly, the commentary of the race. And Lizzie Kelly was a pathfinder in her own right, won Grade 1 races, but this catapulted to a new level. And when you see something special sporting happen, my co-commentator just said, I was as a young girl, I was told I would never, ever, a woman would never, ever win the Grand National.
Wow.
And she said that in commentary, burst into tears.
Oh.
And we got nominated for the Radio Moment of the Year, but not because of my commentary,
Congratulations.
but because of what she said and how she summed it up and what it meant as a sporting moment.
And what year was that?
2021.
That's amazing.
So, and
that's awesome.
She became a mum last year. She's no longer riding, but she is forever going to be able to say, I am a Grand National winning jockey and the first to do it as a lady rider, and I'm sure that will have been inspiring lots of other people to ride and maybe try and emulate her achievement. Just like these two tennis players, maybe inspiring a future generation of tennis players. Who was your great inspiration?
Oh, so many. Oh, my goodness.
Okay. Okay, well, just give me one to start. Chris Evert, how have we got?
All of them. Evert Navratilova, Pam Shriver, who we had on the show earlier today.
Who played James Bond. And,
yes.
And I'm going to go, we're going to go around here, full circle here, because, what do we score? We better do the score, 30-15. Concentrate on this, because here we go. Now it is Keys to serve into the net. She just will need to regroup and just make sure that she finds her confidence. Doesn't want to be under pressure already in this second set. And she's not helping herself. She looks a bit dispirited at the moment. Nothing's really happening for her, and she's 30-all with that double fault. So she's not helping her cause with that double fault early on when she was trying to just put the disappointment of that set slipping away quite easily in the end against Anisimova. Forehand, no, that's going wide on the forehand side.
14. That was an excellent serve. Yeah, big out wide serve into the corner.
Quite hard to see here when the lights up me. Help me out there. Well done, thank you. But now, 40-30, good hit back by Anisimova on the forehand, then chopped back by Anisimova, and then taking the pace off it, right on the baseline goes Keys, and that just unsettled Anisimova. So that will, I think, Keys walking back to her chair with a little bit more purpose. He looked
First game, second set.
And we're just looking at a replay of that ball going out. It didn't go out by much, but out it is.
Well, I think Anisimova thought the previous shot was out, so it just caught her off guard. Yeah. But Keys' shot just hitting the baseline. I mean, I agree with you with Keys. I feel like every time maybe she either throws a double fault in or makes a mistake, she drops her shoulders a little bit, but she's jumping around trying to get that positive energy back.
So, Anisimova is serving at the Royal Box end. And Keys waiting here with that first serve, just a fault. Now the second serve, backhand from Keys to, and she just
15 love.
tucked up as that is then sent wide on the forehand wing.
She's struggling with that serve right now. Actually, the one that Amanda kicks up into the body backhand is the one that Keys is struggling to control.
Serves now. Backhand return from Keys doesn't have to make it because it's another fault from Anisimova. Again, the crowd haven't really sprung into life here. I know there was a high-octane occasion the previous match, but tennis hasn't really catapulted them into this match. The forehand there, wildly hit from Anisimova, goes long, so we're at 15 all.
I mean, they haven't had a ton of exchanges. I think that's the thing. The points have been so quick, either a winner or error. So there haven't been a ton of long rallies.
No. Nothing to feel that drawing oohs and ahs and gasps from the crowd. But Anisimova just up to game just towards the end of that set. Keys with the backhand at full stretch and gets the error off the Anisimova racket. So it's 15-30.
And after that miss, he just went skipping back to the court, just again trying to find that rhythm. Just a couple mistakes back to back from Amanda.
Sloppy. Is that, or am I being too hard?
I think up and down. Yeah, it's been very up and down so far.
Yep, no sense that they're being able to maintain the standard. The brief flashes. But Anisimova is now serving at 15-30. Backhand from Keys. Anisimova goes with the forehand, deep to the forehand of Keys. Keys, well, oh, and a bang of the racket on the ground from Anisimova, showing some frustration there. Gave it a good thwack on the ground. There's an indication now that maybe she can't believe how badly she's playing, but now she's got 15-40 on her serve. Doesn't want to do that because the umpire might take a dim view of that. Serves and misses with the first serve. So this might be a bit of confidence for Keys that she's got 2 break points here. 15-40. Serves now.
Well, went for a huge serve there.
Hugh went for a huge serve, and it was hugely long.
It was really long, yeah. That's the frustration getting the better of her right there from Amanda.
Oh, and she, as I say, she banged the ground in frustration, and the umpires are always at pains here to say, you know, treat the court with respect.
Yeah.
Well, right then, she wasn't. And she's lost that game. So Keys in a 2-love lead, but a set down. Keys with the backhand and goes long though with the backhand. So the moment, it's almost, they're not quite, I don't know how you describe it. They know each other's games, but I'm not quite sure they know what to do about each other's games. And they're making the mistakes.
I feel like that first point was a moment for Keys, though, to stay on Anisimova while she's still frustrated.
Yeah. But Anisimova is jumping around, trying to get into the groove here. Backhand from Anisimova, hit hard to Keys, who bends down to the backhand. Forehand from Keys to the Anisimova, goes deep to the forehand to Keys, rocks into that, but rocks it long.
Again, it was the movement that was better. Anisimova, all she needs, because she's so tall and she has such great length, all she needs is that one extra step forward to that ball, and she did it beautifully there on the forehand.
Love 30 on the Keys serve. So doesn't want to see the damage that she's inflicted on Anisimova undone straight away, but there's a solid enough serve that is unreturned from.
She was already recovering during that stroke on the return, just already trying to protect the other side of the court, and she hadn't even finished the swing on the return.
15-30, I should say. Serves now down the middle, and that's going to go long.
13.
Body language of Anisimova is sort of not at its best at times. I think she can't believe that she's not playing better.
all of a sudden you feel like there's tension back in Anisimovan's body language.
And so Keys now serves to the forehand of Anisimova. Keys with the big forehand. Anisimova then nets her forehand, looks up to her team, and now is having a long chat to herself.
But Keys has been smart since that first point of just constantly going back to Anisimova's forehand, because she's recognizing that's the side that's really frustrating Amanda.
30-40, rather 40-30. Serves now down the middle, and a good serve and good service game for Keys. And she leads by 3 games to love with that break. And Anisimova going back to her chair in frustration that she has nowhere found her A game, despite the fact that the scoreboard should give her some confidence, having won the first set 6-3.
It's a great response from Keys, though, not to get flustered, because we did say she was dropping her shoulders a bit in that first set, and it's just a great response just to try and stay on track and started strong. And then since that first point, she capitalized on the fact that Anisimova all of a sudden getting flustered once again. It was surprising, obviously, it was almost out of nowhere, but it must have been building inside Anisimova.
I'll go. We were talking about Pam Shriver.
Yes.
Well, obviously, George Lazenby played James Bond. And there's a bit of a link here, because Madison Keys' favourite film is The Imitation Game, which is a true story about Alan Turing, but it also featured my grandfather.
Did it really?
Sir Stuart Mingus, who was head of MI6 during the Second
He was
World War.
he was in the movie.
Yeah, well, no, he wasn't. But
I mean, his character.
His character was played by Mark Strong in the film.
Yeah.
And of course, M in James Bond films.
Yes.
Ian Fleming based it on my grandfather.
15.
No way.
Stuart Mingus, right?
That's amazing,
anyway,
Rupert.
But Madison Keys' favourite film is Imitation Game.
That's incredible.
There you go.
That's a great tie-in.
Right, but what's it got to do with tennis? But the fact is, Madison Keys liked
The Imitation Game. That's a great film.
And your friend Pam Shriver, obviously, and actually
a Bond girl.
A Bond, well, more than a Bond girl. And actually, it's a really nice story if you read the whole story of what's going on now. Anyway, it's great. Oh, and there's a howl of anguish from Keys there. It's a forehand. At the moment, is it turd? I don't know, turgid. Is that too strong a word? It's sort of something needs to loosen up both players. Help me out here, Jill.
Yeah, I think we've seen both of them loose in different circumstances.
Well,
I think it's up and down as we see Amanda make a mistake again into the net. So 15-30 on Anisimova's serve. But I think, I feel like Keys has played pretty good in some stretches, and same with Anisimova to close out that first set. So neither one, I think, playing their best over the course of the match yet.
Yeah. Can they find a way to get both play well? No. Oh, and that's better from Anisimova. Oh, she goes cross-court, running onto a ball on the forehand side. She was able to steer it across court for a clean winner, and it's 30-all.
That's what I mean. We've seen flashes like that. That was a great shot from Anisimova.
Anisimova then, 30-all. Love 3, she trails in this second set. 14 minutes this second set's been in action. Serves now out wide to Keys' forehand, who running forward onto that, sends it into the net.
And this is good. This is good from Anisimova. Game point now, just to try and settle herself, settle that stress a little bit that she experienced in the last couple games.
Serves now, and then that's a much better serve, deep.
Anisimova.
And Keys puts it
leads
long.
by 3 games to 1.
And I think the crowd reaction tells you at the moment they too are not sort of energized at the moment, because they know that both players are not quite at their best.
Well, even when you're up a break, I mean, you know that each player has the capability to just step up and they can just hit 3 or 4 winners out of the gates on the return. So there's always that threat. I think as good as their serves are, there's always that threat of the opponent connecting with great returns.
Keys serving, Royal Box end, and that's a good serve into the body on the backhand wing of Anisimova. 15-love.
That was a big serve, 119 miles an hour from Keys.
Punchy. Now, Keys serving. Serves now.
30.
Oh, great ace which Anisimova just sort of stood and then, wow, sizzled past. Martina Navratilova is back in the house, back taking up her seat at the front row. She is the ultimate tennis royalty. Backhand return from Anisimova. Anisimova with the forehand. Oh, again, an error. On to going to the backhand side of Keys and sends it way into the tram lines.
Yeah, that's just the pressure of feeling you have to go for so much because of how well actually Keys has been defending some of these penetrating shots from Anisimova.
Just standing firm, letting her opponent make the mistakes. Keys with the forehand to the forehand of Anisimova. Then Anisimova has to wind up a forehand again to up the middle to the forehand of Keys, who likewise goes up the middle. Then a big forehand, and Keys just moved a few yards to her right by Anisimova, and that produced the error.
And I think there are some, I mean, I just saw Keys' skirt. I think there are some gusts of wind down there as well, which can, all of a sudden, if it comes, it can be tough to control, especially with how big these two hit the ball.
Well, it swirls around.
Swirls, yeah.
Serves now to the forehand of Anisimova, who then just drills that long. So 4-1, a pretty routine hold. But she's got a more confident look as she moves back, as she aims to level this match up. But again, not seeing great long rallies and just the mistakes dominating.
Well, like I said, I think they both are probably feeling the same way. If either one lets off at all any type of pace, they're going to be under pressure. They're probably going to be put on their back foot because of how they both hit the ball so big. So there's that added pressure of even really feeling like you have to get so much pace, you have to go for so much. So I think that's why they're going for a bit more, and they both have more unforced errors than winners right now. I mean, I'm looking at the winners. Anisimova has 7 and Keys just 3. And the unforced errors 17 from Anisimova and 10 from Keys.
So it's...
I mean, they feel like they have to go for a lot. That's the thing. And so you're going to have unforced errors in the mix, for sure.
The way that it's a sort of, they're always looking for the killer blow.
Yeah.
And it, you know, the way these two play, it's always on the edge.
Yeah.
And
that's a good way to put it, on the edge.
Yeah, on the edge. 4-all, fighting back in the fourth set, and serving for a 5-4 lead. He was 4-2 down there. So, Anisimova is serving to Keys. And then a little frustrated, doesn't make that service return. And Keys settles down. It is just a swirling breeze. Lots of people with fans. That's going wide. Backhand side. And this serves now. Backhand from Keys goes wide down the line.
30 love.
30 love.
I would love to see Anisimova actually use that kick serve as a first serve sometimes, because Keys is naturally a lot further back on the first serve to return, and she's struggling with that kick serve when it gets above her shoulders.
Serves now. Backhand return from Keys. He's right on the baseline. Keys with a big wound up backhand, but it goes long. Again, no consistency in this match, but Anisimova has got it to 40 love here. And serving now. And serves to the chop back forehand from Keys. And Anisimova then stays behind the baseline. Now she has a forehand deep to Keys, is at full stretch. That's much better controlled, that. Moving her opponent around and wraps up that game, winning to love. And it's 4-2, so pressure back on Keys now to hold her serve.
I think that was Amanda's best service game so far, as far as serving well, but I think just the calmness that she had on the baseline, didn't try and rush herself as much. Very confident game.
Well, Zverev's going along nicely. 3 love up in the third, won the first 2 sets, 6-2, and on a tie-break to 4, so he looked mighty impressive the other day, so continuing to impress as he aims to back up his Roland Garros victory, and I think become the first person to win not only his first slam and then immediately go on to win Wimbledon, although that achievement has been done before.
15 love.
What are we calling it? The channel double, I think, right?
Well,
no, what is it?
They're calling it the channel double.
Channel double. I like that.
Yeah, well, it's quite, yeah.
I think it's clever.
But there's a pretty illustrious list of people who've done it.
Yeah.
Barry Cowan was telling me it's almost like the fairly obvious suspects who have done it. But no one has done it as their first and then second. Forehand return from Anisimova, then looping forehand. Again, just good defense again from Keys on her serve, so 30 love.
Yeah, she's doing well, Keys, in the second set of taking that first ball on the return and getting it more off the court, using the angle a bit better.
Well, it is Independence Day, and just news that the Williams sisters won't be playing ladies doubles today. They've withdrawn from that, so disappointing, I'm sure, for many. But Serena, who played earlier in the week, but they have withdrawn. Forehand from Anisimova. Oh, that serve, which was hardly 79 miles an hour. And Anisimova can't believe that she put that very weak second serve into the net. And the crowd almost saying, come on, let's find something here. 40 love. They're just very subdued. Not necessarily what we were expecting, but there's a good serve. Well, the previous one she won a point on was described as powder puff, but she won the point, and then she just rifled 121 miles an hour. I think that's probably the fastest serve to win and lead 5-2 in the second set, which is 20 minutes, and we're at 5-2. I mean,
it's been 54 minutes in a set in 5-2.
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah, it's been quick. It's been quick playing, and neither one of them taking that much time in between points.
What time's your dinner reservation for your birthday?
I cushioned it. It's not till 7:45 because I thought this would go long, but
yeah, well, you may be able to go and have you may be able to preload, as they say. Yeah. have a drink beforehand. Are you aware of that expression? What that
I know,
means?
but I love it, actually. I really love it. That was good.
The young preload when they go out, because it's quite expensive to go out. So they go home, have a few, and then they go out, but they don't have to have so many.
As much. I like it. I like it.
And we are staying in the same house, so we'll probably come back and find that Jill and Raj have preloaded before they go and have their birthday celebration.
Yeah, we just saw a look of the Bryan brothers, actually, in the Royal Box as well. They've been in there all day.
Well,
so
Gareth
far.
Southgate, you know
yes, I know he is, yes.
You're aware of his work?
Yes, I am, yep.
He's probably breathing a huge sigh of relief that he doesn't have to be in America at the moment and facing all the media scrutiny.
Yeah.
But, popular figure, but Anisimova has now got to try and save her serve, or hold on to her serve, to make Keys serve it out to take it to one set all. Forehand from Keys, then a forehand from Anisimova. Keys goes long with her forehand, so 15 love.
At that time, you could tell Keys was just with the way she set up for the ball. She was expecting that massive shot because she just completely caught that late, got on her back foot.
It's almost as if Keys hasn't, well, Anisimova hasn't found her power and confidence yet. Backhand from Keys, hit strongly back. And that was a really ferocious return, fired at the feet of Anisimova, who had to crouch and bend down low as that came to the center of the baseline, but she puts it wide, 15 all.
It was an unbelievable return, barely gotten height over the net.
No, but that's a serve down the center that is not returned by Keys, who then decides time to check my shoelaces.
I feel like they're playing so fast, I barely have time to say something.
Yeah, I know.
It's already up to the line to serve Anisimova.
Yep, they are not hanging around. Backhand return from Keys. Oh, it gets a very lucky ricochet off the net. She hit it hard, did for all the world look as if it wasn't going to get over, but somehow the power got it over, and that left Anisimova rooted to the spot and unable to get to the ball, so 30 all. Now Keys, first serve into the net. I'm sure if the set ends reasonably soon. Fireworks in the third set. That's what forehand from Keys, deep to Anisimova, into the net, 30-40, set point.
That's a great return. Keys just lunging forward to that second serve from Anisimova. And now Keys is the one that's walking with a lot more confidence than her opponent.
Just 25 minutes we've been in action in this second set. Serves now. misses down the centre. So no, we won't want the centre court to be another unhappy hunting ground. Forehand from Keys, well, that's overhit yet. It was there. There was a chance. Juice. And she knows it too.
Yeah. I think they're both trying to struggle to find actually the perfect hitting point, the strike zone. They're either late or a little bit too far ahead of themselves that time. Keys catching that ball way out in front.
Misses with the first serve, does Anisimova. I'll leave you to... Oh, hello, bit of an upset. Backhand return into the net from Keys from that serve. So game point. Set point's gone begging, so it will be Keys. You might be thinking we'll have to serve for this set. What scores it? Oh, hello. Flavio Caboli in 5 sets. Serves now into the net. Second serve, Keys. Just a swirling wind, and that just may have disrupted the ball toss of Anisimova. Serves now, backhand return from Keys to the forehand of Anisimova, and it goes wide. It's the second time in this game when she's had to crouch down to the quality of the service return and can't find the court. Juice.
Just hard straight down the center again from Keys to rush Anisimova on the return.
And ready to serve again. Serves. Backhand return into the net from Keys. Another chance there. She looks skywards in frustration that she's got to make these returns, and she knows she should have done better.
Yeah, you get so excited when you finally have a good look at a serve, but it's that consistency from both of them that have been still a little up and down.
And she's talking to herself now. Backhand from Keys again to Anisimova, then backhand from Keys. A forward hand from Anisimova. Anisimova goes too long with her backhand this time.
Great patience there from Keys just to stay on the backhand cross court. I mean, that's the Anisimova's better side, and you can get the urge to change direction, but she did well just to stay with the percentages.
Well, that was what we expected more of. That was a bit of a slugfest, that point. Keys back into position, just says, I'm ready now. Backhand from Keys up the middle, backhand from Anisimova. Keys at full stretch, and Anisimova is able to shepherd that ball out as it came back high past her as she'd moved forward to the net. Game point.
Handling that short ball well. Anisimova right into the corner on Keys' backhand.
Game point for 3-5. Serves now. Back, that's long. Boy, scurries back into position. Second serve. And this second serve is into the net.
And that ball toss was so far out in front of her.
6 double faults so far for Anisimova, and 32 unforced errors. This is not at her best, the last year's losing finest. And Anisimova goes to the forehand of Keys, who chops that back, dug back on the half volley. And great defense from Keys, actually. She looked to be out of that point, but she somehow just got the ball back in, and a really lackadaisical half volley from Anisimova. So sloppy.
No, but it was an unbelievable shot from Keys. I think that how she got so much pace on that ball in the defense was impressive.
But you did, and then backhand return from Keys. Forehand from Keys is just in, and a howl of anguish from Anisimova as Keys takes that set right on the sidelines. Anisimova at 6s and 7s, and that set just 29 minutes, and Keys has leveled the match up. This is a strange contest.
It's all about, I think, fighting at this point, because we've been talking about how we don't feel like either one are really playing their best right now, and this is one of those matches that has been a bit scrappy, as we see Anisimova just walking off the court to take a little bit of a break, try and regroup. I felt like she had gotten herself in such a good place to finish that first set off, especially the last few games. But the way, Keys, I think the biggest factor was she started to serve much better in that second set, which just helped lift her whole level up. And I do think he's got way better off the ground. And these two types of players are the type that when they're serving well, it resonates with the rest of their game. I mean, Keys 88% first serve points won, and Amanda just 50%, and that dropped off a lot in that second set. I think unforced errors, you mentioned, Rupert, Amanda, that for the second set 16 and Keys only 9, and total winners 2 from Amanda and 4 from Keys. So both of them still trying to find their range. But like I said, I think it has a lot to do with the pressure of having to capitalize so much on that first ball. You have to go for it.
Well, now we know it's a shootout.
Yep.
It's a straight shootout, and who's to say the quality might not be ramped up. But Keys just has kept it together and actually played that defensive shot that's produced the error sort of from Anisimova when that half volley. I think I'm almost surprised to see it come back and then puts it into the net.
I think the way it came back, because Keys was such on the stretch. Normally that's a ball that just lofts in the air, but she got actually a ton of pace on it, and it stayed really low. And on the grass, that's a really tough shot to know what to do with. So I don't know if I would criticize Amanda in that. I think she was surprised with how it came back.
Well, just checking some of the other matches, what we got. Linda Noskova is serving for the match at 6-5 in the third.
Yeah, and that's the winner of that match actually plays this match on center court between Anisimova and Keys.
And still 4-2 Zverev in the third. And Ferry is, he's got set point. Oh, no, just gone. Well, it was. He
get excited for a moment. He did have set point.
He did have set point, but it's 6-5.
Yeah, it was a break point.
So fair play to the last Brit standing against Zizou Bergs from Belgium. And Ferry, they've been out there some time, I can assure you. But Ferry hanging on in there, and I imagine there's quite a raucous atmosphere out on court 18.
Yeah, and we've seen who you pointed out, the coach and husband of Madison Keys, Bjorn Fertangelo, being very vocal during this match, and he was still just getting up there as Anisimova still off the court, just trying to get Keys' attention. But he's been motioning a lot for Keys to move inside a little bit, go to the ball a little bit more. I mean, she's motioned a few times how much she's either pulled off the shot or not getting her feet up to the ball. So he's been reminding her a lot to make sure she's still going after the ball.
Do you know the must-have accessory here?
The towel. No.
No.
Is that an accessory?
It is an accessory.
Okay. The must-have accessory.
Given it's hot.
Should I get it? Oh, the fans.
The battery-operated fans.
Yeah, the battery they're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Yeah,
that's the must-have accessory, isn't it?
I've seen them. I saw them in qualifying. I mean, qualifying week was really hot, so I can understand that. But they are everywhere. It's like the #1 selling product right now.
Yeah, I don't know whether
do you have one?
No, because we luckily work in air-conditioned business. And when we do go out, we're only out for about 10 minutes. We're not having to sit as a spectator. But Amanda, and this Nova is out here. Nearly tripped over the tongue there, but ready to resume as we start the deciding set. And it's Madison Keys serving at the royal box end. Serves now. Forehand is hit way beyond the baseline.
And I have to say, Keys, during that changeover, looked pretty settled. I mean, she just sat in her chair, looked comfortable, looked calm, was taking just some deep breaths.
And I think she will feel that she was playing really quite decent tennis in that second set. And Amanda Anisimova is just struggling with the service return. Nothing's working for her at all.
Yeah, 2 very big missed returns on the forehand, well beyond the baseline.
So, well, the centre court might start to have demons. It had a demon last year and might have more demons, but you never know. Keys with the backhand. She's overhit that backhand coming forward. She should have won that point.
Yeah.
30-15.
Well, she set it up well, and I like the thought process there, using that short slice, forcing Anisimova to hit up on the forehand. She got the ball she wanted, just missed it by a couple feet.
So Keys now looking to get early control of this on the terms of the scoreboard. Good serve down the centre, ace. And that, I think, is the 4th ace of the match. Indeed it is.
Hitting her spots really well on the serve right now, Keys.
I think she's now found her rhythm and just needs to now try and assert her authority and continue the momentum as Anisimova trying to find something, and she may think that that's the start, because that's a good backhand angled winner across to the forehand side of Keys for 40-30.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure she meant it to be that good of an angle. She actually caught it slightly late, but great connection from Anisimova.
Well, Anisimova now at 40-30. Keys serves into the net. But somehow little moments like that can give you a bit of self-belief that the tide might be turning back in her favour. Not happy with the ball toss. I say there is a bit of a swirling, warm wind around centre court. Backhand return from Anisimova, then chopped back by Keys, and a big forehand. Oh, that is so wild and long from Anisimova.
First game,
I mean,
final
completely mistimed.
She definitely does not like that chip that Madison keeps throwing in there. That's the one that is just, she doesn't quite get the acceleration through the ball. She's not using her wrist through that shot to get the spin needed to control that ball, and it's just flying on her right now. It's been a smart play from Keys.
Well, she's 1 love up. Now, this is going to be the tester for Anisimova. Can she regroup and find some confidence, which seems to be sadly lacking at the moment, much to our surprise. The serves now, backhand return from Keys, then Anisimova with the forehand. Anisimova goes with the forehand long. Not happening.
I mean, I can't remember the last time I've seen that Amanda hit a few backhands. I mean, Keys is just targeting that forehand nonstop, and it's really smart, because Amanda right now is really struggling to find back-to-back forehands into the court.
And this is over now. Serves, backhand, although that's a fault. So love 15, just already more pressure. You can just hear the wind on our effects microphone there swirling around, making the ball toss and maybe a bit difficult. And that she's had to reset. Serves now, and it's a double fault.
Love 30.
Just completely tried to guide that second serve into play.
This is not a good sign. The centre court demons rearing their ugly head again, it would seem, but still a long way to go. For Keys, though, and the ball toss really
it's getting breezy, yeah.
You can see the skirts fluttering in the breeze as now it serves, and that's long down the middle on a scorchingly hot, bright afternoon. No respite with cloud around. Serves. Forehand from Keys is into the net, so it's 15-30.
Well, I like how she took just a little extra time, but she does have this worried look on her face as she's trying to have a little bit of a chat with her coaching team.
You're just trying to get some sense of focus and purpose and conviction, I think, as well. Can she find the touch again? But we know she's more than capable of. Backhand, and that serve is long. Going to the backhand side of Keys. 15-30, second serve. Forehand from Keys is into the net, and Keys is disappointed that she didn't make that.
And she's still emotioning that she's reaching so far out. I think just both of them struggling with the timing right now. That was an opportunity for Keys.
Sometimes you just have these matches, don't you?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and you can't explain it. Serves now, backhand return. And this roars with delight because she's got to have nose in front in this game. It's sort of one of those ones, you may not play well, but can you get over the line and you just put it behind you?
These are the ones you just have to dig deep, really dig deep, because you're not going to feel 100% every single time.
40-30, backhand from Keys, and then the forehand from Anisimova is sent way beyond the baseline. Jill's not quite sure what she's watching.
It's just she's really struggling to get spin on the forehand right now. She's hitting it so flat, and the ball's just, she's not missing by a little bit. I mean, she's missing by quite a bit right now. And now, I mean, I think she's trying to adjust somehow, but it was a good return, but it's a very makeable ball.
Serves now. Oh, no, she doesn't, because the ball toss has not been consistent, but the wind may be just hindering that. Forehand from Keys, deep to the backhand of Anisimova. Then that's chopped back. Anisimova goes angled across court. Space a forehand volley. Keys at full stretch, gets to it, but can't make the play. Well, that's something for the players to get their teeth into there. A rally that had a bit of variety about it, but it's game point for Anisimova.
As good hands at the net from Amanda. Good hustle from Keys. I think just Amanda guessed right of where Keys was going to try and hit the pass. Kept her in the point.
And this over then, game point for 1-all. Again, the ball toss, how many times? It must be really quite difficult. We can't sense it from our vantage point. Backhand from Keys to the backhand of Anisimova, which goes into the net, and Juice, and then she just wrings her hand. And
maybe just trying to loosen up, yeah.
Just to get some of the tension out of her body, because she knows she's not at her best, and she's just having to graft her way back into this match, physically and maybe mentally, perhaps more mental. Serves now. Backhand return, chopped up by Keys. And Anisimova comes in for the easy put away this time, because the mid-court ball gave her plenty of options what to do with it, and she just puts it away on the backhand side, so it's game point.
That was much better, just getting up way faster with the feet on that return. Anisimova.
Anisimova now serves. Forehand return is just wide, so it's 1-all. Now maybe as we get into this final set. Wow. That wow is because Arthur Ferry is taking it to a decider.
I thought you'd be excited about that.
Well, I am excited.
I know. That's why I pointed it out to you.
And particularly as he's lost his 2 sets, 6-2.
Yeah.
And he's come through a 4th set tiebreak. So court 18 are having a real thrill out there. Well done, Arthur Ferry, who's only 5'9", who's sort of bucking the trend, because most tennis players are giants. Forehand return from Anisimova, and then coming forward is Keys. That's not going to get to the net. And it has to be said that Anisimova, well, is just looking to the skies in frustration here, isn't she? Standing with her hands on her hips and thinking, come on, we've got to start playing better. Anisimova now trying to find some confidence, but Keys still got plenty of work to do. She can't let her standards slip. She sort of got into this position probably because her opponent's been nowhere near her best, nowhere near the standards that we have come to expect. Forehand return from Anisimova, and then Keys crouching those. Keys then chops this one, drawing Anisimova forward, and then calmly places that away for a winner. 15-all on the forehand side of Keys.
And that was too good. That was so fast coming from Keys' side. She did well to adjust, kind of threw in the slice at the last second, but just landed too short. And that was to the Anisimova's backhand side. Great control.
Anisimova is really trying to get her way back into the game, but this service return is hit low to the bottom of the net. And it's 30-15. And again, a slightly frustrated walk to receive her next serve. Anisimova now waits for Keys at 30-15. It serves, and that one's into the net. Second serve from Keys. Ooh, again, the ball toss. That's been a fairly regular occurrence for all players. Serves now. Backhand return is long from
40-15.
And this is over. And again, it was a routine second serve. She should have made that.
Well, and that's to her strength. I'm surprised she missed that backhand.
Well,
she moved the right way into the court. Yeah, just another mistake. It's just trying to find that rhythm.
And we've been talking about her backhand supposed to be.
It is. I mean, it's world class.
Most potent weapon, but at the moment, it's misfiring. 40-15, Keys. And this over then with the forehand, crunches that to the Keys forehand, deep to the backhand, and that court from Anisova. And then Keys slices that to the forehand, cross court from Anisova, and gets the error off the Keys forehand, 40-30.
Again, getting the shot, exact shot that she wanted. She set up the point well, just another mistake from the Keys forehand.
And this over now, hanging on again, hanging on in there, but no sense of conviction. Keys just got to keep piling on the pressure, maybe, as Keys serves to the chop backhand from Anisova. Then Keys hits the forehand to the backhand of last year's runner-up, and looks to her team because the backhand, normally so potent,
2-1.
is a misfiring weapon, and it's 2-1.
Well, Rupert, I mean, I think we were talking about it before this match. I think it's worth mentioning the side of the draw.
Yeah.
And if you think about the opportunity, right? I mean, right before these two women came onto the court, there was a big upset, right, with Iga going out. And that opens the draw even more. So Ayala, huge upset. She got through Iga today in straight sets, 7-6, 6-2. But if you think about this side of the draw, it's a massive opportunity for so many of these players. I'm looking, the highest seeds left on this side was today. Kostyuk got through in 3 sets against Navarro, and then Paolini as well, the 13th seed, got through in straight sets against Sakari. And Mertens beating Rybakina today. So this whole section has really opened up, and
well,
that would put that in your mind of what a big opportunity this is for all these women.
They would have known that.
Of course they would have known that, yeah.
And the number 6 seed is Anisimova. So she would be thinking, oh, wow, this is an opportunity.
Yeah.
Keys will be thinking likewise. Okay,
I mean, it's an opportunity. It's a big opportunity for all of them, yeah.
So, right, who's going to find the way to get over the line here? And this over is serving to the forehand of Keys, and that cross court goes
15
wide.
love.
So 15 love. She needs a good confidence boosting hold here. Something that will then just maybe let her get through the gears and find some conviction with her play. Serves now. Keys with the backhand. Forehand from Anisimova up the middle. And Anisimova winds up her forehand to the backhand from Keys into the net.
30 love.
It has been an interesting match because every time I feel like, okay, they're starting to feel really good out there, then all of a sudden there might be a little bit of dip, and then the other one gets better. It's been very back and forth.
Yep. And Anisimova is going to have another first serve. Anisimova now waiting is Keys to, what can she do with this serve? Sends it up the middle, and Anisimova hits a crunching backhand. That's better. Now she winds up another one going to the forehand wing of Keys, who goes cross court. Big forehand from Anisimova. This is better. Forehand from Anisimova. Slice backhand, drawing Anisimova forward, who slices that. Keys looks to pass her. Volley from Anisimova is
out. Just missed it.
Out, and she can't believe it. She's standing rooted to the spot. She had plenty of court. Misses by a hair's width, but it's out, and I don't think she could beat it. She'd done everything right there.
Yeah, it was a great point, actually. And there was, you could hear the sound of the ball. It was a slight miss hit. The ball just got a little close to her on the volley.
But she'd done everything right there.
Yeah.
Anisimova is now serving at 30-15. Serve. Keys with the backhand right on the baseline. Now another big crunching forehand from Keys, and Keys now to the, and this over goes cross court. Big Keys down the line with a winner. That's better.
Wow.
That's better. At last, trading blow for blow. That's what we've been
30.
expecting, the slugfest, and that was it. And Keys held firm, 30-all.
I think that's the best rally so far. Just really good quality from both players.
And Keys, though, drilling that forehand down the line for an excellently struck winner, clenched fist afterwards. Anisimova now serving at 30-all. This is a big point. Forehand from Keys, deep to the forehand of Anisimova. Then Keys goes deep for cross court, goes Anisimova, goes long. She tumbles to the ground.
30.
It is now break point. She's all right as she played that. She just lost her footing. Just sort of sat down in a crumpled heap, but it almost sort of reflecting what's going on at the moment. So 30-40, Keys waiting. Anisimova now serves down the middle. She just has the odd moment, but then suddenly it all goes a little pear-shaped. Strange third round match this is. Serves now. Forehand chop back by Keys. Draws Anisimova to the net. Keys then looks to pass her. Has she done? Yes, she has. No, that was terrific. She had to move very quickly to her left, and she's hit that delightfully down the line with Anisimova at the net.
Final set.
And it's 3-1.
That was so good from Keys. Just covered the right corner. And just a slap, pretty much a slap down the line on the backhand, but well done from Keys.
Well, and it shows that Anisimova just, that maybe we thought there was some fire coming back in, but Keys now straight into the serve. Up goes the defensive lob, and that's going to fall way beyond the baseline.
15 love.
She's feeling good now. Yeah, she's looking good now, Keys.
Yeah.
Definitely with a lot more confident stride out there around the court.
Well, the number 6 seed is currently enduring another nightmare on centre court. But can she revive her fortunes? And she's got no answer to another good serve that she just puts out. She looks lost at the moment.
Well, Keys has got such a good serve. She really just has to keep that focus on her first serve. Pick her spot, really go after it. She's been serving great in this last set.
Is the scar tissue returning from last year? You know, will it start to play in her mind that, you know, what's going on? But at the moment, Keys, 30 love, is seemingly in control as she tries to get into the fourth round again here. But for Anisimova, it's again just mishits that service return so badly.
And she just looks like she's getting so down on herself, Anisimova. And throughout the match too. I mean, except for those last few games of the first set, I feel like she's getting down on herself pretty quickly.
40 love for a 4-1 lead. This strange contest that promised so much, and is a bit of a whimper, but you've got to give credit to Keys. She's just keeping it together, doing what she has to, and Anisimova tries to get some power into that return, and she does.
50.
But it was only an 80-mile-an-hour serve. It invited to be hit, and she did, but it's 40-15. Keys still in control of this game, the 5th game of this deciding set. So serves now. Forehand return off. Can't get anything going because that comes off the frame of the racket. The return from Anisimova. And it is now 4-1, almost in the blink of an eye.
You almost feel like Anisimova feels a little deflated. Just the way her shoulders are just dropping, and just, yeah, I mean, the fact that she's not feeling like she's playing her best tennis is really getting to her, and it's affecting the way she's playing, the way she's going to the ball, the way she's approaching the ball. I mean, there's definitely been flashes of greatness, but I would say overall, and she's already out of her chair, actually, not even taking the full changeover time.
That is interesting, too. That shows that,
She's coming over to maybe talk to her team.
Well, she is coming over and just saying, what do I do? You know, and here they are.
When she goes to your forehand, go in the middle. This is how you have to play.
So yeah, that was Sebastian Sachs, who's been working with Anisimova just since May, actually. So it's a very new partnership. And just the tidbit we caught was, you know, when Keys goes to her forehand side, just go to the middle of the court. Maybe, and that's good advice, just to find that rhythm again if you're not feeling.
Gets playing some balls, you know.
Go for a big target.
Well, for Keys, things looking positive from her perspective, but Anisimova is all over the place, but can she get a good service hold? Well, she got broken in a low service game. She opened up with winning the last service game, but then still managed to conspire to lose it, as Keys then, with the backhand return, rolls that to the forehand of Anisimova, and then Anisimova goes long with her forehand. You could see the moment it came off the racket, and she looks and pleads with her team. She almost looks in tears, as she can't believe that her game is just unraveling.
Well, she did go for the middle of the court, but it was just too long. So she did go for the center, but she's still lifting off the ball,
are trying to will her. They can see the pain that's etched all over her face. Serves now, backhand return, chopped back by Keys, draws that over to the net, and again Keys sends up a lob, intercepted, drilled by Keys to the forehand volley of Anisimova, and that's better. She just so firm, just getting a point.
30-15.
Sometimes feels like a little victory for her mentally more than anything.
I mean, she actually didn't hit the first volley very well, but what she did do well was close the net after that, just to try and feel like a presence up there at the net.
And Anisimova now serving. 30-15, Keys doesn't have to make the play. Can feel a lonely place, but it's not over yet. Who's to say she can't turn it round? Big forehand return from Keys. Keys lands at the net, but overhits her forehand. 40-15.
Such a penetrating return, great return from Keys, and just got, I think, almost got too excited to get up to that next ball.
Well, she's just walking around, just trying to regroup herself. Fascinating mental battle more than anything else for Anisimova as she serves now. That's a full going wide, but she's got 40-15 for 2-4. Got to just start to believe that she can get back into this match. Well, she's won this service game. Little waggle of the racket. But at the start, she just began to almost feel the last place she wanted to be was out on centre court. But one break of serve, back in it, and who's to say she can't get over the line?
And all of a sudden there, we heard her just say, let's go. All of a sudden, she looked like so positive after that service hold.
Well, that's what she's got to do. Let's go. It's only a breakdown.
Exactly.
There's no reason at all, because Keys might get a little nervous herself when trying to close out this set. So this was a big game here for both players, Keys and Anisimova, who's trying to clear her head of the demons, and who's to say that she won't? Second serve now, Keys serves to the forehand of Anisimova, goes down the line, and that's better.
Well, that was another very slow second serve from Keys, just 80 miles an hour. She did go to the forehand, but it really did just sit there for Anisimova to attack.
Anisimova now, again, suddenly looked with more purpose. Serve from Keys, good serve. Into the net comes the return, so just trying to quell the fire that might be starting to burn inside Anisimova. But 15 all. Keys got to make sure she blocks out all the noise and everything else and just goes about her business positively. Backhand from Keys. Anisimova crouching down low, tries to swing into that backhand.
30-15.
That's in the center of the baseline, but it's into the net, 30-15.
And I think Keys is getting better at getting ready for that big strike. She's just a little bit more quick off the serve. That first step is so crucial.
More conviction. Anisimova then with the forehand into the net, 40-15. And
40-15.
Almost again, there was a moment when she looked, the body language was good, but after hitting that forehand into the net, suddenly the shoulders just flopped.
I think it's just getting so flustered that she's had to hit so many forehands. I mean, Keys has been smart.
40-15, serves out wide to the forehand, and that's going to go beyond the baseline, and Keys is being very professional here. And it's 5-2. and the pressure's immediately back. Having won that service game so quickly, Anisimova is in danger of once again finding the centre court to be the loneliest place on the planet for a tennis player when it's not going right.
And I think just to reiterate the fact how smart Keys has been playing.
So it is sad to see, really. So they're just, this time she's taking her time. She's not deciding to run away.
Time.
Well, it's been a strange match. It's short on quality, and mentally, Anisimova has found this to be a lonely planet. Centre court once again, demons in her head. She's been nowhere near her best. But Keys has just been very professional. Again, probably not playing her best, but for Anisimova, she's now got to hold serve. Otherwise, it'll be another centre court defeat. But the number 6 seed, so much expectation on her shoulders. Misses wide with that serve. That wasn't a very convincing first serve, Jill.
I just took a lot off that first serve.
Serves now. Forehand from Keys to the forehand of Anisimova is into the net, and she looks lost. She looks lost. Just doesn't know what to do. She's been talking to her coach, trying to do something, but she won the first set, and she looked the way she won that first set at the end that things would be on track, but it slowly seems to have just, been in a fog since then. Misses with the first serve. Keys standing at the royal box end. Serves now. Forehand from Keys. Well, she's missed that one. That went way beyond the baseline.
I think that actually kicked up into her body, because I like the fact that how she was going to the ball, going to try and be aggressive. Actually ran into the ball a little bit.
So it can be a strange feeling when you know your opponent's not at the best. And you've just got to make sure you don't slip. Now, this should be drilled away by Anisimova. Keys gets to it, and somehow Anisimova gets to it, but Keys reacts. Oh, terrific defense from Keys, because that drilled shot across court from Anisimova looked to have set up the point, but Keys, great defense, eventually wins the point, 15-30.
Yeah, that shot has kept her into so many of these rallies, that low slice that she's been able to get to the feet of Amanda.
Serves now, misses down the centre. She's not hanging around. It almost feels that she at times wants to get off this court. Serves now. Forehand from Keys, just gets over the net. Little drink volley from Anisimova is good. 30-all.
That's well handled, because she knew Keys was already running forward, expecting the drop shot, so had to really stay focused. Good soft hands there from Anisimova.
30-all, Anisimova, but she's still can claw her way back into this match. Just got to get some self-belief, something to spark her into life. That serve is long, going down the centre, but she's not looking totally convincing, but it's not a lost cause yet. Backhand return from Keys is into the net, 40-30.
That's good second serve. 102-mile-an-hour second serve down the tee. Was able to get Keys on the stretch.
And the pressure will then be on Keys if she's got to serve for the match. That just might be something that Anisimova can cling on to. Serves, backhand return from Keys is long, so she has held serve. And this is important.
New balls, please.
But Keys will be, as you heard, serving with new balls.
Still a great strike on the return. Barely missed that. It was just maybe an inch beyond the baseline. I mean, new balls for Keys on the serve. I mean, that's just going to give her a little extra pop overall. It's going to make it even more difficult, I think, for Anisimova. And I can imagine Keys is still going to be looking to target the forehand side of Anisimova.
Well, she's got to remain business-like and focused, not let the moment get to her, and make sure get the job done here at the first attempt, because then suddenly the number 6 seed might suddenly find the conviction and the confidence that has been sadly lacking from most of this match, as we've got here in just an hour and 37 to show how much we've raced through this contest. Forehand return into the net. Good first serve out wide to the forehand. That's just what Keys needed, who's got a, of course, so vastly experienced and knows the situation, but we're led to believe it's the first time she's played on centre court, so she's adapting to the situation well. Serve down the centre is long, and so extraordinary sort of swinging of the racket after that. Serves now, looking to attack the second serve, to which he does. Forehand from Keys to the backhand. Up goes the defensive lob. Keys going in, smashes that away, drills it away. 30-love.
That's great. Great reaction off of that big return from Anisimova. Keys again using those legs to stay low to really defend against the pace.
Keys, 30-love. Keeping it together mentally at the moment. Anisimova, not so, but 30-love into the serve, and the ball toss. The wind has been swirling around, not making it totally easy for the server. Serves now. That's into the net. Second serve. Anisimova now just moves forward a little to maybe try and attack what has been occasionally a weak second serve, and she does attack and attacks with conviction for a clean winner down the forehand line of her, and it is now 30-15.
Not much on that second serve, and Amanda did better just to take her time, let that ball come down into her strike zone.
She needs her first serve, Keys, here, and misses with that one. So again, that might just give Anisimova something to be positive about. Attack this second serve. Backhand she does, out wide. Now she comes in behind it, plays a volley, but Keys is onto it, drills it down the line, and Anisimova knows that she didn't put the pressure on Keys to allow her back into that point.
Well, she played an aggressive point, but just the volley, she got caught kind of near the service line and just didn't do enough with that volley.
But it's match point now at 5-3 for Madison Keys in the Battle of the Americans on Independence Day on centre court. Serves now to the backhand of Anisimova and goes wide. It's not been a happy hunting ground once again for the number 6 seed here, Amanda Anisimova, but for Madison Keys back into the fourth round. She did not have to be at her best, but she managed just to keep it together, and in the end a thoroughly convincing victory. But for Anisimova, heartache once again. Madison Keys through into the fourth round, through 3-6, 6-2, 6-3.
Fantastic job to just be able to get through that match. And as we see Anisimova leaving the court, just gives a little wave to the crowd, and I think just she'll be a little disappointed, I think, with overall how she played in that match, but she fought her hardest. She was still trying to do the right thing and go after her shots, but Keys, I think, overall just sharpened up her game. She cleaned up her game at the end, and you could feel that she was really walking with a lot more confidence, and you could tell that she found her rhythm a lot better in the end than Amanda.
And I think there will be scar tissue for Amanda Anisimova from last year, and maybe that was starting to rear its ugly head at various times, but for Madison Keys, she found the key. As we look at that son from one of her supporters, she found the keys to victory, which was to keep it together mentally. Rishi Persad has moved into position. Well, let's hear what Madison Keys has to say after that 3-set victory over Anisimova.
Madison, huge congratulations. Perhaps you can start by telling us how you turned that around after losing the first set.
Well, it's actually my first time on this court ever. So after that first set, I really just tried to dig deep because I didn't want my first time to end that way. So I wanted to just, at the very least, just try to get myself back in that match and make it competitive. And I think being able to do that, I was just able to change the momentum.
What were the things that really pleased you today? It seemed your points won on first serve were particularly good. You should have been pleased with that. But what were the other elements that you felt really got you through the most challenging moments of the match?
I think the biggest thing is when you're playing someone like Amanda, you really have to try to take the initiative first because she's such a great ball striker and she can basically hit a winner from anywhere on the court. So I think really just trying to neutralize that and hit hard through the middle and try to see if I could get on the front foot first. And then obviously I think my serve helped me out a ton.
You got through to the fourth round of the Australian Open, fourth round at Roland Garros, fourth round here at Wimbledon. But I suspect for a Grand Slam champion, you want a lot more.
Yes. Yes, I do. It would be absolutely amazing to make it obviously one step further, and it's the one slam that I've never made the semifinals in. So I would love to do that, and then we can, if I make it there, then we can talk about the next step.
And the last thing I wanted to mention, as you said at the very start, your first time on centre court, which you're celebrating with a win, but it's also 4th of July. So, happy 4th of July.
Thank you.
Do you have any plans?
No, I have no plans. No one really cares about the 4th of July, obviously. So, when you're not in the States, it's just kind of another day.
Well, we hope you enjoy the rest of the 4th of July and your win here on centre court. Madison Keys.
Thank you.
Talking there to Richie Persad, and for Madison Keys, job well done today in what was I think more of a mental battle in the end.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
You know, now the draw is going to be fascinating for Madison Keys. She might be salivating at the prospects of what's happened because she's got all the experience. So, Jill, you probably do have plans on Independence Day being your birthday.
I know, I do have plans on Independence Day. I mean, I'm always here, and I understand Maddie's comment because of where we are. But yes, I do have plans. I have dinner plans, and yeah.
Family gathering.
A family gathering, yes.
Well,
Rupert, yes.
Have a lovely time.
Thank you so
always
much.
A pleasure. Probably not the best match that we've just seen, but for Amanda Anisimova, obviously there's going to be maybe a bit of an inquest, but we know how talented she is. But for Madison Keys, lots to look forward to. Well, we're going to take a short break. See, Mikey Pereira is coming in. I think Barry Cowan might be with him, because this could be an interesting match between two vastly experienced and popular players for this third round match. Grigor Dimitrov and Matteo Berrettini will be shortly out on centre court. But for the time being, thank you for your company, and we look forward to you rejoining us for our third match here on centre court.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next match is Grigor Dimitrov versus Matteo Berrettini.
Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball next match.
Is leading.
It's where he wanted him.
Well, that's true.
After the fourth.
Yeah, he came from a double breakdown, Ferry in the fourth set to take it to a fifth, but he's got his work cut out again. Yuri Lehechka is victorious, Baza, in 4 sets against Jaume Munar of Spain. That was on court 12. Taylor Fritz is a breakdown early on to Lorenzo Sonego. Fritz is serving at 2-4 and deuce. Does that surprise you?
Yes, it does. I had actually Fritz to win that match probably in 3 straight sets. He might still win it in 3 straight sets, but yeah, Sonego is a streaky player. I think he only, off the top of my head, twice won 3 matches in a row last year. And do you know where they were? Here and the Australian Open. I think those were the only 2 tournaments he won 3 matches in a row.
Well, that's a good time to find some consistency at slam level. You can make a pound or 2, that is for sure. So the situation was Sasha Zverev winning in straight sets, and he's looking really most impressive at the moment, the French Open champion. He'll play Lehechka in the next round. Now, a match that's... Oh, Basil wants to say something.
Yeah, I am going to add, it's another match where he's lost a bit of focus. He was up a break in the 3rd. Now, the next match against Lehechka is a player that if he does lose focus, Lehechka's good enough to beat him.
Okay.
So we need this. I think the next round is the first test for Sasha in terms of his mindset. There's nothing wrong with the tennis. The tennis is in good working order. It will be mentally, is he ready to go the distance? We'll get a good gauge in his next round.
Other winners today, Alex de Minaur in 4 sets against Zachary Zwider of the United States, 6-2, 5-7, 6-2, 6-4. Next for de Minaur is Flavio Cobolli. Extraordinary start to his match with Karen Khachanov. He lost it 6-love in 18 minutes. But eventually, the Italian, who's been in such fantastic form over the course of the past year or so, came through 6-2 in the 5th. We say goodbye to Barry, who's going next door to get ready for the last match on centre court. And it's one that's definitely worth waiting for. Grigor Dimitrov and Matteo Berrettini will be out here shortly. As we go back to court 18, we haven't given up yet on Arthur. I think that Rod Nothman's made his way over there from number 3 court. Rodno.
And you could hear the applause round court 18 here, Marcus, because Arthur Ferry has just ripped a winner down the line and now has brought up deuce on the Zizou Berg serve at 4-2 in the decider. And Ferry was love 30 in this game. He's now at deuce. Can he possibly break back against the Belgian? They've been on court for 3 hours, 56 minutes. I know there's been a delay when Berg's had to go off at the end of the 4th set for a break. But what a match this is proving to be. Berg's now going wide with his forehand. Did he catch the line there? He didn't, he missed it. So break point for Arthur Ferry, the British wildcard. A massive moment in this match. A chance to break back and get it back on serve in this deciding set. As Bergs serves, forehand return from Ferry. It's long from Bergs. And Ferry dances on the baseline. He punches the air and runs back to his chair. We're back on serve in the decider here. Bergs leading by 4-3.
Oh, well, he's fighting. Both men are fighting. Rodno's getting a succession of terrific matches because, of course, he saw the closing stages. I think he saw most, actually, of the Linda Noskova-Sorona Stair encounter, which eventually went the way of Noskova with her 4th match point. And now, who knows what might happen? Arthur Ferry keeps battling back just when you think he's finally run out of steam. Not too many other singles encounters taking place just at the moment. We're waiting here, of course, on centre court for the arrival of Matteo Berrettini and Grigor Dimitrov. Taylor Fritz is about to serve to stay in the 1st set against Lorenzo Sonego on number 2 court. And I know one very, very talented doubles team is about to take to court 12. That's the number 1 seeds in the women's doubles, Katerina Siniakova and Taylor Townsend, who are up against the combination of Buskova and Sorribes Tormo. So let's hear from Sasha Zverev. He's come through again in straight sets, and straight after his victory over Marcus Giron, he spoke on court to Annabelle Croft.
Well, congratulations, Sasha. That was such a terrific contest. You had to face a very gritty opponent, a lot of tension at the end. How did you get the job done?
Well, I won the last point. That always helps. For those people who don't know, I have a very weird sense of humor. So, but actually, I match well with British people, so that's good. No, I mean, look, he's somebody who plays fantastic on grass, and he shows that every time when he steps out on the surface. He's won tour-level events on the surface, so I knew that I had to be 100% ready from the first point onwards, and I'm very happy to be through in straight sets.
Well done. You served 17 aces out here. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but you've got, in this tournament, the fastest average serve at 132 miles per hour. Yeah. So how important is that going to be going forward to try to get this title, and what's the key to it firing?
Yeah, normally when people tell me these kind of things, it always goes backwards. So
sorry.
I'm gonna try to serve 133 miles an hour next match, just on average, just so I keep that up. But yeah, when the serve goes in, it's always helpful, especially on a grass court. And if you have a shot that you can rely on in the most important moments, it's always nice. So I hope that will be the case moving forward.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's your 10th appearance here at Wimbledon, but you're back here for the first time as a Grand Slam champion. Yeah. So how different do you feel this year?
I couldn't hear the last one.
I'm sorry. How different do you feel this year coming into Wimbledon?
No, same, I would say, but I feel different than last year. I feel like I play better tennis, and I feel like maybe in important moments have a bit more confidence, which is always very helpful. I'm through the fourth round. I want to keep going. I want to play a lot more great matches out here on court 1, stadium court, whatever it's going to be. I just enjoy my time out here on court, and I just hope to continue doing that. And of course, you know, winning in Paris, coming in here with a title like that, I think helps everybody. It doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter how many Grand Slams you've won. For me, it's my first one, so I'm very happy about that, but of course now I want to keep going.
Yes, I'm sure you do. And just finally, tennis players always have enormous racket bags. I'm sure you've got lots of rackets in your bags, but what other interesting things are in there?
I don't know, my mom packed it, so if you want, I can...
We're going to get a sneak preview now.
I have a leather jacket, which is very nice.
That's quite good. Anything else interesting?
A fresh T-shirt, just so I don't get sick.
She sounds like she's very organized.
Some wristbands that I don't use, so...
That's it.
That's about 12 rackets, which I will still need, hopefully. Okay. So I'm not going to throw them out.
No, definitely not. You might need them. Well, you're through to the fourth round. Well done. We look forward to the next one. Sasha Zverev.
Got to know a little more about Sasha Zverev, that his mum packs his bag for him. Well, he's made sure that Marcus Giron has got to pack his bag. He goes out. Zverev goes through to week 2. He's going to play Yuri Lehechka in the next round after his 4-set victory against Helmi Munar. Alex de Minaur, as I was mentioning a bit earlier, is also through, and he's going to play Flavio Cobolli next. Now, on number 2 court, Richard Conley, a little bit of a surprise, I think, in this first set between Fritz and Sonego.
Yeah, Barry mentioned that Sonego is a streaky player. Well, he's hit a hot streak in this opening set. He's been aggressive from ball 1, and here he is with 3 set points. 5-4, 40 love. Under these blue skies from the far end, Sonego serving to Taylor Fritz. Fritz makes a block return, but that won't get the job done. Sonego moving forward, as he has done a lot in this opening set, puts the short ball away with some ease. And I have to say, the Italian has looked sharp from the very start here. Many of the Italian fans who were in this court for Flavio Cobolli's match earlier in the day have departed, but we may well find that they come back in their numbers, because Lorenzo Sonego has taken the opening set against the number 6 seed from the United States of America, Taylor Fritz, by 6 games to 4.
Set completed on number 2 court, midway through the deciding set on court 18, where Arthur Ferry's been producing some Houdini-esque style escapes up to now. Robno, what's the latest?
Point to level up this final set at 4-all. He's done it. Bergs goes long with a backhand, and Ferry, who had break point against him in this service game, has levelled up the match at 4-all in the decider. And interesting to see Bergs there sarcastically gesturing at the crowd, who are obviously into this match in such a big way. I don't think he's enjoying this level of partisan support, but you can't blame the British crowd for getting behind their man. We're at 4 games all in the decider, Marcus.
Rob, no, it is gripping stuff. It's a really rather exciting sunny Saturday evening at Wimbledon 2026. Delighted to have your company wherever you are in the world. Thanks so much, by the way, for all your messages, your emails, your X's, your Instagram posts in terms of when your birthday is and who you share it with. I mean, I thought Billy Joel. A lot of people seem to share their birthday with Billy Joel, who's my favourite artist, but then we've got people who share it with the Pope. You name it, of course. Everyone has got somebody famous, and it seems to have struck a bit of a chord. So thanks so much for all your communications, which are most welcome throughout the fortnight. We've got the players out on centre court for the final match of the day here. The very impressive, imposing, elegant Matteo Berrettini and Grigor Dimitrov. Let's listen in.
We have the live ELC, we have the video review. You can review calls at the end of the points. For the towels, can you take purple, please? And green for you, Matteo. And for the time, as you know, the time starts when I call the score. Okay, do you have any questions? And respect the grass, as usual. Grigor, we have the rackets or the championships? The rackets. The championships. Receive.
So Matteo Berrettini wins the coin toss and elects to receive. Our umpire for this match is Renaud Lichtenstein from France. And Berrettini has come down to this near end, the royal box end, to get things going. As always, he's got his cap on with the peak behind him. And in fact, so too has Grigor, who is such an elegant player. He's had a wonderful career. Of course, when he burst onto the scene, he was labelled baby-fed. Got the beautiful one-handed backhand, suffered that horrendous injury here last year against Yannick Sinner, when it really looked as though he was in a position to beat the world #1, and Sinner went on to become champion. And it did look for a while as though we may never see Dimitrov back near the top of the game again. He had to rehab for a very long time, but he's back. He's got some wise men in his box. He's got David Nalbandian, arguably the most talented player not to win a Grand Slam title. I'm sure there's a big argument to say that there are others. I mean, Tim Henman might want to put his name forward in that regard as well. And also Jamie Delgado, who was with him for a very long time and has come back to just help pull the strings behind the scenes. He's such a popular fellow. And so too is Matteo Berrettini, who was a finalist a few years ago. I think everybody knows just how many injury problems he's suffered. Showed some very good form at Roland Garros a few weeks ago, and then got injured again. But he's okay, and with that big serve and all the experience, he's a very hard man to beat on the grass. This is a third meeting between the two, and the other two were both back in 2019. One on a clay court in Monte Carlo, which Dimitrov won 7-5, 6-4. The other on the hard courts of Vienna. And on that occasion, Berrettini came through in a couple of tie breaks. So I suspect it's going to be a very tight encounter between two men who are now the wrong side of 30. Berrettini is exactly 30. Dimitrov is 35. His current ranking is 146. But of course, he's a much better player than that. And Berrettini on the comeback trail is back up to 51 in the world. So they'll get ready. We'll be back in a moment. You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. I'm Marcus Buckland. And what time is it? It's 6:20.
With Amex, you can experience more at the Championships Wimbledon. With on-site benefits like refreshments and giveaways at the Amex card member lounge, and ice cream and prizes at the Amex Pavilion, an exclusive match at the Amex Experience. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative, APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
Oh, excuse me, I coughed at just the wrong moment there, but welcome back. Matteo Berrettini's just having a few more practice serves. Now the shadows are encroaching centre court. Berrettini is still in bright sunshine down at our end, as it were, the royal box end. But opposite the net, there's a little slither of sunshine. Grigor Dimitrov, though, behind his baseline, is now in the shade. And most of the spectators who have sat with the sun glaring at them throughout the day and have been ferociously playing them as well. And, well, when is it not a good time to be on centre court? Still can't quite believe that Madison Keys, who's an Australian Open champion and who's been around for such a long time, played her very first match on centre court today, and she won it from a set down, if you weren't with us a short time ago, against Amanda Anisimova. They're underway on number 1 court. A further reminder, dedicated commentary will be available on this match coming up on centre, as it is for every match played on centre court throughout the championships. And we have ball-by-ball commentary of every match on number 1 court up until the latter stages of next week. Francis Tiafoe and Alexander Bublik are on number 1 court at the moment. And Tiafoe's made a great start. He has broken Bublik straight away and is now serving at 15 love. Not such good news of another American in action. Taylor Fritz, the 6th seed, lost the first set to Lorenzo Sonego of Italy by 6 games to 4. Their level at 1-all in the second. The combination of Osorio and Sierra, who were meant to play the Williams sisters until they pulled out because of an injury to Serena, well, they're a set and a break up against Murray Sharan and Tara Rudi, who came in as alternates following the withdrawal of the Williams. We've still got some boys singles matches taking place, and in a moment a notable ladies doubles second round match will start on court 12. In fact, it has just started. It's the top seeds Katerina Siniakova and Taylor Townsend up against Maria Bushkova, who's having a great week so far, and Sara Sorribes Tormo. Yeah, 1 game has been played there, and Bushkova and Sorribes Tormo have managed to hold on to their serve. And of course Rob Nothman is on court 18, keeping us up to speed with Arthur Ferry and Zizou Bergs deep in their deciding set. And Ferry is currently serving to stay in the match at 4-5 and 15 all. So we'll be back with Rob No imminently.
Ready.
We can pick up the first point or two here. It is Dimitrov in the shade at the far end. First point. Such a likeable man. Two, I would suggest, of the most likeable men on the tour. Berrettini, very softly spoken, thoughtful, intelligent, and Dimitrov's always a delight whenever you come into contact with him. Forehand return taken early there by Berrettini, who's winding himself up for the inside-in forehand, and that's a winner. Very sharp with the return, and then quickly got himself into a position to whip that inside-in forehand. Arthur Ferry at 40-15, so it looks as though he's going to level things up at 5 games all. An epic unfolding on court 18. He's not the only Brit in action at the moment, as Dimitrov comes up with his first ace of the contest at 123 miles an hour. Billy Harris and Freya Christie of Great Britain are in mixed doubles action on court 16 against another Brit, Neil Skupski, and Desiree Kravchuk, who are the number 6 seeds. They won the first set in a tie-break, and they are 3-1 and 40 love up in the second as well. Dimitrov, 30-15, looking to serve out wide to the Berrettini backhand. Doesn't change his position, but actually just moves in a little to take the second serve early, but it was a good serve. It was directed at him. He couldn't control the forehand return. So 40-15. Centre court, 3/4 full, I would suggest. Royal box is pretty full. Sporting Saturday, of course, so a lot of very familiar faces were introduced by Claire Balding at about 1:20 this afternoon. Most of them are still here, enjoying the sunshine and the tennis, and a match to that could really bubble into something special as Dimitrov double fault, second serve, clipped the top of the tape and landed long. I've got pictures of the match between Bergs and Ferry, and something is going on. And we'll have to go back to Rob Nothman in a moment. There's a lengthy conversation. Let's just see if Dimitrov can close out this opening game. He's coming in with a forehand that will be good enough to win the point and the game. So let's go back to Rob Nothman on court 18, where Arthur Ferry is serving at 4-5, 40-15. But there's an animated conversation going on by the umpire's chair. Robno, what's happening?
I wish I could tell you, Marcus. It's not entirely clear. Ferry serving to stay in the match at 4-5, leading 40-15, and then he made his way to the umpire and has called for the trainer. I don't know whether he's got some blood on his hand, and the trainer has now appeared to give him some treatment. Bergs has returned to his chair and he's sitting down. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but some running repairs for Arthur Ferry. And what a time for this to happen. I'm trying to see exactly what the trainer is attending to. He's having a word with Ferry at the moment, who has a towel draped round his neck to try to keep him cool. I think I will report in as soon as we can establish exactly what is going on. My thoughts initially are that perhaps there's a blister of some sort that might well have been bleeding, and whether he's going to just get some running repairs. But I'll let you know as soon as we know, but certainly no play on the court at the moment. And from the moment this match started, we are now at 4 hours 15 minutes. And Ferry is 4-5, 40-15, and I'll let you know.
Now receiving a medical timeout.
There we are. You just heard the umpire. He's getting a full medical timeout, so this could easily add another 5 minutes to the match before it resumes. But that's the situation. 4-5, Ferry serving, 40-15, medical timeout.
You don't have a dinner date tonight, Rob, no, do you?
If I did, it's been cancelled.
He does specialise. Rob Nothman specialises in epic matches. A little earlier, he saw Sorana Castilla and Linda Noskova battle to the very end, a final set tie-break, which Noskova eventually won by 11 points to 9 on her 4th match point. And as he was telling us there, Zizou and Arthur have been out for well over 4 hours, and there was a 15-minute delay at the end of the 4th set, while various articles of clothing were changed and all the rest of it. So plenty of drama, plenty of excitement, and just a reminder, it's 4-5, Ferry serving at 40-15. Back here on centre court, well, Matteo Berrettini has got to 30-15 in his opening service game against Grigor Dimitrov, who held fairly comfortably first time up. We know that Francis Tiafoe's off to a fast start against Alexander Bublik on #1 court. He broke straight away, and the Americans at 2-1 and love 15. Taylor Fritz a set down to Lorenzo Sonego. They're on serve early in the second. It looks as though Osorio and Sierra, having hung around in vain for the Williams sisters, are going to beat the opponents eventually brought before them, Murray Sharan and Tara Rudi, because they're now just 2 points from victory at 6-3 and 5-4, 30 love on court 5. And the #1 seeds in the women's doubles, Katerina Siniakova and Taylor Townsend, are level at 1 game all early on against Buskova and Soribes Tormo. That should be a high-quality encounter. And Neil Skupski and Desiree Kravchuk now 4-2 up in the second set against Billy Harris and Freya Christie in that mixed doubles match on court 16. Big serve from Berrettini, who goes to 40-30. I've got a friend joining me in a moment, so I won't have to just talk to myself, which I was starting to contemplate. But here's Berrettini in the shade at the far end, looking to go down the middle and doing exactly that with an ace at 132 miles an hour. So 1 game all here. Still got the monitor in our little booth. That medical timeout for Arthur Ferry continues. The physio seems to be rummaging in his bag for something. Is it the good old magic towel? There's a huge crowd inevitably around that court, with Arthur Ferry, the last of the Brits in singles action. And there's Dimitrov beginning his second service game with a terrific serve out wide to the Berrettini forehand. Now, Rodno, have you been able to deduct with your medical skills exactly what is wrong with Arthur Ferry?
Well, you don't want to necessarily speculate too much, but what I would say is that he's definitely bleeding from his nose. Whether he's got a nosebleed, the trainer is talking now to the referee who is on court and he's been given, I think, a couple of pills. It doesn't look to be too serious, put it that way, but the trainer is again just administering something to Arthur Ferry. It's difficult to see because from our vantage point, he's sitting the other side of the umpire's chair. So we're reliant on the TV cameras picking up what's going on. The trainer appears to have finished whatever he was administering, and Ferry is coming back out onto court, explaining to the umpire what's going on. Let's see whether we can hear this. No, we can't hear too much of that conversation and what is going on, but he's still...
It's 5-4 in the fifth. I'm not going to play with a thing in my nose.
So I think we get from that he has a problem with his nose, whether it's a continuing nosebleed and... Everything seemed to be very civil there. He now makes his way back to serve at 40-15. One can only say a very unfortunate time for something like this to happen. He actually puts his hands up in the direction of his opponent, Zizou Bergs, almost by way of apology for keeping him waiting. But let's see whether he can serve and win this point to level up the final set. The short answer to that is a framed return from Bergs. Actually lands in court, but Ferry puts it away. And we are level at 5 games all in this decider. And the drama continues here, Marcus, on court 18.
Goodness me, what next, Robno? Okay, so 5 games all in the 5th, back here on centre court. We're on serve after 3 games of the first. They've played 3 games in the first set on number 1 court. TFO with the early break. They've played 5 games in the second set on number 2 court. They're on serve in that. Sonego taking the first against Taylor Fritz by 6 games to 4. Rupert Bell has joined me up in our commentary booth. You're not going to have a nosebleed or anything like that in the next few minutes, are you?
Well, depends what effect you have on me. It's taken a week for us to see each other in the flesh.
Yes.
Obviously, you've been rude to me on air, but that's par for the course.
That goes without saying, of course it does. But nice to see you, Rupert. Yeah. Drama with our last remaining Brit. So we've got a monitor showing that match, and down in front of us we've got these 2 wonderful.
Of course, we're still very early days of what potentially could be 4 or 5 sets. Doesn't feel like a straight sets match.
No. Love 15. Berrettini lands a good first serve, and Dimitrov again. He's got that kind of chip on lock, hasn't he? He's getting it back into an awkward spot, and Berrettini misses. It's a similar sort of tactic, actually, from Dimitrov that we saw against Menchik in the previous round.
Yeah, and not too many people have that natural chip. And it's a really good play. You get it into the backhand, you just neutralize the power.
Yeah, will he do it again here, Dimitrov? Will he get a play on it? Berrettini with a first serve that is too hot to handle this time.
And I always feel that when you've got a player that chips predominantly on the backhand, and he might even chip a few on the forehands to serve and volley, but that's not really in Berrettini's DNA.
15-30. As Berrettini just has a little bit of work to do to meander through this service game. Excellent serve to the backhand of Dimitrov, who did attempt that slice and chip, but into the net it goes, 30 all.
You mentioned that Dimitrov's serving well. Also Berrettini, he's only missed a couple of first serves. The Italian. Another good tournament so far for the Italians.
30 all here. Berrettini ace down the tee. Scribble that one down, Barry. That's number 4.
He's climbing. It's getting higher.
We just get a shot of Gareth Southgate in the Royal box. I wonder if he's going to stay up for the late kickoff. Berrettini with the serve. It's a let. You'd imagine he will.
Yeah.
1 a.m. on Monday morning. The pubs are staying open. There's Berrettini with a first serve to the backhand of Dimitrov, who gets a good return away. Then Dimitrov with a forehand, real depth there, and Berrettini backhand into the net.
Yeah, defensively, he's looked slow so far, Berrettini. Almost that he just hasn't settled down. And these sometimes, if you're facing a big server, this might be your best opportunity before they start to find their rhythm. He's looking sharp, Grigor Dimitrov.
Yeah, looking to pounce early is Grigor, as Berrettini misses with a first serve. He's been good in terms of finding first serves so far. He's only missed 3 first serves in this match so far, Berrettini. Now he has to try and do it behind the second serve. Dimitrov with a backhand that's deep and through the centre of the court. Then he goes again with a more angled backhand. He's on the run now, Dimitrov, and does enough with a forehand. And Berrettini can't find the volley.
Well, it was a brilliant approach. It was a very good pass. It was an absolute horror volley. And he was trying a drop volley, Berrettini. All he really needed to do was just knock it into the open space. Questionable shot selection there.
It's almost as if he took his eye off it. It hit his frame more than the strings and just landed at his feet, as it is a break point here for Dimitrov to make an early move here. Berrettini misses with a big first serve. 133 miles an hour, but a foot long. And now the second serve is being dialed in, and the backhand chip return from Dimitrov. He's really playing that well. Then another slice from Dimitrov. What an artist he is on the court. And Berrettini can't handle it and sails a forehand way long. It is the break.
Yeah, delight for the players' box, Jamie Delgado and David Nalbandian. I mean, it's been a great start and he's deserved it, but the warning signs have been there already in the opening 14 minutes. He just hasn't really looked like he's got much rhythm from the back. Serving's been fine. A good play from Dimitrov. You've got to recognise sometimes actually balls in court, Mikey, can get the job done.
Certainly can. And for Dimitrov, he has made a really good start here. 4 games played, he's won 3 of them. And he is serving at 3-1 up here. And he's got that serve really in the groove. That's an ace down the tee.
Obviously for Dimitrov, hadn't played much tennis. And then after Roland Garros, played the Challenger in Dublin on grass. 3 matches there, 3 matches in Mallorca. It was all good in terms of building the foundations.
It's another ace.
Well, this is sort of vintage peak Dimitrov, and Berrettini sort of looking at his box as if to say, I'm not picking the ball up.
We talk about the peak of Dimitrov. Of course, he did reach as high as world number 3. That was a few years ago, back in 2017, when he had such a terrific year that year, as Berrettini nets. 2017, when he won the Tour finals in London.
Yeah, and even think when he said it, and actually the tennis that he was playing sort of back end of 2024, 2025, bit of 23, he said he was a better player then than he was when he was world number 3.
40 love, the first serve into the net. We are whistling through this set, just 16 minutes on the clock. And it is a second serve to come here from Grigor Dimitrov. The backhand return from Berrettini just has Dimitrov backpedaling a little bit. Now the backhand slice is gorgeous again from Dimitrov. And Berrettini has no answer as he sails a forehand long again. And, well, Dimitrov with a 3-game cushion leads the way 4-1.
Yeah, I mentioned those period when he was playing some really good tennis. The back end of, well, 23. He beat Alcaraz in Shanghai, then he beat Medvedev and Tsitsipas, both top 10. And carried over to 2024 when he beat Alcaraz and Zverev in Miami. It was just that sort of injury, those injuries, what was it, 4 consecutive majors where he was forced to pull out?
Yeah, absolutely brutal at times, the injury issues that he has. I mean, it's kind of come late in his career, the injury problems. He was kind of okay for a long period of his career throughout his 20s.
Excuse me, 5.
Yeah, it was 5, wasn't it?
Consecutive majors.
Time.
Wimbledon 24, US Open, same year, Australian Open, Roland Garros, and then Wimbledon last year.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, it is hot right now in the Royal Box. They are all fanning themselves, the sports superstars. They are right in the sun, and a lot of centre court, well, probably half of the centre court crowd are in the shade. So the Royal Box, even though they're in the lovely seats, are being pounded by the sunshine right now.
Thank you. Please.
And it's sort of a constant motion coming from the Royal Box with the fans going at quite a pace. 4-1 down, Berrettini serving as the first serve into the net. Trying to get something going here, Berrettini. It has been a bit of a subdued and, dare I say, sluggish start from the big Italian. Here comes the backhand slice from Berrettini. Dimitrov, that was a chance.
He was looking to go straight at Berrettini. 50 love. And it's a good play, I think, against Berrettini to just challenge the volley. He's not necessarily a natural volleyer. That's why we don't see him come forward that much. He relies more on the power of the serve and the big forehand.
15 love, Berrettini. First serve down the tee, Dimitrov on the stretch, and Berrettini, he's just not got the radar. He keeps on sending the ball long.
Yeah, that's right. But also that return was razor sharp from Dimitrov. And he's feeling good to react like that off a big first serve.
He is bouncing around the place, isn't he, Dimitrov? He's on the balls of his feet right now. Now he settles into his return position.
Well, we know where this return's going.
Yeah.
Just, if it's a backhand, chip it middle of the court, keep it low.
Second serve to come here from the Italian. It is towards the backhand of Dimitrov, who sends it back towards the backhand of his Italian opponent. Then the forehand is good this time and deep from Berrettini. The slice is vicious from Dimitrov, and Berrettini, well, I'm pretty sure he's missed this forehand. He has. It is wide. Dimitrov just had to check with the umpire, but it is out.
Tactically, it's a masterclass because he's comfortable with the slice. He just chips it cross court. He knows that Berrettini doesn't really want to hit a two-handed pass, so Berrettini running round to hit the forehand made it very difficult to be able to pull off a pass, which he very nearly made.
15-30 as Dimitrov is looking to really get on top here. There's that backhand chip return again. Berrettini all off balance and sends the ball way long again. It's more breakpoint chances.
He's just out of sorts. He's played so well, Dimitrov. Just one unforced error.
Wow. This has been a masterclass from Grigor Dimitrov so far. And Berrettini has to get something going or he will be a double breakdown and surely has lost this first set. There's a good serve into the body of Grigor, who sort of just about gets the racket in the way, avoids serious damage.
You're in the body, off the line, which obviously makes it very difficult as the ball checks. It's going to make sure you protect your body.
Yeah, Berrettini did check that Dimitrov was okay. Two good guys we have out here as the first serve. That's better from Berrettini.
That's more like it. I always feel in this situation, even if he doesn't win the first set, Berrettini, just give him a few more games to the chance he can settle down to start the second set.
On to deuce, as Berrettini is not out of the woods yet, but that does help. It is another ace, ace number 5 for the Italian down the tee.
5-5.
Yeah. Ace battle is heating up. Advantage here for Berrettini. First serve to the backhand of Dimitrov, who doesn't quite chip it. It's more flat this time, and it just caught out Berrettini.
Oh, that's magnificent. Yes. No one's ever questioned the hand skills of Dimitrov. That was brilliant.
I mean, the hand-eye coordination there, it came at him at 134 miles an hour, and he just sort of wafts that one-handed backhand right back at the feet of Berrettini. On to juice we go. Yeah. First serve clips the net on the way through, and it is a let. Berrettini, who has played some of his best tennis throughout his career on the grass courts. The first serve is accurate and vicious down the tee again.
Well, I always say you're only as good as what you do on your second serve, and that really is the case in this one. Berrettini just won 1 of 6 on his second serve because of how well Dimitrov has done with the return and also his ground shots.
Advantage here for the Italian. Dimitrov chips a backhand back into play, but Berrettini, that's a bit more like it. More authority on the forehand side, and it's a clean winner. So he does hold serve, and Dimitrov leading the way 4-2.
Yeah, that was better. Something that he can build on there to come through that tough service game. 5-1 would have been set over.
Yeah, he can get his teeth into this Dimitrov service game a bit more now, can the Italian. Fans enjoying what they're seeing so far. There's been real expectation and chatter about this game around the grounds today, as the first serve is accurate and Berrettini only sends the return long. 15 love here for Dimitrov. He has an old school air about the way that he plays. He could be in another era, couldn't he, Grigor Dimitrov? The way he moves around the court is very graceful as the backhand is chipped back there by Berrettini. Dimitrov quickly up to it, but Berrettini then finds a backhand pass. It's 15-all now.
Yeah, got lucky with the return. Dimitrov was sharp actually to move forward, but sort of left him in no man's land. Probably the best feeling actually would have been just to carry on moving forward, but he sort of moved backwards, Dimitrov.
15-all as Dimitrov gets ready for this first serve. Just doesn't like that ball toss and says sorry. Catches the ball and goes again here. This one he likes is Berrettini, this time taking the forehand chip return as the forehand through the centre of the court from Dimitrov. Berrettini dancing around. He wants to play the forehand, and he finds another forehand. That is the side that he favours, certainly the Italian. Then the forehand down the line from the Italian. Dimitrov is just dancing as well. Inside-out forehand is vicious from Dimitrov, and Berrettini has no answer.
Talk about Berrettini. He loves a forehand from the backhand corner. Also does Dimitrov. I mean, the footwork has been top draw so far from the Bulgarian.
30-15 here for Dimitrov in as a wildcard entry, and taking full advantage as he's looking to get into the 4th round here once again. The backhand attempted drop shot is just wide from Berrettini. He had the required pace and power, but he just didn't have the accuracy.
I actually don't mind it. Quite like the play. Obviously, always as a player, you're really disappointed on the drop shot when you miss it wide, because you don't need to go close to the sideline when you're playing the drop shot.
So it is 40-15 here for Grigor Dimitrov, trying to move to 5-2 in this opening set here on centre court. The last match of this Super Saturday, as Dimitrov misses the first serve. Berrettini, is he just growing into this match a little bit more? It was a slow start from the Italian. It's a double fault from Grigor.
109 miles per hour, that second serve.
Third meeting for these two players. Their first since 2019 when they played on 2 occasions. It's amazing they've not crossed paths since then. As Dimitrov, 40-30, looking to get to 5-2. The return from Berrettini through the centre of the court. Dimitrov moves forward, very graceful, and the volley is put away well. And it is 5-2, and Grigor Dimitrov is painting a picture here on centre court.
I mean, tactically, this has been absolutely brilliant. The question I was going to ask Mikey in the opening 7 games, is this something that he's discussed with his coaching team, or is this Dimitrov just playing instinctively? And it's just all happening naturally? I think it's probably a little bit of both. You know, right now, he's got all the answers. Close to, I would say, a 10 out of 10 performance for Grigor Dimitrov.
Well, what a section this is turning into, Barry, in the men's draw. The winner of this one will take on Arthur Ferry in the 4th round. Ferry has just won against Zizou Bergs over on court 18. A quite remarkable tussle. Of course, our focus here, but we are just seeing the pictures of court 18. 4 hours and 38 minutes for the local boy. Your reaction there, Barry?
Such a fine effort. 2 breaks down in the 4th, breakdown in the 5th. Medical timeouts for the nosebleed again for Ferry. And he's had a really good grass court season. I'm pretty sure he's a top 100 player now as well for the first time. So what a feeling that must be. And, yeah, opportunity knocks in this section of the draw for so many players. I mean, it's looking potentially like, you know, Dumanur.
Yep.
Maybe first major semi-final. That's what he will feel anyway. But a lot of tennis still to be played.
Well, stories being written all around the grounds here this evening as it is Berrettini trying to keep this set alive. It's a good start in this game. He's just found another ace, so he's up to 7 aces now.
One thing with Berrettini on the ball toss is he doesn't really throw it that far in front, so it doesn't lend itself to serve and volley.
First serve to the backhand of Dimitrov, who just gets it back into play, and Berrettini moving forward. He's not going to need a second invitation there. A big swipe of that forehand.
Yeah, that was more like it. I don't think you can swing harder than that. Make sure you keep your racket in your hand.
Yeah. 30 love as Berrettini winds up with the first serve. It was pacey, but too long there from the Italian. Now with the second serve to come. Misses, tried to go big, and it was too much there.
Yeah, just a couple of numbers that really stick out for me. 100% conversion for Dimitrov in the opening 7 games, and a rating of 9.4. Well, that's sort of Sinner-esque.
Yep. So 30-15. Berrettini serving to stay in this first set, and that's a nice serve again. Maybe just getting something going on serve, isn't he, Barry?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the first serve actually is fine.
Yeah.
First 75% first serves in, 71% on his winning on his first serve, but it's just been his sort of defensive play from the back of the court that's not his usual high standard.
Another ace. Yeah, pretty ominous. If he really gets in the groove, then the second set could be a different story.
First set.
As it is a held service game. And it is over to Grigor Dimitrov to try and sign, seal, deliver this opening set. He does lead the way, 5-3.
He's climbed to 4th now on aces.
Yeah.
Berrettini.
He's in a hurry.
12 behind Sinner.
So can Dimitrov take this first set? He's been excellent so far here on centre court to the forehand of Berrettini, who sends the ball long. 15 love.
This must be one of the best sets of tennis that he's played in a long time, Dimitrov. And the next question is, can he finish it? 3 more points required.
15 love, and Dimitrov with a first serve down the tee. Berrettini does get a return back into play. Dimitrov will move forward. Lovely backhand volley. Really carved that away confidently.
30 love.
And he continues to really impress. It's just flowing with so much confidence, is Dimitrov.
30 love. as Dimitrov leads the way 5-3. We've played just over half an hour in this third round encounter. First serve to the forehand of Berrettini, and it was a good return. Dimitrov was moving forward and had a bit of an awkward half volley to deal with there.
Yeah, even though he lost the point, great to see him serve and volleying. In the past, he's been a little slow, actually, to use that type of play as an alternative.
30-15, Dimitrov still 2 points away from securing this opening set. Berrettini crouching and waiting to return, and Dimitrov slams a first serve into the net. Good pace behind it, 134 miles an hour from the Bulgarian. Second serve here, that's a really effective second serve into the body of Berrettini, who sort of hits his racket in frustration, the Italian. He takes off his cap and then puts it back on his head. A backwards cap for both these guys. And Dimitrov with a couple of set points. 40-15, 5-3 here on centre court. And the first serve to the forehand of Berrettini, who sort of gets a lot of frame back into play, but Dimitrov scurries forward and slots away the forehand winner. It is a very impressive set of tennis put together by Grigor Dimitrov. And he takes it by 6-3.
Yeah, bearing in mind, when he came into Wimbledon, he'd only won 6 matches this year. It was actually, in terms of quality, one of the best sets of tennis I've seen this week, Mikey.
Yep.
I don't know what you feel, whether you've seen a better, you know, a set as good as that, but, you know, I mean, everything that you would want from an opening set at Wimbledon on the centre court, how well he served, how well his decision-making, he looks sharp in terms of his movement. Brilliant.
Yeah, really enjoyable to see Grigor Dimitrov playing to this level.
2 unforced errors.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't get much better than that.
After the heartache that so many of us witnessed 12 months ago here. But he is really impressing here. And Berrettini, I think we're going to see a different story in the second set. Just feel he was getting a little bit more going late on. But we shall see if he can really start to challenge Dimitrov on his serve. He's not had a break point yet, Berrettini.
And just think of when he was obviously in that winning position last year against Yannick Sinner. 2 sets to love, and he's playing as well as this.
Yeah.
So naturally you say, well, yes, Berrettini can play better, but also a lot of it is due to how well Grigor Dimitrov's playing.
Well, a pretty swift set of tennis here in the evening sunshine. And Dimitrov is 1 step closer to a place in the 4th round once again here.
Second set.
But Berrettini
to serve.
will not be lying down. He will be looking for a way to come back here. And he is ready to serve first in set number 2. He's in the shaded end. Dimitrov is at the royal box end, where there is still a little slither of sunshine, but mainly all in shade now, the centre court. Berrettini missing with the first serve. Here comes serve number 2 to the backhand slice of Dimitrov, which has been so effective so far. Good depth from Dimitrov. Then the backhand slice comes again from the Bulgarian. Berrettini trying to dictate with the heavy forehand. Dimitrov, well, he was swinging out of his shoes there, nearly lost his balance, but he goes long with the forehand.
Well, we won't get a pace, but if he had made that might have been the hardest forehand we've ever seen here at Wimbledon.
Yeah,
there was no regrets there.
I know, the footwork was all over the place. It was a bit Scotty Scheffler, wasn't it? Yeah. He was sliding around there, Grigor Dimitrov. He was not holding back. Berrettini with a first serve that misses. Trying to go down the tee. Here comes serve number 2. Dimitrov moves up towards the baseline. He wants to take this early. He does take it early. It's a good return.
15-0.
I mean, I guess what is the case here, I think the adrenaline is just flowing.
Yeah.
But we know when you get the adrenaline high, there can be a bit of a low. I think that's would just be sort of a word of caution for Dimitrov, because right now he is everywhere.
First serve, excellence from Berrettini. Dimitrov just about got a frame to that.
In terms of unreturned serves, which is interesting, Dimitrov 48% of his serves unreturned. Berrettini not far behind him, 45.
30-15, this opening game of set number 2, and Berrettini lands a first serve once more. Dimitrov looking for that chipped backhand return, but into the net it goes. Berrettini, he'd love a solid start to set number 2 and maybe just start to write a different story. 40-15, and misses with the first serve. Dimitrov, once again, he's not too far behind the baseline. He's being quite attacking here. There's the Bulgarian. That chip backhand return gets the point started. Then he tries to slice and carve a backhand down the line, but misses there. Dimitrov, too much fade on that one.
Well, if he had made it, that would have been an awkward shot. Again, I mean, it's one of those, sometimes you have to play the long game. And what that shot does is it just puts that seed of doubt into Berrettini's mind to stop him camping in that backhand corner. That slice down the line is such a big shot against the Italian.
We've not had too many long rallies, have we, so far? It's been short, sharp points. That's sort of been the order of the day so far. Don't think we're too surprised about that.
Give you a breakdown in a minute.
I believe we've had 2 rallies that have been over 9 shots.
Beat me to it.
Sorry, Barry.
Always.
Just on my screen here. Well, that's right on the line there from Dimitrov.
Was that 53, 0-4. 5-0 to Dimitrov, 5-8, and 1 apiece, 9+.
Yeah, so it really has been those points between 0 and 4 shots that have been dominating, as Dimitrov again just finds a good serve, and he's 30 love up in the blink of an eye.
It continues to just be in brilliant rhythm. I mean, if he's serving 78% first serves in, I'm sure there's can't be too many matches here at Wimbledon he's had that number.
First serve to the forehand of Berrettini, and he lands another excellent serve. He is so in the rhythm. There's Dimitrov here on this court that he's played some terrific stuff down the years.
Yeah, 40 matches that he played at Wimbledon before this year. Only once that he actually served better than this, and that was a match where only lasted a couple of sets before retirement.
Lands another first serve, and Berrettini has no answer with return. So that is no nonsense, as we just see a shot on our monitor of the 2 coaches of Grigor Dimitrov. It's quite the duo, isn't it? Jamie Delgado, who he did have a little bit of a break with. Now he's back together with Jamie, and of course he's brought on board David Nalbandian. What a guy to have in your corner.
Yeah, I mean, when Delgado was with Dimitrov, it was a really good fit, because you have to give Dimitrov a little bit of slack sometimes.
50 love.
In terms of, you know, he's not someone that's going to be on it 24/7. But clearly, you know, they've got a good relationship. Delgado, who was with Jack Draper briefly.
First point, convincing there for Berrettini, an unreturned serve, as the return is better this time from Dimitrov, and then the forehand followed up by the Bulgarian into the net. So it's 30 love here for the Italian, who's trying to move 2-1 up in this second set.
Yeah, he does move really well onto that forehand, Dimitrov. He nearly pulled it off, and there's always that danger when you run round your backhand and you hit that approach forehand down the line that you can get exposed with a cross-court pass.
30 love as Berrettini misses with that first serve. Dimitrov moving forward a little bit closer to the baseline again, and he is on his toes as the Second serve is hammered back by Dimitrov.
30-15.
Well, if this continues, because right now Berrettini's actually serving really well. If his first serve percentage drops, all the clue is that he'll get broken.
Yeah.
He might get broken anyway.
30-15 for the Italian here. Good first serve down the tee, but again Dimitrov is able to find the return, but Berrettini from behind the baseline, that's a mammoth forehand.
Yeah, that was the height that he wants it. Berrettini likes it up around shoulder height. That's why he's had good success on the clay. Interestingly, all his titles are on clay and grass, none on hard.
40-15 here for the big Italian, and the return is into the net from Dimitrov. So it's a fairly solid start for Berrettini, who just looks towards his team and mutters a couple of words and sort of shakes one of the tennis balls. Still talking to himself, Berrettini.
He's in a position, though, if Dimitrov's level drops, he's ready.
We're just seeing some of the crowd, and
so come on, Mikey, Bob and Mike Bryan. Which is which?
I was going to ask you that. We're just seeing the Bryan brothers.
Mike's on the right,
okay,
I think, in the All-England tie. And I think Bob's on the left.
In the pink tie. I mean, they're wearing matching hats.
I think.
Well,
now, anyone that knows that maybe is listening to our coverage and has a TV on is probably shouting, no,
it's the other way around. Yeah, they're sitting in the Royal box, aren't they?
Yeah.
Over there in their fetching hats. Yeah, the hats very much needed. I think they've been passed out, haven't they, to the members of the Royal box, because the sunshine is at the moment really focused on that area. And the Royal box is bathed in sunshine. There's yeah, just a few more of the names that are here today. Great to see Sir Chris Hoy here today. Other great athletes, Sir Ben Ainsley. I mean, Olympians down the years who have achieved so much, and they just love their invitation to the Royal box, and they're here to see two great gladiators on this surface. As Dimitrov lands a first serve, and it is an ace.
Yeah, 7th ace, 9 for Berrettini. He's been able to vary those serves nicely as Dimitrov.
15 love as Dimitrov lands the first serve again. Then the forehand cross-court from Berrettini is weighty and meaty, and then the forehand from Dimitrov is inside out, and he's just trying to move forward here, Grigor. He does. That's a really nice volley. That's all court skill.
Yeah, and the point started with a Yannick Sinner slide on the forehand.
30 love.
And then how quick he was to make the move forward. Always felt younger in his career, he didn't come to the net anywhere near enough. When you look at the technique that he has on the volley, just a natural.
30 love, Grigor Dimitrov making light work of this service game as well, as the first serve is out, just clips the net and goes long. A couple of deep breaths from Grigor with the white backwards baseball cap. Second serve here to the backhand of the Italian. Then the forehand is a little bit off balance from Dimitrov, and he never quite got settled in that point. Goes long.
Not a bad play, actually, from Berrettini. I presume he meant it to go hard and deep down the middle. I think, you know, you use the width, and then Dimitrov can start to play with the angles and use his brilliant hand skills, where Berrettini was just route one.
30-15 here for Grigor Dimitrov, trying to level things up at the start of this second set. Cross-court forehand from Dimitrov. Then the Berrettini forehand is powerful again. Again, Dimitrov moving forward. This time doesn't get the volley right.
They did everything right, except just a little bit too much pace on that volley. It just needed a little bit more cut, and actually if he just dumped it into the service box down the line, I think that would have been good enough for Dimitrov.
Well, maybe just a little bit of a chance here for Berrettini. 30 all.
He's favoured the serve out wide as Dimitrov. He's gone there 69% of the time.
He's gone there again. Berrettini with the forehand return. Now Dimitrov with that backhand slice, and Berrettini is so confident playing the forehand. He's got some good depth there, the Italian, on the forehand. Now he's forced to play a backhand. Plays a forehand slice, Berrettini, and his hands are on his hips because he's dumped that into the net.
40-30.
First half chance he's had. And yeah, the question is, why would he be hitting a chip forehand?
Well, I think his team is wondering that as well as they watch on.
Yeah, get a forehand. 100 miles per hour should be.
40-30, and Dimitrov missing with the first serve as he attempted to go down the tee. Berrettini back to his return position. Here comes the second serve from Dimitrov into the net. So we're not out of this game just yet. The double fault number 3 for Dimitrov.
He's creating pressure. And when you've had a fairly one-sided opening set where he didn't really put any pressure on Dimitrov's serve, this is better. Keep asking questions.
On to deuce we go. So this is turning into an important game in this second set. The serve is good from Dimitrov, and it's just an easy put away up at the net for him. So on to advantage we go.
He watched that like a hawk, didn't he? Dimitrov, he kept his eye on it, knew what he wanted to do with the bounce smash.
He's taking care of business at the moment, is Dimitrov. There's a long way to go in this contest here on centre court, the last of the action here on this Saturday. Dimitrov, excellent serve out wide, and Berrettini can't get near it. And, well, Grigor is closing in terms of the ace count. He's now on 8, Berrettini on 9. It's a little ongoing running battle, as it is 2 games all in this second set. Glorious sunshine still beating down on the All England club here in southwest London. 2 games all. Berrettini serving once again. Just goes again. He's ready now. He just backed away from the first serve. Now he does deliver down the tee, and the forehand is out from the Italian. Misses.
First point so often can set the tone. What Dimitrov did really well in the first set is just balls back into court with the return, using the pace.
Love 15. Remember, Dimitrov won the first set by 6 games to 3, and he has no answer with that return. He just tries that forehand slice, but into the net it goes.
Almost the case, actually. He swung a little too early there, Dimitrov. 130 mile an hour first serve.
15 all. 2 games all, 50 minutes played in this contest. Backhand return is better this time from Dimitrov. Now we see that backhand slice. He's got one of the best in the game, as the baby-fed comparisons were a lot born from that. The forehand inside out from Dimitrov. Glorious.
It's Federer-like. And you said that, but how many times do we see that type of point for Federer over the years? 8 times the champion, the slice. And then when you have the chance to be able to be aggressive on the forehand, there was full commitment behind the shot. Superb tennis from Dimitrov.
Can he keep it going? Can he keep this level? Can he sustain this level? 15-30, Berrettini with a first serve. Dimitrov finds another return. Now the forehand is to the backhand of Berrettini. It's a chance here for Dimitrov, who looks to try and up the ante with the forehand, but he was just a bit passive perhaps there. Dimitrov being pushed back now. He's on the defensive with the backhand slice, but he uses it so well again. Now the backhand, he tried to go big and misses.
Poor in the end. Probably the first shot, I think, in the match where he lost discipline.
30 all.
I mean, again, that was a shot. Just put the slice in. Keep the point going. Because by that far back, as he points to his head as if to say, yep, I know that was the wrong shot. I mean, how many times are you making that in 50?
Yeah.
1, if that.
Yeah, it was a high tariff shot, it really was, as he misses a chance there. It's 30-all, and Berrettini with an excellent serve, and Dimitrov spoons the return long.
It's amazing how many times you can watch a match where it can just shift so quickly. And looking in the raw box, it wasn't Richard Krajicek, was it, in disguise?
Oh, it may have been.
He's in there.
He is here today. It may well have been. Again, he was under the hat and the sunglasses as well as the backhand return into the net. It is Berrettini who holds serve. Now, we've played 5 games in this second set, and we are on serve.
First set, Dimitrov.
As the Italian leads at the sit-down, 3-2.
That will just give Berrettini a bit of a lift, Mikey, won't it?
I think so. Well, it just gives us a chance to look elsewhere and what other matches are going on. There's quite a bit of American interest right now on number 1 court. One of my picks, Francis Tiafoe, is a setup on Alexander Bublik.
Your big tip, or one of your the sweepstake that we had?
In the sweepstake.
Okay.
So
he would be in your
second group.
Yeah, your second tier. Okay.
No, the third group. Is
No.
it 8, 16?
1 to 8. Yes, third group.
Third group.
I think he might. You know, I did in haste. I can't even remember.
Yeah.
Who I put down. The only one I do remember in my non-seeded players was Hurkacz.
So that was your outsider.
It was called an outsider,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I feel like that's cheating when you say outsider.
Well, mine was Berrettini.
Was it?
Yeah. And when he was beating Artur Fils, I was feeling very good about myself. Although my unseeded sort of outsider pick, if you want to call it that, for the women's side was Serena. Didn't really go to plan. Tough news today.
Yeah.
But, well, we have the alternate pairing, don't we, to come in instead. Has that match been played?
Yeah, it must have been
Players
finished.
are ready, thank you.
It was on court 5, wasn't it?
Was it?
Anyway, I'll focus very much on this encounter. Grigor Dimitrov and Matteo Berrettini. Dimitrov a set-up after winning 6-3 first set. Berrettini is 3-2 up, but we're on serve, and Dimitrov serving here. First serve is to the forehand of Berrettini, then Dimitrov moving forward, and he nets with that forehand.
Yeah, the first time really there's a shift. Started in the last game. Berrettini coming through it. He's sensing something here. Doing on the return there, well, Dimitrov's done a lot to Berrettini in the opening hour or so.
Love 15. Misses with the first serve.
Yeah, and this is if you Berrettini, the ball's got to go back in court.
Yeah.
Keep the pressure on.
Berrettini awaits, and that is a backhand sort of mistimed, and it goes wide.
Well, I said he needed to make the return, but I'm cutting him some slack because
Yeah.
that big second serve was right off the line, as we know. It's really difficult to time the return when it hits the line here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, skipped on onto the racket of the Italian there, as Dimitrov goes for a first serve down the tee and gets it. Brilliant serve there.
They're matching each other, aren't they?
Yeah.
In the aces. Oh, they're now level.
Yeah, 9 apiece in terms of the ace count. Dimitrov is 30-15 up here. We've played just a few minutes shy of the 1 hour mark in this contest. Not been too many long rallies between these two. As a ball just trickles away from the ball boy who was trying to get to it. Now he gets it under his control. Now the backhand return from Berrettini, and the forehand, which he muscles to the forehand of Dimitrov.
First set, I think there were only 2 unforced errors from Dimitrov.
Yeah.
We're now up to 8, so 6 in this second set. So first set was near perfect, but just starting to drop his level.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here, Dimitrov. 30-all. Can Berrettini find a return? No, he can't. He can't get near it. It's such great serving from Dimitrov. Another ace. Goodness me, he is producing such a level here on centre court. We've seen him play miraculous tennis down the years here, and he's once again proving his quality as the forehand cross-court from Dimitrov. Now he can dance around and try and play the inside-out forehand. He's invited forward, forehand flourish.
Brilliant from Dimitrov.
3 games sold.
After a couple of errors on the forehand earlier in the game. He really committed to that last shot. That was a big hold, given what happened in the previous game and also at the beginning of that last game. 85% of points won on the first serve for Dimitrov.
We are right in the heart of this second set now. 3 games all, midway stage. And Berrettini is bouncing the ball and getting ready to deliver another meaty serve. And that is right on the money. It's another ace. And they're both into double figures for aces now. Berrettini, who has already earned 2 impressive victories this week over Stan Wawrinka and Artur Fils, both of those coming in 4 sets, so he's had to battle a bit. So that's often what it takes. Misses with the first serve. Now the second serve will be delivered by Berrettini. The backhand is beautiful again from Dimitrov. Now the backhand slice from Berrettini, not quite as beautiful.
50-0.
That was a poor shot from Berrettini because he wasn't under that much pressure on that slice. We don't know what's going out there down there on the court. Maybe just a bit of indecision about where he wanted to put that slice because of the good tennis we've seen, well, the great tennis, I should say, we've seen from Dimitrov.
15-all here, and Berrettini, he's got to try and keep on serving to that level as he makes it tough for Dimitrov to find a return. 30-15 now.
Well, we know he can motor through service games. We know he can go through matches with service hold after service hold.
Yeah, the 1 Grand Slam final he's played, it came here in 2021, lost out to Novak Djokovic. There's a forehand winner from Berrettini as he moves forward with confidence there. He's been a semi-finalist at the US Open back in 2019. Berrettini, semi-finalist at the Aussie Open as well. That was 2022. Never been past the quarterfinals at Roland Garros. And it's 40-15 here for Berrettini, who finds another ace and ticks off another service hold. As he says, go on then, Grigor, back to you.
4 games to 3.
As these two,
Second set.
well, it's very much serve dominated, isn't it, this second set? We've not had an inkling of a break point chance.
Team's off the whole match. He hasn't had a break point yet. Berrettini, Dimitrov, he's converted with 1 of the 3 that he's had. I mean, he started off like a man possessed, didn't he, Mikey?
Absolutely.
With Dimitrov just so sharp and causing Berrettini a lot of problems on serve. The 1 break point at 2-1, which he converted. Then he had another couple the following game, which he wasn't able to take.
We're just seeing some replays of some of the moments in this second set. It's lovely movement from Grigor. He is and has been one of the most graceful players over the last, well, he's been playing for nearly 2 decades on tour. Amazing longevity and consistency he's had.
Obviously a former champion with boys.
Yep.
4 players that have won the boys and then the men's singles.
Thank you.
I'm sure you were on that. You
or
knew
played
all
in
4.
the men's singles.
No, 1.
Oh, 1.
So won the boys singles and then gone on to win
I missed this chatter earlier. I've been listening to most of the output all day. Missed the crucial bit.
You gonna have a go?
Not right now. As Berrettini has a backhand return. Dimitrov with a forehand through the centre of the court. Then Berrettini misses with a fairly simple forehand.
You're just teasing us because you know the answer.
I'm not sure. think I've got one. Is Federer one?
Absolutely.
Okay.
98, the boys.
Well, Dimitrov with a serve here that misses. He's 15 love up here. It's going to be big names, isn't it? Bjorn Borg. There's one. As Dimitrov with a forehand down the line, and then Berrettini tries to just get a bit more power behind his forehand. This arm wrestle of a point. At the moment, the forehand into the net from Dimitrov. Go on, tell us the other two before the next point.
I think you could have got it.
Edberg.
Yeah, and Pat Cash.
Oh, yes, Pat Cash.
1987. Men's champion.
Who did he beat in 1987?
That was Lendl.
Yeah. So it is 15-all. And Dimitrov just trying to steer through this service game. Second serve to come here. Berrettini with a backhand to the forehand of Dimitrov. That's a nice dig there from Berrettini. Dimitrov moving forward. He was slipping and sliding, but he's so athletic and he's able to find a volley as he's almost doing the splits.
Yeah, it's so good from Dimitrov.
30-15.
He's been really decisive when he's come forward at the net as the Bulgarian. His numbers so far when he does come to the net, 12 of 15 points won. Berrettini's only been to the net 5 times.
30-15, so effective in the forecourt is Dimitrov, and now he does move forward to the net again. He's going to put this one away. That's easy pickings.
I also think that when you are comfortable in the net, you don't then tend to overplay with the approach. Sometimes if you don't back your net game, you tend to maybe just force it with the approach shot. Just been a highly skilled match so far.
It really has, and Berrettini, maybe just a little look towards his team of slight frustration as he's not really able to get a foothold here as Dimitrov digs out a backhand. There's another backhand slice from Dimitrov. That's really good depth there from Berrettini. Must have caught the back edge of the baseline. Then Dimitrov, well, he went for that big ripping backhand again and misses.
Sure, he needs to absolutely go hell for leather with that pass. I think just ask Berrettini the question. Straight to him.
Well, we're just seeing a shot of the Dimitrov box, and now Bandian and Delgado deep in conversation. Two tactical minds.
Trying to needs a bit of sun cream, doesn't he now, Bandian?
They're right in the sunny area, aren't they, near the royal box. As Dimitrov has missed the first serve. Here comes the second serve. He's 40-30 in this 8th game of the second set. Berrettini with a backhand. Dimitrov cross-court forehand, and that will do the trick as Berrettini blazes a forehand long. 4 games all.
Yeah, Dimitrov runs to the chair as if to say,
Second set.
now's the time for me to change my racket. Some players like to... In fact, he isn't changing his racket. I think he was just blowing his nose or something, but some players, when they change the racket with a new ball, sometimes they change it the game after, sometimes they change it the game before.
Allergy season, isn't it, with the grass courts?
Are you someone who
no,
suffers?
I'm okay, actually, luckily.
Zverev is
he's allergic to grass. We just found that out this year.
I was allergic to clay.
Yeah, here comes the first serve from Berrettini into the net. And the second serve will arrive here after a ball boy very quick to get the ball, and Dimitrov backhand to the forehand of Berrettini. Dimitrov just scrambling a bit at the back of the court, and Berrettini gift wraps an error there.
15.
Yeah, again, though, Berrettini, when he's running around that backhand, he wants to hit the forehand when it's around shoulder height, but Dimitrov just in that slice, keeping it low. The values of a slice backhand on the grass court.
Yeah, they are proving very effective, these backhand slices from the Bulgarian. The serve down the tee from Berrettini. Dimitrov stretching to get another really good return back into play. He's been so sharp on return. There's a backhand that's of real quality from Dimitrov. What a point he's putting together here. He comes forward to the volley. Oh, what a terrific point. He did not put a foot wrong.
Yeah, and it took about 4 or 5 brilliant shots, thinking clearly, thinking ahead. The slice backhand down the line, then created the forehand approach. And how calm was he on what could have potentially been a really difficult high backhand volley.
Well, it is gorgeous from Grigor, as love 30 now. Berrettini in a bit of bother, but that does help. A big ace down the tee.
Just looking at the split for Berrettini, he has been serving the majority of those serves on the right side, down the middle, 65%. Sort of an equal split, actually, on the ad side. He's gone into the body a few times.
15-30. Berrettini with a good, deep first serve. And Dimitrov can't get a return back into play.
BBC actually did something with Zverev yesterday after he won. And Zverev was saying, I don't need to serve into the body. He said, because I know if I hit my spots, it's going to be a winning serve. It was an interesting take.
Yep. Well, it is 30 all here, 4 games all. Big moment as Berrettini misses with a first serve. Where's this second serve going? Dimitrov has proven what an effective returner he is still in the game. Backhand chipped to the forehand of Berrettini, who tried to come forward there, but he's forced back, and Dimitrov will get a breakpoint chance here. Berrettini again with his hands on his hips, and he looks towards his team.
Yeah, ordinarily that could have been an approach. But again, because he's not that type of player that wants to hit that forehand and then come forward, he was moving backwards, maybe just caught on his heels there with the backhand miss.
Big opportunity here for Grigor Dimitrov.
Cover the wide serve.
Well, is he going to listen to you, Barry, as Berrettini winds up for the first serve? It is wide, and Dimitrov did cover it. Here comes the forehand from Dimitrov on the run. Berrettini attempts the drop shot. He doesn't get it, and Dimitrov finds a break late on, and he will serve for a 2-set advantage.
Second set.
5-4 he leads.
And by 1 set to love.
Yeah, on the big points, he likes to go wide. But of course, it kind of plays into Dimitrov's hands because of the chip. And then a couple of times in this second set, Mikey, he's missed that running forehand, Dimitrov, but this time he got it absolutely right. I just can't believe how sharp he's looked. You know, between points, during points. Clearly enjoying himself, Dimitrov.
Outstanding level from Grigor Dimitrov.
I mean, we know what an exciting player he is to watch, but it's been as good as we've seen, Mikey.
Well, at times, this has been vintage Grigor here on the grass courts. Absolutely outstanding level that we've seen from Dimitrov. And, well, 1 hour and 10 on the clock. We have whistled through the first couple of sets. There's not been too many long rallies. And Dimitrov will step to the line to go 2 sets up here on the former runner-up Matteo Berrettini. It has been so impressive, Barry.
Yeah, brilliant. All-round skills. Just fantastic grass court tennis that we've seen from Dimitrov, serving brilliantly. The use of the slice backhand. Only 8 players started the tournament with a single-handed backhand. He's the only one into the 3rd round.
It is old school skills with modern athleticism from Dimitrov as the backhand flicked by him. He moves forward again. How good has he been at the net? Time and time again, he puts away a volley.
Yeah, he's wanted to come forward. Berrettini hasn't. 14 of 17 points won. And he has ventured into the forecourt.
15 love.
It's as good a tennis as I've seen him play here at Wimbledon in a long time, including that match when he was 2 sets to up last year against Sinner.
Yeah, he's trying to make happy memories after the tough memories of 12 months ago when he had to retire from that match with Yannick Sinner, tearing the pectoral muscle. Here comes the backhand return from Berrettini, and that is into the base of the net.
Yeah, and he looks over his right shoulder to his box, as if to say, I don't really know what I should be doing here.
30 love, Dimitrov, 2 points away from really being in control of this third round encounter. Berrettini with the chip return. The backhand slice comes from the Italian, then Dimitrov with the slice. It just catches the tape and lands on his side.
A few backhand errors we've seen.
30-15. Berrettini, can he keep himself alive in this second set? Dimitrov trying to sign, seal, deliver this one. The first serve into the net. It has been real artistry here on centre court as Dimitrov winds up for a second serve. It's deep, and that Berrettini is able to get the return back into play. Dimitrov dancing around for the inside-out forehand. Again, he comes forward and pops away. A lovely, easy volley into that ocean of space that he vacated there.
40-15.
And it's 40-15.
Just playing with a real swagger is Dimitrov. He's just committed more or less every single one of his shots today. And he needs just one big shot to give himself a 2-sets-to-love lead.
Dimitrov, 2 set points. Here comes the first serve to the forehand of Berrettini, who blazes it long. And the 6'5" Roman trudges to his chair as Dimitrov, he has a spring in his step right now as he is 2 sets to the good now. 6-3, 6-4.
Absolutely brilliant tennis from Dimitrov. It was a more competitive set than the first, but to be honest, not dissimilar numbers. Still yet to have a break point. Berrettini, I think he's going to leave the court for one of those bathroom breaks. Dimitrov, you got to feel, will just hang there. He'll stay in his chair. Well, I mean, just perfect, I would say, grass court tennis. 9 of 10 points won at the net, serving brilliantly. Yes, there was a little bit of a dip, wasn't there? I'd probably say halfway through the set. Berrettini, problems in the second, very similar to the problems in the first. He's okay on his first serve, but he's struggling on his second serve. And it's not because he's got a bad second serve, it's because Dimitrov is using the chip. He's putting that ball in that awkward area of the court for Berrettini. He's not able to attack Dimitrov how he would want to with the forehand.
It's been such a high level from Dimitrov, and wonderful to see him playing in this style, this swagger, and his team is absolutely loving it. We're just seeing shots of the winning moment in that second set. Jamie Delgado and David Nalbandian springing to their feet in celebration as Dimitrov has remained out there on court. He's just trying to keep himself focused. He's having a swig of something. Is that the pickle juice? Did look like it, didn't it? The same sort of container.
I mean, his legs, he's not stopping. He's like he's watching Bulgaria in the last minute of the World Cup final.
Yeah, twitching his legs. Just doesn't want to get cold in any way, does he? As Berrettini is off court for a few more minutes with this break at the end of the second set. What does Berrettini have to do, Barry? Because I just think all round he looks a little bit sluggish at times.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, and I'm not expecting, given the amount of tennis I've seen Berrettini play over the years, that he's going to change it.
No.
I don't think all of a sudden we're going to be seeing him chip and charge and serve and volley. I guess what you're probably hoping, and you'll ask yourself that question, is, okay, I can now just hold on to my service game. I'm serving first. Let's just see if Dimitrov's intensity drops. I mean, I was commentating yesterday on Djokovic against Rinniknes. Djokovic played incredibly high level, as Dimitrov's he's walked to the back of the court. He's shadowing as if he's trying to take off someone's head with a couple of backhands. But, you know, to continue what you were saying, I think just see if his intensity drops, which obviously it did for Djokovic yesterday against Rinniknes before Djokovic regrouped in the fourth.
Well, I think this is a wise move from Berrettini, just heading off court, just anything to try and change the rhythm and disrupt the way that Dimitrov has been playing out here. It is a gorgeous evening here on this Saturday, this middle Saturday at this year's championships. And, well, it just gives us a chance, Barry, with the Italian still off court. Let's have a look at goings-on elsewhere. Tiafoe and Bublik, that's over on court 1. That's the last match of the day there. Tiafoe with the first set 6-4. They're in a tie break in the second set, so it feels like that could be a long way to go in that one.
Yes, feels like that second set will be absolutely massive to the destination of that match.
Well, Berrettini, as you may have been able to tell with the crowd cheering, is back out onto court.
Time.
Well, I'll tell you what, the start of this set is going to be very interesting, because if Dimitrov starts quickly here, he could race away over the hill. Berrettini could be left in the dust, so it's very important here for the Italian just to assert himself here.
Berrettini to serve.
And I think it helps that he's serving first at the royal box end. Dimitrov waiting for this first serve. It does now arrive, and the first serve misses. Second serve, just about 3 bounces for Berrettini as he is ready to deliver. That's a tame start, isn't it? Double fault.
That is the worst possible start. Is that his first double fault of the match? Second.
Well, he needs some support. He needs a bit of backing here, and I think that the centre court crowd just sensing it. He is having a few really deep breaths right to the bottom of the stomach. And now he settles himself, and the first serve is very good.
Yeah, the crowd played their part there. That's where it is important, and then also to use as much time as you can in between points.
15 all. We have played an hour and 20 in this contest. We're 2 sets in, and Dimitrov has won both sets. It's a really good return from Dimitrov. Now the chip and charge from Grigor. It's a really good pickup from Dimitrov again. Outstanding hand skills. And Berrettini sends a ball long again.
15-13.
Yeah, Berrettini, he's down the royal box end. He looks straight to his box, asking what he needs to do for Dimitrov. He just keeps asking him that question on the backhand pass. He is not that comfortable with the two-hander.
Dimitrov looks so cool and confident when he comes forward. Excellent serve from Berrettini. Big serve out wide, it's an ace.
He needs a few more of those.
On to 30 all in this first game of set number 3. What can Berrettini find here? First serve down the tee, it's another ace.
40-13.
A couple of hammer blows.
Yeah, and although obviously it's a really tough ask, it's not as if it's 2 sets to love down and they've been on court 2 hours and it's been a physical match.
40-30 here for Berrettini. The chip return is into the net from Dimitrov, so a very important few points there from Berrettini.
Yeah, after starting with a double fault, which I always feel is kind of the worst message to send. It's not the case that he lost the first point, but it's how it was played out after the bathroom break, but he regrouped.
Well, it's tough to put too much weight behind the two meetings they've had in the past. They were both, what, 7 years ago, 2019. They played in Monte Carlo on the clay courts. Dimitrov won that one in straight sets. And then they played on the hard courts of Vienna, the indoor hard courts, and Berrettini winning that one. So they've both got a victory. And so much has happened since 2019 for both these guys. There's Dimitrov now serving. Are we going to see a dip at some point from the Bulgarian? A sustained dip. We haven't really yet. The second serve comes from Dimitrov. Now the forehand cross-court from him. The forehand into the net from Berrettini.
Sort of slump of the shoulders. As if he's just not feeling it, Berrettini.
Dimitrov, 15 love up. We're just about 7:45 here on this Saturday evening in London as the serve is perfect there from Dimitrov. Another ace. There you can hear how close it was. The crowd just seeing the replay there, just about catching the line.
Yeah, just to put it into context, though, with Berrettini, he doesn't feel it, and Dimitrov certainly does. There was actually only a 4-point difference in that second set.
There's another ace.
The reason I say that is it doesn't take a lot, Mikey, as you know, for matches like this to flip around. And that's what Dimitrov will keep telling himself. Yes, I'm up 2 sets to love. Yes, I'm playing great tennis, but got to keep the intensity.
And you imagine it's what Jamie Delgado and David Nalbandian are saying to him right now as they are at his end. And Dimitrov, who has Nalbandian to call upon now, who finished as runner-up, of course, here in 2002. Nalbandian, there is a very good service hold for Dimitrov to love.
And what, Mikey, happened for the very first time that year he made final?
Nalbandian.
Yeah. Tough question, I know.
Was it about the opponents he faced along the way?
It was about the fact that he had never played on centre court until the final.
Until the final,
and then they allowed him to practice before the final.
Wow.
Because, of course, because of the rain, his semi-final was played on court 1.
You're a font of knowledge, Barry Cowan. I've always said that. Yeah, he lost out to Leighton Hewitt, didn't he? It was quite a convincing win, that one, for Leighton Hewitt. 6-1, 6-3, 6-2.
Kind of shaped, actually, and changed South Americans' view of playing on grass.
Well, the serve comes in from Berrettini, then the forehand into the net.
15.
Yeah, this could be the time to strike for Dimitrov. I still feel that Berrettini, that baseline game looks, get the feeling here from the commentary box with the body language that just not as committed to his shots as you would normally expect when he's at his best.
Yeah, slumping the shoulders quite regularly as the forehand from Dimitrov doesn't get a lot of purchase on that.
Just got to rely on that first serve to get him through these sticky situations.
Yeah, just going back to David Nalbandian, I remember that run that he had in Madrid at the Masters event there in 2007. One of the all-time tournament wins. We'll come back to that as Dimitrov with the backhand slice. Now he plays a forehand, is perfect there for the Bulgarian.
And because he's gone both ways on the forehand, he didn't know which way to cover there, Berrettini, but it was just the most glorious forehand down the line from the backhand corner.
You remember the run I'm talking about, Baz? Yeah. It was Arnaud Clément in the first round, Burdick, Del Potro, then it really ramped up. Nadal, Djokovic, Federer, beaten.
Yeah, and then he was able to then go to Paris and win the Masters there, because, of course, Madrid that time was indoors on the hard.
Amazing from Nalbandian. He was some player. And now he's in the ear and the corner of Dimitrov. It's the forehand inside out from Berrettini. Dimitrov can't get it back into play. It's 30-all here, but I tell you what, there's still a chance here for Grigor.
I think it was the slice, actually. He found himself too far back behind the baseline. He just couldn't get enough air on the chip.
Berrettini knows the importance of this game and knows the importance of starting in a solid fashion in this third set. Forehand just about lands safely there for Berrettini. Then the forehand inside out from him. Dimitrov is defending. Berrettini dumps a forehand into the net.
30-40.
And it is a breakpoint chance here for Dimitrov.
All those youngsters who are listening, who want to be pro tennis players, get out and work on your slice.
Yes.
There is still life in the slice backhand yet.
It is a gorgeous shot, and how effective it is on the grass court, isn't it, Barry? I mean, it stays so low, and for a guy like Berrettini, it's really awkward to deal with. As the break point needs to be fended off here from Berrettini. Misses with the first serve, and it was a foot fault. Counts as one fault. Second serve to come here. Dimitrov might just be licking his lips. Berrettini with a good serve to the backhand of Dimitrov, who's now stretching and scrambling at the back of the court. Should be put away, and it is by Berrettini.
He's got courage. Yeah, sorry, Mike. He's got courage, all right, Berrettini. And that was a courageous and big second serve. 112 miles per hour. And he's been defending so well, Dimitrov, but not able to turn that point around.
On to juice we go, as Berrettini winds up with a first serve. Down the tee, and it's an ace.
Well, you know what the crowd want, and it's not anti-Dimitrov.
No.
It's just they want more tennis. So the crowd will be behind the Italian in this third.
Advantage here for Matteo Berrettini, who misses with the first serve. 131 miles an hour, but wasn't quite accurate enough. Here comes the second serve now, as Dimitrov would love to find an early break here. Will he have the chance? Will he keep this game alive? The backhand slice we've been talking about from Dimitrov. Then it comes again. It just about skims the net and stays alive here. Berrettini with the attempted drop shot. Dimitrov is up to it. He just about gets it back into play, but Berrettini's there and shovels the winner away. And Berrettini celebrates. It's still an understated celebration. He knows there's a long way back, but that was a vital game as he leads 2-1.
Ah, what a point. And usually those types of rallies, it's Dimitrov who you would expect to just come out on top. And he did well, did Berrettini, and just the body language was more positive as he picked up his towel and walked to his chair. A really entertaining point. Well, with the forehand off a couple of slice backhands, a couple of big forehands from Berrettini, then the drop shot, the variation.
Then Berrettini.
Well, it really was a vital moment there for Berrettini. He kept his cool, he kept his nerve, and was able to put the ball away, and his team absolutely jumping up with joy and pointing at him. And he looked back right in the direction of his box with big wide eyes. Berrettini, he knows that things can turn.
Time.
We're gonna close the roof or when?
Not yet.
No. They already decided.
Berrettini asking the question of Renaud Lichtenstein, the chair umpire, are we going to close the roof? Well, the answer is no, not yet.
Well, it's gone early, that. It's 7 minutes to 8, but what they try and do is make sure they finish the set. So I would probably say, if at the end of the third set, Berrettini obviously has to take it,
yes,
then the roof would be closed.
Well, it's been around 9 o'clock, hasn't it? Kind of as close as.
Yeah.
So I think you're right with that prediction there, Barry, because it is, like you say, 5 to 8. It's early stages of this third set, so maybe at the end of this set. Of course, it might be done if Dimitrov can stay on course here. The backhand is wild from Dimitrov. Are we just sensing a little momentum shift, though? I think it bodes well that Berrettini was asking that question
Well, was it mind games? Did he say it loud enough for Dimitrov to hear?
Love 15 as Berrettini assumes the position and waits to return. Dimitrov moving forward with a drive volley. It's well controlled, that.
Yeah, I love that shot. It's very much a modern shot now. You serve and then you see. It's not a serve and volley. And he gets with the forehand grip to then go with the drive volley. Of course, Berrettini now coached by one of our own, Thomas Enquist, being with the Wimbledon radio channel.
Well, first serve from Dimitrov into the net. Second serve will arrive here to the backhand of Berrettini. Doesn't get that right at all.
It's a great serve. Swinging into that left hip. Necessarily a comfortable return for Berrettini. You almost feel that maybe actually just the slice backhand might be a better option there.
30-15. As Dimitrov serves at 2-1 down in this third set. What a couple of sets he's played already. 6-3, 6-4. The wild card is taking full advantage of this wild card he's been given. The forehand return is long from Berrettini. And he just puts his face into his racket strings in frustration.
Yeah, and because he knows that he's had no break points. He's had very few opportunities to put a bit of pressure. And that's, for him, a basic play.
40-15, Dimitrov missing with the first serve down the tee. Berrettini on the prowl at the baseline. As the second serve will come here down the tee, and Berrettini gets the return to start the point. Dimitrov with a meaty forehand. That is absolutely perfect placement down the line there. It's caught the line.
It's a stunning shot. And what he had was pace, yes, but he also had so much work on the ball, so it was able to dip.
Yeah, Dimitrov striding to his chair. Is he just going to change his racket here? Yes, he is.
I don't know if you saw, actually, the comments the other day from Andy Murray talking about arm injuries with the players. Obviously now with the lighter rackets, Dimitrov is sort of using the older style frame, but he's got the contrast, he's got the gut and the poly strings. So yes, he gets the spin, but also he's got a bit of give. I thought it was interesting that Murray mentioned that with sort of so many sort of arm injuries and wrist injuries. That's always been my feeling. I think it's important to get that blend.
It's certainly working for Dimitrov right now as Berrettini wins the first point of this latest Italian service game. Dimitrov cross-court forehand, now the backhand slice down the line. Dimitrov with the forehand through the centre of the court. Berrettini sends the backhand long.
And he actually forced Dimitrov quite a long way back behind the baseline there, but the pace he got with his forehand, Dimitrov. What would you say, 6 feet behind the baseline in that point?
I do find it amazing that these two have not met since 2019. Of course, Berrettini has had a lot of time away from action, and Dimitrov more recently has as well. So maybe the chances to cross paths have been few and far between since 2019, but here they are on this grand stage as the backhand return from Dimitrov right away gets him on the front foot, but now Berrettini does well to turn the tables.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there with Dimitrov on that slice backhand. It just looked a little awkward. I don't know if he didn't pick it up. Just got his feet in the right place. It's reassuring for all of us that he looked awkward.
Absolutely.
First time.
Always looks in balance. A wonderful, graceful mover as the serve is once again too hot to handle, and Dimitrov can't get a return in.
He's battling, Mikey.
He is. Berrettini really is fighting.
Just the numbers so far in this third set crucial that he's made 80% of his first serves.
40-15, Berrettini. Dimitrov, great return, but Berrettini Gets a forehand back into play. Wow, what a return that was from Dimitrov.
Oh, take about 133 miles per hour. Just strong wrist, blocking the ball back. And he's enjoying himself. Tough times that he's had.
Yep.
These are the sort of moments I think would have kept him going.
Well, he's back here doing what he loves, Grigor Dimitrov. He was emotional after that win over Jakub Menchik in the previous round. He was nearly in tears in his post-match interview as Berrettini lands a serve and Dimitrov sends the return long. And we are still on serve in this third set. Berrettini is fighting hard here.
He's going to ask again?
He is, yeah.
But you sort of go back to the start of the match, and he was sort of giving the impression that he wasn't really picking the ball up. So I'm wondering whether he's kind of convinced himself, but it's still early.
Yeah, it must be a case of not, like you say, Barry, like not quite picking the ball up and wanting a bit more light. So he'd like the roof closed and the artificial lights to come on here on centre court. But on a British summer evening, we're going to play with the roof open at 8 o'clock.
Time.
Well, both players just still in their seats and taking on a few more drinks and a little bite of something. So those energy gels that Berrettini was using there, slurping them down. Don't think Dimitrov had any more pickle juice. He might well have snuck a bit more. As we see Dimitrov take 4 tennis balls from the ball kids, and now he gives one back.
Thank you.
And is ready to serve now, but the crowd hasn't quite settled once again. Now they do, with the chair umpire René Lichtenstein just trying to calm things down. Misses the first serve, Dimitrov. Real hush around centre court now as they are really enjoying and invested in this one. It's a wayward backhand return from Berrettini.
No, he's not looked comfortable. Some of those serves into the body.
Again, that looked a timing issue though, didn't it?
No, he's shown really good pace though, hasn't he, on the first serve. Excuse me, on the second serve, Dimitrov. Averaging 167.
Misses with the first serve, Dimitrov. Here comes serve number 2, as it is to the backhand, but it is just out there from Dimitrov.
Yeah, I mentioned, you know, when you are averaging 167, you will miss a few. It's just a question of when you hit those double faults. So far, just 4.
Dimitrov first played in the main draw here back in 2009. It is a while ago, and he is still producing wonderful tennis here on this court. Backhand slice from Dimitrov. Now the backhand through the centre of the court. Berrettini unloaded a bit more on that forehand, and it just rushed Dimitrov. And Berrettini has a foothold in this service game now. Remember, he's not had a look at a break point all through this match, as the Italian. And so this is certainly a chance at 15-30.
This is, I believe, the only time he's been in this situation.
What can Dimitrov find? He misses the first serve. Is he just going to buckle here, the Bulgarian? Second serve to come now. Berrettini surely senses this has to be the time. Dimitrov, excellent forehand. What a time to find that.
Yeah, that was so good. It was a good return. He went back into that sort of middle part of the court, stroke cross court, Berrettini, but the issue was that Dimitrov was still hanging in that backhand corner to hit his favourite shot, the big off forehand.
30 all here in this 6th game of the third set. He's not quite been able to find the first serves
Just wondering whether it's actually worth standing back here on the second serve, which it looks like he might be, Berrettini.
He is. He's a long way behind the baseline. Second serve, and Berrettini winds up with a forehand. Then the forehand from Dimitrov. Berrettini, that's a routine forehand for a player of his quality. He dumps it into the net.
Yeah, went down the line, but went down the line without any real conviction.
And after he put it in the net, he had to really resist the urge to slam down his racket.
Well, I mean, that shot alone, I think, just tells us all that he's not quite been at 100%.
40-30. Dimitrov lands the first serve. Now the backhand cross-court. Now the backhand slice is used by Berrettini. It wasn't the cleanest of strikes on the forehand from Dimitrov. That's better from Berrettini. And now the forehand inside out from Berrettini. Dimitrov is being pinned back by the power of the Italian, and the Italian wins that point.
That's better. Aggressive, but patient.
Yes.
Just working, Dimitrov. Is this the first time he's been at Juice?
I think it may well be.
No, he had one game in the second set.
Okay. He's still looking for a first break point, Berrettini. Will he find it here? Juice now, Dimitrov lands this first serve. Berrettini gets the chipped return back into play. There's a bit of a spring in the step of the Italian, who produces a big forehand, but Dimitrov has the answer, and Berrettini puts another one into the net.
Well,
Dimitrov stood up there.
Yeah, there was two things to take. It was how strong he was in the legs to hold his position on the baseline or block it back, but then charge forward. He recognized that actually turned what was a defensive situation into an attacking one.
Well, it is advantage here for Dimitrov to get through a tough game. The first serve is accurate, and the return from Berrettini clips the net on the way through, and then he finds a winner.
Well, he asked the question, Dimitrov, pushing the ball into the two-hander. Is that the first pass he's won a point with?
I think it might be.
Yeah. And he actually hit it really well. Just stayed with the shot. He's creating pressure.
He is. And will Dimitrov be able to pass this test? We're on to Juice here. The first serve to the backhand of Berrettini. Dimitrov moves forward. He'd love to get it finished here. He doesn't. He was just stretching for an overhead, and he puts the smash into the net. It is a breakpoint chance.
Maybe, just maybe, a little slow to recognise the quality of the chip lob. I mean, it wasn't a bad miss. He just couldn't quite get the wrist over.
Well, well, well. A turning point, perhaps, as Dimitrov has his back against the wall, trying to get out of this game. Berrettini senses a moment. The first serve is to the forehand of Berrettini. Can he put this forehand away? Berrettini, he can! And now he's fired up. The Italian does break. And he moves 4-2 up in this third set, as suddenly there's a different feeling on centre court.
We've got a match, Mikey. It's what you want when you're second best and you're down 2 sets to love. Give yourself a chance, and he created it there, and then the passion he showed, a roar to the box, and then they were out of their chair. And then this is where, as a big server, you want to put the hammer down, isn't it? Go big serve, try and get through this service game as quickly as possible. I didn't really feel that Dimitrov did a whole lot wrong there.
No. Well, we are serving with new balls here. Berrettini at 4-2 up. What a contest we now have on our hands. The first serve misses from the Italian.
Doesn't want to stop now, does he, for the roof?
Yeah, he'd like to roll straight into a fourth set if he can. He's seeing the ball fine now. The second serve and the forehand from Dimitrov. Stretching there, what a forehand!
Well, it was so good. I'm just wondering whether it actually went round the net post. Get a look at the on monitor in the commentary box. I mean, it was an absolute ripper. No, just went over. Oh, but it was a glorious forehand down the line on the run.
Amazing placement from Dimitrov. It is a let from Berrettini, and Dimitrov sends the ball back to the Italian. The electronic line calling calls out, but of course that doesn't count in this situation. The first serve comes. Dimitrov chips the forehand return. Berrettini, very cushioned shot there. Dimitrov is scrambling. He can't quite get to it, and he's in the splits at the baseline. Look at that.
And the crowd reacting.
15-all.
Oh, that reminds me, I've got to book yoga.
It's too late, Michael.
Look at that, amazing. On the scramble. Well, Berrettini, 15-all here. Excellent serve. Down the T-ace.
1, 3, 7. That's got to be close to his fastest, isn't it?
I'm fairly certain it is.
Fastest serve is 220.
There's another good serve. And Berrettini just starting to rock and roll through these service games now. 40-15 here for the big Italian. As the first serve to the forehand of Dimitrov, who does get the ball back into play, and Berrettini unloading again on the forehand. Dimitrov doesn't have the answers, and Berrettini now is a game away from taking this third set. Leads 5 games to 2.
I don't think we should forget actually the role the crowd played. I think when he started the set with a double fault, and then the crowd sort of made that noise as if to say, we're behind you. He sort of stopped, didn't he?
Yep.
Took a couple of deep breaths, Berrettini, and now he's motoring.
Well, this match, it really had a lot of chatter around the grounds today, and it is delivering now, as it was looking a bit simple for Grigor Dimitrov, as he was just in the ascendancy. But right now, the Italian is finding something. And
Time.
He's starting to ask some probing questions of Grigor Dimitrov.
Drama on a Saturday night.
That's how we like it. As the sun is still with us. It is just setting here in southwest London. We still have a fair amount of sunlight, probably until around 9 o'clock. We can play with the roof open, but that will be a decision to be made at the end of this set, you'd think.
Just looking, seems in the far corner. Is that Denise Parnell and Wayne McEwen in their chair?
Thinking about the decision as Dimitrov tries to keep this set alive here. Misses the first serve. Here comes the second serve, and the forehand from Dimitrov to the backhand of Berrettini. The backhand slice from the Italian. Then Dimitrov into the net. Is he now thinking about the fourth set?
He's just got the bit between his teeth. This Berrettini. Just, I think, mentality just obviously helped initially by his serve. He served well in this third set. Serving first helped as well.
A good serve from Dimitrov. Allows him to move forward with the drive volley, which is very accurate.
I still think he's playing well, though, Dimitrov. Berrettini's level has increased. A 7 in the first set, a 7.5 in the second. He's up to 8.5 in the third. It's been more about Berrettini.
Yeah. He's definitely found another gear, hasn't he, Berrettini, with the chip return there from the Italian. Dimitrov finds a good forehand, a strong forehand.
you find yourself in this situation, hold serve, ask the question of your opponent, what have you got?
30-15 here for the Bulgarian. Time is 8:15 here on this Saturday night in London. Misses with the first serve, Dimitrov. Second serve here on this glorious centre court as Berrettini can't find the return into the net.
Just looking on court one there into the third set. There's no sign of the roof there.
TFO and Bublik midway through the third set. As Dimitrov first serve into the net.
No surprise really with that one. That was always going to be a difficult one to call.
Yeah, it's proving close over there, as it could well be here as well, as Berrettini with an excellent return, and he plays a little drop shot. He can't quite get to that lob though from Dimitrov, and it is Berrettini who will have to try and close out this set himself.
He just slipped,
yeah.
Berrettini, excuse me, which allowed Dimitrov to just flick the lob. I mean, it was a risky shot.
Well, Berrettini has recovered well in this third set. And he is now serving to take this into a fourth, as the evening draws on here in southwest London. 5-3 he leads, the big Italian, and he's really found a different gear as the first serve into the net, because we think Barry Dimitrov's still playing a very high level.
Yeah, it certainly is. First two sets were unbelievable from Dimitrov.
Just misses with that return, Dimitrov.
I mean, I guess the only thing you can maybe look at, what he hasn't done as well, first serve percentage has dropped from Dimitrov. He's below 50% this set. Berrettini up to 80.
So Berrettini 15 love up as he tries to close out this set. Here comes a first serve that misses. That was meaty, wasn't it? 136 miles an hour, but out.
Only 1 mile an hour slower than his fastest, which was his last service game.
Second serve to the backhand of Dimitrov, who controls it well, and Berrettini with a forehand into the net.
It's a great return if you've got the skill, because Berrettini stands to his left on that serve on the left side. It means he can be vulnerable to the return down the line, which he certainly found. Top draw from Dimitrov.
15 all here. It's Berrettini trying to put away Dimitrov in this set. First serve down the tee, that's heavy, but Dimitrov again is able to find the answer. So crafty with that backhand slice, and now the forehand is powerful from Berrettini. He's trying to dictate with that wing. Once again, gives himself some room with the forehand, and that is all about the muscle.
Yeah, one of the longest points we've seen.
30-15.
Not many. Over 9 shots. Just the 10. 128 of the points, 0 to 4 shots.
Yeah, that has been a rarity, a long exchange like that between these two. As Berrettini, that was a big point to win. 30-15 now, as he closes in on the finish line in this set. He's invited forward, and that is a glorious flick from Grigor Dimitrov.
It's ridiculous. I mean, the return was something else. And then the backhand pass, I mean, how do we call it? A swat? A little flick?
Well,
I mean, it's not in the textbook, I do know that.
Oh, that was brilliant. That was Federer-like, dare we say.
I mean, even Federer would have been proud of that.
30 all. Still a couple of points to be won here for Berrettini, as Dimitrov is putting up some stern resistance. Excellent serve from Berrettini. That might just help him over the line. It's another ace. Dimitrov can't get near it. And it now is a set point for the Italian. This tussle between two of the well-known faces and well-known characters of the men's game. And Berrettini has come to the party now. Set point misses with the first serve out wide. It's got caught up in the netting. The ball girl will go and get it. Second serve to come here. As Berrettini to the backhand of Dimitrov, who gives himself a little bit of space, and Berrettini, well, that's a gift again on the forehand side.
He's hurt him this game with the backhand return down the line. He's hurt him with the backhand return cross-court.
On to Juice we go. There's so many of the superstars in the Royal Box are still very much in their position. And watching this one, the return from Dimitrov. Now that the forehand with decent depth from Dimitrov, and Berrettini wild with a forehand.
Advantage, Dimitrov.
Well, the returning skills have been the key here. What does Berrettini do? Set in the second set, down break point, he likes to go wide. It looked like Dimitrov was hanging, waiting for that. Also looking to his left here, edging over.
Break point, Dimitrov. First serve misses. That must have been close. Berrettini had an extra look at where that landed. Second serve as Dimitrov is trying to become a nuisance here for the Italian. That is weighty on the forehand side from Berrettini. It forced Dimitrov back. It nearly knocked him over.
I mean, that was just monumental from Berrettini. I mean, that is definitely C-ball, hit ball. As big a forehand as we've seen all evening.
Back to Juice now. Berrettini trying to bludgeon his way to the finish line. First serve to the backhand of Dimitrov, who once again uses that backhand chip return down the centre of the court. That is a poor forehand from Berrettini.
It just felt like as he swung his racket, the feet weren't really in the right position, almost just reaching for it.
The unforced errors on the forehand side really are stacking up for Berrettini. We know that's his shot where he can do damage, but it's 18 forehand unforced errors now to just 5 for Grigor on that wing. Break points again for the Bulgarian. Misses the first serve, Berrettini. He'll have to get it done behind the second serve once more. Dimitrov moves up to the baseline. Does he sense this chance again here? Backhand is excellent from Dimitrov. Berrettini gets it back into play. Dimitrov has fallen over. Oh, that's an awful time to lose his footing.
I just hope he's not hurt. Berrettini's asking. Good. Dimitrov just gives him a thumbs up. Yeah. I do think he's hurt himself a little bit here. He's sort of holding his left ankle.
His feet just went from beneath him, and he almost sort of ended up sitting on his, was it his left foot? It's a really awkward position there, but he's back up on his feet now. Still nearly made the forehand from a sitting position, did Dimitrov, but Berrettini with an excellent first serve. Dimitrov again is rushing around the back of the court and puts the backhand into the net, and now it is a set point for Berrettini. Dimitrov still just leaning down and touching his left ankle. And he's ready now. A lot of love pouring down from the stands here on centre court for both these players. Berrettini, first serve. Dimitrov with a good forehand, a connected forehand. Then there's another with excellent topspin from Dimitrov, and Berrettini puts the backhand into the net.
It's the balls in court off the big first serves. That was the fastest of the match for Berrettini, 1-3-9. And he's not struggling to see the ball, is he, Dimitrov? Great stuff.
And a smile between Jamie Delgado and David Nalbandian, and they're enjoying this right now. As the two coaches of Dimitrov grin away at each other. Berrettini with a forehand approach. Dimitrov tries to get it past him, but with a wild backhand that goes long.
It was all about the volley. When you are under pressure at the net, sometimes the best place is to put it back where it came from. Dimitrov with his left leg on the ground as he hits that backhand pass.
Set points here for Berrettini. Can he get this over the line this time? The first serve to the forehand of Dimitrov, who puts the forehand into the net. It's a huge reaction from Berrettini. And the heavyweight Italian playing some heavyweight tennis. And maybe the roof is about to be closed. I think the conversation might be had here as Berrettini takes the third set, 6-3.
Yeah, Denise Parnell, the referee, she's on court.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now closing the roof.
I understand, but why don't we start closing it during the game? Why isn't it up to the players?
Dimitrov in discussion with Denise Parnell. He's shaking his head. 10 minutes, so I guess that's 10 minutes for the roof to close. So Berrettini has worked mighty hard to take the third set here. The roof will be closed. Berrettini has left the court. Some of the other matches currently in progress on court one. Dimitrov's now picked up his towel and a water bottle, and he is also into the bathroom break. Taylor Fritz, and he clinched the epic 4-set tiebreak, so out on court two, he's done his job as the 6th seed. The American has for court one. They are 4-all in the third set. Tiafoe took the opening set 6-4. Bublik struck back to win the second 7-6 there on serve in the third, and Berrettini did so many good things in that third set. Started with a double fault, and that was the only double fault he hit throughout the set. 5 aces, served much better than Dimitrov. His first serve percentage just dropped a bit. No drama on a Saturday evening here on centre court. So many great matches that we have seen this week. Of course, we began with the defending champion on Monday. They're taken to 5 sets. Then Monday evening with the Wu Yibing Djokovic match, 4 sets there. And now, a 4th set on its way. In terms of what we have in store for you tomorrow, day 7 here at the Championships. We'll begin with Roman Safilin, who came through qualifying. Of course, he's had to come back from his injury problems. He'll be taking on Djokovic. Then it'll be Sabalenka and Osaka, heavyweight contest there in the ladies. And then Sinner and Mokazuki to round off play on centre court. As for court one, will be 2 women's and 1 men's match. The ladies' match to start, Pegula and Jovic, so all-American battle. Then Auger-Aliassime, Davidovich, Fekina. Davidovich, Fekina, of course, winning his first title the week before Wimbledon. A few heartbreakers there, having had, especially last year, championship point. Auger-Aliassime yet to loose serve, and then Bencic and Goff. Looking forward to that one on court 1. One ladies and one men's match on court 2. It's a good effort from Mikey Pereira, who's returned back to the commentary box. But I was just thinking, as they shut the roof, Mikey, and the discussion Dimitrov with Denise Parnell, it takes me back to last year, because of course the drama last year when the roof shut with Dimitrov, and almost the feeling then that the injury might have happened by the delay. I'm pretty sure that's what happened 12 months ago.
Well, that was his concern against Jakub Menchik in the previous round. He was asking the question about getting too cool and then having to warm up again. But I think maybe this time the break comes at an okay time for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think they had to shut it.
Yeah.
It's 8:30. They weren't going to finish the set. It doesn't, for me, make sense really to make them play. I mean, let's say you have a long game, right? You have a long game at last 10 minutes and 2-all in the fourth, and you shut the roof. It just doesn't seem the right thing to do. You want to finish the set.
Yep.
I believe.
Well, the roof is nearly closed. They've nearly connected the two sides. Where next, Barry? Do you feel that Dimitrov can refocus and find that level again from the first 2 sets, or is Berrettini just on one now?
My gut feeling is that Dimitrov will be fine. I mean, actually, in the end, if you're Berrettini, you don't want to stop.
Yeah.
Because he was the one who was, having initially asked the question, what was it, after 3 games of the third, the way he played at the end of the third, sometimes that adrenaline rush, you kind of want to then start the fourth and hope that carries on. So probably, I guess, what I'm saying is we just reset.
Still a glorious sunny evening here in southwest London, but the sunlight is fading, so the decision has to be made at the correct time, and this feels like the correct time, as it is 2-1 in terms of sets to Dimitrov. Could this go all the way to sort of 11 o'clock tonight? 8:30 at the moment.
Yeah, 8:30. I think we'll get it done.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair bet. Both players off court at the moment, and they will be returning soon enough, because now that the roof is nearly closed, we're about to have the moment where the lights all come on and we're in glorious light. I think that's what the crowd are getting excited about here. Well, what a day we have had here. As still, we have so much excitement, twists and turns to come here on this court, as Grigor Dimitrov, the first player back. And we just await the return of Matteo Berrettini. Just a little look at the matches we've seen today here on centre court. Amazing story for Ayala, Alexandra Ayala, getting the better of Iga Swiatek. The first match of the day here on centre court was so impressive. The young player from the Philippines taking down the defending champion Iga Swiatek, who just did not look at her best at all. Madison Keys winning that All-American battle with Amanda Anisimova. 3 sets required for Madison after losing the first set. She came back so well. Madison Keys, who we know can play so well on the grass courts. And well, now we have this tussle between 2 of the great characters of the ATP Tour, 2 very popular players all around the globe. And for Grigor Dimitrov, he is a set away from a place in the 4th round here once again. And Berrettini a former finalist here, how he'd love to stay on course. Both players out there now, and the lights are on. And so we are ready to get back underway, but the two players are just going to have a little bit of a warm-up hit again, which of course they are absolutely entitled to. And they are just trying to loosen up the body again after, what, about a 10-15 minute break. And it will not take them long just to get warm again, these two who are playing for the first time since 2019. They had 2 meetings that year, and they've not played in the last 7 seasons. Of course, both have had injury issues. Berrettini perhaps more time off court than Dimitrov, but of course more recently we've seen Dimitrov with the pectoral injury that he had to recover from after sustaining that injury on this court against Jannik Sinner 12 months ago in such brutal fashion. And well, these two players just want to get absolutely ready to get started again. René Lichtenstein, he's back up in his perch because he had a chance to stretch his legs a bit. 2 minutes, they've still got a bit of time. I don't think they'll take the entire allotted warm-up time.
You just want to get comfortable, don't you, to different surroundings. Because when the roof closes, it's slower.
Yeah.
You've got the air conditioning, so it does change everything. The acoustics are different. But in truth, given the high-octane tennis both these two have played, I think they can make that adjustment. And I think we both felt at the start of the day that it was unlikely this would be a straight sets win
absolutely.
either way. Difficult one to call. But you know, given how the sets have gone, I think can't afford a slow start. For either player.
Oh, this will be such an interesting start to the 4th set. I do think the break will do Dimitrov some good, because Berrettini, he was just starting to get in the ascendancy, and well, once again they are chatty, aren't they, those two together?
I mean, we can see them.
Jamie Delgado and David Nalbandian.
I think they've talked non-stop.
They absolutely have.
And you wonder whether it is all about the tennis.
Is that another Delgado in the box?
Is that the brother?
I think it might be.
Johnny?
I think it's Johnny in there as well.
30 seconds remaining.
Let's find out.
Sure it is.
Yeah.
Well, it is an intriguing contest that we have here. And for Grigor Dimitrov, he knows that one good set will put him back in the 4th round here once again. As for Berrettini, he's got a bit more work to do, but he is more than capable of doing that. Berrettini bidding to become the 3rd Italian player to reach the round of 16 in the men's competition since on 4 or more occasions, after Nicola Pietrangeli and Jannik Sinner, the other two to do that. We have seen Berrettini play some of his best tennis of his career on the grass courts, and in particular on the grass courts here in London.
All ready to go.
Yeah.
It's not easy though, is it, after that delay to just get yourself dialed in again.
Well, Berrettini is getting into position now. Dimitrov will serve first at the start of set number 4. Dimitrov serving at the royal box end, which is a little more sparsely populated than it was perhaps in the meat of the afternoon here. There's still some sporting legends in the royal box who have the stamina for the all-day tennis on offer, as Dimitrov rains down a serve, and Berrettini gets it back into play. And Dimitrov with a backhand slice. Is Aaron Rai still there, Barry? I mean, great to have Aaron Rai here. After he won the PGA Championship, were you tempted to sort of double glove in your golf game? Get the 2 gloves on?
I'm quite happy with 1 glove. It's usually got a hole in it.
Yeah. Amazing effort from Aaron Rai, the English golfer who achieved great things at the PGA Championships. Is Berrettini moving forward really well.
Well, that was Dimitrov-like from Berrettini. Whether that's just a tactical shift or just him starting to feel really comfortable, but that was such a good slice approach, and then covered the cross-court pass.
Yeah, delicious touch there from Berrettini. Dimitrov serving at 15-all. Berrettini with that chip return. Then the Dimitrov forehand to the backhand of Berrettini. Berrettini tries to unload on the forehand with more regularity. Dimitrov standing up to the test with the backhand, but now he goes long with the forehand. And Berrettini, he might just be keeping his foot on the gas here.
Yeah, the warning signs. Just got to make sure, as he's in a really good rhythm with these baseline rallies, that there is the change of pace from Dimitrov.
Well, Dimitrov, he's got some work to do in this very first game of the 4th set. Berrettini with the backhand return. That's really good from Dimitrov. What a forehand he's played there. And it is 30-all as Berrettini just wrong-footed there.
Yeah, now's the time to really trust yourself when the heat is on. And it most certainly is, even though we're early stage of the 4th set. Intensity this match has been played at.
The nodding heads of David Nalbandian and Jamie Delgado again as Dimitrov lands the first serve, then the forehand to the forehand of the Italian. Backhand short from Berrettini, and it really did the trick as the Bulgarian misfiring with the volley.
It's a tough volley. There really is, when you're coming forward and you've got to twist and turn and then move back to your right. It's low.
Break point right away in this 4th set for Berrettini. As the momentum feels like it's swinging the way of the Italian. First serve to the backhand of Berrettini. Dimitrov just about gets it back into play. Berrettini's there with the volley. Right place, right time. The Italian man mounted puts away a soft volley.
Well, it's a heartbreaker. Dimitrov to lose serve, and he made all 6 first serves. Which again, I think is another example, Mikey, the difference in the conditions. Playing a little bit slower. Yes, it was a great game from Berrettini when he made a lot of good returns, but just a little bit more time. And those 2 moves forward. Again, only he knows whether that's just confidence or a tactical shift. Probably a bit of both.
Yeah. Well, Dimitrov, he's got to find the right path again.
Yeah, one break was decisive in the first 3.
Yep.
Will be decisive in the 4th.
Well, we are under the roof now with the lights on here on centre court. Saturday night entertainment. There's the time just coming up to 8:45. This is prime time right now. And this is what it's all about. 2 great contenders battling it out here on this stage. Berrettini now at the royal box end and serving at 1 love up. He's got the break in this 4th set as he trails 2 sets to 1 here in this 3rd round encounter. Remember, it is Arthur Ferry who lies in wait in the 4th round for the winner of this one. As the forehand from Dimitrov goes up the line. Berrettini with a cross-court forehand. He's just getting a bit more pop on the forehand, but Dimitrov, twinkle toes, moves forward.
Yeah, strong point. Good comeback from Dimitrov. I was looking at Berrettini's record when he has lost first couple of sets. Only ever won one match, but he was at Wimbledon.
Love 15. Dimitrov, can he just get on the front foot a bit more and start to show his skills in the forecourt again as Berrettini misses with that serve? There's such an expectant crowd here at centre court as the second serve misses.
Just his third double fault.
Love 30.
Change of conditions. The 10-minute break. Got to be a factor.
Absolutely, as these two players are continuing to battle away. 2 hours and 22 minutes they've played. And there could be some distance still to travel. As Berrettini, love 30. Second serve, the backhand is wide from Dimitrov.
Yeah, it was a really good serve into the body. And we've seen the variation on that backhand return, either the chip or the topspin. He elected to go for the latter there, Dimitrov.
(15:30) as Berrettini will be doing his utmost to compound the break of serve with a service hold of his own, and that might help. The meaty serve to the backhand of Dimitrov.
Yeah, regularly tonight he's been 130 plus on the first serve. Keeping that average going, which is 211 Ks.
30 all. This is the second game of the fourth set. First serve into the net. Berrettini facing a wild card for the second time here this year, having got the better of Stan Wawrinka in the first round on Tuesday. Berrettini backing up to hit that forehand, and then the backhand slice from Dimitrov, and just a first real sign of anguish from the Bulgarian as he sort of had his head in his hands there.
Probably because he had the luck 30 with a chance to break back, but now that looks like that door's going to be shut.
40-30 here for the man from Rome, and the backhand return from Dimitrov should be put away by Berrettini, and it is. 2-love he leads.
Yeah, what a contrast. The two service games this set. Dimitrov made all 6 first serves, got broken. Berrettini struggled for first serves, only made 2 of 6, but he holds. Bearing in mind the difficulties he had in the first 2 sets on second serve, where he only won 3 of 14 points, Berrettini. The match is shifting.
Yeah, certainly is. As Dimitrov serving at 2-love down, and he needs to hold serve here. He starts well with a first serve, and Berrettini can't find the return.
He's still, I feel, Mikey, he's in a good place though, Dimitrov.
First serve into the net. Both players will be fancying their chances now here tonight. The backhand from Berrettini is just long.
I mentioned that Berrettini's record when he's down 2-0, he's only won 1 of 14. Do you want to know Dimitrov's record when he's been up 2-0?
Yes, please.
He's won 77 of his 78. Oh, which surprised me, actually. Seriously, good record.
30-love as Dimitrov does get that first serve in, but that's a better return from Berrettini, and Dimitrov was sneaking up for the serve and volley. Berrettini down low at the shoelaces.
Yeah, of course, that loss does not, the Sinner one doesn't count.
Yes.
So the only loss he's had was at Wimbledon 7 years ago against Mute.
30-15. Dimitrov first serve into the net, halfway up the net that time. Berrettini's probably around 4 feet behind the baseline as he now steps forward to hit that forehand right back to Dimitrov through the centre of the court. Backhand slice down the line from Dimitrov is lovely.
Well, yes, it was a backhand slice, but probably the hardest backhand slice you'll see. It was almost hit like a topspin. It was that hard.
40-15 now.
Good strong game, this one.
Yeah. Yeah, a nerve settler you feel for Dimitrov, maybe just to steady the ship, but still got to tie a bow on it. That first serve has just gone awry a little bit for Dimitrov. We are just shy of 2.5 hours played here on centre court. This is the last of the action here this evening. The forehand this time goes awry from the Bulgarian. (40-30).
In the match, 36% of his serves unreturned in this set. It's dropped to 18.
First serve into the net from Dimitrov. Berrettini with his eyes wide and backwards white cap, ready for the return. He goes with a two-handed backhand, the big Italian. Then the backhand slice from Berrettini into the net. And Dimitrov does get on the board. And it is Berrettini who leads 2-1 with the break in this fourth set. Well, we're just seeing spectators coming back and well stocked with drinks in hand, two-handed. Good to see, they're in it for the long haul.
And there'll also be some new ticket holders.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Which is one of the beautiful things about a match that goes late. Some fans will be here all day and then they'll be thinking, let's get back for the babysitter. And then it gives the chance for some lucky fans to come in for 2 hours perhaps and enjoy the great tennis late night. And for Dimitrov, how he'd love to get this done in 4 sets, but at the moment he's slightly behind the 8 ball in this set. He's got to try and break the Berrettini serve, which he has done on a couple of occasions. It's not an easy thing to do. Berrettini in the groove on serve.
And his numbers in the third set, though, didn't break because he had 3 break points. As he has sort of quickly matches can shift.
Thank you. Players are ready, please.
Break point, and he had a 1-all.
Well, there's a gentleman just sitting in front of our commentary box with a full hamper. He's getting really comfortable. As the latest Berrettini service game is started with a fine serve.
Could your eyes focus on what he had in the hamper?
I didn't quite see, but he looked happy with his goods.
Beverage or food?
One hand had the hamper, one hand had a Pimm's. That's the way to do it. Here comes the next point for Berrettini. Thunderous forehand. 30 love, he's just got that sort of confident ooze now, the Italian.
Yeah, the old faithful from Berrettini. Big serve, forehand, around shoulder height. Thump away.
There's the first serve from Berrettini, and he'll come up and put the ball away, will he? With Dimitrov, great turn of pace to keep it alive, but Berrettini just stretches up and slaps it away.
He couldn't actually hit the ball hard, Berrettini, the first time, because as the ball was dropping, his concern was he didn't want to have the racket touching the net, so it's actually a pretty good touch.
40 love. Great time for a game like this for Berrettini, just to try and motor away from Dimitrov. Finds a first serve down the tee. It's all happening so quickly now as Berrettini looks to thunder through the games. He's there with the volley. He does offer the apology to Dimitrov because his volley clipped the net on the way through, but it was good anticipation from the Italian, who right now is making all the right moves.
Yeah, just the confidence that he seems to have got, actually coming forward more and more in this fourth set. Just a quick look at his numbers. 3 of 3 at the net in set 4. A sign that starting to really feel it. Think of that body language, Mikey, at the, sort of around the start of the third set.
Dimitrov serving it 3-1 down. And well, he's got to continue doing his job on serve. There's well, the late night action here on centre court. There is a late night tussle as well going on over on the #1 court. Very close there as well. TFO and Bublik deep in a third set breaker. Of course, it's 1 set apiece there. Vital third set there. 15 love. Dimitrov misses with a first serve. Berrettini leading 3-1 in this fourth set. Second serve from Dimitrov, the backhand from the Bulgarian, and the backhand drop shot is cute from Dimitrov, and then he finds the pass.
Double net cord. Yeah, really enjoying themselves. Watching these two shot makers, different type of shot makers.
.30 love. Berrettini waiting patiently for this serve, and Dimitrov. It was a really weighty serve there, and Berrettini can't get a good return away.
Yeah, he's responded well since losing that opening service game. Service hold at love 2, potentially a love service hold here.
40 love, and it is an ace. It just sort of stayed low there, skipping on through, and Berrettini had a swing at it and completely missed it. So it is Berrettini who leads in this fourth set, and they'll sit down, but Dimitrov keeps it at just the 1 break of serve that he's got to try and make up. And well, Barry, it really has been a great couple of days of third round action, hasn't it? And the fourth rounds are nearly set. Some fascinating fourth rounds that we have to come. Yannick Sinner will take on Mochizuki tomorrow. Do you think Sinner will have any trouble against the Japanese qualifier?
I mean, he's got sort of a really exciting brand of tennis, Mochizuki. But I don't feel he's got enough weight of shot against Sinner, so I'm expecting Sinner to come through that one probably in 3.
Felix Auger-Aliassime and Alejandro Davidovich-Fokina.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one actually that really gets my attention. I'm kind of... Auger-Aliassime's been serving great. Davidovich-Fokina playing great. The one thing Davidovich-Fokina sometimes holds him back is there's a bad service game in there, and you can't afford to do that against someone who is yet to drop serve.
Yeah, so many intriguing matchups. I like the look of Dimonor, Caboli. That should be fun, but tell you what, whoever comes through this one to take on Arthur Ferry, that will be a huge match. That feels like it's got to be centre court, hasn't it? With Ferry.
Yeah.
Could be wild card against wild card if Dimitrov gets through and takes on another wild card in Arthur Ferry, who was a winner today, if you missed the news, over Zizou Bergs over on court 18 in 5 glorious sets of tennis. As Ferry able to battle through that one. Back to our focus here is Berrettini serving at 3-2 up here. The approach from Dimitrov, excellent volley from Dimitrov, and that will do the trick for him.
And it's not easy as well when that ball's low to create the pace that he did on the backhand volley, Dimitrov. No, he's a breakdown, but he's still in a good place here, Dimitrov. Really good the way he tacked that volley with his feet. Hunted the ball.
Love 15. Dimitrov maybe just on the prowl in this game as Berrettini misses with the first serve. Can't tell you that over on number 1 court. That tiebreak in the 3rd set is still ongoing. It's 10-all between Tiafoe and Bublik. They are right in an arm wrestle there as a forehand from Berrettini. There's another deeper forehand from the Italian. Then he nets. Love 30.
Love 30.
He had love 30. He's trying to break straight back. And Berrettini's opening service game. Also this end with him serving the Royal box end, Berrettini couldn't create a break point.
Love 30 here as the first serve is met by a really good return from Dimitrov. Then a backhand slice that is absolutely vicious from Dimitrov, but then he tried to go again and sends it long.
Yeah, that was disappointing. Good control tennis from Berrettini.
A couple of excellent efforts on the backhand slice, but Berrettini had the answers there. Kept on getting the ball back into play. 15-30, Berrettini with that first serve into the net. Second serve to come here as Dimitrov just backs up a little bit behind the baseline, and Berrettini with a two-handed backhand cross-court. Then the backhand slice from Dimitrov, cross-court from Dimitrov on the forehand. Berrettini is behind the baseline. It's Dimitrov on the front foot here. He comes forward to the net. That is a glorious volley.
Yeah, as you said, glorious volley after an unbelievable point.
15-40.
And he had to hit 4 or 5 exceptional shots. The backhand cross-court approach, again, so much weight of shot behind it. Dimitrov.
2 break points here for Grigor Dimitrov to get back onto level terms in this set. Can he get it done here? Berrettini with a first serve that Dimitrov can't get back into play. Still a break point chance.
He is someone that's been known for making so many big first serves under pressure, Berrettini.
He'd love another one now. And can he find it? Taking his time. All his allotted time here, Berrettini, as the clock ticks down. Dimitrov gets a backhand return back into play, and Berrettini nets a volley. We are back on serve as Dimitrov gets to 3 games all here.
Well, it was such a sharp return. And we've Berrettini, who's come forward a few more times in this set. I have to say, it's a difficult volley under pressure to go for the drop volley. It's much easier to just use the pace. Felt the right play there was to go into the open space. And he tried the drop volley back behind Dimitrov. I think he's deserved that.
Yeah.
The way he's responded after what wasn't a bad opening service game of the 4th, Dimitrov.
Over on the number 1 court, they will be closing the roof now. That 3rd set has finished. The tiebreak going the way of Alexander Bublik, who is 2 sets to 1 up now on Francis Tiafoe. And there will be a little bit of a delay there as they close the roof, but that could be a while to finish as well, as Dimitrov lands a good first serve. Berrettini did get a racket to it, but can't control the return. He's got his head down at the moment, Berrettini.
So the pattern's being broken. 1 break, that was all that was required for the first 3 sets.
First serve slams into the net. 136 miles an hour there from Dimitrov, but second serve to come here. It is a let. So good to see him serving at those speeds, though, after the injury that he sustained 12 months ago to the pectoral muscle. You feel that really would have affected this service motion, but the second serve looks good there. Pacey serve. Backhand is quality from Dimitrov, and the forehand goes long from Berrettini.
Yeah, but he got lucky with the first second serve he hit, 97 miles per hour. He just collapsed, and I don't know if he just said to himself, you know what, I need to go for this one. That was 114. I feel that was probably the fastest we've seen from Dimitrov.
30 love. Dimitrov trying to put together a strong service game here. Forehand inside out is accurate and perfect from the Bulgarian. 40 love.
Yeah, that's now 9 points in a row on serve for Dimitrov. I'd love to make that 10. Perfect 10.
Has he just worked out the riddle in this set now, Dimitrov? Is the tide turning? It's a half volley that Dimitrov has to play, and Berrettini has the pickup. Oh, no, he doesn't. It's just wide. And that is a terrific game put together by Dimitrov.
4 games to 3, 4 sets, and by 2 sets to 1.
He's already set down Dimitrov. Berrettini going to the back of the court to pick up his towel. Already down to 37 seconds, so he's not going to have a whole much time to sit down.
No.
Berrettini.
He's still not back to his chair. Maybe the energy just waning for Berrettini.
Now he's sat down. I can't remember a player taking as long as that.
No. Well, he's had a couple of 4-setters. He's not had to play a 5-setter yet. He had the Stan Wawrinka long 4-setter. There were 4 tie-break sets there. And he got the better of Artur Fils in the second round a couple of days ago. Dimitrov is
time.
Had a straight sets win, and the time is called already. Dimitrov straight sets and a 4-set win over Menchik. What an evening of entertainment we have here. Prime time Saturday night here on this grandest stage in our sport, and it is 2 players going toe-to-toe, and Grigor Dimitrov, who was a breakdown in this set early, has fought back and finds himself in front now, and maybe just closing in on a victory here. There's still work to do. Berrettini has been serving well on the whole, apart from being broken back the previous service game. Dimitrov has got another good return back into play there. Berrettini with a forehand down the line. Dimitrov is there. He's moving so well again here. So graceful, Dimitrov, but it goes wide with the backhand.
Oh, he attempted the hard shot. I thought as he moved forward, it was all set up for him to just chip the ball back at Berrettini, but with a single-handed backhand, he tried to rifle it, so there was no control. So sure, that was the right shot selection there.
Berrettini serving at 4-3 down. He's 15 love up, 30 love up now with that big booming ace.
Yeah, numbers so far in this 4-set. He's won 8 of 9 points on his first serve. The points on the second serve are similar for Berrettini. What we saw in sets 1 and 2.
First serve from Berrettini right into the body of Dimitrov, and then the put away is simple for the Italian.
Yeah, he made it look simple. It could have potentially been very difficult because of the spin that Dimitrov got accidentally off the return. So as the ball bounced, he really just did have to sort of wait for it because it came into Berrettini.
40 love here for Berrettini. Dimitrov stretching to get the forehand back into play. Then he tries to rip a blockbuster down the line, but misses. And that is a simple game for Berrettini. As it's 4 games all now, Barry.
Yeah, the way he hit that last forehand, he checked out of the game. 40 love, cut your losses, move on.
Yep.
Now focus on this service game, because we are at the stage of the set where a bit of brilliance from someone who makes an unforced error or two. A break of serve can be crucial.
I wonder where Arthur Ferry is right now. Do you think he's watching this somewhere?
No, just worry about your recovery. Probably still doing press.
Yeah, he might well be. The the opponent of the winner of this one in the last 16, Arthur Ferry, with that brilliant win earlier. He lies in wait, the British wildcard, for the winner of this match.
A little skip from Berrettini. He missed that serve, excuse me, missed the return off, I would say, probably an average first serve from Dimitrov.
15 love, Dimitrov. There's a good first serve. And then the backhand chip return from Berrettini into the backhand into the net from the Italian.
Been on court a while, 2 hours, 47 minutes of match played at real intensity, but I like the footwork from Dimitrov to run round the backhand, hit the off forehand in behind Berrettini.
Plays with such imagination, does Grigor Dimitrov. Creative and crafty. Here comes the first serve, down the tee. He's got power as well, though, and real panache. 131 mile an hour.
13 points in a row on serve.
40 love. A commanding service game so far from Dimitrov. If he wins this, he's a game away from a place in the last 16. He does get it. Berrettini hammers the backhand return into the net. And it is the Bulgarian who is a game away now.
Yeah. And just like the previous Dimitrov service hole, sits down within about 2 seconds. And the contrast of Berrettini, again, still hasn't made it back to his seat. It's unbelievable.
He is.
Hadn't really noticed actually how long he takes.
Just casually walking around the court to go get his towel and then meander to his seat. He has just now sat down, but how many seconds do we have left in this change of ends? Hardly any time to recover and have a quick sip of a drink as we get the chance to have a look at who's still in the royal box. There's still plenty of the sporting stars that have been here all day. Gareth Southgate is chatting away.
Time. Has he got his waistcoat on? Don't think he did he?
No, he didn't. Sir Gareth Southgate, I should say. Can't forget that. Sir Steve Redgrave, still looking sharp. And so many other great sporting stars watching two of the current stars do battle. As Berrettini and Dimitrov, they have so much popularity all around the globe. But this is what it's all about, going toe-to-toe. And Berrettini is serving to stay in this match at 5-4 down. It's a good first serve. Dimitrov tries to chip that forehand return, but sends it long.
It's one of those where you actually don't want to hit as well as he did. Kind of one slight mishit, and it could have dropped on or inside the baseline there.
2 hours and 49 minutes we've been playing this third round contest. The first serve is good again from Berrettini, and Dimitrov goes long.
2 identical points to start game 10.
30 love here for the Italian, who has been a runner-up here at Wimbledon before, as the serve is just doing damage, isn't it?
Copy and paste. Big serve, block return, drifting beyond the baseline.
59 seconds, 1 minute played in this game. It's just going to be beyond the minute if he can take this point here. Berrettini, he misses with a first serve. He has a long look at that. It was just out. We're getting a little replay of that now, just by a couple of centimeters. Then the second serve to the backhand of Dimitrov. The forehand is deep from Dimitrov. Then the clip of the net on the way through from Berrettini. Dimitrov with an excellent backhand. Great depth there. And he has a foothold in this game now.
Oh, he ripped that, Dimitrov. Not easy to control it, but again, it was a little bit like the previous Berrettini service game at 40 love. Just on the front foot. All-out attack. Likely he'll get back into this game, but you never know.
Great serve, Berrettini. It wasn't quite an ace because Dimitrov got a little flick on the way through there, but it was virtually an ace. 136 miles an hour. And, well, Berrettini with some authority holding serve there, 5-all.
Yeah, I don't think it was a surprise that after 3 sets, it's 2 sets to one player or the other. I think the surprise was we hadn't had a tie-break in those first 3, but another service hold each, we will have the first tie-break of the evening.
So it is 5 games all here. Dimitrov serving to the backhand of Berrettini, who blocks a return, and it just about lands in. And then the follow-up forehand is really disappointing from the Italian, and he turns towards his team and shouts out in frustration.
Yeah, I don't know why he was frustrated, whether it was the miss or whether that he just didn't get his footing right. But yeah, first point is always so big. Not able to get the first point in this game.
15 love. Dimitrov, the backhand slice into the net from Dimitrov. 15-all now, and Berrettini, even though he won that point, he sort of slaps his forehead. He wants to just focus in here.
Loose error. And we haven't seen that too many times, just 21 unforced errors. Dimitrov, 7 on the forehand, 8 on the backhand.
15-all. Feel the tension around centre court. It's a good serve, and the return is back into play. Berrettini cross-court with the backhand. Now he tries to get on the forehand. He does now. The forehand cross-court from Berrettini. He comes forward, and Dimitrov, attempted pass goes long.
Well, Berrettini doing to Dimitrov
15-13.
what Dimitrov did to Berrettini the first couple of sets, just forcing the error. And the roar to his box. Again, he's sending the message that he's feeling something here, Berrettini.
Yeah, he's gritting his teeth. He really is feeling good now as Dimitrov serving at 15-30. First serve to the backhand of Berrettini. He's finding returns now with more regularity. What a forehand from Berrettini. Lays down the hammer.
I told you he was feeling something. It's classic Berrettini at his best.
15-14.
Tough for Dimitrov because he didn't do a whole lot wrong. Maybe just could have got a bit more width on his forehand, but that was out of this world from the Italian.
Please. Thank you.
And it's 2 break points here for Berrettini late on in this 4th set. First serve from Dimitrov, the forehand return from Berrettini. He's got the momentum right now, the Italian. Dimitrov, can he stick with it? Berrettini, forehand down the centre of the court. That's good from Dimitrov, moving forward. It's a half volley. Berrettini should put it away. He does. Huge celebrations around centre court as this crowd wants more. They want to go late night here. And we might just be, as Berrettini says, I fancy this 4th set.
This is magic. Again, up 2 sets to love. Potentially back to 2 sets all. Listen to the crowd. Just doesn't feel like he's done a whole lot wrong, Dimitrov. It's been inspired tennis from Berrettini. He was battling himself really in the first couple of sets. And as I said, what was it, 2nd set, just 4 points difference, as well as Dimitrov was playing. And he's been able to just find a couple of those big plays and big moments.
Some unbelievable tennis late on here in this 4th set. A couple of otherworldly points that we've seen. And now it is Berrettini serving to level up this match and take us to a 5th set. And I think you can probably tell what a lot of the crowd want to happen.
Yeah. And pretty packed crowd as well.
Yeah.
Too many spare seats.
We've seen Dimitrov dig deep in some big moments. This is another one. But right now the odds are stacked in this one, going to a 5th. Berrettini steps to the line now. First serve to come. Is that to be the crucial break as he rains down a huge serve? Another ace.
132, again, over the 130 mark. He barely dips, does he?
No.
Below that 130.
15 love here for Berrettini. First serve down the tee, a blocked return from Dimitrov, then a backhand slice of quality from him, but the forehand is put away with glee by Berrettini.
30 love.
He's absolutely teeing off. No half-hearted shots here. It's winners that are winning the points.
30 love. The Italian closing in. Excellent serve again. Good return, though, from Dimitrov. Then the backhand is missed by Dimitrov. And Berrettini has a whole host of set points here. It's 40 love and 3 set points for the Italian. Here on centre court.
Players are ready, please. Thank you.
What a fight this is. First serve from Berrettini is outstanding. It's another ace.
7 games to 5.
And the crowd upstanding. The Italian flag is flying. And it's Saturday night under the lights here on centre court as Berrettini takes us to a 5th set. He secures this 4th set, 7 games to 5.
Almost a football-type chant ringing around the centre court.
Oh, the Italians need something, eh?
Ooh, it's a low blow.
Well, they've had a lot of joy in the tennis world of late. Not quite in the Football World Cup.
Yeah, not quite this evening for Sonego. He put up a brave fight against Fritz.
Yep.
Obviously, they had the win with Caboli. And now Berrettini with the 4th set. And what brilliant numbers from Berrettini. 15 winners, just 5 unforced errors. Serving, monumental serving. And you know, obviously for Dimitrov, I'd be disappointed that he's lost the 4th, but a couple of encouraging stats. Berrettini only won 25% of his second serve points won, so he's still doing a pretty good job. Dimitrov served well, 79%. Of course, the game he got broken at the beginning of the 4th. Time. He hit all 6 first serves, got broken. So, you know, that would be a slight concern. Still feel, Mikey, there's some great tennis in him.
Yep.
As there also is some great tennis in Berrettini. Take your pick.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a bit of a coin toss still, because we know that the level Dimitrov can find, he's just got to start quickly in this 5th set. Berrettini, he looks a man possessed right now. The energy that is coming from him and coming from the stands, it's
final set.
Just a symbiotic relationship right now here on centre court. They are feeding off each other.
Players are ready,
and
please.
for Berrettini, he's won the last 2 sets, and Dimitrov will serve first in set 5. The return from Berrettini gets this point underway, but Dimitrov moving forward well. We have reached 3 hours played in this contest now.
Not a start. You just got to trust yourself here, and not to think that it's what you've done wrong. The fact that a 2 sets to love lead has slipped. I'm sure with his experience that will be the case. Dimitrov
misses with the first serve. Dimitrov, here comes the second serve. Berrettini really eager in the return position, and he gets the return away. Backhand cross court from Berrettini. Dimitrov with a forehand through the centre of the court. Then Berrettini will come forward and put it away. There's another winner.
Well, the forehand's purring.
59.
He's now ahead of Dimitrov in terms of those forehand winners, 12-10. Such a big-time player, Berrettini. He's got the adrenaline rush right now.
15 all. And Dimitrov lands a first serve out wide.
I was non-committal at the start. I felt like I was sitting on the fence with who I thought would win. I still feel that way.
Yeah. Well, I think if you asked everyone around centre court, it might be a 50-50 call as Dimitrov with a first serve. And then he moves forward. That's a beautiful backhand from the Bulgarian. Another winner, and it's 40-15 for him.
Yeah, and because both of what these two have gone through in terms of the injuries, don't want either to lose.
No. Well, on these two great arenas that we have here at the All England Club, they're both under the roof right now, centre court and the #1 court, with two heavyweight clashes going on. As Berrettini with a backhand cross court, then Dimitrov, classy slice down the line, and he can come forward. There's a volley to put it away, and Dimitrov, that's a bit of a statement game.
Yeah, because he got broken at the beginning of the fourth. Full of energy, full of quality. Good backhand volley. The one thing that I don't subscribe to in this situation is the fact that he's got an advantage serving first.
Yeah.
I think Berrettini knows generally his job is to always hold serve anyway, so I don't think that makes a difference.
Well, Berrettini is just taking a little bit more time than Dimitrov to get to the other end. Dimitrov is already at his correct end. Now Berrettini's moving there. A little hop and a skip from Berrettini. One of the big Wimbledon towels draped around him. Now he puts it in the towel box. Dimitrov, he's bouncing around at the back of the court. I think both players just trying to really get the legs moving still. 3 hours and 3 minutes played as we approach 9:30 here on this Saturday night. We will get this finished tonight, which is good news, as Berrettini puts it out, that first serve.
And we know that because it comes up on the screen now.
Yes, which is handy. Second serve to come. The forehand into the net from Berrettini. That was tame.
Oh, we haven't seen that for a while. Just what Dimitrov wanted. Just looking at when Berrettini got broken in the fourth, he lost the opening point on serve. Also the same in the second, and the same in the first.
Love 15 as Berrettini gets a first serve to the backhand of Dimitrov, but the return is right on the line, and then the disappointing forehand from Dimitrov.
Yeah, and actually one of the few times he's just sort of looked at his box with a little bit of worry.
all. It's the second game of the deciding set between these two stars of our game. Berrettini to the forehand of Dimitrov, and then moving forward with authority, and Dimitrov puts it into the net.
Yeah, missed the forehand the first point of the game. Made no mistake there, Berrettini.
(30-15) here for Berrettini. First serve down the tee, and Dimitrov stretching and puts the forehand into the net.
I know it's a small point, Mikey, but one thing that's always surprised me with the all-white rule, how players are able to wear black ankle braces.
Yeah.
Because it almost looks like black socks from a distance.
Yeah, that's sort of differentiating these two right now, because Berrettini with the black ankle supports that he has on, and yeah, certainly not the all-white. Well, it is 1 game all.
Yeah. Matching each other, shot for shot, serve for serve. We've had some matches this opening week.
Certainly have. And it's a super Saturday here on centre court, as we just saw a picture of Matteo Berrettini's mum watching on. Didn't look too nervous. I think she's seen this all before, as the return from Berrettini is long. Dimitrov kicks off this service game. 15 love here for Dimitrov. It's 1 game all in the 5th set of this 3rd round encounter. Hush around centre court as Dimitrov puts a serve to the backhand of Berrettini. Dimitrov sort of stumbled and nearly lost his footing, but he stayed upright. That's why the gasps from the crowd here in centre court. Backhand slice from Dimitrov. He's got back onto an even keel now in this point, and the drop shot attempts from Dimitrov. Berrettini is wise to it. Dimitrov with a lob. It goes out. And has he hurt himself, Dimitrov?
Right, just sort of stretching his left leg. I was wondering why he played the drop shot, and maybe that was because of it, because he was shaping up that he was going to hit over. Of course, he fell over at the beginning of the point. Big moments.
Yeah, that was a bit of a stumble. I think he's all right. 15 all. Let's see how this point plays out. The first serve to the Berrettini forehand. It was a bit of a tame backhand from Dimitrov, but he gets away with that because that is heavy-handed from Berrettini.
Well, he again threw everything at that forehand. The Berrettini wasn't long by much, was it? On a knife edge.
30-15. Both players giving this absolutely everything as the first serve is long from Dimitrov. Has been a semi-finalist here in the past. It was 12 years ago that for Dimitrov when he beat Andy Murray in the quarterfinals, lost out to Djokovic in the semi-finals. There is a forehand from Dimitrov. Now he moves forward trying to finish off the points, and he does, and he gets to 40-15 in this game.
Yeah, and when he did beat Murray 12 years ago, this feels that sort of level. He's been that good tonight, and also he's had an opponent that has matched him. Good strong couple of points.
Yeah.
After the second point of this game.
40-15 here for Dimitrov. And the tame forehand there from Berrettini as Dimitrov holds serve. That does lead the way 2-1, and once again Dimitrov very quickly to his chair to maximise the sitting down time, and Berrettini lumbering and labouring, and he's not quite at his seat just yet. He's going to take a bit of time. Maybe he doesn't want to sit down for too long. Maybe that's part of it. He doesn't want to sort of stiffen up. Now he sits down. But it's a good 20 seconds after Dimitrov. Well, Dimitrov swigging some electrolytes by the look of it. I don't think he's clutching for the pickle juice just yet. Saw it earlier in this encounter. It's all happening over on the #1 court as well. Tiafoe and Bublik. Bublik, remember, 2-1 up, and well, it's early stages there.
He's had some break points. The 2-1 as Bublik. Tiafoe was at the net. It's just fallen over. I think it was a slip more than hurting himself.
Yeah, seemed okay there, Tiafoe, but they are very close over there on #1 court. But our focus very much here on centre court. Grigor Dimitrov and Matteo Berrettini. We have a wild card and an unseeded player battling in this 3rd round match as Arthur Ferry lies in wait in the last 16. I'm not sure when you're filling out the draw at the start of the fortnight, too many people would have had one of these two against Arthur Ferry as a 4th round match. That's why we lace up the shoes, and that's why we play this, because there have been many surprises already.
It's never done on paper, is it?
No. Berrettini misses with the first serve. Here comes the second serve, and Dimitrov with a great return, a winning return.
Well, that was genius. Dimitrov. It was back as Berrettini as quickly as it came. That's got to feel good. Opening point.
That is absolutely beautiful. A backhand return of the highest quality as the first serve shuts down that point from Berrettini. 15 all.
I think that's the key to this first set. I think if Berrettini, because of what the good job he's done on return, Dimitrov, if Berrettini has a game where he misses first serves, that will be the key.
First serve from Berrettini misses.
There's 2 of these missed this game.
Yeah. Second serve will arrive here as Dimitrov gets a backhand return away, and Berrettini goes long with the forehand. Well, that's a bit loose from the Italian.
Yeah, it's pressure. 2 missed first serves this game. Dimitrov winning both points. That's kind of been the story of the match. He's only won 11 of 33 points on his second serve in the 5 sets.
15-30. Is this a moment here for Dimitrov? He gets the backhand return into play. It's a deep return from Dimitrov. Then he tries to up the ante with the forehand, and he does. And Berrettini goes wide with his forehand. It's 2 break points.
15-40.
The biggest moment of the 5th. Got a really strong return in play. Berrettini's taking his time.
Well, Dimitrov licking his lips here. Breakpoint chance number 1 here of 2. Berrettini with a first serve, and Dimitrov can't get the return into play.
30-40.
Oh, he had a play on that, and I know it's a strong serve. It was a little bit slower than some of the big ones we've seen. That was 1-2-6. A little bit higher. That could have clipped the top of the net.
Second break point here for Dimitrov. Berrettini bounces his tennis ball a few more times as the first serve, and there is the chip return from Dimitrov, but it's sort of hanging half court. But there is a glorious pass from Dimitrov. Oh, he paints another picture here on centre court.
It's outrageous. Given the pressure,
3-1.
That's an outrageous pass. On the stretch, it actually reminded me of Federer's backhand pass against Nadal in the final, championship point down. I mean, he had smallest of targets to hit it into.
Thank you.
What a way to break serve. And Dimitrov, 3-1 in this deciding set. Can he push on here?
Yeah. And just the harsh realities of this sport is as high as he would have been after hitting that pass. You've got to get back to business.
Yes. So it is 3-1 here for Grigor Dimitrov, serving to try and extend his lead here. The forehand return is long from Berrettini, and once again he has to resist the urge to slam down his racket. 15 love, that's a short, sharp point. That is like gold dust for Dimitrov right now.
Yeah, you're also playing against the clock a bit, because 3-1 in the 5th. 3 more chances.
First serve, Dimitrov misses.
And that's presuming he holds.
Yes. And Dimitrov really has dialed in on return again, as we saw in the previous game. Second serve to the Berrettini backhand, who just gives himself a little bit of room, and then the backhand is great and deep from Berrettini. Dimitrov with a slice, and it's got a big net cord, and he offers the big apology, but he will take that gratefully right now. It's 30 love Dimitrov.
Well, maybe it's just one of those evenings. It's just meant to be.
Well, the heartache of 12 months ago for Dimitrov on this court. He is writing some more stories here, some new chapters in his career. The forehand down the line from Dimitrov. He comes forward. That is a slam dunk put away. He's 40 love now.
40 love.
What a game. He's really attacked this. And I want to add, and I said it in the third and the fourth, even though he'd had a 2-sets-to-love lead, it wasn't because he backed off. Sometimes actually that can be easier for you to then attack a fifth.
And he is attacking right now, Dimitrov. Misses with that first serve, but he is feeling good right now on serve. 132 miles an hour, but just away this time. Second serve as Berrettini awaits the return. The backhand two-hander from Berrettini through the centre of the court. Then he nets with a forehand. And is Berrettini just waning? It is a healthy lead Dimitrov has now. We've played 20 minutes in this fifth set, and it's Dimitrov 4-1 up now. Well, he's in control now, isn't he, Barry?
He is, for the time being.
Yeah.
Berrettini, who's fought so hard to get back from 2-sets-to-love down, and I'm not even sure he's done a whole lot wrong. Just think of how he got broken. As I said, the warning signs were there with when he missed the first serve. Just had a replay of the backhand pass. It was a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
You know how hard that shot is off a single-hander open stance. Extreme grip that he has. Oh, if he wins this match, he'll be dreaming of that shot later on.
It's crazy how good that shot is. Now this is the kind of quality that he can pull out of the bag. He is an artist with so much craft all around the court. He's achieved a great deal in the game. And of course, one thing that he's missing, he's not played in a Grand Slam final. He's been to semi-finals at the Australian Open, here at Wimbledon and the US Open. Never quite got to a final. Berrettini has. And that was here on this court a few years ago, and he needs to dig deep now, Berrettini. And once again, I think the crowds here are just getting behind the big Italian as they want to go deeper into this Saturday night in London. 4-1 down, Berrettini, as that is a good first serve, and he lets out a roar.
Yeah, comes off the frame of Dimitrov and goes into the second row, the side.
15 love as the Italian trying to keep this alive right now. Dimitrov has made his move in this deciding set. Backhand chip return from Dimitrov. Then the forehand down the centre of the court from the Bulgarian. The forehand from Berrettini is long.
Oh, it's awkward. It's really awkward. He sort of adjusts his cap, but Dimitrov, the skill of the backhand slice to sort of dig it into the middle of the court by the service, by the tee.
15 all.
Both still moving great, aren't they?
Berrettini winds up for a first serve. It's a let. And he will turn slightly wearily to the nearest ball boy for another couple of tennis balls. He's picked the one he wants now. Pockets the other. And the first serve will land to the forehand of Dimitrov. Then Berrettini with one big, heavy wave of the racket is a winner.
Yeah, he's produced a few of those over his career. Of course, a career that started out where he was rejected by American University. Wasn't good enough.
Well, he's good enough now in a big way. Berrettini is 30-15 here in this sixth game of the deciding set. Misses with the first serve. Here comes serve number 2. Dimitrov moving forward inside the baseline, and he takes the return early. Forehand cross-court from Dimitrov. That's an excellent forehand down the line from Berrettini. Oh, Dimitrov has just about caught the baseline. A few oohs and ahs from the crowd. Berrettini puts away a forehand.
Yeah, he defended once, and he defended twice, but he couldn't make it a third time. That was a nice angle. We've seen some big forehands from Berrettini, but this time that was... just took a lot of pace off, took it off the court.
40-15.
He's going to put the hammer down here on this serve.
You'd imagine he might. Here comes the first serve. It's a let. He'll have another turn, another go to lay down the hammer. Winds up here. And the first serve to the backhand of Dimitrov, but it sails by him. It waves as it goes past Dimitrov. It's another ace for Berrettini.
4 games to 2.
And it is 4 games to 2. Dimitrov leads the way. There's still work to do.
Just 2 more service holds for Dimitrov. 2 more chances to get the break back for Berrettini.
These two have been battling for 3 hours and 22 minutes. We are closing in on 10 o'clock here on this Saturday night in London, as the first serve is too hot to handle there from Dimitrov. It wasn't the quickest, but the pace was good enough and the accuracy was perfect. 15 love here for Dimitrov. He's 2 games away from a place in the last 16 and a battle with Arthur Ferry. It would be an all wildcard battle.
Yeah, that must be a first, isn't it?
May well be, as Dimitrov lands that serve and Berrettini gets the ball back into play, but then the backhand from Berrettini into the net. 30 love Dimitrov.
Yeah, making first serves. He's done a really good job of that. It's Dimitrov. In fact, his numbers in this 5th set, 71% first serves. Just dropped a couple of points.
First serve into the net. Very pacey ball boy, goes to collect it at real speed as the second serve into the body of Berrettini, who adapts well to get the return into play, and Dimitrov comes forward and puts it away at the net. I love the way he's approached the net today.
Yeah, I just love the way he's played. Often when a player approaches the net with that confidence, it's a sign that they are attacking the match. And he has attacked this match from ball 1, Dimitrov. Just looking at his numbers at the net. 36 of 49 points he's won.
Yeah. 40 love as he tries to shut down this service game. It's a good deep return from Berrettini, but Dimitrov with the forehand down the centre of the court. Berrettini surrenders and puts a forehand into the net. And Dimitrov is in the ascendancy. And can he get over the finish line? Dimitrov leads 5-2 in this deciding set. He's nearly there, Barry.
Yeah, he is. And if I just look at that last game, for the first time in a while, I felt that Berrettini just looked a step slower. Now, I don't know whether sometimes maybe it was the thought he got down early and it's like, okay, I've got one more big game in me. But he didn't quite react. Certainly the last couple of points, Berrettini. Dimitrov nearly there.
What a tussle this has been. 3.5 hours we've played now. Well, he is on the brink of victory, Grigor Dimitrov. Of course, it will be Berrettini to serve here at 2-5 in this deciding set. things can still change quickly, we know that.
We've seen enough matches in our life, Mikey.
Never count your chickens. And it is Berrettini who needs to show some real heart here. Serving at 5-2 down, the first serve into the net. How Dimitrov would love to seal it on the Italian serve. Second serve as Dimitrov moves inside the baseline. He moved a bit too much there because that was a pretty pacey second serve, and it was in the body of Dimitrov.
Yeah, it was literally unplayable. 116 mile an hour, second serve off the line. Left with no chance.
Berrettini. Has he got any magic left here? Great serve down the tee. Dimitrov gets it back into play as the forehand into the net from Dimitrov.
30 love.
Yeah, it's a shot where he's been brilliant tonight. Almost just swung a little too hard with that low ball. One thing is a good sign though. He's still looking to be ultra aggressive.
30 love as Berrettini moves forward here, and he tries to pass there, does Dimitrov, but he just didn't quite have his radar switched on, so it's 40 love now.
He made the important one though.
Yep.
The one that he hit on break point. I mean, one of the shots of the day. It's always got to put into context of when you have to pull out a shot like that.
40 love. Excellent game from Berrettini. As he says, go on then, Grigor, if you want this yourself, go get it yourself. The spotlight is trained on Grigor Dimitrov now.
Well, it's the moment of truth. Almost 12 months ago to the day. We know what happened against Sinner.
And I think this crowd remembers as well, as Dimitrov steps to the line now. Serving for the match. The forehand from Berrettini is cross-court and accurate. Dimitrov has lost his footing, but Berrettini goes long and looks towards the sky, or looks towards the roof. Frustration for the Italian, because there was a lot of court to aim at, with Dimitrov floundering around the back of the court.
He slipped twice, actually, Dimitrov. Maybe that just put Berrettini off.
15 love. Dimitrov doesn't like that ball toss. He'll go again here. Try again, the first serve to the backhand of Berrettini, who tries to block a return, but it's into the net. .30 love here for Grigor Dimitrov. He is closing in. First serve to come as Berrettini is some way behind the baseline, and the return is good this time from the Italian. Heavy forehand from Berrettini. It's too heavy for Dimitrov to deal with, and he's not done yet here, the Italian.
30-15. Two big blows, and he ended up pushing Dimitrov almost right to the back of the run back here.
What does Berrettini have left? A gentle giant off court. He's a prize fighter on it, and he's still capable of delivering some haymakers. Here comes the next serve from Dimitrov. It's a great serve.
Yeah, and when you're serving for the match, what you want is first serves. You want big first serves, and 1-2-9 serves this game.
It is match points here for Grigor Dimitrov. 3.5 hours we've been playing here. First serve to the backhand of Berrettini. Dimitrov inside-out forehand. Then he goes down the centre of the court. He'll try and go down the line. Then we'll go down the centre of the court again. Dimitrov into the net. Not done yet. Still a match point, though.
4-13.
He tries to steel himself here. Grigor Dimitrov. I think the crowd just backing both competitors equally. Match point number 2. First serve is long from Dimitrov. How are the nerves for the Bulgarian? Berrettini moves a little bit further towards the baseline. The backhand from Berrettini down the centre of the court. Then the forehand cross-court had good weight behind it from Berrettini. Dimitrov with the backhand through the centre of the court. Berrettini misses! And Dimitrov has his head in his hands. He goes towards his team. It is victory for Grigor Dimitrov as he writes new glorious chapters in his Wimbledon career. He jumps over the net and hugs Matteo Berrettini, two of the likeable guys of the game. They slugged it out here on centre court, but it is Grigor Dimitrov who is moving on, and now he can soak up the applause here on centre court.
Well, that was a Wimbledon classic, because you could just feel what both these two have gone through. Dimitrov also pointing towards Berrettini. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mike. He played in great spirit. Two players playing their heart out, aggressive tennis. And for Dimitrov there at the end, he was emotional. He wanted to celebrate, but I think he's also fully aware he's playing great tennis. He didn't want to over-celebrate.
Yeah.
He's still got a lot of business, a lot of work to do. But here was a guy who needed a wild card. Here was a guy who's barely played really any tennis, who had to start his grass court season in Dublin. Had a challenger.
Well, off goes Matteo Berrettini. And listen to the love. Somebody had to lose. And unfortunately for the Italian, it is him. It will hurt right now, but for Grigor Dimitrov, the excitement of this Wimbledon fortnight continues for him. I think he's just gesturing towards his team that he wants some food.
Yeah. Not the only one.
Well, he needs to get some recovery started quickly, but well, it will be great to hear his thoughts, which we will get the chance to, as Rishi Prasad is just waiting. But right now, it is Dimitrov who is packing up his bag after a serious evening of hard work, a Saturday night thriller.
Two sets to love out, and even though sets 3 and sets 4 went against him, he kept being aggressive.
Yeah.
Brave.
Well, he moves towards the microphone now. How will he sum this up? He was emotional the previous match. Let's hear from him. He's talking to Rishi Prasad.
What an atmosphere on centre court. Grigor, congratulations.
Thank you.
How much did you enjoy that?
Too much. That's why I wanted to play 5 sets. No, truly amazing to be back here. I'm so happy, honestly. I'm just happy.
How good does that sound to you?
Amazing. I'm honestly, I'm just happy to be back. I just wanted to come and compete again and again and again as much as I could. And again, playing in front of you guys, it just really, there's something special in the air out here. So thank you.
The look on your face, I have to say, it's a beautiful thing. But take us into the match. So you've won the first 2 sets, but you lose the 3rd and the 4th. How do you go about putting yourself in the mind frame to come back like that?
well, tennis is not a sprint, it's a marathon, especially when it comes to best of 5 sets. And he played amazing in the third and the fourth. I had chances. I was just hanging in there. Like I felt like eventually I'm going to get a chance, but he started serving so well. I think my level dropped a little bit, a few bad decisions on the court. My first percentage of first serve went down, so I kind of put myself a little bit in that position, but in the same time I had to like constantly reframing my mind just to stay positive, and I know eventually I'll get a chance. I didn't know when, but I just felt like I had to stay there, and physically I felt better and better, which helped me a lot. And then in the end, I served really good the last 3 games. I just felt I was finding my groove again a little bit more. I was reading his serve more, putting him in an uncomfortable position, and yeah, I'm very happy to be able to close the match. That was the best part. So.
We all remember what happened 12 months ago here. Everyone feels for you. But because of that, how much does that make you appreciate a night and a moment like this?
You know that me and that roof have a history now. All of a sudden, the past 3 matches has been with the same thing. But listen, guys, thank you. First, thank you, because I think after last year, the way I exited, I would never know what would have happened. But guess what? This year I'm back here, and I'm able to like rewrite everything again, and I'm just trying to be completely honest here and vulnerable in front of you guys. Like I'm just trying. Like it's really, it's not about the win or the lose, but it's just for me to just overcome every obstacle that I have in front of me, stay more in the present moment, enjoy moments like that. I even repeat that more than 1,000 times throughout the match today. I was like, just enjoy this moment. It's not very often you come out here and play out here, and I really don't know how many more times I'll be able to come back here, so might as well make the most out of it. And I think that constant, reframing my mindset all the time, and without thinking about the outcome.
It's now 10 o'clock. It's just gone 10 o'clock, so I don't want to keep you too much longer. But I just want to ask you, your next match is up against the one remaining British man left in the event.
No, listen, the one thing I always say with the crowd here, you guys are so fair. So I totally understand. I get it. No problem. But listen, I'm just looking forward to, to come back and compete again. It's wonderful to be in the second week, and yeah, let's keep the good time roll.
Well, there's a lot of love for you. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Grigor Dimitrov.
There is a lot of love, Barry, and there will be a lot of love as he takes on Arthur Ferry in the next round. But I mean, you can't help but love him when he plays like that, and when he kind of fights back like we saw from last year.
Yeah, I just think really interesting words, actually, that you get in that place, and he was in that place. And I think tennis players are at their...
Great distance. It's 15:30. Tell him to stop doing that, Olga.
No, I like that this more, because it puts pressure on the server. Even if you miss, you just go full power.
Yeah, he's had plenty of opportunities there. The serve from Tiafoe. Maybe
serve.
Just a little bit of margin. You're still going to hit a heavy ball. You're going to get
least
short
through
reply.
the middle, maybe.
Yeah. So now we wait for Tiafoe to grab another Slazenger from the ball kid. Still a large crowd on the #1 court. And the serve blocked back here by Bublik. Coming in is Tiafoe. Off the line goes Bublik. That's a nice put away. Tiafoe, forehand volley into the juice court as he was moving forward. He trapped it nicely. It's 30 all.
Yeah, it's interesting on that volley from Tiafoe. It feels that the ball just stays so long on his racket. Very well controlled.
One thing that I hadn't factored in is if the match does finish in 55 minutes, will they do the interview? Or will it just be everyone out? As the serve here from Tiafoe.
Let's first serve.
Tape. We'll do it again. 3 hours and 46 minutes. Has included a roof closure. Players leaving the court after the opening set. So that gets factored into the time, but it's been what a contest this has been between these two. So blocked back here by Bublik. Takes the net, falls short. Off forehand from Tiafoe coming in. He's going to play a low backhand dropper, and he's going to do it superbly. The pressure coming from Bublik, but Tiafoe withstands it. It's 40-30.
Again, finding himself at the net. Tiafoe so successful, been all throughout the match, moving forward.
So we wait now for the serve to come in. And the serve onto the forehand from Bublik. He can't get it back. We are at 1 game all in the final sets of the final match of night number 6 of the championships on the Wimbledon radio channel.
Fired up.
Yep.
Tiafoe.
He's got the pep in his step again. The serve down the tees, an ace from Bublik though. Let's see if we can get him to 50 aces for the match. He's at 44 currently. I think he's going to get there, Olga.
I think easy.
Well, maybe 60 then. Let's be ambitious. There's the serve here. Onto the forehand of Tiafoe. Cross court picked up by Bublik. Cross court backhands both players. Drop shot by Bublik. Coming forward, Tiafoe. Drop shot wide. And he missed it. He wanted to just chip it cross court. It went wide. Yeah, even I knew that one was coming.
Well, he can really swing that forehand from Tiafoe. Just playing a bit too delicate, trying to play too delicate.
There's the serve here, missing. From Bublik. Second serve at 30-love, 1-all final set. And the second serve onto the backhand. Tiafoe up the line for a winner. Yeah, he trapped that well. Right on the sideline. We'll see the close call come up, and it just intersected straight through. And it's 30-15.
Took the ball right off the bounce. Tiafoe move forward.
We have picked up the pace, haven't we? As the serve here takes the net and goes wide from Bublik. 30-15. Second serve. Down the tee. Big forehand from Big Foe. Dug out by Bublik. Cross court. He's coming in. Tiafoe. He's passed again. Backhand up the line this time by Bublik. It was sharp. We are going quickly. It's 40-15.
Lightning fast backhand down the line from Bublik.
Earlier was Grigor Dimitrov winning in 5 over Matteo Berrettini. But here, Bublik serves out wide, ace. Ace 45. Sees him safely to 2-1 on serve final set here on the Wimbledon radio channel tonight. Live around the world. Big day 7 coming up. The 4th round of matches. Safiullin Djokovic first up. Osaka Sabalenka. Sinner Mochizuki. And then on the number 1 court here tomorrow we'll have Pegula Jovic, Auger-Aliassime Davidovich Fokina, and Bencic and Goff. And the number 2 court, the singles matches out there. Later in the day, Mukova and Krejcikova and Hubie Hurkacz will take on Jan-Lennard Struff. So that's your lot there. Plenty of doubles, mixed doubles, juniors tomorrow as well.
And your tournament
and
as
my
well.
one,
Don't
which
forget to mention.
I tell you what, I'm looking shaky at the moment. I'm still here and it's 10 o'clock.
You'll miss your recovery.
We've still got a ways to go in this one. So.
Time.
On the main channel joining us, thank you Richard Connolly, for a long evening of dramatic tennis. And this, Olga, welcome to us controlling the channel. We have the power. And so does Frances Tiafoe to keep things going at 1-2 in this final set. And the serve blocked back here by Bublik. Cross-court backhand from Tiafoe. Slice backhand from Bublik. Back up the line from Tiafoe. Cross-court forehand, Bublik into the net. He was reaching for that forehand. And it's 15-love.
And Tiafoe was so successful when he managed to make Bublik run into that forehand side.
I would read messages and stuff, but I have no device to be able to do that with currently. As a serve here, clipping the tape on the way through, and I suspect most of our hard-working production team have probably retired for the evening, and I don't blame them.
Checked out.
No, they haven't checked out. Well, they're going to be back tomorrow. We're on air from 10 London time, which is under 12 hours from now.
First serve.
As this clips the tape from Tiafoe, the 4th round of matches here on the Wimbledon radio channel. As Tiafoe just going to take a little bit of extra time, maybe time we don't have. 3 hours and 51 minutes, and we've got 49 minutes of play remaining. The serve here onto the backhand of Bublik. Drop shot, this time from Tiafoe. This time it goes into the net. He's trying them now. And it's 15-all. We've been a bit drop shot happy throughout the match.
And again, a bit unprepared drop shot and unnecessary. But again, what do we know?
Yeah, exactly. We're sitting back here watching. We can see them coming.
Please.
Bit of noise in the crowd as the serve clock will get a workout here. Down to 5. Tiafoe serves out wide and misses the ace. Second serve. 1-2, 15-all. Final set, the serve to the forehand. Oh, it's a double faults. I haven't seen one of them for a little while from Tiafoe. He's up to 7 now.
Yeah, he went for it big. Went for a body serve, body slice.
15-30. Come on, crowd. Let's make some noise, and that's what's happening. So 15-30. 1-2 final set. Tiafoe winning the first. The next 2 to Bublik in tiebreakers. Another 6-4 for Tiafoe, the 4th set. As he serves here into the body of Bublik. Does want to get out of the way, but coming in is Tiafoe. He's going to be passed again. Cross-court backhand winner. And Bublik's getting a good read on where Tiafoe is going with the approach. He's got 2 break points at 15-40.
Again, just few and carefully treated points from Tiafoe, and now suddenly he's under pressure. Again, coming out of nowhere.
Tiafoe again's going to take plenty of time. Break point conversions for Bublik, 0 of 8. Tiafoe 2 of 9. Tiafoe 15-40. He served to the backhand of Bublik up the middle of the court. Cross-court backhand from Tiafoe, blocked back by Bublik. 3-quarter court ball, off forehand from Tiafoe, hits the sideline. It's a winner. And all Bublik could do is look at the line. He looks at the scoreboard and he sees it's gone straight through it. 30-40.
Yeah, a bit too defensive in this point from Bublik.
Yep, he hit it flush as Tiafoe serves. And we'll see this ball come in. The serve onto the forehand, blocked back by Bublik. Drop shot from Tiafoe. Bublik's going to get there. Cross-court forehand winner. And he's got the break. Is that the decisive break in this final set? It's 3 games to 1.
Was it the right choice of shot from Tiafoe? No.
Well,
I mean,
maybe if he'd hit it properly, but the problem was it was about halfway between the service line and the net, and Bublik was already moving.
Yeah, it wasn't successful in a few drop shots before.
Yeah, well, let's see. Out wide goes Bublik, lands right on the line, and the +1 is successful. Did well, Tiafoe, just to get the return back into play, but it was short, and it was dealt with, and it's 15-love. Yeah, it's a good point, Olga. I mean, the drop shots have been variable, and they've been used a lot. It's almost like we're at Roland Garros and we're playing the drop shots everywhere. Serve here onto the forehand of Tiafoe. Cross-court backhand from Bublik. Backhand Tiafoe. They work the topspin backhands, both players, deep in the court from Bublik. Slice now up the middle of the court from Bublik. Just tempting Tiafoe in. That's what happens, and he's just passed again because it was an awkward ball for Tiafoe. The approach, well, he couldn't do much with it, and it sat up in the end for Bublik. Cross-court forehand winner. It's 30-love.
It was, I think, a low, very low bounce to pick it up for Tiafoe.
So now Bublik the serve, down the tees, an ace. 46th ace for the match.
Absolute bullet from Bublik.
1-3-2. Or 212 kilometres. Serve down the tees, another one. ram home the advantage. It's 4-1 to Alexander Bublik in this final set here on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world. The last of the third round matches, fourth round tomorrow, and we will have all the action for you right here. Wow, a turnaround, dramatic.
Unexpected turnaround. Serve quality for Bublik, 9.3 and 7.5 for Tiafoe.
Well, the 9.3 is an interesting one for Bublik because it measures speed, spin, depth and width of every serve. He started off so slowly. His first serve percentage was under 50% after the first set.
But he was winning a lot of points even under that.
Yeah, oh no, absolutely. Yeah. But that first serve percentage is getting more first serves into play, obviously 47 aces. And that has just gone and peaked as we were expecting. So it's just a little blip. Remember, as you said, Olga, he was broken in the opening game of the match, Bublik. And allowed Tiafoe to take that opening set. What an atmosphere we have for you here on the #1 court. The championships, Saturday evening in London, 10:16. Wherever you are around the world, I hope you're enjoying it. We have another big week to come here on the Wimbledon radio channel. And it's Tiafoe serving now just to hang in this final set at 1-4. He served down the tee as an ace. He's up to 11 now. We're up to 10-17. So about 43 minutes of available playing time left. So Tiafoe will deliver this ball. And the serve goes into the net. Second serve. And the serve onto the backhand cross-court from Bublik. Cross-court backhand heavy from Tiafoe up the line into the net from Bublik with the backhand. And it's 30-love.
Backhand on the stretch from Bublik down the line. Open stance.
So this contest is by no means done because of the way that Tiafoe has been returning. If he gets an opportunity, a couple of second serves, he get himself back into it, although he's just lost one of the tennis balls. The ball kid goes and retrieves it. 30-love, 1-4, final set. The serve, down the tee, picked up by Bublik. No, the backhand into the net, and it's 40-love.
Yeah, it's one of the fastest serve from Frances Tiafoe, 127 miles an hour. Usually around 120.
Or 204 kilometres. There's the serve here from Tiafoe. One of the forehand of Bublik. At the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Tiafoe. Dug out by Bublik. No, he's given up on that one. And 4 games to 2, and even better for Sasha Bublik, hearing those wonderful words, new balls, please.
Oh, yeah.
To 2, final set.
Mind you, again, as you say, Olga, we've seen throughout the match, he's not changing his racket.
8 quick points for them, not much played. It's interesting. Did you actually see him changing that racket on a changeover or something?
No, I mean, I haven't been looking at every sit down because he's at the far end from our position, so it's a little hard to see. But Tiafoe is changing his stick.
Almost you wonder what his strings are.
Yeah. Well,
the durability of that string's probably amazing.
Yeah, they're working. I'm pretty sure he would have changed them over periodically anyway, just not with the ball change. But he's serving now with the advantage of 4-2, and the serve out wide is picked up by Tiafoe's forehand return is into the net. It's 15-love.
Constantly changing the placement of his serve. 3:59 on the clock.
We're about to tick over to 4 hours. There's the serve here from Bublik onto the forehand of Tiafoe up the line, blocked back by Bublik. Tiafoe with a cross-court backhand, blocked again from Bublik into the net. And it's 15-all. He put the foot down there, Tiafoe. It's aggressive play. It's what play he wants.
Yeah, I like that. With every shot, he tried to proceed to the net and move forward. Make him more aggressive and more effective.
Bublik, the serve. Down the tee, misses. Second serve. And Tiafoe steps in. He's going to play across forehand. Bublik goes forehand up the line. Cross-court backhand from Tiafoe. He's missed it. It's wide. He knew it as soon as it left his racket. It's 30-15.
Knew it was a little chance in this point. Doing so well, returning Bublik's serve.
He's connected with a few of them already. 30-15. The serve from Bublik out wide, and Tiafoe gets a racket to it, but he's not going to get that one back. It's 40-15. racing to points for 5-2 in the final sets. The winner to play Taylor Fritz in the 4th round. And the serve here from Bublik. Out wide, misses the ace. Well, we might get to our 50. He's on 47 at the moment, Bublik. Serve too big, double faults. He's 5th. It's 40-30. Went hard again. So now the serve coming in. Bublik serves out wide and misses by some margin at 1-3-4. 216, second serve, big forehand from Big Foe, backhands from both players now. Good angle from Tiafoe. He goes back in that direction, just picked up again by Bublik. Oh, he's into the net, Tiafoe. He wanted to play a shorter angle. And Sacha Bublik, 1 game away from a spot in the round of 16 of the championships. It's 5-2 final set. This is the Wimbledon radio channel on this Saturday evening.
Doing so well, Sacha Bublik, by pressing the Tiafoe's backhand side, especially longer the rally goes.
Well, Tiafoe, well, step 1 is to hold serve and then find a way to put some pressure on Bublik. But what an absorbing contest this has been across 4 hours and 2 minutes. Well, fair to say, with our timing of 38 minutes of available playing time left, I think we're going to get the match through now, from the looks of things.
Bublik is going to make sure.
Yeah, well.
On his service game.
Well, he's already out of the chair, as he usually does early. Build the atmosphere. Big Foe won't be rushed. Have a listen to the atmosphere, folks. This is the #1 court at Wimbledon. And they have been here, these fans, right from the very first points. Have a listen to the atmosphere wherever you're listening right around the world on the Wimbledon radio channel or in the stadium with your Amex radios. Tiafoe serving to stay in the match at 2-5. The serve onto the forehand of Bublik. It's a sharp return, and he's gone back behind as Tiafoe leaving Bublik flat-footed. It's a winner. It's 15-love.
Yeah, great play from Tiafoe.
First serve percentage, 60% into play for Tiafoe, winning 76% first serve, 61 on the second serve. And the serve here is a first serve, and the forehand's netted on the return from Bublik, who may be looking just to finish it off on his own deal. So 30-love. There's the serve here from Tiafoe. It's gone long.
I feel like Bublik's just trying to go big on the return, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. He has his serve.
Second serve, and he does go big, but this time Tiafoe can't handle the pace. He landed the return, Bublik, and it's 30-15. But this is where you don't mind it, because it's got a bit of control to it. That was in at 94 miles an hour. He controlled through the court. I don't mind it occasionally, the second serve being picked off. As the serve here goes into the net. Gets the wrong way, by the way, did Bublik. Second serve. Sits up, and he hammers this one too, but through the baseline.
But that was a good miss from Bublik.
Yeah, that was a little better, but we have seen some that have almost hit the back fence on the full. It's 40-15.
I think it's whenever he shortens his swing, that's when it's good.
So Tiafoe now with game points to bring it back to 5-3. The serve out wide, misses. Second serve. And the serve, big forehand again from Bublik. This time he does hit the baseline. So he's hit one that's well inside the baseline, one that's on the outside of the baseline, and one that's on the baseline in this game. It's 40-30.
I mean, it works. It does put pressure on the server.
So here comes Tiafoe with the serve here, and he's guessed the wrong way. Bublik is totally out of position. The ball's in the middle of the box. So he's got the chance to serve for a spot in the round of 16. And you know, the thing that occurs to me, and again, with the impressive evolution of Alexander Bublik, if he does happen to serve it out here, this was the sort of match that he would have just gone away from in that fourth set.
Here today you feel he's in control of what he's doing.
And this is the mature Alexander Bublik. The first serve goes into the net. And it's good to see if you're a Bublik fan. Second serve into the net, double faults. Okay, got a little wild on that one. He's sixth at double faults. He's serving for the match. He's love 15. He wants to move quickly. He takes his time now and delivers this ball onto the forehand of Tiafoe. Off forehand from Bublik. Cross-court backhand from Tiafoe. Middle of court from Bublik. Playing a little safe here. He's playing a forehand up the line. Tiafoe with a cross-court backhand. Thinking of coming in. He's back at the baseline. Oh, he's missed it, has he? No, it's in. The ball from Bublik is on the line. And Tiafoe couldn't dig it out. It is 15 all.
I think somebody called it out from the crowd.
Well, that's why I stopped. But it's 15 all. It's in the book. Bublik, serve out wide, full stretch. Tiafoe's forehand is long. And Bublik is 2 points from the match.
Could not be better spot for that serve from Bublik.
So he prepares now. The serve onto the forehand of Tiafoe up the line. Slice forehand from Bublik. Cross-court backhand into the net from Tiafoe. 2 match points now for Alexander Bublik. 40-15. He steps to the line. Match point Bublik. The serve and ace! He's 48th ace. He is flat on his back. He gets up now. Frances Tiafoe walks to him. They embrace on this #1 court to a standing ovation. 4 hours and 7 minutes. Alexander Bublik, one of his great performances. 4-6, 7-6, 7-6, 4-6, 6-3. He salutes the crowd. Alexander Bublik is back to the round of 16 here at Wimbledon, and he couldn't be happier.
What a performance from him, and you could see how much it means for him. You could see him sitting now and a sigh of relief. Finally, this match is finished, and what a way to finish it. I mean, what a quality he produced today, and how well he was focused and composed and dialed in. And
there's a little bit of an emotion there too.
Yes, it's rare that you see that from Alexander Bublik.
Yeah, but this is the new Alexander Bublik. This is the Alexander Bublik that's willing to get involved and do the hard work, and it's paying off. In those pressure moments, he was there.
And he is a threat like this, right?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. But for Frances Tiafoe, oh, that's a tough loss for him. He's had such a great grass court season, the Halle champion. He's back inside the world's top 20. He played his role tonight. He played a superb match too.
Yeah, and you feel for him because at times you just felt that he has this match in his hands. And I think it's Bublik's serve really what made a difference today. Other than that, the match was very even and very tight.
Tiafoe leaves the court to a huge round of applause, and understandably so. I don't think he's going to sign any autographs tonight, and you can understand why. What a match that he played too. But it is about Alexander Bublik. Sasha getting through 6-3 in the final set. And, well, he takes his 5-set record now to 7-6, so he's actually in front there. And a meeting with Taylor Fritz in the 4th round. Oh, get the popcorn ready for that one. That's going to be a huge test. So it's Bublik getting it done. 4-6, 7-6, 7-6, 4-6, 6-3. 4 hours and 7 minutes on court. And he's just adjusting the mic stand. Let's have a chat with Annabelle Croft.
I think you can hear from the crowd's reaction how entertaining that match was, how special it was. Did you enjoy the battle?
Well, you know, there is always a special matches that sticks in your career, that sticks in your head forever, and I think this will be a very special one for me, and I'm happy to get through. It's an amazing court. We had a great battle, and this match will stay with me forever. Thank you.
It was an absolute epic tiebreak in that third set, 13-11. You saved 9 set points along the way. Did you know that?
Well,
what was the key to getting through that one?
I guess there was no key. I mean, we both got really tight, and it's a very fast surface. The court is very fast, so it was about the serving and, you know, just hope for the best. Really, it was like really flipping a coin. So I'm glad that I won this tiebreak, but it's one of the epic ones, yeah.
It certainly was. You seem to have a very clear game plan out here, but you do like a drop shot.
Occasionally.
A bit more than occasionally. Was it a real tactic that you wanted to use for the match, or were you aware of what was going down the other end and he'd called the doctor out? Was it to kind of make him run a bit more?
Well, I just try to stick to my tactic. I mean, this shot got me a lot of wins, and I just stick to it. I mean, today was not working that well because, I mean, Francis is a great player. He was reading it very well, but I just stick to my plan, and I just hope to deliver well.
Well, you certainly did that. You've admitted that you're a very changed man, both on and off the court. Did we see evidence of that tonight?
I gotta ask you guys.
I think the result is obvious. Did you have something to add to that?
Huh?
Did you have something to add to that?
No.
No?
Nothing.
You're keeping it a secret. Lastly, you're through to the 4th round. You're going to take on Taylor Fritz. How much are you looking forward to that?
I think it's going to be a great match. I just hope to be informed. I just have to take care of my body and hope to deliver a great performance. Thank you, guys.
I think they enjoyed it. Very best of luck. Alexander Bublik.
Hey, and I'm pleased he's going to remember this one, as he should. He did the hard work and he got the result. Hey, it was a great chat.
Yeah, and I don't want him to change.
Yeah.
we don't want to miss that entertainment from him. But overall, I mean, I think he did change. He stayed more focused, more composed all throughout the match. And overall, his serve was at the top today.
Yep, once he got going after that first set. 4-4, the head-to-head between him and Taylor Fritz. They met a couple of weeks ago in Stuttgart. It was 6-4, 6-4 for Taylor Fritz on that occasion. Fritz has won the only 2 times they've played on grass, at Eastbourne in 2022 and then Stuttgart in 2026. Can he go all the way?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's a threat now.
Yeah, he certainly is. And the way he plays, signing autographs and all of that sort of stuff. But, wow, that was absolutely amazing. And well done to Francis Tiafoe too. Quick word on him tonight because he was superb.
Yeah, I think he was, and he had such a great round on the grass. And again, also you feel like he is less messing around on the court and more focused, more serious. I think those drop shots that really was not the right play for him today, and really did a difference, and also the first serve percentage for.
Well, we look ahead to tomorrow, and it's Roman Safiullin and Novak Djokovic starting things on centre court, followed by Naomi Osaka and Arina Sabalenka, and then Jannik Sinner and Shintaro Mochizuki. On the #1 court right here, we will have coverage for you, dedicated and otherwise. Jessica Pegula and Iva Jovic. We've got Felix Auger-Aliassime and Alejandro Davidovich-Fokina, Belinda Bencic and Coco Gauff. And on the #2 court, our singles matches will be looking at Karolina Mukova and Barbora Krejcikova. And Hubie Hurkacz will take on Jan Lennard Struff as Bublik disappears off into the tunnel. Credit to you, Olga Savchuk, because you have done 2 matches today. You said, I want to do a men's match, and I want it to be 4 hours. You got your wish, Olga.
That's exactly what I wanted to do, and I'm happy I did it.
Well done. You've done a great job tonight, as is the whole team across the day. It's been a dramatic day of play here at the All England Club. The 3rd round of matches have been completed. We move to the first Sunday of the championships, and we've got the 4th round of matches to come, and we're looking forward to those. We are on air from 10 o'clock British time, so that's what, 11.5 hours from now. Marcus Buckland and the team, the full preview, and then we move into what is a special day on the calendar. We are playing on the first Sunday of the championships, as we have for the last couple of years. The weather forecast is absolutely magnificent, so we are really looking forward to some scintillating action. Safiullin and Djokovic first up on centre, Pegula and Jovic on the #1 court to get things going, and then plenty of other great matches. It's going to be another dramatic day. Day #7 of Wimbledon for 2026. Coming up, our wrap of the day. Stick around for that. And then that's about it from us here on the #1 court. We'll